Jong, an assassin from the Heavenly Alliance, stood before his enemies like a rock in the midst of chaos. Behind him, the army roared, thinking him arrogant, not seeing his true strength. He summoned his enemies to attack, and they threw spears, aiming directly at him. But each enemy fell as if their fate had been decided in advance. His sword was so fast that his enemies did not have time to realize that they were dead. Jong lost track of his victims. His consciousness merged with death. The problem was that there were a lot of enemies. They kept coming at him. The air was saturated with blood, but Jong continued to kill without regret. They shouted about his imminent death, and he laughed. "Do you want me to die?" The freedom he had been searching for 30 years was close, and he was not going to back down. Jong vowed that he would not spare anyone if it would lead to his freedom. He warned his enemies of death, and each of his blows made these words come true, until the commanders realized that he had to be stopped. Fear shackled them, as they realized that their lives were disappearing under his sword. Jong repelled the blows, crossed his enemies' swords, and using them as a springboard, took to the air. He gripped his sword even tighter, ready to fight to his last breath, his own or theirs. Rising like a bolt of lightning, he illuminated the battlefield with energy that tore through space. The enemies screamed in panic, realizing that they were facing one of the most powerful masters. They called him the best killer, impressed by his incredible agility. The king of the assassins, Jong, full of rage and desire for freedom, rushed down like an avenger. He struck with such force that the ground shook as if from a lightning strike. Where the enemy had stood, a funnel was now gaping, and the silence of death swallowed their bodies. "I'm so tired," muttered Jong, looking at the sword that had taken so many lives. Looking around the field, he thought it was over, but new screams broke that illusion. He realized that the battle was ongoing. The enemies were still coming at him without a break. Jong pulled his sword out of the ground, covered in blood, preparing for a new attack. "How much longer can this go on?" he thought, feeling his sword dull and his enemies growing in number. Were they so eager to prevent him from gaining freedom? Rage gripped him, his eyes flashed red, and he shouted that he would destroy them all. After a few turns, he scattered the enemies, and a yellow glow of energy flashed around him. Drawing his sword, he mocked being called a king, but he knew he was just a soulless dog of the Alliance. Pushing off, Jong flew into the sky like a bolt of lightning, filling the field with energy that tore through space. The enemies began to scream, realizing that they were facing one of the 10 most powerful masters. They called him the best killer, watching him pierce the air. Overwhelmed with rage and thirst for freedom, Jong rushed down like a vigilante. His blow was so powerful that the ground shook as if from lightning. Only a crater remained where the enemy had stood, and the silence of death swallowed up the bodies. "I'm so tired," he whispered, looking at his bloody sword. He thought it was over, but new screams broke his peace. The battle continued. The enemies attacked him continuously, not giving him a break. He pulled his sword out of the ground again, covered in blood, preparing for another attack. "How much longer can this go on?" he thought, feeling his sword getting duller, but his enemies were not decreasing. Was their desire not to give him freedom so unwavering? Rage gripped him, his eyes flashed red, and he shouted that he would destroy them all. After turning several times, he scattered his enemies, and a yellow glow flashed around him. As he walked forward, he scoffed at being called a king, even though he knew he was just a soulless dog of the Alliance. Suddenly, the pain became unbearable, and he fell down, barely able to stand. But there was another problem: hunger. For a week, he ate only a few pieces of jerky. The hunger was so strong that he felt like a hungry wolf. Looking at the moon, he thought, "I wish I had some dumplings." But the silhouette of the enemy suddenly appeared against the moon, rapidly approaching. The enemy attacked without warning, pointing his sword directly at Chan, but he barely managed to dodge. The blow was so powerful that the stone under his feet cracked in half. The enemy moved so skillfully that even Jong did not notice his approach. After evaluating the technique, Chan realized that this was a warrior of a very high level. They fought in a duel, and Chan barely had time to dodge the quick attacks. However, the enemy's technique seemed strangely familiar to him. Watching the enemy, Chan thought, "Where have I seen such movements before?" Suddenly, the enemy swung his sword, and a wave of energy cut down 2 trees on the way. The attacks continued unabated, and Jong could only dodge them, leaving traces of cut trees behind him. The enemy's equipment was so powerful that the sword's aura alone could destroy an entire forest. After a series of punches, Jong landed right in front of the enemy, ready for a new round. He realized that he was facing the most powerful killer in the South Central Valley. "The Lord of Death," Jong said, realizing why the Alliance was after him. But he hadn't expected to see the elites of the Steel Fortress. He asked the enemy if he considered himself the strongest master if he attacked him after a grueling battle. Despite his fatigue, Jong said that he still had the strength to defeat the villain. The enemy became nervous when he heard these words, and his eyes opened wide. They both took to the air, filled with energy, continuing the fierce battle. There was absolute perfection in every stroke, demonstrating their art. Feeling the sword as an extension of his arm, Jong struck an accurate blow at the enemy. The impact occurred in the air, and then they landed softly on the ground after the fight. Under the enemy's mask, blood appeared and slowly flowed down his face. Chan's sword was covered in red blood, the color of death. The enemy's blood covered the blade, marking the end of the battle. Chan stood with his sword down, watching the enemy slowly fall to the ground, but he knew it wasn't over yet. He closed his eyes and exhaled, preparing for the next challenge. "Come out if you've enjoyed the show enough," Jong said. A strong scarlet-red energy suddenly began to rage around me. He realized that a demon queen had appeared before him. She appeared as a beautiful woman and smiled. "It's an honor to be a part of your memories. It's been 6 years?" "It's been a long time," she added, with a hint of nostalgia in her voice. The moonlight fell on them, creating a mystical atmosphere between the two rocks. The rays illuminated the dead bodies lying around, adding to the eeriness of the scene. The first elder of the Celestial Alliance approached, inspecting the piles of corpses. The servants reported that the bodies belonged to craftsmen from the Fortress of Steelblood. The elder was amazed that Chan was able to break through the traps and kill so many enemies. He recognized his title as the King of Killers. Raising his hand, the elder called his people to action. All the servants immediately bowed to show their devotion. He ordered us to follow the traces of the queen's demonic energy. Jong Hajin was there. Queen Kwak Sogyo looked young thanks to her techniques, even though she was over 60. Gentle on the outside, but a maniac on the inside. As if the masters of the fortress weren't enough, they also sent this madwoman after him, ready to do anything to catch him. Clenching his sword, Jong thought that all was not lost. He had a hidden trump card. She saw his sword and sarcastically noted that it was a shame that a man with a special relationship was pointing a weapon at her. "You can shove your special relationship far away," Chan said, asking him to stop the nonsense. "How rude," she replied, stating that she doubted his ability to throw even one punch and suggesting an easier way out. But Chan didn't want an easy option. He said that he would try as many blows as he could, and that he was not afraid of an old woman who only wagged her tongue. Her face changed when he called her old, and she promised to show him his spine if he said that again. Jong was not afraid, and started calling her an old lady again with a challenge. He repeated this, emphasizing that she had become even more sensitive with age. Her face darkened with rage with every word he said, but suddenly she smiled, obviously planning something insidious. Her smile alerted Chan, and she began to say that the Celestial Alliance had made him the best assassin. She added that it was now clear why the Fortress of Steel Blood had sent her. Its core energy was incredibly pure and belonged to the 9 sects. Kwak Sogyo said that Jong had mastered the martial art of the 9 sects, and that's why he killed them all, despite their attempts to capture him alive. At that moment, Chan realized why she was talking so much, instead of starting a fight. He realized that she was trying to find out the secrets of the 9 sects martial arts and dirt on the Celestial Alliance. She thought he was just a warrior, but his words made her realize that he was not that simple. Jong asked, "Aren't you interested in the secrets of the Fortress of Steelblood?" He guessed her intentions, but she explained that she was not interested in the fortress or the alliance. She was only worried about the 9 sects combat techniques. If Jong tells, she will let him live. The deal was offered. But Jong replied, "Why is the Great Lakes full of incompetent bastards?" He noted that it was not profitable because he was on the verge of death. She asked if it was because of a parasite in his blood. Jong reacted sharply to this remark. She called him a punisher for the traitors of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. The parasite in his body was a means of control that punishes treason. She noted that Jong had refused her mercy. His life and death are completely dependent on the ruler of the Celestial Alliance, and he can never betray him. She added that by freeing him from the parasite, all ties with the Alliance would be severed, and the only thing she would require was knowledge of his technique. She also explained that, thanks to the art of the God of Death, she knew poisons and could destroy the parasite on her own. Jong lowered his head and was silent for a few seconds, deep in thought. He stood silently, clutching his sword tightly in his hand. I only listened to her promises of freedom. All it took was to teach her the art of the 9 sects. The response was loud laughter, and Jong spoke. He asked her if she really believed that the Alliance was only pursuing him because he had fled. This was a surprise to her. He added that as one of the 10 strongest masters, He had long known how to get rid of the parasite. He needed to become strong enough to break the traps of the Alliance. It took him many years, but now he was on the verge of achieving his goal. When she said she would let him live, he did not believe her, knowing that her words could not be trusted. He has spent 30 years with these scoundrels, and will not allow himself to be deceived anymore. He shouted at the top of his voice, "Get out of the way, you brute!" He warned her that if she left now, she could save her miserable life. She didn't understand how he could talk like that when he could barely stand up. But she was also not the type to allow herself to be humiliated. In her eyes, Chan saw that she realized that he was not going to teach her anything, and she saw in his eyes that he did not believe her promises and knew that she would not leave him alive. Finally, the Demon Queen Kwak showed her true face, shouting, "Die, you useless bastard! Die, you damn old woman!" Jong replied to her with rage. A huge wave of pure power burst from his chest, creating a dome of aura around him. This energy spread, forming a protective barrier that collided with its power. The explosion was so powerful that it destroyed everything around it like a natural disaster. The trees fell under the onslaught of energy, shattering into pieces. But they both continued to stand, clutching swords filled with destructive energy. Kwak had long claws full of power, and she sliced through Chan's arm with them. The pain went through his body like sharp needles piercing every nerve. At that moment, the first elder appeared, holding his sword. "How long has he been standing there?" flashed through Chan's mind when he saw the elder. The elder's sword whistled like lightning, and Chan's legs separated from his body. After that, the sword cut off his hands, and they spun in the air with the blade. The pain was unbearable, and Chan was screaming at the top of his lungs in agony. The Demon Queen and the First Elder defeated him together, acting as a single force. It was the last seconds of his life. There was no chance of saving him. Blood was flowing from his mouth from numerous wounds covering his body. Without a single limb, he fell to his knees, unable to hold on. The Demon Queen took his head in her hands and sarcastically complimented him. "You look even better without your limbs." She decided that his head was also superfluous, and did not want to hear another word. After wishing him a safe journey to the next world, she beamed with joy, like a 17-year-old girl enjoying a murder. It was a real blessing for her. Was this the last moment of his life? He dreamed of a simple life, of being an ordinary man for a moment. Was it really impossible? If only there was a second chance. These thoughts were his last. The main sanctuary of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. The young man is lying unconscious on the bed, motionless. The light from the windows falls on his young body and long hair. Deep in his soul, the words resound. "If I had a second chance..." His eyes open abruptly. He wakes up. Smoke rose lazily from a pipe filled with tobacco. Nitz listened attentively to the man who smoked, and said that the divine teaching was indisputable, and that all demons would eventually fall. The man was the fourth young master of the divine cult. The doctor said that the third one had a pulse. Then the doctor added that Sarian would die that night. Smiling slyly after these words, the fourth lord blew out a smoke and calmly replied, "I see." Everything was going even better than he had hoped. In their youth, Hajin and his friend decided to take a break after a successful murder case. They were young and planning a short vacation, as the leader had ordered them to remain inconspicuous. The boy, holding a strange thing in front of Hajin, asked if he wanted to see it. Opening his hand, he showed a wooden bird figurine carved from wood. Hajin asked if the boy had cut it himself, but he heard an unexpected question in response. "Aren't you tired of being a killer?" The boy wanted to escape no matter what and spend his life free as a bird. He dreamed of settling in a distant village where it smells like fresh grass, not rotting blood. Jong Hajin immediately said that he wanted to go to that village too, but he heard only, "It's not for us." "Why not?" he pleaded, asking to be taken with him. But all he heard in response was an order to shut up. Suddenly, Hajin became older, and blood appeared on his face. It was the blood of his friend who was lying dead on the ground, and Hajin could not understand what had happened. The words were heard nearby. "You were saved, but you refused mercy." The man told him to watch and remember. This is how all those who betray the righteous heavenly alliance end up. The parasite in his blood will judge his betrayal. The face of a demon queen appeared in front of him, shouting that the head was not necessary. Then he saw his face, full of horror. The queen raised his severed head up, holding it in her hands. He jumped out of bed abruptly. It was just a dream, and he screamed in fear. "Is this really just a dream?" he thought, clutching his head with his hands, remembering how he had just been decapitated in a delirium. He looked around, but could not figure out where he was. The room was luxurious, but unfamiliar. Suddenly he heard footsteps. Someone was approaching him. It was a girl named Manhwa, who brought a tray of food for the young master and said it was for him. But when she entered the room, she noticed that the bed was empty, although he should have been lying there recovering from his serious condition. The next moment, he appeared behind her, holding a wand near her food, ready to pierce her at any moment. Quietly, almost in a whisper, he warned her, "Don't make a sound, or I'll cut your throat." He asked, "Who are you?" and whether she was sent from the fortress of Steelblood. Stammering with fear and wide-eyed, she replied that she was his maid named Manhwa, and asked what had happened and if he was okay. The fact that she called him young master confused him even more. He ordered her not to deceive him and to tell him the truth immediately. Who brought him here? "He brought you?" Yunhua asked in surprise, barely holding the tray because she was so scared. She added that he had been here for a long time. He had been unconscious for almost 6 months due to the blockage of the qi, and only a few nights ago he regained consciousness. "What the hell is going on?" he muttered to himself, not understanding how this was possible since he was dead. He asked her once again to stop playing and tell the truth, but she assured him that it was the truth, and she brought him food to eat after he woke up. Turning his head to the right, he saw a mirror and was shocked by what was reflected in it. "What kind of a douchebag is this?" he thought when he saw a thin, emaciated guy in the mirror. The memory of the moment when the first elder cut off his legs flashed before his eyes, and it seemed to him that it was not just a dream. Then what is it? Is it reincarnation? He wondered, confused. He could not understand whether this was his previous life or something new, and how this could have happened at all. Manhwa noticed that something was wrong, because her master was silent for a long time, deep in thought. His face expressed complete incomprehension, and he could not understand where he was and what had happened to him. Frightened, he took a few steps back and stumbled into the door, which began to open. He stuck his head through the open door and held his breath, peering into the room. He could not understand how such a place could exist in Murim. A doctor and a man he didn't know were standing at the door. He had a serious face, a beard, and long hair. "Who the hell is that?" he asked himself over and over again without getting any clues. Suddenly, the man hit his knee sharply on the floor, quickly getting down on one knee. "The divine teachings are indisputable. All demons weep before you," he exclaimed. "Congratulations on your recovery, third young master," the man continued solemnly. Jong could not understand what was happening, but he guessed that it must be a demon cult in Murim. It was evening, and the lamps illuminated the room, bringing light into Murim's world. The man walked across the red carpet straight to the chair where an important person was sitting. At this point, the man repeated the same phrase. "The divine teachings are indisputable, and all demons will fall before you." He announced that the first imperial guard of the divine cult welcomed the ruler of the demons. This man was Mudam, the head of the first imperial guard. Mudam sat directly opposite his master. The gentleman asked him what brought him here today. Mudam said he had an important message. "The third young gentleman regained consciousness," he said. But there was one but. He noted that he had completely lost his strength and was exhausted to the limit. Mudam asked his master what he planned to do with the third young master. "The first Imperial Guard!" the Lord shouted loudly, and this cry echoed in Mudam's ears. The voice of the Lord was so powerful that Mudam's robe blew away as if from a strong gust of wind. The candles in the room almost went out from this powerful voice. Mudam humbly asked to express his master's will. The master ordered that no one bring any more reports until the closing ceremony, which would take place in 3 months. After that, the master closed his eyes, which glowed like hot coals, and did not say a word. As long as his eyes remained open, Mudam looked directly into them without making a sound. As soon as his eyes closed, Mudam bowed low. He said he sincerely hoped to fulfill his master's great will. The Millennium Demonic Cult, founded by Master Murima in ancient times, was the oldest and most destructive demonic organization. This cult was the strongest in the martial arts, and its name inspired fear throughout Murim, becoming a symbol of chaos. Although the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Steelblood Fortress are superior in numbers, these 3 forces, together with the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon, are known in the world as the Mighty Triad, with the Heavenly Demon being the most destructive of all groups. And this is where Jong ended up. He could not understand how he got here. Was this really reality? He pondered this as he looked out onto the street. But why? He asked himself again and again. And why a demon cult? He needed to pull himself together, remain unbroken, understand the situation, and plan further actions. Last night, Chan went out. He used the technique of stealth to follow people unnoticed. Having overheard the conversations, he learned that the strongest disciple of the demonic cult, the third young master, had awakened, and a new bloody struggle for power would soon begin. People discussed that he had lost all his skills after 6 months of coma due to the blockage of qi. But if there was anything left, The nickname Monster was justified. They warned him to stay away from him because he could be very dangerous. Jong heard all this while hiding on the roof. He realized that the body he was in belonged to a master of creating problems, a real monster. How did this person ever live? Now Jong was absolutely sure that it was a demonic cult. To escape from here, he had to think carefully about a plan. He left only for a short time, but the technique of stealth exhausted him to the limit. Looking in the mirror at his fragile body, he was grateful for at least this life, whatever it was. He looked at his exhausted arm and realized that the first thing he needed to do was restore his body. Sitting down in a meditation position, he began to breathe deeply and concentrate. Closing his eyes, he tried to feel all the energy points of his body. As he suspected, all 8 meridians were in disarray. He decided to clear this small and stagnant center of energy. Look for the truth in the midst of chaos, break through the emptiness, open the channels of life, and the world will give you good luck. After these words, the temperature in the room began to rise. The air became heavy and thick. Through the infinity technique, Chan began to expel stagnant energy from his body. His body shone with blue light, and energy flowed out of him like an ocean, restoring his vitality. Updating the techniques of the 9 sects from his past life, he created his own, the infinite technique. For a person without high status, this technique was a real salvation. At that moment, he realized that he had to follow the same path. After finishing the meditation, he began to open his eyes. He wasn't sure if this was the limit of his abilities, but even small victories are still victories. The room was eerily quiet. Time had passed since he woke up, and he could feel it. And no one came to visit him except the doctor. The girl who brought him food on a tray still trembled with fear every time she approached him. Even among demons, this scoundrel was called a monster, and Chan realized that he was a real pain in the ass. But until he understood everything, he had to act carefully without haste. 3 months have passed. The smoke from the pipe rose in the same way as 3 months ago. A question was asked of the man. 3 months have passed, and the third young gentleman is just eating and recovering. Nothing else has happened, but he is recovering quickly. Although the doctor said that the stronger a person is, the more he or she can suffer, it was very strange even for him. The 4th young master of the heavenly demon divine cult, Hong Yoman, exhaled smoke from his pipe. Afterward, he admitted that the 3rd young master always exceeds his expectations. The doctor asked what to do next. I asked the doctor when Rin would arrive. The doctor replied that it would probably be very soon. Hong Yoman recalled that Rin's last visit was about 6 months ago, if his memory serves him correctly. He felt that something interesting was coming and ordered the doctor to continue observing and reporting. At that moment, his fist hit the wall hard, breaking the silence. His hands beat on the wall. The stone, hard as concrete, did not give way easily. Jong trained tirelessly to get his body back in shape. He practiced each punch with precision, delivering hundreds of blows in one go. Jong mastered a 2-sided stance to attack from both the left and right. He trained so intensely that the ground under his feet, made of stone, began to crack from the strain. He also practiced energy punches, not forgetting the power of his inner energy. Thanks to constant training, his technique became more and more refined, and his punches were so precise that they cut through the air. His workouts were so loud that they could be heard even on the street. Sweat was pouring down his body because he was giving it his all. After the training, the entire room looked trashed. The floor was covered with dents, the walls were damaged, and the wooden mannequins were broken into pieces. For the past 3 months, he has been trying to get his body back to normal, and he has finally managed to expel the stagnant and demonic energy. MANHUA brought him food regularly and fed him well to support his recovery. To fully recover, he needed to eat a lot to regain his strength. But one day, when he turned the bowl over to his mouth, he felt something strange. There was a giant beetle with numerous legs in the bowl, which was disgusting. The beetle fell to the floor, and the contents of the bowl spilled out with it. "What happened?" asked Yunhua, noticing his reaction. Suddenly, he began to feel a powerful energy and heard a voice in his head. "Did you really think you could run away from the righteous heavenly alliance, you idiot?" The man seemed to hover over him as he continued. "I made you the best killer in the world. And what did you do in return? Even after you die, you will not be rid of the righteous heavenly alliance," the voice repeated, and Jong felt the parasite activate again in his body. He felt the parasite begin to act inside, reawakening old torments. "Young master," Enhua's voice repeated it several times, and Jong looked up at her. "What?" She just asked if he was okay. He looked at the plate and wondered if it was just a vision. Bowing, Enhua said she would leave if he needed nothing else. Jong looked up and thought, "Is this the new life I've always dreamed of?" But one question haunted him. Would he be able to be free now? After a hard workout, he changed into his usual everyday clothes. He heard someone talking outside the door. Could it be that scoundrel from the demonic cult? He thought, listening warily. The door suddenly opened without a knock, slamming loudly against the wall. A beautiful girl came in and said, "It's been a long time." Jong could not answer because he did not even know who she was. Next to her was Yunhua, who was slapped for trying to stop the girl to report her arrival first. Because of this, Chan looked at the girl, not understanding who she was or what she wanted. Without saying anything, she simply walked into the room, glanced at Chan, and noted that he looked better than she expected. Chan realized that he needed to think quickly about how to get out of this situation. "Are you going to leave me standing like this?" she asked, adding that she would like a cup of tea. Jong decided that the best way out was to run away and said that he urgently needed to leave. At the same moment, the girl snapped her fingers. 2 huge shadows appeared over Chan. Her 2 bodyguards immediately stopped him, not allowing him to leave. They blocked the exit from the room with their massive bodies. The girl started a dialogue, saying that she needed to discuss something with the 3rd young master and did not know how long it would take. She ordered the guards to stop any attempts to escape, to which they unanimously replied that they would comply. After that, the door slammed shut in front of Chong, locking him inside. The girl sat down and invited him to do the same, noting that they had a lot to discuss. Chong stood with his back turned to her and pondered, looking at the door, not knowing what to do. He said that he hadn't had time to rest after his workout and asked her to wait until he changed. She agreed, but said it would be great if he had no other plans. One quick glance at her made it clear that she was not normal. Jong had no choice, so he asked Yunhua to come with him. Yunhua didn't understand why he was saying that, but he kept asking her, "Who are you?" He explained that after waking up from chi blockage, his head splits, so he can't remember anything clearly. The girl began to cry and said, "Young master, you cannot leave us so early!" He was surprised. "Why do I have to die?" Because he had just regained consciousness. Yunhua began to explain that her name was Hong Yurin. She was a demoness associated with a religious center for inner enlightenment, working for it, and came from the Yoksa family, part of the demon cult. She was so strong that she was considered the most talented student, performed all tasks flawlessly, and was recognized as a heroine by the head of the cult himself, and is also the younger sister of the 4th young master. Chan realized that the main question was why she came to him, and what kind of relationship they had. The details remained unknown even to Ankvi, but she noted that he had met with her frequently during the last month before his coma. This meant that their relationship was clearly not easy. Jong thanked her for her explanation and asked her how her face felt after the slap. Jong assumed that she was in pain after the slap, so he asked her to go rest. Such attention from him seemed strange to Envy, because in his past life he was constantly yelling at her and wishing her dead. After that, Jong went into the room where the girl was waiting and asked her what had brought her here. She was surprised by the question and its unusual tone, because it had changed. She wondered what was wrong with him, because now he was different, like heaven and earth compared to the past. Even the sparkle in his eyes had faded. She realized that the rumors about his loss of fighting skills were true. She decided not to hide anything and get right down to business, realizing that this was the best option. She pulled out 2 pieces of paper and explained that it was a contract with seals, asking if he remembered. She added that if someone violates the conditions or finds themselves in a situation where they are forced to do so, they will be punished. The total amount of money she invested in his treatment was about 1,000 naira, and to this were added other expenses that exceeded 2,000 naira. She decided not to mention the small things, saying that they were already close. Then Chan realized that he was being supported with money and medicine by the younger sister of the 4th young master. The total amount was 6,000 naira, and she asked him to return the money immediately, or to sign a contract on when he could repay the debt. Using the situation with his condition and blocked key, she made herself look like a victim, canceled the contract, and now demanded a refund. She ignored the fact that he was bedridden all this time. Jong, meanwhile, was thinking about how to get a reputation and become rich again to solve his problems. This girl interfered in things that did not concern her. Jong said that he could easily pay off such a sum. He asked Hu to prepare paper, brushes, and ink. He didn't care if she got into trouble. The main thing was to give her what she wanted, and he was planning to leave anyway. This carefree demeanor made her wary of the 3rd young master signing contracts so easily. Although he was not overly intellectually gifted, his calmness made her suspicious. Because of this, she decided to tell Chan something else. Leaning back in her chair, she proudly declared that if he could not return the money, he would be forced to appear at her first call. She seemed intent on treating him like a loyal dog. This petty humiliation got on Chan's nerves. She got up from her chair and asked if that was all. She then explained that the contract would be in effect until she received her money, and until then they had to treat each other with respect. An insidious smile lit up her face, and she looked him straight in the eye. "Respectfully?" asked Jong, looking at her suspiciously. He asked if she really believed that he would respect her after signing such a contract. Chan then asked Wu to call the commander of the Imperial Guard. "Why are you calling him all of a sudden?" Hong Yurin asked in surprise. The door opened, and there stood Mudam. His greeting always began with the words, "The divine teachings are unquestionable. All demons will fall down before you. I welcome the third young master." After that, he asked how he could be of service. "Get the cart ready," Jong asked briefly, adding that he needed it. Mudam tried to remind Chan of his weak body condition, but Chan returned to him and said that he was going to the Demon Lord, and ordered him to prepare a cart and inform the Lord of his visit. He said again, "Tell him that the third disciple wants to meet his master." "It will be done," Mudam replied. He promised to send a letter to the palace, and as soon as he received permission, he would begin to prepare the cart. In a frightened voice, Yurin turned to Chan. "What's wrong?" he asked, adding that he couldn't take it anymore and suggested that she find out if the Demon Lord thought their contract was fair. She asked if he was condemning them both to death and what he was trying to achieve by doing so. Jong ignored her question and only asked if she saw any problem with it. Yurin, trembling with fear, muttered that if the Lord found out about this contract, even Jong would be in danger. He agreed, recognizing that he could be punished or even expelled for this, given that he had lost all his fighting skills. But he asked, "What about you? Everyone knows how wonderful your family is, but this excuse doesn't always work. The worst-case scenario is arrest, and there is no way to avoid it. An arrest for improper upbringing of his daughter could mean that the entire Yak's family is at risk." Fear did not leave her face. Tears streamed down her cheeks and forehead. Waving, Jong said he had a walk planned and would be leaving. She shouted after him, "Wait!" She asked if he really didn't want to become supreme ruler. "As a ruler, with such a position? That's ridiculous," he replied calmly. Then he asked if she had come here knowing that he had no chance. "I'll see you at the Lord's palace," he said as she clenched her fist in anger. He had barely taken a few steps forward when he heard her question. "What should I do?" He turned and asked, "What are you talking about?" She repeated, "What do I need to do?" "Checkmate," Chan thought, turning to look at her. She asked again, "What do I have to do to keep you from going to the Demon Lord?" A moment later, Jong's hand held the contract. He put it right up to her nose and asked her to tear it. He demanded that she personally cut him to pieces. His thoughts drifted back to his past life. Wasn't this hell enough for him? He had come here to find peace, to settle somewhere in a forgotten countryside where it smells like fresh grass, not rotten blood. He remembered the words of his friend who had once dreamed of the same thing, and these memories captured him again. Next to his friend was a little boy, also dead. People searched every corner, but found no one else. Someone else had to be responsible for the betrayal of the Alliance, so Jong ordered the area to be searched again. His eyes fell again on the same horrific scene. A little boy was clutching a wooden bird figurine in his hand. Jong approached him, put his sword on the ground, and sat down next to him. He carefully took the bloody bird from the boy's hand. Looking at it, he began to think about the meaning of life. Who has the right to take a life? Who can give it? Suddenly a sound came from the road, and Jong turned his head sharply. At that time his people were already dead. Everyone on his way was killed by this guy. His gaze was as cold as ice. The guy was rapidly approaching Chan, who was sitting next to the dead boy. Like a ninja, he rushed forward with incredible speed. On his way, he killed another soldier, cutting off part of his sword. He ran so fast that it was hard to see him and grabbed the body of the little boy. Chan did not have time to realize what had happened. Only a drop of the boy's blood fell on his face. Tears were streaming down the boy's face from the pain he felt holding the dead child in his arms. "Wait!" exclaimed Jong, asking them to listen to him, explaining that they were following orders to kill the traitors of the Alliance. "I really didn't know," Jong repeated, making excuses, trying to find an understanding. He came closer to the guy who was crying over the dead body and, standing behind him, said again, "I didn't know." The guy could hardly contain his rage and cried loudly. He asked Chan, "Is killing people just a job for you?" "Taking the lives of others. Is it really that easy for you?" he repeated, his voice desperate. Chan came closer and tried to take him by the shoulders to calm him down. But the guy pulled away and shouted that the killer did not know what real life was. He shouted that he would curse him even in the afterlife, and that Chan's life would turn into the suffering of those he had killed. This flashback weighed heavily on Chan, reminding him of his past life. Riding in the wagon, Chan could not stop thinking about those he had killed and the curse that now hung over him. The girl was holding a handkerchief in front of her, with a strand of hair that symbolized something for her. It was the hair of the master's servants, who even helped him dress. They looked after him, following his every order. "I congratulate you on the realization of your great will, Lord of Demons," the room heard. These were the words the master heard when he entered his room. Reaching for a glass decorated with dragon patterns, he took a sip. His clothes were also decorated with images of dragons. Holding a bowl with the same patterns in his hand, he asked if it was true that the third student wanted to meet him. "Yes," the servant replied, adding that the carriage had already been sent to his residence and that the third student would arrive soon. The owner turned to the head of the Imperial Guard and asked him to listen. At this time, he was pouring himself a drink from a glass. Mudam was looking forward to being told something concrete. But the owner took his time, sipping after sipping. Then he calmly ordered the third disciple to be escorted to the demonic pavilion of justice. The mention of the demonic pavilion of justice surprised Mudam, but he didn't ask again, just watched in silence as the owner poured himself a second drink. By then, Mudam had already realized everything. He bowed and said that his master's will would be done. The owner had a hard life, and it must have been difficult for him to manage everything under the constant supervision of his servants. "Is it really winter already?" he wondered, not noticing how quickly the seasons pass. It was very cold, and Chan couldn't get used to the aura of chaos that appeared every time the doctor checked his pulse. After the examination, the doctor noted that over the past few days, the damaged veins had recovered a bit, and not only them. Although Chan was taking herbs and receiving treatment, his regenerative abilities were incredible. This surprised the doctor. The look the doctor gave him seemed strange. Why was this man staring so intently? The doctor apologized by bowing to Jong, explaining that he was impressed by the speed of the patient's recovery. Dr. Chong had no idea of the doctor's true intentions. The doctor believed that at this rate, glaucoma treatment would no longer be necessary, and advised Chan to focus on a healthy diet and the best healing potions. Jong expressed a desire to ask the doctor something. "What are these best healing potions?" he asked, as this was the first time he had heard of them. The doctor began to explain about these healing potions. He called it a decoction of healing herbs to restore energy, which helps in the treatment process. The broth is made by craftsmen and served only to high-ranking members of the main sanctuary. Jong thought about it. Energy restoration? Whatever they call it, it's just medicine. If this decoction really helps, I will recover even faster, he reasoned. The doctor said he would return in 2 days and wished Chan a speedy recovery. This town seemed quite unusual to Chan. Simply put, he found him gloomy and unwelcoming. Looking out the window, his thoughts returned to the Demon Lord. It seemed that their meeting was inevitable, and Chan wondered what kind of person this lord was. There was not a single soul in Kanho who did not recognize the absolute power of the Supreme Demon. This was a well-known fact, for he was considered the most powerful personality in the heavens. He never used his powers to the fullest, but was still recognized as the most powerful creature in Murama. A meeting with him could be extremely dangerous. On the table in front of Chong were several torn papers. There was still much he did not know about the demon cult, and perhaps he should have been more careful. He remembered what Yurin had said about being rude to a high-ranking official of the holy demon cult. But Jong couldn't stand it. He hadn't been reborn to be someone's lapdog. If it weren't for that damn Hong Yurin contract, I wouldn't have had to come here, he thought with irritation. His thoughts were interrupted by the girl's gentle voice coming from the side. It was Hua, who told me that the Supreme Demon Palace had sent a message that they could prepare to leave. The carriage was waiting. If that was the case, Jong decided he had to see him in person, without question. Taking a deep breath, he set off. The wooden wheels of the carriage rattled on the road they were traveling to the palace. Soon, he arrived at the owner's house. He was told that the Demon Lord had sent him to the Demon Justice Pavilion. A moment later, he was standing looking at the giant mountains, their foothills shrouded in fog. What kind of place is this? The demonic pavilion of justice, he thought. What worried him even more was that the pavilion was located on top of one of these mountains, and right there, the owner was waiting for him. The wine tasted even better than usual today. Sipping it sip by sip, the owner was lost in thought. Meanwhile, Jong approached the long staircase, thinking about the place he had been brought to. Looking around, he thought it looked like the center of a demonic cult. The large number of guards alarmed him even more. This reminded him of the moment when he was caught by the duo of the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Fortress of Steel Blood. High-ranking masters were around. This place was like a lair of dragons or tigers, where one mistake could cost you your life. After walking a long way up the stairs, they finally found themselves in front of a door built right into the stone. Stopping in front of this door, the man who accompanied Chong said, "We're here. It's called the Demonic Pavilion of Justice, but it's not a pavilion at all," Jong reflected. However, there was no time for fear. He pulled himself together and prepared for the next step. You have to move confidently, as if everything is under control, because every step can determine your fate. The door creaked open, and they held their breath, waiting for Jong to come inside. Stepping forward, he whispered to himself, "Don't panic, Young-hajin. You are about to meet the Demon Lord himself." After walking a few meters, his face was illuminated by a blinding light, and surprise was evident in every feature. A new world opened up before him. Flowers bloomed, and the sun shone brighter than ever. He was convinced that it was winter, but everything around him was in full bloom, as if it were the height of summer. Jong thought, "No, it looks more like spring," as he looked at the deer calmly drinking water from the stream. This picture resembled a dream. Birds were warming themselves on the branches, and the silence was almost perfect. The bunny quietly ran up from the side, and for a moment, Chon thought he was in a dream. Maybe it's all an illusion, he thought, trying to find an explanation. Because how else can you explain that winter reigns outside this place? He had always dreamed of leaving Kanho and finding peace in the green countryside. And this place was the realization of his dream. This is probably the most perfect illusion, he thought as he approached the trees, which were full of flowers. As he touched the petals, he felt himself slowly sinking into slumber, when a loud voice snapped him out of it. "Come here, quickly!" Jong turned around and exclaimed, startled, "Wow, you scared me pretty good!" Suddenly, a pavilion appeared nearby, which hadn't been there a second ago, as if it had materialized out of thin air. Chon was stunned. This place appeared literally before his eyes. He noticed a figure inside, mysterious and silent. In front of him, with his back to Chon, stood the owner with long braids that fell over his clothes decorated with golden dragons. As if under a spell, Jong began to walk toward the pavilion without realizing why. He was overcome with a strange feeling. His legs seemed to move by themselves, beyond his control. Each step seemed confident, but it wasn't his feet that led him to the pavilion. It was something else. From inside came the sound of the owner quietly pouring white wine into a glass, the murmur of it filling the silence. Jong suddenly realized that he had been mesmerized and he could not resist it. The first step is life, the second is death. The owner silently drank his wine, seemingly measuring time. Jong began to wonder if this was how the third of his comrades had imagined this demonic pavilion of justice. His feet stopped just in front of the pavilion, which stood on the very edge of a cliff, behind which an abyss opened. His murderous instinct screamed one thing: this place was a deadly threat. His inner sense of danger told him that he shouldn't stay here. Preparing for any turn of events, he clenched his fist tightly, feeling the tension build. Jong convinced himself that it was not his style to back down. It went against everything he believed in. If he really wants to break free from the demonic cult and start a new life, a meeting with the Demon Lord is inevitable. As he climbed the stairs, he could only see the feet of the owner standing in front of him. Will I really meet him? Thoughts were constantly swarming in his head. The ninth heavenly demon, known as the Heavenly Demon, stood at the top of the cult's hierarchy. Step by step, Jong approached, closing the distance between them. He tried to keep his face serious, so as not to attract too much attention. This man, Lee Jong-sang, proved by his very presence that he was worthy of being here. His gaze pierced so deeply that everyone who encountered him unwittingly asked himself the question, "Do I deserve to live?" Several other people stood in front of the entrance, silent and reserved as shadows. Mudam and his men came up and asked if the third owner had already entered the pavilion. "Yes," they replied, and he asked if he was worried about something. The only response was the silence that reigned over the pavilion. The servant apologized for the inappropriate question and retreated with a low bow before the first head of the guard. During the entire reign of the Demon Lord, outsiders managed to enter the Demon Pavilion of Justice only twice. The first case occurred more than 25 years ago, leaving behind a legend that has been passed down from generation to generation. This happened when the Master took the first disciple under his wing, changing the course of events. The servant immediately realized that the Mudam was referring to him as that first disciple. However, this was not the case. The Mudam explained that the first young owner became an apprentice exactly 20 years ago. This meant that there was another student before the first master about whom only a few people knew. That mysterious disciple died in the demonic pavilion of justice, torn to pieces as if torn by wild beasts. Mudam reassured him that if the Lord had intended to kill him, he would not have invited him to the pavilion. "And who was the other person who entered the pavilion?" the servant asked, still nervous. The chief strategist, smiling a subtle smile, answered briefly, He was an incredibly influential person who reached the heights not by force, but by sharp mind and strategic thinking. He was the second person to dare to enter the demonic pavilion of justice." The servant began to sweat nervously as he listened to the story, his admiration and fear merging into one. "Yes, he walked in with his head held high and with unshakable confidence," Mudam continued. "And today, the demonic pavilion of justice opened its doors for the third time. Now, the only question is, will the third young owner manage to get out of there alive? What's next for him? What would be the next step?" Lee poured himself a third glass of wine as if it were a normal evening. Lee Chong-san could not contain his surprise when he first saw the Demon Lord. Before him stood the master of all living beings, whose aura of dominance could be felt even from a distance. There was no hint of weakness, which only emphasized the illusory nature of this place and its absolute power. He emanated an aura of invincible power that cemented his status as one of the 10 strongest martial artists. He was considered almost immortal, a being who lived in another dimension. Jong was shocked to the core, unable to believe his eyes. He was frightened by the very fact of the master's presence. His aura made Chan slap his cheeks to get his thoughts in order. The Lord was slowly holding a cup of wine in his hands, demonstrating absolute control. Holding out a vessel of wine to Chan, the master gestured for him to take a drink. He bowed respectfully and thanked him for his generosity. The flavor of the wine was so intense that Chan wondered when he had last had the opportunity to taste something like this. The wine felt like a healing elixir, and Jong drank it in one gulp, enjoying every drop. At this point, Lee asked directly, why did Jong seek a meeting with him? Holding out a second cup of wine, the master asked what had brought him here. Chan realized that the master didn't like long conversations, so he decided to get straight to the point and be frank. He directly expressed his request without hiding his intentions, ready for any response. "And what is this request?" asked the overlord, looking intently into his eyes, as if penetrating his very soul. Jong put the second empty vessel on the table and quietly began to mutter to himself, as if trying to calm himself down. He wondered why he was suddenly hesitating, since he had once been one of the most powerful martial artists. Finally daring, he blurted out a question. Would there be any problems if he left the cult? But when he grabbed his head, he realized that he had said something wrong. He should have asked for permission to temporarily go out and get some fresh air. The overlord was silent, which only increased the tension in the air. After a few seconds, he calmly asked, "Do you want to leave the cult?" Jong opened his eyes wide, realizing that his honesty seemed to be working for him. The lord held out his vessel and asked Chan to pour more wine, keeping his expression unruffled. Jong was so nervous that he felt control slipping from his hands. The neutral expression on the overlord's face only increased the tension of the situation. Chan's request seemed so incomprehensible that the master asked again, "Do you want to temporarily leave or permanently leave the cult?" "Don't you like being my student?" the master asked calmly, but his voice was slightly threatening. No, that's not what I meant at all." Jong waved his hands frantically, trying to explain his words. The next question from Lee was even harder. "Did you give up because your body was completely exhausted?" Jong barely had time to answer, as Lee continued to bombard him with questions about his endurance and limits. Finally, Lee lowered his head and spoke softly. "This is a big disappointment." Jong seized the chance and quickly explained that he had no plans to cut ties with the cult, but that he had just come to his senses and had lost his fighting skills. He admitted that he really wanted to get back in shape, but it was much harder than he expected. So he decided that a change of scenery and fresh air might help. The owner listened attentively, not saying a word, but his eyes were intent. Chan began to worry whether he had offended the master with his words, because this was exactly the request he had come with. Suddenly, the master became angry and violently grabbed the cup of wine, which made Chan tense. Jong instantly wondered whether he should apologize and how to act in this situation, because his nerves were on edge. Lee asked coldly, "Did you only meet with me to ask for permission to leave?" Chan, lowering his head, began to mumble uncertainly, confused about his motives. Had he really met with the master just to ask for permission to go for a walk? Despite everything, the master continued to calmly pour the wine, remaining silent. Jong tried to concentrate and quickly come up with a suitable explanation that would mitigate the situation. Finally, he thought to say that he just wanted to see the master, as he had not had the opportunity for a long time. These words were pleasant to the master, and his face softened a little, It seemed that the Overlord's reaction was no longer as negative as it had been up to that point. Jong continued, adding that despite his current state, he always feels obligated as a disciple, and will never be able to repay the master for even a small part of his kindness. Jong tried to touch Li's emotions, hoping that it would move him and make him change his attitude. But the master, without any sign of emotion, simply handed Chan a bowl of wine. As soon as Jong touched the bowl, it instantly crumbled into dust, as if it had never existed. At that moment, the master rose and, approaching Chan, stood directly in front of him. "Wow, it's huge," thought Chan, looking down at it, feeling very small. The Lord began to say that if Chan really knew his duties, he would not have dared to appear before him in such a miserable state. For a moment, a thought flashed through Chan's mind. Has he realized that another soul lives in this body? Perhaps he guessed because of his piercing eyes, which glowed blue like the sky before a storm. The master seemed to see right through him, penetrating right into his soul, and Chan couldn't think of what to say next. When the Overlord turned his back, it seemed for a moment that the danger was over, and Chan breathed a sigh of relief. The Lord walked to the edge of the cliff and looked thoughtfully at the estate that lay between two majestic mountains. He grabbed the beam with his hands, and dust began to fall from his palms like a sign of the times. Trying to find out the Overlord's reaction, Jong said he would return in 3 days. However, he never found out whether his request was approved or whether he was now banned from leaving the place altogether. Chan stood in hesitation, waiting for some hint or word from the master to see if he could accomplish his plan. Instead of answering, the Overlord spoke softly. "The demonic pavilion of justice under a clear sky overlooking green fields. It's been a long time since I've seen a view like this," he said, gazing into the distance as if remembering something from long ago. But the day was already coming to an end, and darkness was slowly enveloping everything around. Li continued to pour wine as he had during the day because he always found a kind of pleasure in it. Every time he poured himself another drink, he repeated that it was a reward for his tireless work. He spoke these words to Mudam, who thanked him respectfully and assured him that it was a great honor. Mudam, sitting on his knees next to his master, would turn over a bowl of wine and drink it in one gulp to the bottom. After drinking, he asked Li what was happening to the third student. Mudam replied that the disciple was recovering at his home, trying to come to his senses after the recent events. Li asked if that was all, if there was any more news about him. While playing with his creature, a mythical sea serpent called an emoji, Li noticed that Jong looked pretty good. According to legend, an emoji must live for 1,000 years in the water to become a dragon. Li picked up Chong 10 years ago, mistaking him for an emoji, and imagine his disappointment when he discovered that it was just a poisonous snake. But today, looking at Chan, Li saw a magical pearl on his lips, and something in him changed. As Jong gradually moved away from evil, he began to understand the essence of death and his path to it. The demonic pavilion of justice is a place where evil is judged, and everyone who enters it faces their darkest sins. Those who are guilty are invited here by the Lord of Demons himself, and it is he who carries out the final judgment over them. The demonic pavilion of justice reflects the heart and soul of the one who enters, showing his conscious and subconscious state. If the Overlord does not like the prisoner, the formation will attack him on his orders. And as soon as the prisoner is tempted to kill, he will be killed in the most brutal way. The formation is capable of revealing the true intentions of the person entering. This is the highest level of magic that only a demon lord can break through. Li's next question was about the care of the secluded bamboo grove, whether everything was in order. Mudam said that the Elder's Court staff supervises her daily, and usually there are about 5 accidents a month, but there have been no deaths in the last 4 months. Li opened a small box and ordered the Elder Court workers to temporarily withdraw from the grove. His intention was to send the third student to a secluded bamboo grove for further testing. Mudam heard this decision, but his thoughts were full of anxiety. He did not know what to say. Leah took a small mouse out of the box, without any explanation. He placed this mouse as food for his animal, which was waiting for a treat. With a calm expression on his face, Li watched what was happening before his eyes, without any emotion. He watched indifferently as the mouse's blood flew around as if it were part of a ritual. Mudam only answered briefly, "Yes, to a secluded bamboo grove." He was convinced that this was the best place for Chan to breathe fresh air and find peace. In fact, this place was incredibly interesting, as if it had been torn out of another reality. 8 mysterious creatures lived there, each of which made the place even more mysterious and unpredictable. Walking through the dense bamboo, Chan could barely contain himself when a 2-headed chameleon suddenly jumped at him. "What is wrong with you? Why is everyone trying to destroy me?" thought Chan. trying to make sense of what was happening around him. He just wanted some peace, away from the four walls. But instead he was thrown into a wild, almost unreal world. What did I do to be sent to this terrible place, alone? Thought Chan, anger boiling inside him. Standing in the middle of an endless bamboo forest, he broke down and shouted at the top of his voice, "Demon Lord, you are a real bastard!" If Lee really thought this place was perfect for a vacation, he is definitely a piece of shit. But the moment Jong was seething with anger, an energy wave appeared behind him, and someone asked him to apologize, reminding him that his words about the great heavenly demon were unnecessary. He added that any rude or insulting statement against the Overlord entails the death penalty without the right to pardon. There are no exceptions, even for those in high positions. Without hesitation, Jong replied that he should have listened better, because he did not mean to offend the master. "Oh, of course, it was just a misunderstanding," the stranger replied sarcastically, apologizing with a wry smile. Chan thought that this guy had such authority that for these dark bastards from the demon cult, he was even higher than the emperor. In fact, he was only one of the elders, but his influence was felt in every movement. After these formalities, Ma Dongping solemnly greeted Jong, feeling incredibly important. He announced that he was now Chong's humble servant, and as the third leader of the Council of Elders of the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, he was honored to be his bodyguard. In fact, Jong was deeply indifferent to all this honor. He only wanted Ma to stay away from him. But Ma Dongping, ignoring this, began to swear on his own life, promising to protect Chong until his last breath. Chan dreamed of only one thing, that this intrusive man would finally shut up. Time passed, and Chong, having no choice, began to adapt to the new conditions and Ma's presence. However, his mind was filled with many questions and doubts about his further actions. Standing among the dense bamboo thickets, he felt hopelessly trapped, as if the palm trees around him reflected his despair. In the end, he was left alone, and his red eyes expressed sadness and depression. The situation was getting worse and worse. He saw no way out of this strange place. No matter how hard he tried, all his attempts failed, and sometimes he could not even hold back tears of powerlessness. In a fit of rage, he beat his head against the bamboo, screaming how much he hated these demonic bastards. All he wanted was to go for a walk, and they sent him into this terrible trap. Chan realized that this path would not be easy. No one promised him easy solutions, so he decided not to waste time on idle thoughts. Suddenly it dawned on him. Why does he want to leave the cult at all? Ever since he had been in the body of the third young master, he had had a bad feeling. Ta Cheon decided that one day he would escape from here, but it was impossible now, so he would have to temporarily play the role of the third young master. To survive in this body, Chan realized that he needed strength. He simply must become stronger. Otherwise, his fate will be decided without his participation. The ideology of survival of the fittest is more deeply rooted in the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult than in any other Murim groups. It cannot sit idly by, waiting to be recognized as untalented and discarded like trash. Sooner or later, he will be forced to take the path of martial arts, regardless of whether it will bring him salvation or death. And now Jong has made a decision. No more concessions, no more compromises. From now on, he will walk with his head held high. From behind the bamboo thickets, Ma Dongping was always watching him from behind, never leaving him out of sight. But it was at that moment that Chan accidentally spotted him, and his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. Ma Dongping emerged from the thicket, only to announce that the food was ready, and asked Chong to come to the table. Jong again asked Ma not to touch him, repeating what he had said before, he needed to be alone. But Ma persisted, reminding him that they had been here for 2 days, and in that time, Jong had not even taken a single sip of water. Looking at him nervously, Jong asked, "Why do you always appear so suddenly, like a devil out of a snuff box?" "Yes, master," Ma replied with unwavering calm, making Chan think that this guy was really impenetrable. Time in this place seemed to fly at breakneck speed, and every moment seemed like a lost chance. And so, 3 days after entering the lonely bamboo grove, Jong decided to start with the infinity technique to strengthen not only his body but also his soul, in preparation for the challenges ahead. Meditation became an integral part of this process, helping him to find harmony and strength within himself. The circulation of chi energy during the infinity technique was completely different this time, and the feeling of power awakened every part of his body. "Have I really reached the level of circulation at the third power level?" ran through Chan's mind as his body was overwhelmed with new energy. There are 5 stages of the infinity technique. In his previous life as an assassin king, Chan reached the top of the 4th stage, where the unity of martial skills and physical condition of the body is more important than even enlightenment. And yet, even in this weakened body that had experienced chi blockage, he was at the top of the 3rd stage of power, literally a step away from the 4th. Perhaps this guy really is a genius. In addition, the cleaning technique was activated automatically, enhancing its achievements. This technique purified the air around them, absorbing the turbid chi that stagnated in the space and turning it into a part of its power. The air around him became crystal clear, and the absorbed turbid chi energy became part of his power through the infinity technique. With the purified air, his ability to absorb strength increased significantly, which accelerated his progress through the strength levels. This meant only one thing: he would return to his previous level much faster than he could ever have thought. He felt this progress in every cell of his body, as the power gradually filled him. And at that moment, Chan realized that he was ready to take the next step, to rise to the next level. The transition to the 4th stage of power became a reality when, during meditation, an explosion of blue flame, which was chi energy, burst out of his body, flying straight into the sky as if to symbolize his rebirth. It was 5 days after he entered the lonely bamboo grove, and his recovery was impressive. Now everything was ready. His body was completely restored. Every part of him was filled with new strength. The damaged blood vessels and vital organs healed, becoming even stronger than before, making life in the grove much easier than he expected. Even his hair became deeply dark like starless nights, a testament to his recovery and growing strength. In addition, he ate to his heart's content, because Ma took care of all the food issues, providing him with everything he needed. Sleep became an integral part of his recovery, and Chan enjoyed this time while Ma Dongping was doing other things. And now, he was able to use the abilities he once had in his previous life again. In his past, as an assassin king, he developed an incredible sensitivity that often saved his life. Frequent encounters with death and the experience of a hired killer left a deep imprint on him, forcing him to be always on guard. Martial arts, which enhanced this sensitivity, became his main weapon and the best tool for survival. His greatest power was the 6-power technique of the heavenly grid, which he had mastered in his previous life. The first form of this technique was the all-seeing gaze, which increased the sensitivity of all 5 senses to the maximum, turning them into a real weapon. This form allowed Jong to view the entire space around him without having to turn his head. Jong was delighted with this ability, realizing that it was the fruit of his hard work and experience. But at the same time, he began to hate himself for getting used to this place and new circumstances so quickly. And again, Ma suddenly appeared from behind the bamboo thickets, addressing him. He came again to tell us that the food was ready, and once again scared Chan, who was sure that Ma was deliberately choosing moments to show up unexpectedly. Sometimes it even seemed to Chong that Ma was only pretending to be an idiot to deliberately mock him. After sunset, the demonic monsters became more and more active, which is why Ma Dongping said it was time to return without waiting for danger. Finally, they went home, and Chan was able to focus on the main thing, laying the foundation for the development of his fighting skills. He realized that if he combined the knowledge from his past life with the abilities of this body, he would quickly return to his former power. Ma Dongping walked behind Chong, closing his eyes, sensing something suspicious in the air around him. Among the dense bamboo thickets, he noticed a strange energy that made him wary. Is it a ghost? He thought as he began to scan the space around him. Meanwhile, thanks to the infinity technique, Jong almost completely recovered, regaining his lost strength and energy. He came up with the idea to try to take to the skies and test his new abilities. He jumped up and unexpectedly regained 2 of his skills that allowed him to fly with ease. The boundless technique completely restored his body, and the technique of the 6 heavenly powers restored the sharpness of all his senses, bringing them to perfection. He was flying over the bamboo trees at an incredible speed, bouncing off each trunk. But there was another important thing that needed to be done. The dark energy of Qi, created by combining the hidden techniques of 10 great sects, required his special attention. These 3 martial skills became the basis of his art, which made him a legend and the king of assassins, Zhong Hajin. With these abilities, he will be able to become strong again in the shortest possible time, regaining all his former strength. Flying through the bamboo treetops, he had another brilliant idea. What if he could master the dark shadow Chai technique? The divine cult of the heavenly demon, where he was the 3rd young master of Soryang, might have stored exactly the knowledge he needed to master new techniques. Although he was no longer Zhong Hajin, It was certain that there was some kind of unique art of the celestial demon cult left, and Jong was curious about what kind of technique it was. He came up with an interesting idea and realized that he had to contact Donpil immediately. As soon as he said Donpil's name, he instantly appeared, ready to help and asking what issues needed to be resolved. Jong asked if there were any of his brothers who had not mastered the art of the heavenly demon cult, or perhaps had mastered another martial art that was not demonic. Donpil, a bit embarrassed by the question, apologized as he thought it was almost impossible to answer. Jong continued, asking what would happen if he refused to learn the art of the celestial demon cult. Donpil admitted that he would like to know the answer himself, but he could only assume one thing. If young hosts and hostesses do not learn this art, the consequences can be serious. The Overlord will no doubt be very unhappy with this decision, which can cause unpredictable events. After that, Jong again turned to Donpil with a new task. He ordered him to go to the library immediately and get the necessary knowledge. At the library, Donpil had to declare that he had come with the permission of the third young owner and get access to the materials he needed. He was also tasked with finding and bringing back all the secret manuscripts on the art of the celestial demon cult that he could find. Chan had an interesting idea, and he decided to act immediately without delay. Donpil, as always quick as a flash, was already in the library in a short time, running errands for his master. Donpil sat in front of the Mudan, insistently asking for the secret manuscripts, emphasizing that this was a personal request from the third young master. Mudan was intrigued, because the third young master had to know all these manuscripts. Perhaps he wanted to stimulate himself to new achievements. After apologizing for his persistence, Donpil dared to ask a rude question that had long tormented him. As a bodyguard, he believed he had a right to know the true purpose of his protection, so he decided to be straightforward, even at the risk of being disrespected. He asked if it could be that the third young master had lost his memory after encountering the chi block. Mudan could not give a confident answer to this question, leaving it without a clear explanation. Mudan only recalled how the third young master had once been incredibly talented, but also greedy and arrogant. He saw people of lower rank as nothing more than dust under his feet, but after returning from the chi blockade, he became a completely different person. Manhwa also noticed a change. Sometimes his actions seemed distracted, as if he were in his own thoughts, not focusing on the world around him. On top of that, the fact that he came out alive from the demonic pavilion of justice was a real miracle, which confused the people around him even more. All these details made the Mudan think deeply about the changes in the young master. After much deliberation, the Mudan told Donpil that he understood his concerns, but reassured him that there was no need to worry. The young master is not just anyone, but one of the potential heirs to the cult. And even if he has indeed lost his memories, this does not change his important status. Mudan noted that this is why protecting heirs is a complex and important task, and that is why he chose Donpil. After these words, the Mudan held out a key and asked Donpil to take it, giving him access to secret knowledge. He reminded them that they had only 3 days and asked them to mix this key with other tests, taking 3 to 4 secret manuscripts to study. However, the Mudan still had one more question he wanted to ask Donpil. He asked if Donpil had already informed the young owner about the secluded bamboo grove. Donpil replied that he hadn't yet, but he planned to do so today. Mudan, with a worried sigh, asked if Donpil realized how dangerous this place was, and asked him to take care of the young master's safety. The task was extremely important, and although the bamboo grove was a deadly place, Donpil was ready to do everything possible to avoid any mistakes. Mudan couldn't help but wonder what the demon lord saw in the third young master that made him decide to send him to this place. The secluded bamboo grove is a demonic forest that existed before the creation of the divine cult and stretched over hundreds of thousands of mountains. The 1,000-year-old assassin who killed many demons during the reign of the most powerful first celestial demon played a key role in the cult's formation. It was this grove that helped the cult become one of the most powerful sects. For some people, this grove is a huge gift, an incredibly valuable and desirable treasure. For others, it is a curse that brings only horror and despair. The master was putting the third young master to the test for the second time, allowing him to leave the demonic pavilion of justice. Mudan stood and gazed into the distance, thinking about it. He was extremely curious about what would happen in the secluded bamboo grove, and this question haunted him. Meanwhile, in the most secluded bamboo grove, Jong stared in amazement, hardly believing his eyes, and began to count the books. 1, 2, 4, 17. There were so many books in front of him that he couldn't even count them. and he didn't understand why they brought him so many. Dongpil, smiling, said that it was not much, because he had chosen only the most important ones. Jong, clutching his head, asked, "You call that a little?" There was so much information that Chan felt like he could absorb it endlessly, but time was running out. He realized that if he considered the art of the celestial demon cult inferior to the art of the Celestial Alliance, he would never be able to understand its true nature. One must be impartial in this regard. Donpil said that out of 17 texts, 3 should be returned in 3 days. 3 days? Why 3 days? Asked Chan, squinting his eyes suspiciously. Donpil explained that these 3 books describe the 10 great demonic arts, and these secret texts are available only to the first, second, and third young masters. Dongpil understood. The 10 great demon arts are the pinnacle of martial arts in the heavenly demon cult. If Jong mastered just one, he would be able to dominate all of them, even if he didn't remember it now. Jong noticed Donpil's thoughtful gaze and leaned over to ask him why he was looking at him like that. Donpil, lowering his head, immediately apologized for his disrespect, embarrassed that he had been staring at his master for so long. Then he decided to ask if Jong really didn't remember any of these secret techniques. Suddenly, Jong slammed his hand on the table and began to rise, claiming that he had completely lost his fighting skills after blocking Chi, as he had already explained. Clutching his head in his hands, he confessed that his mind and heart were not what they used to be. He felt that they were both in a secluded bamboo grove, as isolated as he was. With a grim expression on his face, Jong said again that he had to act, but he felt completely helpless. He admitted that he needed to relearn the demonic arts he had forgotten, and begged Donpil to help him regain his former power. Jong called Dongpil his last hope and asked him to bring the cult's weapons at dawn to begin training. Listening to the sincere words of the third master, Donpil could not help but cry and snot, and his lips trembled with emotion. He asked himself, "What the hell is this? Why am I crying?" With an earnestness that Jong had never seen before, Dongpil solemnly declared that he was willing to put his life in his service. Confused, Jong mentally begged him to stop because it was already too dramatic. From time to time, Donpil approached the corral and watched the animals, using his keen sense of smell. He predicted that in 10 days, they would become much stronger and more dangerous. But for now, everything was calm, and he was sure that everything was going according to plan. They were currently in the safest area of a secluded bamboo grove, so there was no reason to worry. Meanwhile, Jong sat at the table, carefully studying each book, trying not to miss any important details. Donpil, seeing through the window how the young master was immersed in the study of secret manuscripts, decided not to disturb him so as not to distract him from his concentration. He was well aware of his task, which was to bring the weapons requested by Jong as soon as possible. Jong would read through mountains of books, sometimes even falling asleep over them, so exhausted was he from his intense studying. The Dark Shadow Chi, belonging to Jong Hajin, although not widely known, was still among the greatest techniques in the Murim world. It may not have been equal in purity to the techniques of the Great Sex, but it was undoubtedly one of the best of its time. Demonic art, on the other hand, was completely different. It placed destruction above purity. This art was focused on achieving instant results, neglecting stability and durability. It focused more on aggressive attack than defense, on true power rather than flexibility. And yet, many of the methods of demonic art echoed the techniques of professional killers, which Chan was very familiar with. Reading these texts made Chan think about a lot of things. Because it was so similar to his past life, these techniques were undoubtedly incredible. But he simply could not master them all now because of his physical exhaustion. However, one question kept running through his mind. What could he do to perfect his Dark Shadow Chi technique using these 10 great demonic arts? Having decided to get a book about true demonic art, Jong hoped that it would be the key to his further development. The true demonic art was one of the main ones, along with the demonic burning art, and was considered the foundation of demonic techniques. Its perfection surpassed even some of the 10 great demonic arts. Still, he hesitated, whether to continue reading the book or to try to feel his own strength and feelings first. In the end, Jong decided to choose the second option, to feel the energy inside himself. The limitless technique worked well at such moments when thoughts were swarming in my head, helping to organize them. He even managed to sense someone's presence nearby, which made him wary. Jong assumed that it was Dongpil who had returned and was watching him as usual. But a warning flashed through his mind. He had to be careful, because although Dongpil seemed naive, he was watching his every move. After a great workout, Jong decided that he had enough for today and started to rise to rest. But suddenly, he had a strange feeling as if the ground beneath him began to move, making him lose his balance. "Is that Dongpil doing something over there?" thought Jong, turning his head and asking, "Are you back already?" But the eyes he saw in front of him did not belong to Dongpil at all. And worse, the creature had no beak, which only increased his anxiety. "What the hell is this?" asked Chan, looking at the horrific monstrosity in front of him. The creature immediately began to approach him at an incredible speed, giving him no time to react. With one punch, she knocked Chan down, leaving him lying on the ground in a helpless state. The creature pierced the fence made of sturdy bamboo, shattering it into pieces and leaving behind destruction. "What the hell is going on here?" flashed through Chan's mind as danger loomed over him. Amidst the dust cloud, an ominous silhouette with 3 heads could be seen moving forward. The creature looked truly terrifying. A giant monster in the shape of a rooster, but with 3 heads. 4 powerful paws with sharp claws added even more fear to its appearance. Her wings were so huge that they were the size of a man, ready to take her into the sky. The 3 heads simultaneously looked in different directions, and the scream coming from her mouth resembled the sound of a broken gramophone, eerie and cutting to the ears. "What kind of horror is this?" Chan was in complete astonishment as he looked at the monstrosity, which looked like a mutant from the underworld of the great King Yahello. The events that were happening seemed so ridiculous that he began to doubt the reality of everything around him. Before he could even blink, the creature rushed to attack with incredible speed, carrying deadly force with it. It was only because of his speed and agility that Chan managed to dodge at the last moment, saving his life. However, the creature was so fast that a gust of wind from its movement unbuttoned Chan's clothes, forcing him to come to his senses. When he got up from the ground, he saw the monster rise into the air right above him, and it seemed that its size had increased even more. It now had 6 legs. Her scream resembled a martial art because it was so powerful and piercing that it struck every nerve. The sound wave from her squeaking was so strong that it nearly knocked Chan off his feet, forcing him to struggle for balance. Meanwhile, Dongpil, carrying his swords on his back, which clattered with his every step, confidently walked toward the hut. He believed that he had taken enough weapons, including various types of weapons, including swords, which should have been extremely useful. On the way, he thought about the fact that the 3rd young master had always used swords, and, as a skilled swordsman, could even create his own unique style. Who knows, maybe the memories will come back when he picks up the sword again, Dongpil thought, although he was not sure whether to help bring back Jong's old brutality. The 3rd young master used to humiliate Dongpil constantly, causing him problems even over trivial things like food he thought was inedible. Dongpil recalled those times with horror. He wished that the old 3rd owner would never return, hoping that the new Chan would remain as he is now. But suddenly he stopped himself firmly. "Enough. I'm just a guard. My job is to serve, not to give in to emotions." Suddenly Dongpil stopped, smelling a pungent odor in the air that he could not ignore. It was a strong smell of blood, so piercing that it was impossible not to notice it. Soon after, he heard a loud cry, like a rooster crowing, coming from somewhere nearby. At this time, Chan fought with all his might against the creature, not having a single thought of escape. He tried to strike with his hands, but the rooster did not give him a chance because of its aggressive cries, which confused him. After another blow, the rooster managed to grab Chan's hand with its sharp paws like ticks. 3 heads were already preparing to grab him by the neck, and paws were lifting Chan up, trying to tear him off the ground. "You're completely out of your fucking mind!" shouted Chan, barely escaping and delivering a powerful blow to one of the creature's heads. However, his kick hit only one of the 3 goals, which only irritated the rooster and made it make even more angry, piercing sounds. The creature became even more enraged, screaming so loudly that the air around it trembled with vibrations. Trying to find a foothold, Chan gritted his teeth, resisting the strong wind that rose from the powerful beats of the rooster's wings, and at the same time defending himself against the sonic attack. What kind of rooster is this? Does he use sound art? He thought, trying to comprehend what kind of monster he was dealing with. Damn it, this mutated rooster is incredibly strong, thought Jong indignantly, realizing the scale of the danger. It will be difficult. If I had a weapon, everything would be much easier, he thought, regretting his lack of one. Jong quickly assessed the situation and asked himself, what can I use as a weapon? His eyes fell on a piece of fence lying in front of him, and it seemed like it could be useful for an attack. The rooster, crowing loudly, was rapidly approaching, leaving Chan no time to think. But this time, Jong decided not to fall into the same trap a second time. He grabbed the piece, jumped high into the air, and was ready to turn the rooster into a future kebab with his attack. The rooster crowed even louder as Jong delivered a powerful blow, aiming straight for the monster's back. The bamboo stick saved Chan for a moment, allowing him to hit the creature, but it turned out to be an illusion. The stick broke into pieces when it hit the rooster's stone-like back. Is he dead or not? Wondered Chan, sitting on the rooster's back, trying to figure out if he had finally managed to defeat this monster. However, the rooster's eyes remained wide open, showing no signs of defeat. At that moment, Chan realized that the rooster was still alive and ready for another attack. Quickly reacting, Chan jumped off the monster's back, avoiding another danger. But the angry rooster threw him down with such force that Chan flew into the bamboo fence like a doll. The impact was so powerful that the posts on the other side of the fence cracked as if they were made of paper. Chan, hitting his back against the fence, slowly slid to the ground, barely able to hold on from exhaustion. Meanwhile, the rooster kept crowing, getting louder and shriller. "It really hurts," Chan said, holding his shoulder, unable to hold back an irritated comment about the stupid chicken. He realized that he could not break through the monster's defensive feathers with physical strength alone. It was useless. Although Jong never thought he would have to use such a powerful technique against an animal, he had no choice. As the rooster approached again, Jong realized that it was time to change his strategy. When the monster almost came close, Jong shouted, "Attack!" challenging it to a final battle. At this point, he activated the second form of the 6 heavenly powers technique. This technique, known as hypervision, allowed him to accelerate his thinking process to a superhuman level through chi energy. The world around him began to slow down in his eyes, giving him an advantage over the enemy. Running closer, Chan noticed a weak spot in the rooster, right where its heart should have been. Jumping at him with a new bamboo stick in hand, Chan shouted, "That's it! That's it! You're dead!" and began to attack. He aimed directly at the place where the rooster's heart should be, delivering powerful blows. The stick did not pass through the skin easily, but Jong continued to increase the force of the blows, even began to twist the stick to penetrate deeper. Now this rooster will no longer wake anyone up in the morning and annoy them with its crying like a broken alarm clock, Jong thought sarcastically. After a while, Donpil burst into the hut and saw that everything around him was destroyed, as if after a storm. He held a sword in his hand and was ready to help his young master, although he was late. Covered in rooster blood, Jong sat on a rock and said sarcastically, "At last you have returned." Dongpil, frightened, ran up to Jong and asked if he was okay, worried about his condition. "What are you fussing about?" said Chan, looking at him calmly. When Dongpil saw the corpse of the rooster with 3 heads, he whispered in horror, "This is the heavenly lotus." He explained that this was the name of this amazing creature known for its danger, and added that it was more important to treat Chan's wounds now. Jong looked at his dirty body and replied with cold calm, "This blood is not mine." And it was indeed true. Apart from a few scratches, Chan had almost no serious wounds, although the azure lotus was as dangerous as a wild leopard. Dongpil asked with admiration if Jong had defeated this horrible monster himself. Chan looked around the area and, convinced that no one else was there, asked Dongpil with interest if there was a large cauldron. When he found out that there was a cauldron, Chan asked him to fill it with water, add bamboo sprouts and bring it to a boil, as he was going to cook dinner for them. But it didn't end there. Holding out a bamboo stick covered in blood directly to Dongpil's face, Jong demanded an explanation. He wanted to know how Dongpil knew about this bird, what kind of secluded bamboo grove it was, and why he didn't know about it himself. Dongpil began to explain that the secluded bamboo grove existed before the creation of the celestial demon cult. Compared to other mountains, it has the densest spiritual chi energy, which circulates only in this area. This unique feature of the grove is that the dense chi energy is spread throughout the entire area, but its greatest concentration is observed here, in the bamboo zone, and it only increases over time. This energy penetrates the trees and soil, making them much stronger and thicker. Bamboo sprouts grow much faster than in natural conditions, which allows the growth to be constantly renewed. In addition, some plants acquire special properties. They become stronger and sometimes acquire toxic or healing qualities. These herbs can be either poison or elixir, as their energy density is extremely high. In order for their beneficial properties to become available to the human body, they need to be processed through dozens of cycles. Most of the cult's demonic elixirs are made from bamboo that grows here in this grove. Unfortunately, however, mass production of elixirs is not possible here due to limited resources. The most valuable bamboo grows deep in the bole of the grove, but the main problem is that dangerous spiritual beasts live here. One of these animals was this giant rooster, which Jong had already boiled and cooked for dinner. But, Donpil added, the azure lotus, despite its strength, was the weakest of these beasts. Moreover, some mid-level beasts are as strong as top-level martial artists. They come to this forest twice a year to gather divine bamboo together with the first guardian and other high-ranking masters. But even for these masters, the bole of a secluded bamboo grove is an extremely dangerous place. The bamboo fortress where they were now is considered the safest part of the secluded grove. During his story, Dongpil added that he did not think it was time for the azure lotus to ferment, and apologized for failing to properly protect Jong due to his own overconfidence. He not only built a palisade around the bamboo fortress, but also added an octagonal wall outside to strengthen the defense. Jong reassured him, saying that Dongpil had fulfilled his duties more than enough and that he shouldn't worry about what had happened. After that, Jong handed Dongpil a bowl of soup with a large rooster thigh in it, so large that it could barely fit in the bowl. Just imagine, he cooked this monster and is going to eat it, Dongpil thought with a bit of shock. Is this even edible? He wondered, looking at a piece of meat in his bowl. However, his doubts quickly disappeared and he began to eat, satisfying his hunger. In less than a few seconds, Dongpil had eaten everything and was already asking his young master for another portion. From everything that was said, Jong realized how dangerous this place was, and that he was sent here by the demon lord Li Zhongsang himself. Thinking about it, Jong came to the conclusion that he needed to master the demonic arts as soon as possible to have a chance to survive. During the dinner, Jong unexpectedly brought up the topic of the octagonal wall that Dongpil had built, noting that it turned out to be very functional, even if it was built a little bit incorrectly. The third young owner recognized Dongpil's work. It was not just a compliment, but an obvious fact that did not require further explanation. Dongpil began to suspect that Jong had studied formations before, because such an understanding of these structures could not have appeared by chance. Formations, like martial arts, cannot be mastered only by reading books. You need practice and deep understanding. The more Dongpil got to know Jong, the more he admired him and asked himself new questions. Jong seemed to be a much deeper person than one might think. Jong finished reading more than 10 secret manuscripts on the demonic arts in just 3 days, which was impressive to Dongpil. Moreover, he defeated the Azure Lotus, although he did not fully recover from the Chai blocking. Jong could seem frivolous and reckless, but when he became serious, he had such a powerful aura around him that it was almost impossible to get close to him. Dongpil noticed that Jong was not very upset about losing his martial arts skills due to the Chi blocking. After weighing it all up, Dongpil concluded that there was something more he didn't know about Jong. He decided to learn the demonic arts, but time was running out, as this was his first experience in this area. If he wants to become stronger in the near future, he cannot completely abandon the dark shadow of Chi that he knows so well. Dark Shadow Chi is a martial art that Jong himself created by combining 10 secret techniques from the Great Sex. However, the true demonic art is the foundation of everything, and the nature, character, and quality of his Chi will depend on how he learns it. What if he could eliminate the imperfections of the dark shadow of Chi through the true demonic arts, thought Jong. It was like a drop of ink staining clear water. Demonic art was this ink, especially true demonic art, which was the ancestor of all demonic techniques in the celestial divine cult. For the development of the dark Chi shadow he had recently created, this was the perfect complement. Perhaps it was fate that he ended up in the heavenly cult with his dark Chi shadow. And now it's time to get started. The true demonic art and the dark shadow of the Chi, can they become one? Jong wondered if it was possible to combine the basics of a demonic cult and the secret techniques of 10 major sects into a single invincible system. While Jong was training non-stop, Dongpil was cleaning the yard without distractions, giving the young master peace of mind to train. Dongpil couldn't help but think that 12 days had passed since the third young owner had locked himself in his room and ordered no one to disturb him. His curiosity kept him busy, and he was constantly thinking about what Jong was doing while everyone else was in the dark. Meanwhile, Chan immersed himself in meditation, where it seemed that all the opposites in his life merged together, confirming the truth. Opposites really do attract. He realized a new martial art that was formed during meditation. This art turned out to be even more destructive than the dark shadow of Chi, but at the same time more stable than true demonic art. Opening his eyes after a long meditation, Jong felt that everything was ready. The demonic energy was rushing through his body with extraordinary power. It was something new for him, something he had never experienced before. A strong wind rose outside, caused by the powerful energy that had spilled inside the building. Donpil immediately felt this sudden influx of demonic power. Jong decided to name the new martial art Dark Shadow Demonic Art to symbolize the combination of both worlds he had comprehended. Meanwhile, the bamboo grove hid dangerous monsters, and one of them was approaching the fortress. Donpil was not at a loss, and with one stroke of his sword, he cut down a giant gorilla that tried to get too close. However, he decided not to prepare it, leaving the body as it was, as he no longer had the strength to act further. This walk turned out to be difficult even for him, but Donpil, thanks to his strength, still managed. However, after a while, when they decided to take another walk, Donpil felt that his legs were almost unsteady and his strength was leaving him. He suggested that it would be wiser to return to the bamboo fortress for rest and safety, feeling that the walk had become too exhausting. A third said he had heard that the Xingjing were herd animals. These amazing creatures, which looked like a dog, a pig, or a monkey, but with a human face, had an interesting character, reminiscent of capricious Mama's sons. They killed only 3 Xingxing, but Chong realized that this was not enough because their pack could have been much larger. A sudden piercing sound cut through the silence, and Dongpil shouted to warn Jong of the approaching danger. It was a huge flock of Sinkines that was rushing at them, breaking even bamboo stems on its way. There were an incredible number of them, and Donpil, frightened, begged the third young master to retreat. However, Jong remained calm and replied, "Relax," even though he knew Dongpil was right. He had been fighting all day, and his internal energy was almost exhausted. However, there was no time to retreat. He needed to hone his new technique and push his limits to get out of this situation alive. His eyes lit up with red fire, and confidently telling himself, "I will become strong," he prepared to fight. "Dark Shadow Demonic Art," Chong said, and his sword flashed with demonic energy. He was ready to face the flock of Xingjing. Meanwhile, in the estate of a demonic cult, Li, reading the report on the third young master, could not believe that he was hunting for azure lotuses and Sinsen in a secluded bamboo grove. This aroused the owner's deepest interest. But he knew that if the third man killed the black dragon, the animals would react with loud screams that would not go unnoticed. After that, the master turned to the techniques that the third man was studying, and the Mudan listened attentively to his reflections. The owner explained that the bloody flame technique was too sharp and the grip of heaven was too heavy. Neither of them was suitable. The red phoenix might have been a better option, but even with good eyesight, it was difficult to master. After weighing all these aspects, Li assumed that Mudan had given the third 3 secret manuscripts on the demonic arts. Mudan confirmed that they were Blood Flame, Seizing Heaven, and Red Phoenix. Li believed that in such a state, the Red Phoenix could become poison to the body due to the blockage of Qi, and therefore it would be difficult to handle this technique. He also speculated that the third one might be proficient in other demonic arts, and asked the Mudan if he had given Chong access to secret manuscripts from the secret library. Mudan fell down before the Lord and began to apologize, saying that he had entered the secret library without permission and was ready to be punished for his actions. Lai calmly asked him to get up, reminding him that the Mudan had the right to access the secret library, so he shouldn't worry. However, the Mudan felt guilty for not informing the Lord of this act. Li then asked him if he regretted giving the third young master access to these manuscripts. Mudan quickly realized that he shouldn't regret it, because his actions had a purpose. He took full responsibility for his actions without trying to justify himself. The host ended the conversation by expressing respect for the Mudan's decision and his courage to take responsibility. Meanwhile, the Xingqin watching the battle bugged out their eyes as Jong leapt upwards with his sword in hand, slashing at his enemies. He struck with superhuman speed, destroying his enemies one by one, while the Lord's chorus continued to pour the drink into the vessel, creating the perfect contrast. Jong did not stop, his sword mercilessly scattering the monsters in all directions, demonstrating the power of the new technique. Li, still thinking, asked the Mudan, "Do you know why a child's fight is more terrible than an adult's?" Mudan answered simply, "Because children don't know when to stop." Li confirmed, "That's why it's frightening. They believe that honor is more important than anything else, and they will not stop, no matter what the circumstances. When a child realizes the line between life and death in battle, he turns from pure ignorance into a real man. Until he realizes this, he remains a child." Meanwhile, Ma Dongpil did his best to support his master and protect him as effectively as possible. Suddenly, words were heard. "Mr. Ma, be careful," and Chong shouted, noticing the impending danger. A strong attack was rapidly approaching Ma, threatening his life. Donpil didn't have time to dodge, but his owner was ready to protect him. Three Sinsons, raising a terrible roar, rushed at him with the speed of lightning, like a furious whirlwind. The young owner reminded his bodyguard not a single second of losing vigilance. Their lives were in the balance. These Sinsons decided to win by numbers, trying to trap them. The continuous use of the demonic art of dark shadow was exhausting, but Jong was ready to make his way to the heart of the forest at any cost. Suddenly, he noticed an extremely fast monster rushing out of the darkness. Mr. Ma didn't even have time to dodge, as a powerful hoof strike caught him off guard. The force of the blow split his eyebrow, and he flew backwards like a feather in the wind. What the hell? Where did this beast come from? Flashed through Chan's mind. A horse with tiger stripes appeared in front of him, and it looked even stranger than he could have imagined. Its huge fangs immediately made Chan realize that this beast was not joking. This was not the chicken that Dongpil had fought last time. Over the past few days, Chan had mastered his abilities quite well, but one blow from this monster knocked him down. This beast was much more dangerous than anything that Chan and his bodyguard had encountered before in this forest. Looking into his predatory snake eyes, my only desire was to run away as far as possible. But Jong was not going to run away. From the very beginning, he decided that it was time to show his strength. Closing his eyes, he began to concentrate. But a sharp jolt to the forehead from the beast knocked him off balance. The impact was so strong that Chan was thrown several dozen meters, knocking down everything from trees to bamboo stems in his path. His sword slipped from his hands and began to spin in the air like a sentence, while Jong himself flew backwards, unable to hold the weapon. This was clear evidence that the beast's previous attack was not even at full strength. But it also meant that Jong would have another chance, and he would definitely not be held back a second time. However, as soon as he was about to try to get up, his body refused. He could not even move. Damn, he thought as he looked at his right arm hanging limply. It was broken, and the pain came only with time. Meanwhile, the only sound in the silence was the sound of the approaching tiger's hooves. In a few more moments, Chan would not even be able to strike. Everything was going according to plan until this monster showed up, Jong thought, feeling bitterly disappointed. In this forest, any loss of vigilance could result in death. At the same time, a sword was rushing through the air like lightning. He crashed into the tiger's mane, but bounced off it without causing any damage. "Hey, monster, come here, I'm here," Donpil boldly shouted, trying to distract the beast. The tiger horse turned its head toward Donpil, forgetting about Chan for a moment. Despite the pain, Chan tried to set his broken arm, realizing that his bodyguard would not be able to do it alone. But Donpil didn't give up, challenging the beast to a fight again and again, forcing it to come closer. Donpil looked absolutely confident in his abilities, as if he was offering the horse to end this fight with a single blow, exhaling air from his mouth. He exhaled, inhaled sharply, turned around and rushed in the opposite direction, leaving no time to think. The horse was foaming at the mouth like a madman and racing after him like a real monster. She chased him along a path through the bamboo forest, stepping on his heels with every step. When Donpil saw a small opening among the trees, he did not hesitate and rushed there, as if his hope was leading him there. There was a surprise waiting for the horse, which he had prudently prepared in advance. A few steps before the trap, Donpil jumped up, easily jumping over it while the horse suddenly lost the ground under its front legs. The bamboo cracked under the tiger's hooves. There was a large hole underneath that he hadn't noticed. At the bottom of the pit, sharp bamboo stakes shone predatory, and the animal fell heavily on them, piercing its body. Donpil went to the edge of the pit to make sure the threat was eliminated. But no, everything turned out to be much more complicated. The tiger's eye was open, and it was still alive. Making eerie noises, the animal jumped up sharply, desperately trying to get out of the pit despite its wounds. Surprisingly, he didn't even notice that his body was pierced through and through a real living monster. But because this beast dared to injure his master, Donpil decided that its fate was death, and he would cut off its head to punish it. The monster did not give up. It kicked so hard that the bamboo flew in all directions, and it seemed that it was about to get out of the pit. When Donpil saw that half of her body was already on the surface, he decided to postpone the plan to cut off her head, and stepped on her heels to try to stop her escape. 8 months later, the divine cult of the heavenly demon, session of the Court of Elders. The first head of the Court of Elders, Lee Gunsan, scratched the back of his head and sighed. It was quite difficult. The second head, Ji Yan, remarked with a smile, but it turned out great. They discussed changing the security, but decided not to do so in order not to create discomfort for the protected object. As for the appearance of the patriarch of the demon sword family, They had no idea why he had come today. Lee noted that he was not a key person, so he might just want to discuss something with the cult leader. He also mentioned a rumor that the eldest son of the Demon Sword family might become a disciple of the Demon Lord. Lee assumed that it was just a rumor, but considering that 2 of the master's disciples are already from 7 families, it doesn't seem incredible. The loyalty of the Demon Sword family is hard to overestimate. He emphasized that if the cult trusts this family so much, their influence should be taken into account because they have a strong army and an important position in the cult. But the question is, will the master accept another disciple if there are already 7? Everyone understood that this decision depended solely on the will of the Lord. In the end, they agreed that the number of students would most likely not change. Ji Yan hinted that this question concerned the 3rd young master. Having experienced the blocking of his abilities, the 3rd young master had lost his fighting prowess and was now stuck in a lonely bamboo grove. He was a long way from victory, and that was no exaggeration. This is a really dangerous situation, the first head of the Court of Elders admitted, raising an eyebrow. The second head added that the bamboo grove is an extremely dangerous place, and no one knows when the 3rd young master will be able to return from there. And if the Lord doesn't give permission, he might be locked up there forever, Ji Yan added with a grim expression. Lee slammed his glass down on the table and said, "That's enough." He immediately asked Ji Yan to shut up, because if someone heard this conversation, it could turn into a disaster. Lee explained that this was why they sent the 3rd chapter. He was best prepared for the mission in the lonely bamboo grove, and it was ordered by the master of the Court of Elders himself. However, their conversation was interrupted by a voice coming from behind the door. The servant said that the 3rd head had come to see them. "Donpil is here," they said, and immediately ordered him to be let in. The 3rd head, Ma Dongpil, politely greeted the elders, entering the room with confidence. The 1st and 2nd chapters were stunned by what they saw. They could not understand what exactly had happened. What is this sinister desire to kill? They thought with alarm. Dongpil radiated such a strong thirst for blood that the elders could hardly recognize him. It was impossible to hide. What the hell has happened in that lonely bamboo grove over the past 8 months? They asked themselves as they watched him change. The 1st head handed Donpil some herbs, for which he calmly thanked him, maintaining his cool calm. But Donpil was surprised to ask why he needed these coniferous cave tea leaves. The 1st head explained that he was only fulfilling the order of the young master, who had ordered him to bring these leaves, noting his diligence. Donpil replied that the harder he tried, the better it would be for the young master, adding that patience was his greatest strength. The 1st and 2nd heads offered to have a drink and a chat, but Donpil politely declined, apologizing for his busy schedule. They realized that nothing could be done if he was busy. They believed in his diligence and wished him to be careful on his way. Donpil thanked them, wishing them to take care of themselves, and left with cold calm. Both heads felt the same thing. The bloodlust radiating from Donpil was so unnatural that it could not go unnoticed. Lai expressed his opinion that this was just the result of living in extreme conditions. They were sorry, but also happy that he looked healthy. However, they were sure that this was the same 3rd chapter, and he would return much stronger than he was. They believed in his strength. Meanwhile, Donpil moved through the forest at an incredible speed, jumping from one bamboo tree to another like a shadow. He was amazed at the ease of his movement. His abilities now far exceeded what he had 8 months earlier. The difficult experience in the lonely bamboo grove opened up a new level of skill for him. Suddenly, while driving, Donpil felt something unusual. He stopped, peering more closely into the forest, because he felt something or someone moving nearby. What kind of beast is this? Thought Donpil, peering through the long stems of the bamboo trees. But he could not see anything in the dusk. However, he could feel heavy, measured footsteps that told him it was not a Sinsen, but something much more dangerous. He cautiously reached for his sword, sensing that something big was approaching. His plan was simple: destroy the enemy before it got too close. Plunged into deep concentration, Donpil waited. At any moment it could appear. But the situation changed abruptly when a young master Jong appeared before him, whom Donpil had not expected to see so soon. Jong had already returned, although he had said he was in no hurry, and even advised Donpil to rest and socialize with his friends. Donpil thought that the owner would stay in the city's bamboo garden. However, during this time, Chon caught another Lucia, a creature from Chinese mythology that caused many problems. He was bored, so he went for a walk and saw Donpil nearby, remembering the last battle that still kept him on his toes. "Well, we're having horse for dinner tonight," Chon said, smiling slightly. After that, he did not hesitate to ask Donpil to wash the pots as soon as they got home. Donpil wanted to remove the splint from Chon's right arm, as it appeared to be healed, but the owner resisted. Chan kept his hand in his sleeve all the time, complaining that it still hurt. He couldn't even make his bed or eat on his own, and when he went to the toilet, he would shout from there that his arm was in a cast and demand help with any small things. It had long since gotten dark outside, and Jong was sitting deep in meditation, while Dongpil was washing the dishes. Chan's meditation reached a completely different level than before. His energy was much stronger. Who would have thought that he would have defeated the Lucia on his own? No one would even believe that he managed to survive the chi blockage. This place was teeming with dangerous creatures that even the best masters could not defeat. And Donpil could not believe that the young master could handle them alone. He kept repeating to himself that he had to be there for the young owner in any situation. After a long wait, tired of wondering how much longer the meditation would last, Dongpil approached Jong from behind and, as often happens, startled him with his unexpected appearance. "Well, what do you want to say this time?" asked Chan irritably, barely holding back his emotions. "Young master, I know you are strong, but you promised not to go to dangerous places alone," Donpil replied with concern in his voice. Jong scratched his head and asked, "What should I do then? Time is running out." Donpil was confused and did not understand what was being said. Then Chan began to explain that this place was already dangerous, and that it would become even more dangerous over time. The words sounded mysterious, and Dongpil still didn't fully understand what they meant, but Jong continued to explain. "A high concentration of spiritual chi not only gives rise to bamboo and monsters, but also changes human bodies," said Chong in a serious tone. "We trained hard, but under normal conditions it is impossible to achieve such a result in 8 months. That's why this place is becoming dangerous. The damage from excessive qi can be as deadly as its lack. Perhaps bamboo and monsters have already adapted to these conditions, but the same cannot be said for humans." After that, Jong began to slowly remove the bandages from his arm and asked Donpil, "How long do you think this arm should have taken to recover?" "The bones were broken and displaced. It should have taken at least 2 months. But it healed in just a week, and the wounds from the battle with the Lush disappeared in 2 hours. "Is this normal?" asked Jong to Donpil. But he was silent, not knowing what to say. When the skin tears, the body usually heals the wound. But what will happen if this process accelerates dramatically? What if the body continued to heal even after the wound had already healed? "Boom," Jong said, adding ironically, "It's just going to explode." Hearing this, Donpil silently swallowed his saliva, feeling anxiety gradually take over. "What you went through in the lonely bamboo grove was definitely beneficial. But the human body can't take it in the long run," Jong continued. "In 2 or 3 months, the concentration of spiritual chi will become so powerful that our bodies simply cannot withstand it. So we need to leave this place before that moment comes, unless we want to die." But Ma Dongpil reminded Jong that they could not return home without the Demon Lord's permission. Jong explained that the Overlord had only sent him here, but had not set any time frame for his return, or the length of their stay. Then he asked Donpil, "Do you really think that I have been here all these 8 months just because of the Overlord's order?" Chan explained that it was actually his own request, and the master simply granted it. "If we defeat 2 more monsters, we will reach the heart of this bamboo grove, a place where no one has ever gone before. There, the cult leaders grow spiritual bamboo," Jong added, with a hint of mystery in his voice. Jong believed that in the next 3 months he should obtain this spiritual bamboo, and shared his ambitious goal with Donpil. A bright moon was shining its rays on the ground, illuminating everything around, creating a unique atmosphere of mystery and tranquility. The maids hovered around Chan, washing his hands and helping him shower, performing all the rituals. They carefully combed his hair, as if creating a work of art from every movement. Every part of his body was thoroughly washed, as if preparing him for something important. Jong smoked a pipe, but he felt uncomfortable. He couldn't sleep. The 4th young master of the heavenly demon divine cult, Hong Yimun, also could not sleep knowing that Syrian, the 3rd master, was still alive. The master told him that without reaching the pinnacle of the demonic arts, they would not be able to survive in a lonely bamboo grove for even 3 months. He described a lonely bamboo grove as so dangerous. Hongamoon sat in front of his host, not fully understanding what he wanted to convey to him during this unexpected call. Then the owner asked him if it was true that he wanted to ask the younger owner a question. "Yes, my lord. That's right," the 4th answered, a little nervous. "Okay, I understand," the owner replied briefly as if he already had a plan. "The heavenly demon, who existed behind the clouds, whose presence cannot be comprehended by the human mind, remained indifferent to the fact that his disciples were ready to destroy each other. It seemed that he wanted to convey to them that in order to become his heir, they had to overcome their own weaknesses and disputes. What kind of world does a master look at? The fourth young master only wanted to see the world as the master sees it. He longed to see this world through his eyes, to comprehend all the hidden secrets. Li then calmly told the fourth that he thought the third owner was doing quite well. This immediately aroused the indignation of the fourth when he realized that Syrian, this scoundrel, had not yet died. He survived the chi blockade and even the medicine couldn't break him. The fourth thought with rage. And now it is so strong that it survives in a lonely bamboo grove. How is this even possible? After that, the owner told the fourth man that he was going to call him for a meeting in the near future. At this point, the fourth owner was numb and did not know how to react to the news. Even while bathing in hot water, he could not get this conversation with the owner out of his mind. It haunted him. He could not understand whether this meant that all his efforts to destroy the third master were in vain. Furious, he shouted, "Syrian, this time when you come back, I will kill you!" Meanwhile, Donpil had completed all his errands. 5 bags of herbs were already on the table to eliminate the cloudiness. He even fulfilled a special order and brought cave pine tea, knowing from Chan that its aroma could scare away monsters. The constant clashes with the azure lotus and other monsters became too exhausting. So Donpil decided it was better to avoid these encounters. Donpil didn't understand why the third owner needed herbs to eliminate turbidity, but he decided not to ask too many questions. Jong carefully examined the cups that Donpil brought, and satisfied with their quality, asked him to bring more at the next opportunity. Donpil could not give a clear answer, as he was not sure whether he could do it. This month, the pharmacy at the Demon Lord's court carefully controlled the ratio of ingredients for a supreme healing brew that includes these herbs. Since this was the main ingredient, Donpil realized that it would take at least 2 months to get a new batch. "Wait, a supreme healing broth?" asked Jong in surprise. "The herbs to remove the cloudiness will be used to make it?" he added, to which Donpil nodded. "Didn't the doctor make me drink this decoction for 3 months after I woke up?" Chan began to recall, a little worried. Herbs to eliminate turbidity are able to cleanse the body of any turbidity that was known to everyone by the name. They were even given to patients who were almost dying from the effects of blocking the chi, saving their lives. These herbs were so powerful that they could even attack demonic energy. They could be given to healthy people, but for weakened patients it could be fatal. Any doctor with medical knowledge would never prescribe such a decoction to a person in critical condition. After a moment of thought, Jong asked Donpil, "Have you ever heard of a silk clarifying needle?" It was an acupuncture technique used to tense muscles and restore balance when the body became too weak. Donpil used this procedure several times before important missions, after warming up his body with the circulation of inner art. The procedure didn't seem too complicated, and as far as Donpil remembered, it did produce excellent results. At that moment, Chong realized they had applied a superior healing decoction with herbs to remove the opacity to his body, which was in a critically weakened state, and at the same time used a silk clarifying needle, which further strained his body. Who could have been behind it? There was no reason to doubt that the doctor would have acted on his own. It had to be a high-ranking official, or one of his students. At first, Jung thought that the girl could be a demon associated with a religious inner enlightenment center, and possibly a member of the Jocks family, one of the 7 families of the demonic cult. He also recalled that Yunhua had told him that Tai was the younger sister of the 4th young master. The next question that popped into his head was, "Fourth, you damned master! How dare you try to kill your elder brother, even if it was because of the struggle for the throne?" The 4th host once asked a doctor if he knew the most difficult way to get into a cult. The doctor was surprised to ask if he meant a lonely bamboo grove. The lonely bamboo grove was impregnable. Even the highest-ranking representatives could not enter without the teacher's permission. The question for the 4th was not whether he could enter it himself, but whether he could place his eyes and ears there. The doctor explained that he had heard that the control of the strategist general over the organization is so strong that even the elders cannot interfere. But the 4th objected, saying that it was easy enough to get in if you knew the right way. The strategist general in charge of the military department was recognized as a genius of his time. He could change the course of events by figuring out who had infiltrated the army and identifying those involved in the power struggle, but he never prevented anyone from joining the ranks. After these words, the doctor realized what the most likely outcome would be. Yes, this is the Court of Elders, an organization that operates separately from the rest, its purpose being to protect the Demon Lord and the cult. Unlike other structures, the Court of Elders remains unchanged, regardless of the political situation. Trying to touch them is tantamount to challenging the Demon Lord himself. That's why no one pays attention to them. They are untouchable and do not depend on changes in power. The fourth, ignoring this fact, made a fatal mistake in his plans, not realizing that he was playing with fire. The doctor was not sure that he understood the fourth host correctly, but he repeated with cold confidence, "The third one is still alive." "How is this possible?" the doctor asked in surprise. He could not understand how it happened, because the third one had been sent to a lonely bamboo grove more than 8 months ago. The fourth explained that they had sent someone experienced and talented to accompany the third. Even so, the doctor thought it was incredible, because even the elders should have been on their guard in a place like a lonely bamboo grove. The body of the third one was in good shape before being sent, but it was still the body of a civilian who had not mastered martial arts. What kind of magic allowed him to survive for 8 months in such a place? The fourth, thinking about it, looked out the window and then turned to the doctor and ordered him to gather his men and prepare enough weapons. Neither the poison blocking the chi nor the demon forest could kill this rascal. The fourth decided that today was the last day of waiting before the decisive moment. The doctor asked the fourth if he planned to personally participate in the battle. The fourth owner refused, saying it was unnecessary. He didn't think the battle should turn into a dogfight. In addition, there were those who were ready to execute his orders without asking questions. The doctor realized who exactly the fourth one was planning to involve. Those who had long harbored hatred for the third one even before the blocking of the chi. The fourth just decided to add his swords to the game to speed things up. The doctor asked if a teacher allows his students to do whatever they want, throwing them into a real hell. The fourth thought the idea was brilliant, and he smiled, realizing that the plan had every chance of success. Meanwhile, in a lonely bamboo grove, Jong was about to head into the heart of the forest, where the spiritual bamboo was waiting for him. Dongpil suggested that he calm down a bit, emphasizing that they didn't even know what dangerous herbs were growing in these places. Jong sarcastically asked what difference it would make if he did. Regardless of the dangers they faced, time was running out, and Jong was not about to give up on obtaining the spiritual bamboo. When Jong reached for his weapon, Dongpil suggested that he ask the teacher more about who lived in the grove and how best to prepare for the encounter. However, Jong brushed it off, saying that knowing this or not was irrelevant. He then asked Dongpil if he understood why the Demon Lord only sends the highest ranks to collect spiritual bamboo. If it were possible to prepare, the master would send anyone. But the point is to send those who are equal in strength to the elders. For Dongpil, this was another argument against going to a dangerous place. Dongpil exhaled, calming down a bit, and told Jong that he had already become incredibly strong, having reached great heights. But in his opinion, Jong has not yet reached the level of the elders. Jong realized that Dongpil was right. He was no match for the 9 great demonic elders, the most powerful in the cult. However, he had a unique talent that no one else had. His dark shadow art is the phantom of the dark god, as well as a hidden assassin technique passed down to him by Jong Hajin, the king of assassins. During the war, when he survived as an assassin, he mastered this hidden technique and was unrivaled in it, becoming one of the best killers in the world. He hadn't had to use this technique in the grove for the past 8 months, but now he was ready for a new challenge. For Chan, this grove was a training ground, not a real battlefield. But the heart of the lonely bamboo grove, full of secrets and dangers, was no longer so. Now it was a place where he had to achieve his goal, on the brink of life and death. Since he had transformed the dark shadow art, he could no longer use the dark god phantom, no matter how much he wanted to. That's why he needed herbs to eliminate the clouding. He needed to suppress the demonic energy in order to activate the phantom of the dark god. Once he takes these herbs, he will have only half an hour. But given the size of the lonely bamboo grove, 30 minutes will be more than enough time to reach its heart. Going outside, Jong asked Dongpil to stay here and promised that he would return soon. However, Dongpil answered decisively, "No, young master, I will not allow it." Jong ordered him to leave, but Dongpil refused, saying he could not obey such an order. If Jong wants to leave on his own, he will have to defeat Dongpil first. Jong agreed that Dongpil could accompany him to the entrance to the heart of the grove, but he was not allowed to go any further. They arrived at a place that Jong had already visited before. It was the place where he hunted Lucia. He was sure that this was the entrance to the heart of the lonely bamboo grove. There was a terrible rotting smell, as if something was decomposing nearby. Worried, Dongpil exclaimed, "Young master, look straight ahead." Before them lay numerous corpses of monsters. The worst thing was that they all died, losing their lives due to bloody vomit. Chan pointed to one of the corpses and said that there were several unknown creatures among them. One of them looked like a leopard, similar to the Meiji, which is known to occupy the top of the hierarchy of a lonely bamboo grove. Dongpil had heard that these creatures were second in possession of spiritual power in a lonely bamboo grove, and even the elders had never seen them. When asked by Jong who was the first, Dongpil suggested that it was probably the creature that lay further away. It is called a divided snake because of its characteristic appearance. It was a snake with two tails, and although it was Dongpil's first time seeing it, there was no doubt that it was the monster. It was strange why this powerful creature, despite its small size, looked so invisible. At first glance, she didn't seem very strong, and she didn't even look poisonous. However, no matter how strong she was, Chong believed that in the end, she was just another corpse among many. But there was something strange about the way these creatures died. Looking at the mountains of corpses of monsters, it seemed that something had killed them, but there were no visible wounds on their bodies. The spiritual bamboo, which grew near the heart of the grove and was supposed to be blooming and strong, was dried up and lifeless. The question arose, who could have done this? It seemed that the life itself had been sucked out of everything around. Jong felt the wind suddenly change around him, and it became surprisingly fresh and disturbing. Dongpil immediately noticed a change in his host's behavior and asked what he had seen, but Jong ordered him to keep quiet. Dongpil did not understand what exactly had happened, because for him it was just a gentle breeze. The problem was that Chan would not let go of the strange feeling of threat that was creeping up every minute. This sense of unease came straight from the heart of the lonely bamboo grove, where a mysterious threat lurked. Chan, feeling that the time had come, turned to Dongpil with an order. He said he was going on alone and ordered Dongpil to stay here no matter what happened. Dongpil had to wait and in no case follow him, even if the situation became critical. Focused and serious, Jong looked ahead and thought, "This is it. My moment has arrived." Meanwhile, in the chambers of Lee Jongsang, his shoulders were gently massaged by the girls, and he enjoyed their touch, completely relaxed. With his eyes closed, he indulged in the pleasant sensations, but his mind was occupied with a question. "Why have you come to me?" He addressed this question to the jackal, who came to him through the power of communication and thoughts. The owner believed that there was no longer any reason for them to meet, but the jackal was furious, and his face was distorted with anger. He growled loudly and fiercely. From this, Lee Jongsung concluded that the jackal would soon appear before him not only in his mind, but in reality. The loud roar of a jackal was heard right in the room, and the maids scattered in fright in different directions. "Call the first guard!" the owner sharply ordered, sensing that the situation was escalating. After a while, the first guard was already sitting in front of him, ready to listen and act. As ordered, the first guard arrived and listened attentively, waiting for further instructions from his master. The owner asked if there were guards who went to the heart of the lonely bamboo grove while he trained in seclusion. "No, there were none," the first guard answered without hesitation, confident in his words. He added that if such an important incident had occurred, he would have reported it immediately. After that, the owner asked if it was true that the third one had left with the third head. Lee Jongsung also recalled that the third one was a very talented young man. This is true. Although he is young, he has already been recognized as one of the 10 strongest masters in the Council of Elders. His talent and experience led the Mudan to decide that he was ideally suited to serve the third young master. The owner couldn't understand how even such a gifted third head could make so much progress in just 8 months. After all, everyone has their limits. Today there was only 1 day left before the full moon. And that's why the jackal decided to appear, Lee Jongsung realized, his anxiety growing. The maids, meanwhile, began to recover from the unexpected and frightening visit of the jackal. They apologized to the lord for being frightened and falling down. Lee Jongsung reasoned that the third one is so blinded by his greed that he goes straight to his death without realizing it. The maids returned to the master and began to massage his shoulders again, trying to restore his calm. But the owner never stopped thinking that perhaps, thanks to incredible luck, the third one would actually succeed in his ambitious mission. Lee Jongsung believed that the third would be able to descend from the top of the mountain after surviving the ordeal. Meanwhile, Jong did not restrain his energy and boldly went to meet the unknown, ready for anything. But this terrible CI that saturated the air made him anxious and suspicious. With each step towards the heart of the grove, it became stronger and heavier, pressing on his body and mind. If things continue at this rate, it will soon be difficult for him to even walk straight. It was incredible. He had never felt such powerful energy before. However, this feeling was similar to what he had experienced recently. It was reminiscent of his first meeting with Lee Jongsung, when he first felt a similar aura. At the time, this aura was so oppressive and ominous that it seemed like death in its purest form. The wind, which had no purpose, was as powerful and threatening as Li Jongsang, but along with the threat was a huge opportunity, a reward for those who could withstand the test. Even when he surrounded himself with demonic energy, he could feel himself getting internally damaged. Assessing the situation, Chan realized that he could not take it much longer. What kind of powerful creature is waiting in the heart of the grove if he can't even manage his own energy? There was no other choice but to use herbs to eliminate the turbidity and suppress the demonic energy. After that, he will be able to activate his hidden equipment and prepare for a decisive clash. The effect of the herbs instantly spread throughout Chang's body, and the demonic energy that had been protecting him before began to gradually dissipate. Now he could breathe more easily, and the wind seemed to pierce his body. He entered the state of the Dark God Phantom using the art of the Dark Shadow. It was a hidden technique that the world's best assassin king, Jong had mastered at the height of his fame. At this time, Dongpil stood in the same place where Jong had left him, and felt the wind and demonic energy around him begin to disappear. What happened to the young master? He thought, filled with anxiety. When the wind finally died down, Dongpil noticed that Jong had already disappeared, as if he had vanished into thin air. Jong continued to move forward, not feeling any obstacles in his way. Everything around him seemed to be flying through him, as if he were a ghost. He looked like an invisible man, moving easily and unnoticed, like a ghost. Pressure no longer bothered him, and that was the power of this technique. If things continue as they are, he will be able to reach the heart of the grove before the herbs run out. But the bamboo grove would not let him go so easily, challenging him with its mysterious powers. And Jong accepted this challenge, as if calling on the grove to reveal what it hides in its heart. Step by step, he was getting closer to his goal. But suddenly his leg was no longer transparent, and he suddenly stumbled, as if something had stopped his movement. Jong flew forward and fell straight to the ground. Oh shit, that wasn't supposed to happen! He couldn't believe he had stumbled while using the phantom of the Dark God. It seemed impossible. What is this, a spiritual stone or something? Damn demon forest! Shouted Chan, irritated by his failure. However, when he turned his head back, he saw something unexpected. A small yellow ear peeking out from the ground. Then his eyes rested on an even cuter tail that was gently wiggling. What the hell? He asked himself, looking at this amazing creature in front of him. It turned out to be a little fox cub that he had tripped over. It was sleeping soundly, and did not even wake up from his fall. What a sly asshole, thought Chan, looking at this cute creature. What is this fox doing here? Especially such a small and cute one. But Chong remembered Donpil's words. The deeper he goes into the lonely bamboo grove, the more strange creatures he encounters. So this fox cub could not have been here by chance. Given the nature of this place, you can't judge by appearances. Even the cutest creature can hide danger. He reminded himself that he could not let his guard down even for a moment. However, Chan could not hold back his smile and even blushed at the cuteness of this fox. It was so charming that I just wanted to pet it. The fox cub almost bewitched Chan like the nine-tailed fox. But he quickly gathered his thoughts and decided to continue on his way. He promised himself that when he returned, he would try to wake him up. Chan had a long and unexpected road ahead of him. After walking a little further, he came across a dead end, which made him wary. He began to wander around, wondering if he was lost, and the lack of a passage only increased his suspicions. However, this could mean that he was looking at the spiritual bamboo he had been searching for so long. The same bamboo that at first seemed to him a dead end. But something in all of this seemed too simple to Chan. He had stumbled upon this place too easily, even though its spiritual energy was truly impressive. Chan felt the greatest concentration of chi in one place as he raised his hand. This place was home to the strongest spiritual bamboo in the entire lonely bamboo grove. He realized that if he cleansed just 3 stalks of this bamboo, he would become the strongest master of inner energy. But which 3? He couldn't be that greedy. His body wasn't strong enough to take that much ki. He decided to take only 1 stalk to achieve his goal. More would be excessive. Not far away, he noticed something strange. A single stalk of bamboo stood apart from the others. But why was it alone? Jong came closer and started pulling, trying to pull it out by the roots. His spiritual energy was so pure that purification did not require additional techniques. Since he had decided to take only 1 stem, he thought this might be the one. At that moment, the ears of the fox who had been sleeping began to move slightly. Meanwhile, Chan had almost pulled the stem out of the ground, feeling the approach of success. And when the root finally appeared above the ground, the fox's eye opened. It woke up, and its anxious behavior showed that it had sensed something. Meanwhile, Chan had already begun chewing on the soft, fragrant plant he had just plucked. But it was strange that when he started chewing, he felt nothing. How could this be? After all, this plant must have been filled with spiritual energy. He expected to feel a wave of chi fill his body, but nothing happened except a faint warmth in his chest. Disappointed, he threw the plant on the ground and stood up. Reaching for his sword hanging from his belt, he began to draw it. He planned to cut down real spiritual bamboo. Swinging his sword, he struck, and sparks fell from the bamboo. But after the impact, there was not a single mark on the bamboo stem. This amazed Chan, as the impact was strong enough to shatter even the hardest surface. Is my sword really that weak? He thought, examining the blade with distrust. He struck again, this time with more force. He even suggested that the spiritual bamboo in this place might be quite different from what he expected. But again, blow after blow, and no change. It seemed as if he was hitting unyielding metal. This began to seriously irritate Chan, who felt that his patience was already at an end. However, Chan was not going to give up and decided to cut down the bamboo, no matter what the cost. He allowed the blade to follow his own desires, putting his aura into the strike as if it were an extension of his body. "Here it is, the blade of the moon," shouted Jong, and swung with all his might. A ringing sound was heard, and a red ribbon of energy remained behind the sword. With this mighty blow, he finally managed to cut through the giant bamboo. He put 90% of his strength into this blow, and it would have been surprising if the bamboo hadn't fallen after such a blow. The impressive-sized bamboo fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chan tapped the trunk and realized that this bamboo was so strong that it could even be used as a weapon. It was hard to imagine how much spiritual chi had accumulated in this bamboo to make it as hard as steel. The more Jong learned about this place, the more it seemed amazing and mysterious to him. While he was looking at the felled tree, a fox cub reappeared next to him, attracting his attention. It sat there looking like a cute little animal, showing no signs of aggression. But the unexpected appearance of the fox cub made Chan startle, and he quickly jumped back. In the big eyes of the fox, one could see a question mark, with which it looked at Chan. When Chan calmed down a bit, he realized that it was the same fox. But how did it wake up and get here so quickly? Chong realized that he had been so focused on the spiritual bamboo that he hadn't noticed when the fox cub woke up and came closer. The fox cub, sitting on the ground, gradually came closer to him. Jong asked him, "What do you want?" while reminding himself, "Don't let your guard down, Jong Hajin." Although the fox cub looked extremely cute, he knew that it was a creature from a lonely bamboo grove. And although he had no bloodlust, he decided to be wary. However, its hypersensitivity suggested that everything was calm. The fox cub was so small that even if attacked, it was unlikely to be harmed. Jong couldn't help himself and decided to pet him, at least a little. When he reached out to pet the fox cub, it grabbed his hand with its little teeth and began to play like a little cub. After a while, Dongpil joined Jong and made sure that the latter had indeed obtained spiritual bamboo. The spiritual chi emanating from the bamboo was amazing, and the bamboo itself was extremely strong. Jong even had to use his sword aura to cut it down. The fact that the bamboo trunk was so flat after the impact was easy to see. Donpil even began to doubt whether he could cut down the bamboo like that, even with the best blade. However, the young owner succeeded. "What about this fox cub?" asked Chan, pointing at the little creature. The fox cub followed him tirelessly up to this place, as if he had no plans to leave. Jong explained to Dongpil that he found the fox cub sleeping in the center of the grove. He also recalled how a fox almost bit off his finger when he tried to pet it. However, when he looked at his hand, Chan noticed that the bite mark had strangely disappeared completely. "How dare you bite the young master!" shouted Dongpil in rage, drawing his sword, but Jeong stopped him in time. It seemed that Donpil was ready to attack even a cute animal to protect his master. Fortunately, Chan calmly asked him to calm down and come to him near the cut bamboo. The bamboo was too big to carry back, so Jong offered to peel it on the spot. He placed his hands on the bamboo and began to use his limitless purification technique. It was interesting to watch because the equipment looked very unusual. Dongpil watched closely as Jong performed his technique, watching the energy gradually absorb into his body. In an instant, all the impurities disappeared and the air around them became amazingly clean. This not only showed that Jong possessed a unique technique, but also that he had a deep understanding of the art of Qi. The more Donpil watched his host, the more he seemed like an experienced warrior who had been hardened by years of battle. Despite his young age, Chan absorbed the energy from the bamboo with a skill that only martial arts veterans can do. After some time, the bamboo was completely dried, and its energy now belonged to Chan. The bamboo became so dry that it began to disintegrate into small pieces. The more it crumbled, the more it looked like dust, and the longer Chan carried out this process, the less bamboo was left. Chan's body was completely immersed in absorbing energy, as if he were drinking the life force of this bamboo. He drank energy like water, fully concentrating on his technique, but suddenly he opened his eyes wide. The process was over. "Everything is ready," said Jong. "The juice of the spiritual bamboo is now the best elixir." "Excellent work, young master." Donpil praised him, showing respect for Jong's skills. Jong replied that it was not difficult, but Dongpil considered it so valuable that he even hesitated to use the elixir first. Jong asked him, smiling slightly, "Aren't you tired of being so accommodating?" But Donpil insisted, "It's yours, and it's only right that you drink it first and enjoy all the benefits yourself." Jong couldn't believe that Dongpil would continue to be so modest and tried to convince him, saying, "We're on good terms, so please drink this quickly. You saved me more than once, so you fully deserve it. I even think I should give you everything, not just half of it." Donpil's expression showed that these words made a deep impression on him. Jong felt that it was partly his fault that they were stuck in such a dangerous and horrible place because of him. But Jong also acknowledged that Dongpil had done an excellent job. These touching words touched Donpil deeply. Unable to contain his emotions, he shouted loudly that he would protect Chan until the last day of his service, and no danger would touch him except over his dead body. Laughing, Jong asked him to just stop these speeches and finally drink the elixir. "Yes, after my service is over, I will never forget your great mercy. I will remember until the end of my days. I, Dongpil, will return to the Court of Elders as soon as we leave this place, but your name will always remain in my heart," he shouted, without holding back. The precious juice splashed in a huge bowl made of bamboo. Unable to resist, Jong poured the entire elixir directly into Dongpil's mouth. "Swallow, you dumbass!" he shouted, forcing Donpil to drink, wanting to see the result. But at that moment, Chan felt something approaching. The energy that filled the air did not let him rest. When Dongpil started coughing from a sudden swallow, Jong warned him that someone was coming. And it was not just one creature. It seemed like a whole group was approaching. "What the hell? I can smell something in the air, too," Jong muttered, looking around tensely. None of them understood what was happening, but Chan was still holding the giant bowl with the elixir in it. Focusing all his attention, Donpil felt that all the creatures of the lonely bamboo grove were approaching them. Donpil realized that all these creatures were gathering around them, forming a circle. At first, he had to act quickly, so he drank the entire elixir in one gulp. He then asked Donpil if he remembered the map of the area well. Dongpil answered in the affirmative, and Jong smiled, feeling grateful that his friend had proved so reliable. Then Jong looked at the ground and was surprised. He saw that the fox cub was still with them, despite all the threat. Even stranger was the fact that the fox was sleeping in the middle of all this chaos. Jong could not leave it behind after it had come all this way with him. "Dongpil, catch!" exclaimed Jong, and the fox flew right into Dongpil's arms. He ordered Donpil to hold the fox and run away, making sure that it would not get hurt, while he decided to stop the enemies. And now many creatures appeared right in front of them, ready to attack. Jong closed his eyes, immersing himself in his power, fully concentrating on the battle. Now it was not the creatures who were approaching him. It was he who was pulling them toward him, ordering them to come even closer. Donpil, on the verge of hysteria from worry for his young master, begged him to go forward, promising to block the enemy's path on his own. However, Jong sternly explained that when he gave an order, it had to be carried out without further ado. Then he hit Donpil hard, so hard that he flew backwards without even having time to object. Donpil held the fox tightly, covering it with his body, because that was his master's order. He felt the power of Chan's punch to the fullest extent. His master's skill was as impressive as a real martial art of the highest level. Meanwhile, a three-headed rooster was flying at Chan from behind, ready to attack. Jong quickly made a threefold slashing blow with his sword, which hit the rooster directly, disarming it. "I wish he had stayed in the chicken coop instead of deciding to attack me," Jong thought, with a slight chuckle. His absolute killer king technique, which he had been forced to hide during his training in the demonic arts, was now fully revealed. He no longer held back, using all his power in battle. Meanwhile, on the top of the cliff, Lee stood admiring the scenery, feeling something unusual in the air. He realized that the jackal, the owner of the lonely bamboo grove, had left the spiritual world and disappeared. But why this happened was difficult for Lee Jong-sang to understand, a question that required deep reflection. He could only speculate about what could have happened in the grove. Soon, a bamboo forest appeared in front of him, stretching right next to his place on the mountainside. Lee decided he had to check what was going on and went to the grove. When he saw the third young owner there, he immediately realized what the reason for the change was. He couldn't help but notice a striking change in Jong after blocking Qi. To be more precise, it seemed that the third young owner had become a completely different person. His essence, which Lee saw in the pavilion of demonic justice, was full of death. As he watched the third one easily deal with the monsters, the great ninth celestial demon Lee Chongsan thought, "Third, have you been to the afterlife?" Meanwhile, Jong was already confidently walking over the bodies of the slain monsters without stopping. Lee poured himself some wine, calmly contemplating what was happening. He was pleased that he had once invited the third to the pavilion of demonic justice. However, he could not help but notice the presence of a jackal wandering around. Lee turned to the little fox, asking, "What did you see in the third young master?" At that moment, the third one held his sword very tightly, ready for any blow. His eyes were filled with rage and lust for killing, and his fangs were half exposed, emphasizing his readiness for battle. "It's pretty big," Chan said, wondering if the beast was the head of the grove or its owner. But there was no answer. The huge cat swung its paw, and Chan only managed to dodge the blow. The fact that the cat attacked during his greeting made Chan angry, but he also noticed that it was extremely fast. "How I hated this forest," he thought, recalling how many bamboo stems he had to jump over to avoid the monsters. This encounter was the strongest threat of all, and the size of this cat was truly impressive. Jong realized that he needed to act radically, so he chose to jump up, trying to outdo his opponent. In a leap, he hit the cat's face, knocking out one of its blades and showing all his strength. The cat growled, sensing the threat in the eyes of the guy who knocked it down. However, such a powerful leap did not allow Chong to stop, and he knocked down several more bamboo stalks on his way. If you combine demonic arts with a footwork technique like the Ascension Jump, it could be a great attack. However, when he looked back, he felt a little disappointed. This disappointment was due to the fact that he had initially thought this cat was one of the strongest in the lonely bamboo grove. Looking at the fog, he said, "Stop hiding! Come out! I don't have time to play with you." Bright eyes and the silhouette of a giant cat began to appear from behind the curtain of fog. A smile appeared on Chan's face, feeling challenged. The cat, with dozens of kilograms of mucus flying out of its mouth, roared, with only one blade on its face. Now she became even faster, and this time Chan was unable to dodge her attack. The impact was so strong that it knocked down bamboo in its path, this time not on purpose. At that moment, another giant cat appeared. And then, there were 3 of them, and they were all approaching the place where Chan broke the bamboo with his body. The blow was very strong, and Chan lay on the ground, coughing in pain. His eyes filled with rage. "These damn giant cats have decided to die," he thought, feeling angry. The attack was so powerful that another such blow could have sent him straight to King John in the afterlife. Although Chan had already killed many animals in the grove, he believed he could handle these cats. However, his demonic energy was now felt in a completely different way, which made this battle special. This is all because of spiritual bamboo. His spiritual chi has not yet fully transformed into demonic energy. It weakens the power of the demonic energy, which makes his arts less effective. But the cats did not wait and roared loudly, their roars vibrating in the air. In addition, the monsters continued to press inexorably, and he had no herbs left to dispel the fog in his head. The hidden technique would no longer help. "Damn it," he thought as they rushed at him so fast that he barely had time to dodge. But their claws left deep marks on his back. They attacked on instinct alone, and although they did not reach the level of the masters, they did a lot of damage. Delay is death, and they did not give him time to think. So he stopped thinking and decided to act, to beat them until he defeated them. He put the first tiger on the ground with a precise punch, as if knocking the dust out of an old pillow, but he definitely could not beat them one by one until they all fell. If you keep knocking them down one by one, it will take forever because there are more and more of them. He met the eyes of one of the monsters and realized that there was no other way. Fighting them alone is a waste of energy. You need to gather all the demonic energy and put them all down in one fell swoop. And he did it. His body began to glow with red light. The energy inside him was boiling, and with a loud scream, he promised to kill them all. Punching the ground, he triggered the rock explosion, and red flames flew around him. The wave of energy swept them off their feet. They could not resist its onslaught. From a height, it was possible to see how a real wave was formed inside the grove from his impact, sweeping away everything in its path. Meanwhile, Donpil was fully engaged in rescuing the little fox. He ran through the forest until he was in a safe place where he could catch his breath. He was running so fast that his face was already shining with sweat, but that didn't stop him. But when he looked back, something unusual caught his attention. The forest began to tremble, as if the trees themselves were in danger. Donpil gently put the fox on the ground, sensing that something was brewing. He wondered if it was the young owner who had caused all this chaos. He could not even imagine what was going on there, but he felt uneasy. The fox cub looked at him with big, trusting eyes, as if it understood his every move. Meanwhile, Chon wandered around with his sword in hand, trying to find a way out of this trap. The powerful demonic art had exhausted him, and now his legs felt heavy, as if chained by a ton of iron. He had to get out of here as soon as possible, otherwise he might meet other wild animals. As he walked forward, Jong left marks on the bamboo so as not to lose his bearings and get lost. Touching the stems, he felt that the bamboo was completely dry, devoid of life. Looking around, he realized that all the plants in the area were as dried up as the bamboo. In the depths of the lonely bamboo grove, among the dead monsters, it was as dry as at the entrance. Isn't this where I came from? He thought, looking ahead, not realizing that danger was already looming behind him. He turned around sharply, his movements quick as lightning. A giant snake appeared before him. Its teeth could paralyze any person with fear. The enraged creature immediately rushed at Chon, wrapping its two tails around his arms and grabbing his sword with its fangs. The snake clutched Chon's sword and hand so tightly that the blade began to rust under its venomous bite. The snake squeezed the sword even harder, breaking it into two pieces. It was especially frustrating to lose such a wonderful weapon. This weaned snake was legendary. It caused drought. Perhaps it was because of him that the bamboo withered. This meant that he was stronger even than the Meiji. Although the snake didn't look gigantic, its strength was enough to knock Chon off his feet as it wrapped itself around his body. This vile Jun did not give Chon the slightest respite, constantly attacking. He could not tear the snake away from him, because his hands were tied by its tails. All he could see was a huge mouth opening right in front of him. At that moment, a sharp blade pierced the snake's head, almost hitting Chon. Donpil appeared at the last moment, saving him from a fatal bite. He struck the monster's head just in time, dealing the decisive blow. After that, Donpil easily grabbed the snake with his hand and threw it aside like an unwanted toy. Donpil was overwhelmed with joy. Chon was not seriously injured. Dongpil's sword frightened Jong so much that he almost fell over from shock, barely able to stand. What an asshole, Chon grumbled, for he had ordered him to get out. But how could a guard abandon his master? Donpil firmly promised that he would not leave Jong behind and would get him out of here at any cost. Suddenly, the bamboo began to tremble violently, and leaves fell like rain from its tops. The noise was getting louder. The enemy was closer than Jong could have imagined.
Damn it! There are even more of them than I thought! There's a whole horde of them!
Dongpil, how far is it to the exit? Asked Jong. Donpil replied that it was about 2 kilometers. It was too far to escape. The animals would have caught up with them in that time. If Jong wanted to survive, he had to end it here and now. Dongpil, however, suggested that they be detained, and Jong was ordered to move on. Don't talk nonsense, Jong replied. We'll get out together, and Dongpil had to agree. Even if one person stays behind to buy time, it won't help. There are too many of them to get rid of the pursuers. They were furious. Their roar filled the forest, and nothing but death could stop them. There was no choice. Either Jong and Dongpil would kill them here or die together in this cursed place. Jong understood these rules of the game perfectly well, and was the first to rush at the giant cat, striking it with a good blow. Suddenly, his friend's last words came to mind. Jong Hajin, do you know what life is? At this point, he answered himself with a bitter smile. Hell no, I don't know. He was scattering monstrosities left and right, feeling like nothing more than a tool in someone else's hands. And that's why, damn it, he wants to live life to the fullest now. He decided that he would become so strong that no one else would dare to touch him. This time, he will live freely, something he has dreamed of all his life. But suddenly, when he was fighting the enemy in front of him, the unexpected happened. The cat appeared behind him and with its sharp claws hit him right in the back. The blow was so strong that his body was thrown several meters along the ground. His back was hitting the stones that were in his way in this ruthless forest, and the claws of the beast came closer and closer, scattering stones with their powerful blows. Damn bastards, thought Jong as the claws dug into the same spot as before. It seems that this cat needs a special punch to teach him a lesson. Gathering all his strength in his fist, Jong shouted, I will not die! And struck a powerful blow. He had to strike immediately, because the cat's claws were already just a few centimeters from his face. It was the same cat as the last time, with one missing click. The explosive blow of the rock pierced a huge hole in the head of this monstrous creature. The shockwave was so powerful that the cat was thrown back by the force of the impact. Its face was blurring and melting like plastic under a burning fire. Jong was breathing heavily, exhausted from the effort of the attack. He put so much force into that punch that he could barely stand up. Seeing this, Donpil, filled with anxiety, ran up to him, asking if he was okay, and saw only pieces of the giant cat's body. "Man, I can't even stand anymore. Maybe you can carry me on your back?" asked Chan half-jokingly, feeling his legs give out. Donpil only replied that it would be problematic. At first, Jong didn't understand why it should be difficult. But when I felt a strange wave passing under my feet, I began to guess why Donpil refused. New hordes of monsters appeared before them again, appearing out of nowhere. Dongpil did not hesitate to say that this time he would be the bait and that Jong should get out immediately. One of the cats had 3 eyes, one on its forehead and 2 normal ones. It was a frightening sight. Damn it, at that moment, flashbacks from his past life began to appear in front of Chan's eyes. He remembered how he had managed to rise from the dead after a horrible death, and this gave him hope that he would not give up this time. In this life, Jong could not afford to die as senselessly as he had before. Dongpil begged him to go out the way he came in. Meanwhile, the 3-headed cat, which looked like a creature with a weak bladder, crept closer and closer, leaving a slippery trail behind it. The fox's good-natured eye looked at them intently, as if trying to say something. They both stared into that single eye, not understanding what it meant. The fox cub came closer and started walking around Chan and Dongpil, and they couldn't understand what was happening. Why was the fox walking in circles so strangely? It was suspicious and disturbing. And then his little eyes suddenly changed, becoming sharp and piercing, as if it were turning into something else. There was a deafening thunder, and lightning struck right where they were standing, scattering bright sparks. Everything around was illuminated by a dazzling light, whose rays spread over a considerable distance. After a while, the fox was sitting on Chan's shoulder, licking his head with its warm tongue. It would run over his body and then sit next to him, trying to wake him up because he was in a deep sleep. They lost consciousness from a lightning strike, and the world around them seemed to stop. But then Chan began to slowly open his eyes, trying to understand what had happened. The same fox cub was sitting in front of him, looking at him with its piercing eyes. What happened? Did I die again? Thought Chan, completely confused and unable to understand what was happening. The pain that pierced his entire body was clear proof that he was still alive. After that, Chan looked closely at the fox cub, trying to understand what kind of creature it was. The fox cub jumped on it, playing as if it saw it as its master. With fear in his eyes, Chan asked himself if the fox was planning to eat him. The fox cub put its little paws on his abs and gently, almost lovingly, looked him straight in the eye. In a panic, Chan started shouting to Donpil, begging him to do something. But Donpil was unconscious and lying motionless. At this point, the action shifts to the capital of the heavenly demon cult. All those present knelt down, shouting loudly, "Long live the Lord, long live the divine cult of the heavenly demon. We are moved to tears by the blessing of the sacred god." Each of those present bowed his head in deep respect. Without exception, from the youngest to the oldest, everyone honored their lord. Li Chongsan sat on his throne, and not a single muscle on his face moved. With a cold, stony gaze, he looked around the room, showing no emotion. The first question he asked after pouring himself some wine was, "What are the costs of this year's Mara festival?" "About 57,000 yang," Mudam replied with a bow. "That's 12,000 naira more than last year," he added, with some concern in his voice. He also noted that the special military forces were on duty, so the number of participants in the festival should have been much smaller. However, it is still unclear why costs have risen so sharply. He expressed a desire for an explanation and turned to the master of the inner organ of enlightenment. Taking a few steps forward, the master agreed to explain the situation. She said that 4 of the cult's 7 most influential families would be present at the festival, with the Demon Sword family taking center stage. These families have been protecting the cult for hundreds of years. Because of this, she deems it appropriate to demonstrate their dignity and generosity by rewarding them. Her name is Seoyong Shim, and she is the master of the inner enlightenment organ of the heavenly demon divine cult. Mudam added that the dignity of the cult is confirmed by its long history. They have won in the past and will continue to do so for another 1,000 years. If the heads of families take part in the ancestral rite, they will be honored to taste the drink of the 6 heavenly spirits prepared by the Lord himself. The dignity and generosity of the cult are expressed through the Lord, not through financial expenditures. so he ordered to cut spending on the celebration. She apologized for her incompetence and promised to submit new proposals by noon the next day. Taking a few steps back, Seo Yongshim took her place among the others. This completed the progress reports from the internal and external demon heads. However, the head noted that the first of them seems to be still training. Mudam explained that he had not even left the third hall of demon guards yet. What about the second one? The head asked curiously, waiting for an answer. The fourth young gentleman took a few steps forward to give his report. The second young master of the divine cult of the heavenly demon is Kwang Pyong. Li asked him if he planned to return to training. Kwang Pyong calmly replied that martial arts had become an integral part of his daily life. He also pointed out that learning behind closed doors is meaningless until the world changes. His words surprised many people. Others noticed how confidently he spoke about his fighting skills in front of the Overlord himself, which was quite bold. There's no need to train those who already know their place, Li said. Kwang Pyong was allowed to act as he saw fit. Everyone knew that the Overlord was very strict in his assessment of combat skills. But this compliment to the second young master came even though the first young master was still in seclusion. Many people began to believe that Kwang Pyong had a good chance of becoming the best contender. After bowing and thanking, Kwang Pyong returned to his seat. The floor was passed to the fourth young gentleman, who also stepped forward. "You've changed a lot lately," Li said, noticing his progress, which showed he was working hard. The fourth bowed and thanked him for his praise. However, the next words of the Overlord sounded like a warning. "But it is too late." The master continued, "If you want to surpass others, you will have to train even harder, and even then, it will be difficult to reach their level of skill." The fourth could only reply, "I will take this into consideration, master." Li Jongsang urged him to devote himself completely to the business, without being distracted by other thoughts. Despite these words, the fourth reassured himself that he should not panic, because the master had always been strict with him. He decided to focus not only on martial arts, but also on using the power of his allies as he continued on his journey. It was the turn of the fifth, which also took a few steps forward, proudly raising its head. She came out with a confidence that showed her determination. The fifth young lady of the heavenly demon divine cult is Ju Suyung. "Very good," Li Jongsang said, recognizing her progress. He added that there are limits to how much her martial arts can surpass her natural talents. After this meeting with the senior courtmaster, the Lord asked her to choose one of the 10 great demonic arts. He also noted that she will never forget this gift of generosity. The fourth, watching this, felt jealous because of the praise Ju Suyung received, and even wondered if he should change his plans. After that, a little girl came out, and the master noticed that she neglected her health. Since the sixth was absent, the seventh young lady of the heavenly demon divine cult, Che Yumin, spoke next. Li reminded her, "Cult is not a place for spoiled children," which was a warning she needed to understand. "If you were stronger, you wouldn't be in this situation," he said, reinforcing the importance of strength in this world. He added that she will have to work even harder if she wants to achieve something more. And a serious question was asked of such a small girl. "Are you afraid of death?" With tears in her eyes, she summoned all her courage and answered, "No." "I never taught you to rest," he continued, emphasizing his ruthless philosophy. He warned everyone that if they wanted power, they would have to make even more efforts. "The most important thing is to learn to cross your own boundaries." He tipped his glass of wine and asked, "Have you all understood?" His gaze was ruthless. Putting the glass on the table, he continued, preparing to make an important statement. He noted that the third young gentleman was late, but he knew that he was already approaching and gave permission for him to enter. The third young master, Sorian, responded to the call of the holy bishop. His footsteps confidently walked on the red carpet leading to the throne. His brothers and sisters looked at him in amazement, not believing how he could recover so quickly. They were also amazed that he had made it out of the secluded bamboo grove, from which few people return alive. He spoke in a proud voice. "Greetings, master." Without looking away and looking him straight in the eye, he thought to himself, "It's been a long time, Lord of Demons." When his gaze settled on Chan, he couldn't help but notice the powerful demonic energy that was bubbling up inside him and wondered, how long has he been practicing to achieve such strength? When the word excellent came from the master, everyone present was amazed. It was the highest praise he had ever given. The Overlord asked Sorian how he liked the lonely bamboo grove, and whether it was a good place to get some fresh air. Chan, with a smile and a bit of sarcasm about having heard a lot of strange things before, replied that it was surprisingly fresh. Li Jongsang met these words with a subtle smile. With his hands on the armrests of the throne, he said, Come with me. I wonder where he is taking me. And will you come with me? Thought Chan, assuming that perhaps he had answered too harshly. But he did as he was told and returned from the grove. Just as he had been told, the Lord ordered the first guard to take care of the rest of the assembly. He announced to everyone else that the royal assembly was over and they could go home. Following the overlord, Chan feared that this madman might send him to an even more horrible place, for he had survived the lonely bamboo grove. Meanwhile, on the street, So was discussing the need to revise the costs that needed to be recalculated. She ordered her subordinates to do it immediately, because it was an urgent matter. Her husband, however, was more interested in why the strategist general was not present at the meeting today, and he asked if she knew anything about it. She replied that she knew nothing, except that the general was always busy. She didn't believe it was the Mara festival, and she had heard that the northern traditional schools had recently started some very interesting things. She thought that this was probably the reason. However, whoever they were, the man had never met a sane craftsman who complained about traditions, and he assumed that they were probably doing something stupid again. After these useless conversations, another man approached them and asked what had happened to the third young master, because it was the first time he had seen the Demon Lord give such a high rating. The second man explained that he had heard that he had experienced a Kui blockage, but it was not apparent. The fourth was thinking about the fact that the third had not only returned alive, but had attracted everyone's attention. What did the master see in this bastard? He thought to himself. He believed that he should have killed him when he was weakened after blocking the chi. At that time, the overlord was already on the scene with Jong. Chan was eagerly waiting to hear what the master would say. They found themselves back in the gazebo. The cozy garden did not look like a place suitable for a demonic cult. Lee asked him to sit down. A moment later, Jong was sitting in the chair across from him, experiencing mixed emotions. He survived 8 months in a hellish, lonely bamboo grove, but now there was no point in being afraid, because he had followed the order and hadn't done anything stupid. Traditionally, Lee poured him wine again. Jong thought for a moment. When was the last time I drank alcohol? And then Lee suddenly told him that he still needed to learn the Black Dragon Mountain movement technique. Chan didn't even know what kind of equipment it was, and it was difficult to ask in such an environment. He also felt uncomfortable drinking wine. Lee, noticing his condition, remarked, "I see that you have added something new to your true demonic arts. It looked like a martial art of the Buddhist school. Can he really understand everything just by looking at me?" thought Jong anxiously. Chan knew that Lee was incredibly strong, but could he really see through martial arts? It was incredible. Perhaps Lee is angry because Jong changed the true demon art without permission. What should we do now? However, all these fears turned out to be in vain, because Lee praised him, saying that it was a good job. Not everyone can create a martial arts technique that exceeds the level of the 10 greatest demonic arts. Jong felt uncomfortable, and replied that it did require a lot of thought and effort. Lee asked him how he came up with the idea of using Buddhist art. Jong explained that he tried many different approaches, and realized that this one was the most suitable for achieving strength. The results were indeed remarkable. But Lee noted that Jong was not known for his foresight in the past. At this point, Chan did not know how to respond to this comment. However, Lee continued by saying that demonic art may lack some power or influence, but as a basis, it remains the best technique of their cult. And if Jong had thought a little more, he would not have had to combine demonic arts with other techniques. Lee added that Jong planted a flower bed where a tree should grow. However, he noted that everything turned out well, as Jong managed to achieve excellent results. Having said that, Lee said calmly, "Jong, you can go." Jong was surprised. He had poured him wine, and now he was just sending him away. Why the hell did he even invite him here? He talked about his martial arts. Couldn't you just send a letter? If he stays, Lee might start asking about other things, but it's probably best to leave while you can. "Then I will go," Jong said, bowing. Lee, pointing to a bottle of wine, told him to take it with him. "This is your reward for the work you've done. Who would have thought you would add Buddhist art to create something new? You really surprised me," Lee added. The leftover wine cheered Chan up a bit. Lee reasoned that Jong probably didn't realize the difficulties faced by the higher demons, and it was just a coincidence. He also wondered if the third master would ever see Chan again. If so, this winter is going to be very interesting, Lee thought, keeping his intrigue alive. Meanwhile, the chariot's wheels rattled against the stones it was traveling on, creating a quiet accompaniment to their reflections. Being around the overlord was unbearably difficult, and the more Chan thought about it, the more ridiculous it seemed. He is the lord, but he gives a half-empty bottle of alcohol as a reward instead of a full one. Riding in the cart with Dongpil, Jong kept complaining about the Lord while Dongpil snatched the bottle from him and said it was a drink of the 6 heavenly spirits. Dongpil explained that this drink was only for the chosen few, and he couldn't believe that the Demon Lord had personally given it to Jong. The drink of the 6 heavenly spirits is a high-class cult alcohol enjoyed by all the lords. It is a special drink given only to those who have made great achievements. The opportunity to drink it is a great honor and glory. In addition, this drink is made by the Demon Lord himself, and it is simply impossible to buy it for money. Tired of Dongpil's stories, Jong said, "Let's have a drink when we get back." But Dongpil replied that this was impossible because once he escorted Jong to the residence, his service would be complete. After that, Dongpil had to return to the Court of Elders. With sadness on his face, he told Chang that it was a great honor to work for him. Shaking the bottle, Chan asked, "You really don't want to try this drink?" But when Jong said, "All right, I'll drink it myself," Dongpil began to shout, "Wait, young master, please let me think about it." And so, after a few minutes of driving, they were already at the residence. Stopping in front of the gate, Jong said, "I'm finally back. It was nice to see this place after such a long time." A fox cub suddenly ran out next to him, and I wondered how it got there. Chan recalled how he himself brought him out of the forest and took responsibility for taking care of him. A smile could be seen on the fox's face after these words, which made the moment even more pleasant. This was their home now, and Jong opened the gate through which they entered with the fox. It had been a long time since Jong had seen Manhwa, and now the place looked different. Suddenly, his head felt like it was pierced by lightning, and an unpleasant premonition gripped him. Panic was evident on his face. A sense of danger was incessant. The fox cub, lying in his arms, began to whimper as if it had felt something too. Jong felt a strange, heavy energy around him and could not understand where this ominous aura came from. Was someone here? He thought, looking around for answers. Judging by the smell, the unknown persons had left quite recently, leaving barely noticeable traces. From the smell, Chan also realized which direction they were headed. How did they even dare to hide in my residence? Who are these people? His thoughts were becoming increasingly tense. Suddenly, Hua peeked out from behind the door and asked if he was back. Her face was filled with mixed emotions, fright and joy at the same time, because the Lord had returned. Jong met her with a smile and said softly, "Yes, I'm back." She fell to her knees before him and said, "The divine teaching is unquestionable, and all demons bow down before you. Congratulations, third young master." He smiled and asked if this was really necessary. With tears in her eyes, she told me that she had heard about something terrible happening to him in a lonely bamboo grove, and could not believe that he had come back alive. Judging by her reaction, she had really been waiting for him all these months, while he hadn't even mentioned her. He asked her if she was okay. She replied, unable to hold back her tears, that everything was fine. She was just incredibly happy to see him safe and sound. Although he had been gone for 8 months, the place was clean. She came every day to clean it, so he could come back at any time and feel comfortable. If Manhwa is okay, then those people are just watching, Chan realized. Calming down for a moment, she said that she needed to heat the water as she had just learned of his return. It would take some time, but first she offered him a snack. But Jong would have preferred to wash his face first. He was eager to wash away all the dirt of the lonely bamboo grove. After a while, he was already lying in the warm water, and the tension gradually receded. But the feeling of someone's presence did not let him rest. Is it really him? The one who kept his eyes on me during the meeting? The one who caused my chi to be blocked? Thought Jong. The 4th young owner is Jong Imun. As soon as the thought of Imun entered Chong's mind, he was seized with anger, and he began to punch the water and shout, "As soon as I catch you, you're dead!" First, he had to figure out how the divine cult of the heavenly demon functioned, because he had only known that the demon lord was in charge. With so much information, he had no control over the situation. He could not predict how the overlord would act, so he decided to find out who he could turn to for help. After that, he planned to get them on his side so that he could enter and leave the cult at will. Thus one day he will be able to leave here and become free. At least there is one piece of good news. He is now the 3rd disciple of the great demon lord. No one must know about his plans, but his high status should serve as a reliable support. He decided to climb the social ladder and only then allow himself to enjoy freedom. It was a great plan, strategic and thought out to the smallest detail. Meanwhile, a 4th young gentleman was smoking his pipe when a doctor came in and advised him to smoke less for the sake of his health. Recently, the 4th one had hardly smoked at all, and thanking the doctor for his care, he promised to quit when the time came. However, The doctor came not only to talk about smoking. He wanted to ask why the fourth man ordered his men to retreat from the residence of the third young master. The doctor understood that the fourth man usually acted reasonably, but this time he did not see any logic in his actions. Instead of explaining, the fourth man just kept smoking, not finishing what he had started. "I didn't know," the fourth young gentleman finally said, breaking the silence. "I didn't know how the third one would react. That's why I told him to come back," the fourth admitted. "I thought I had everything planned, but I was wrong." The doctor was surprised that the fourth one admitted his mistake. This rarely happened. The fourth saw the third for the first time at a meeting after the chai-blocking incident, and he had changed considerably. He seemed to have regained his strength. However, this was not the reason why the fourth one deviated from the plan. The third one looked like the Saurian he had always known, but something had changed in him. He seemed like a completely different person. His gaze was directed directly at the fourth, as if he knew everything he had done. The fourth explained to the doctor that he needed to rethink his plans and thoughts before proceeding. The doctor immediately realized that this was a lie, because the fourth one was clearly confused by the changes in the third young hostess. "What do the subjects do after my order?" asked the fourth, trying to hide his confusion. The doctor replied that his subjects were complaining about deviations from the plan and asked what to do next. The fourth ordered to give them some money. They are obsessed with money, just like the third one. Everything will be fine as long as they get it. After weighing everything up, the fourth realized that attacking Saurian now was not the best idea. He was at a dead end and no longer knew how to proceed. Meanwhile, the table was set with delicious food, and on it was the very bottle of drink that Donpil admired.
What is all this?
Dongpil ran into the room and shouted, and there was Jong sitting on a chair with Hua next to him. Jong began to yell at Dongpil with a smile to get on, because Anhwa had prepared all this. The girl sat next to him, trembling, and asked the owner if he was sure she could eat with them. She believed that she should eat after him, as the rules say. Jong angrily shouted at her to stop talking nonsense and just enjoy the food. Dongpil and Anhwa sat down at the table in silence, inhaling the incredible aroma of the dishes in front of them. They poured the precious drink and clinked their glasses together, feeling the solemnity of the moment. Unable to contain their hunger, they immediately started eating, enjoying all the goodies on the table. To play a joke on Donpil, the girl pushed him lightly, and as he started to fall, Jong started pouring alcohol directly into his mouth. The fox also enjoyed the leftovers by crawling under the table. The friendly, pleasant evening was gradually coming to an end. All the dishes were already empty. Not even a drop of alcohol remained, although Chan did not refuse another drink. Dongpil was clearly drunk, which was easy to see, and Jong even suggested that he stop there. Donpil barely moved his tongue in denial and said he was still sober. Because of this, he asked the girl to bring more drinks, and she immediately ran to fulfill the request. Before the drinks were brought, Jong asked Donpil for permission to ask one question. The blushing Dongpil waited for Jong to formulate his question. Jong asked if Donpil knew anyone who knew the ins and outs of the organization. Donpil named a few people who were fairly well informed about the cult's affairs, but in terms of relationships between people, he knew little. However, he had heard that the chief strategist in the military department had a lot of information, although it would be difficult to meet with him. "Who else can I talk to about this?" asked Jong, trying to gather more data. Donpil advised him to turn to a master of religious inner enlightenment. At the same time, a fourth young gentleman was talking to the doctor, asking him to send a letter to the master of religious inner enlightenment, Seo Yongsim. The fourth young gentleman wanted to invite the master of religious inner enlightenment, Seo Yongsim, to dinner the next day. The doctor warned him, explaining that this could be dangerous because, knowing her character, one could assume that she would try to avoid interfering in conflicts between students. The doctor warned that if he hastily asked her to cooperate, she might be indignant, and it would be extremely dangerous to make an enemy in the person of a master of religious inner enlightenment. The fourth was aware of these risks, but realized that he needed to take risks now. He believed that now that the lynx had turned into a snake, it was necessary to change the weapon, to act using other methods. At this time, she was sweeping up the garbage in the street, thinking about the events of the previous night. She was shocked that Jong had drunk so much last night, and was now standing in front of her practicing kicks. She recalled how they drank to the brim, played drinking games, and how unusual the woman who participated in the evening was. And now Jong is on the court honing his kicks and knees with incredible accuracy. He was demonstrating a technique she had never seen him do before. "He's incredible," she said in a gentle voice, holding onto the broom handle and admiring his skill. As expected, not everyone can be a disciple of the Demon Lord. But how did he manage to achieve this? In her eyes, he was just another young master. At the table, Dongpil provided some very important information for Jong. The strategist general is an expert in what Jong is looking for. After all, he is the head of the army and the most powerful in the blood cult. However, Dongpil also noted that it would be difficult to organize a meeting with him, especially if you are not a lord, because the strategist general has been very busy lately. Dongpil also noted that the Court of Elders is a very influential organization, and it was they who ultimately protected the Demon Lord and the entire cult. In a drunken state, he began to praise them, calling the Court of Elders the best organization of the heavenly demon divine cult. Chan realized that this was just delirium due to the excessive amount of alcohol he had consumed, and he did not hope to hear anything useful. However, unexpectedly, Dongpil mentioned the name of Seo Young Sim, a master of religious inner enlightenment who, according to him, is definitely well versed in these matters. It is responsible for the internal circulation of the cult's money and has enormous influence. If she is responsible for finance, she probably also has extensive information about the relationships between people in the organization. However, Dongpil noted that Seo Young Sim would not just share the information, as it is forbidden to disseminate data containing personal opinions. Their conversation was interrupted by Hua bringing drinks, which pleased Dongpil more than Jong, as he was hoping to hear something else useful, but the moment was lost. However, Jong realized that Seo Young Sim would be a difficult person to talk to. The one who manages the cult's finances has a lot of authority, and if he can't get close to her, things might not go as he planned. The fourth realized that Chan was wrong when he thought he would return to a safe life after leaving the lonely bamboo grove. Whether within the cult or outside of it, there will always be those who prey on it. So Jong decided to devote all his time to training and realized that he needed allies to watch his back. In his past life, he had already learned that it was dangerous to fight alone without friends. Because of his intense training, Hua was constantly busy cleaning up, as the stones from his punches flew in all directions. Finally, Jong stopped and said he was tired, believing it was due to the excess of thoughts in his head. Looking at the floor after the training, he realized that he could not leave any traces that could indicate his actions and plans. All his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Hua, who told him that Dongpil was on his way. However, Dongpil did not just walk, but almost ran to him, clearly in a hurry. He brought Chan the sword he had mentioned earlier. The sword was to be similar in length and weight to the one Jong had used before. The sword looked really impressive when Jong carefully took it out of the scabbard, admiring its beauty. As soon as he waved it, a powerful energy spread around. It was only a light swing, but what would happen if you hit it with all your might? After that, Jong said it was time for him to leave. Dongpil, surprised, asked where he was going and got an answer. I'm going to build my future. The fox settled comfortably on Chan's shoulder, ready to accompany him on his journey. Jong invited Dongpil to join them, emphasizing the importance of the upcoming events. At this time, in the high-end pavilion, the Spring Flower Pavilion, a fourth young gentleman was waiting for someone special. It was a master of religious inner enlightenment, Seo Young Sim, who arrived and greeted him with respect. He immediately invited her in, saying that he had ordered the best dishes to be prepared, but he wasn't sure if she would like them. The Spring Flower Pavilion is under her management, and she knew exactly how delicious the food is here. She agreed with a slight smile, realizing that the fourth was trying to impress her. The fourth young gentleman did not immediately realize that he had invited the owner of this place, and playing the role of the host, he could not stop laughing. In a moment, they were sitting across from each other at the table, and the atmosphere was becoming tense. Seo Yunsim was unclear why she was invited, but she decided to take her time and find out in conversation. He replied that there was no particular reason. He just wanted to treat her for her hard work for the cult. Lowering her head, she modestly replied that it was nothing and not worthy of much attention. The fourth was already thinking about how best to approach the case and what to say so as not to ruin everything. Seo Yongsim is a woman who has lived for decades on the battlefield called the Divine Cult and has risen to the rank of Master of Religious Inner Enlightenment. She's self-confident, knows her worth, and must be handled with care, just like the chief strategist. It is not easy to organize a meeting with such people. When the servants left, she prepared for a serious conversation, ready to find out why he really wanted to see her. The fourth one did not hide the fact that he needed her help and asked her directly to lend him a hand. She thanked me for the drinks and politely replied, "See you later." However, he couldn't help but ask if his request would cause her any inconvenience. The problem was not the inconvenience. According to her, she does not take sides when it comes to candidates. She also noted that her department manages the internal affairs of the cult and if they lose their neutrality, it will shake the entire structure of the cult. She cannot allow this to happen. A fourth thought that although she had great influence, her agency was only one of many cult organizations. In his opinion, she was exaggerating her role in the conversation with the heir. So he decided to move on to Plan B and explained that she was mistaken. He was only asking her for support, not to join his side. But from her point of view, there was no difference between support and cooperation. And she made it clear that she was not going to support any of the candidates. It was her demonstration of loyalty to the cult and its neutrality. He suddenly said that she would change her mind. After thanking him for the treat, she decided to say goodbye. But after taking only a few steps, the fourth young owner said he heard she needed the rare four-leaf clover of the green turtle. This plant is extremely rare, and even in Yunnan, where most of the herbs of the cult grow, it is almost impossible to find. It is found only near the eastern seas. He offered her this clover, saying that he did not need it. It was obvious from the way she turned to him that she was interested in the offer. However, he was careful not to say how he learned about her need for this plant. This question was important to her, and she asked insistently, adding please, to answer her question. Then he proposed a deal. She had to give him something in return, since he was losing the rare clover. She thought that his words sounded like a hidden threat, and she told him so directly. He explained that he was in a difficult situation, and just hoped for her understanding. He emphasized that for successful negotiations, one side must offer something useful to the other, and he believed that the four-leaf clover of the green turtle was a perfect example of such an exchange. She looked at him silently, considering his proposal. Her hands slowly reached for the table, pulling the chair back to sit down. A satisfied smile began to appear on the fourth man's face as his plan began to work. Sitting down, she said, "Okay, I'll listen to you first," and asked him to clarify what he wanted. "It's nothing special," he replied, adding that it could be seen as a simple friendly favor. However, he asked her to give a secret order to one of the servants. Coming closer, he quietly asked in her ear if she knew a servant named Manhwa. Manhwa works at the residence of a third young master, and he wanted her to order this servant to report daily for 3 months on the actions of the third young master, if possible. When she asked him if he planned to do anything about the third, he just said, "I thought you didn't ask questions you didn't want answered." She warned him of the danger that would arise if she was caught doing this. "Just don't get caught," the fourth added coldly, leaving her to her thoughts. "It's not that dangerous," he assured me, asking me to act as usual without attracting too much attention. Even if there was a problem, he claimed that the solution would be simple and painless. "The truth is as light and elusive as tobacco smoke. Get rid of the pipe, and no one will know who smoked." At that moment, Ankva's ear suddenly scratched, as if she felt that someone was remembering her. However, the conversation did not end there. He suddenly asked her to stop lying. She began to explain that she didn't even know who Manhwa was and couldn't force her to spy. "Then find someone else who you can force and whom you trust," he insisted, not losing his persistence. He also asked me not to say that it was impossible, as he was sure that if she wanted to, she would find a way. Her cheeks trembled with emotion. She was already feeling the pressure and realized that he would not ask a second time. However, the temptation to get the valuable herb was too great. His words that her silence would be taken as consent came at the exact moment when she was silent for several seconds, thinking it over. After that, the fourth said that the deal was considered concluded, smiling confidently. Meanwhile, his men were standing guard when they suddenly heard a noise nearby. The head guard of the fourth, seeing Chan in front of him, suddenly screamed in surprise. Chan stood there with a fox on his shoulder, asking the guards how long they were going to sit over the old cups. At that moment, both Mrs. Seo and the fourth young gentleman sitting in the pavilion heard Jong's voice. Stepping on the threshold, Jong said that his patience had already run out. He brought only cheap wine with him, and his cup was empty, which looked ironic in the context of the situation. Ms. Seo thought that his appearance was quite spectacular, and it only added to the drama of the moment. The expression on the fourth man's face showed that he was also stunned by Chan's unexpected appearance. Jong handed them a flask of wine, and asked if they would continue to drink from those old cups or join him. "I had to sweat a lot to find you," he said. "I was wondering where you could be, but it turned out you were here, in such a beautiful place." Seo Yong-sim bowed respectfully in front of Jong and greeted him, observing the formalities. But Jong stopped her, saying that he did not need such formalities, and asked her not to do so. The fourth began to get angry, shouting at the guards, accusing them of not following orders and letting Chong in. Jong approached the fourth and calmly told him that he had come to talk to the Master of Enlightenment, asking him to calm down. However, the fourth man was not going to calm down and said that the Master of Enlightenment was now talking to him, emphasizing that it was very rude of Chan to barge in. Jong ignored his words and approached Seo, asking if she wanted to join him for a second event after this meeting. As he was ignored, the fourth became even more nervous and reached out to Chan to stop him. At this point, Seo apologized to Jong for the situation. She explained that she had already accepted the invitation of a fourth young gentleman. However, Jong persisted and asked her again if she wanted to join him after the meeting. She was puzzled and did not understand what the third young gentleman was up to. Jong decided to clarify and asked if it was because she needed the four-leaf clover of the green turtle. There are usually two reasons why someone seeks this rare clover. Either to rapidly reduce yin energy through peaceful depletion of yang energy, or to correct a malfunction in the 9 yin meridians. Both of these situations can only be resolved with the help of the green turtle quatrefoil. A person like Seo Yongsim knows this for a fact. So, she found herself in a situation where this clover was indispensable. Chong suddenly asked, "Did someone you know earn a lockout after trying to study yin explosions?" "How did he find out about this?" she thought, looking at him in amazement. Chan let the fox run around on the table and continued to explain that he did not know how serious the patient's condition was. But if he was not yet on the verge of death, the quatrefoil could even be dangerous. Taking a few goodies from the table, he added that this clover could mix yang energies instead of dampening yin, and that could lead to complications. He expressed sympathy for her worries about the patient, but warned her not to rely on herbs without question. In her eyes, Jong looked like an extremely kind person. "Is this the third young master I knew?" she wondered. Yesterday, a fourth asked, "Has eavesdropping become his new hobby?" However, Jong calmly replied that he was just standing outside the door and overheard a conversation about the green turtle's four-leaf clover. The fourth said that such behavior was unworthy of the third young master of the divine demon cult. Jong slammed his hand on the table and asked, "Is this true? Does he really think that this behavior is worthy?" He then asked angrily, "Is trying to secretly kill your brother to gain power considered proper behavior for a fourth young master?" Stammering, the fourth asked, "What are you talking about?" Chan explained that the answer is simple. If the fourth one really doesn't know, then he is a fool who cannot control his subordinates. And if he's just pretending to be a fool, then he's just dishonoring his name. Chan could understand the circumstances, but he asked, "Don't you think it's too much to treat even your younger brother so cruelly?" The seventh young hostess, who had just turned 10, was only a child, and when he heard about it, he was deeply shocked. How could the fourth ask her to do such a stupid thing? The young hostess looked very weak, and it was the fourth who made her so. Backing down, the fourth said that he would not tolerate slander, trying to justify himself. But Jong realized that without evidence there was no point in having empty conversations. He addressed the next question to the woman. "What are you going to do now? Has this deal lost its meaning?" She got straight to the point and asked if there was a way to improve the condition of the chi blockage, noting that the spirit pavilion only said to observe the patient's condition. Jiang explained that it is not difficult. He himself once fell under chi blockage, but was able to recover despite attempts to poison him when his medication was switched. The fourth continued to address the Master of Enlightenment, asking if she really believed in this nonsense. However, the woman has already realized that if all this is true, she no longer has any reason to stay with such an evil man. She thanked the fourth man for the invitation and said she would pay for herself. With a proud expression on her face, she left this fool, clearly deciding to break up with him. Jong told the fourth that he would also leave, taking his guest with him. He looked at him, seeing him only as a weak and indecisive fool who could barely restrain himself from anger. As he followed the woman, Jong asked her if she had an aversion to cheap wine, to which she replied with a smile, "Of course not. It's fine as long as the cup is clean." The fourth master was alone when his servant approached him. The servant appeared so suddenly that no one even had time to stop him. Now that everything had gone wrong, the fourth had no choice but to act alone. He wanted to avoid personal interference, but now he felt compelled to do so. He convinced himself that it was Jong who started the conflict, and now he would have to make him pay for the humiliation and pain. Meanwhile, Jong was telling the Enlightenment Master about the methods of treatment without asking him to consider it a great favor. He explained that the process would not be easy. It would take 3 days to understand and begin treatment. Big changes will be noticeable only after a few months, and, depending on the patient's condition, it can take up to 6 months to restore mobility. Listening to this, she asked if he was serious. Jong reiterated that it all depends on the patient's efforts and attitude. If the patient's condition is not critical, and they have proper training, they may be able to move normally in 6 months. 6 months was a long time. But given that the doctors at the Spirit of the Blood Pavilion were unable to prescribe treatment, it was great news. Jong's words inspired confidence, and she decided to put aside her doubts and be honest with him. Chan listened intently as she began to speak. She asked a simple question. "What do you want to get from me in return?" After a while, the girl, tired of the tension, stretched her arms, feeling relieved. She finished the long and hard job of cleaning up after Chan, pleased with her efforts. Hugging herself, she praised herself for a job well done, feeling pleasantly tired. Suddenly, she heard loud explosions or blows behind her. She was unclear what it was, but she guessed that it might be related to the young master. Without hesitation, she ran in that direction, trying to understand what was happening. Running to the door, she grabbed the handles, preparing to open it and find out what had happened. It was as if she was struck by lightning, and she stopped talking in mid-sentence. "The bath isn't ready yet?" But she didn't finish. Eyes full of ominous darkness stared at her intently. The fourth was waiting. Behind that door was someone whose appearance she could not have predicted even in her worst dream. In a bucket of water, there was a weapon covered in dried blood, a terrible reminder of past events. He tried to calm her down, although she couldn't take her eyes off the hook on which the horrible things were hanging. He quietly explained that she shouldn't worry, because he had brought her here not to harm her, but to tell her something important. His finger slowly wrapped around the nasty bug, making her shudder in disgust. This bug was no ordinary bug. It is a poisonous, slow corrosive insect, a dangerous parasite that insidiously invades the body. It begins its insidious attack 2 days after entering the body, gradually eating away at the host. The parasite moves to the internal organs, devouring everything in its path and causing terrible suffering. But the antidote could save you if you drink it in time. Holding the sword at the girl's throat, she asked him with fear why he was telling her all this. He explained that she had to come here every day and report on the actions of the third young master for the sake of the antidote. And all this must be a strict secret. No one must know about their agreement. She was held by her braids, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Small and fragile, she could not understand why she was being treated so cruelly. They told her not to be afraid, holding a disgusting beetle in front of her face, assuring her that as long as she followed their orders, she was in no danger. She was coldly informed that if the parasite got into her eye, she could lose her sight. In desperation, she begged the young master to save her from this horrible trap. Meanwhile, Jong was having a leisurely conversation with a woman who kept asking questions about what he really wanted. She was well aware that his arrival was not accidental. He needed something. His knowledge had saved her life, and now she was ready to give everything she could in gratitude. The words ingratitude made him think, plunging into his own memories. Jong saved lives even when he was a killer. He recalled the days when he quietly eliminated the enemies of the righteous Heavenly Alliance master. His subordinate ran up to him, saying that they had found 2 frightened girls who had served the dead. These girls were very young and trembling with fear of what was happening around them. But fortunately, their names were not on the blacklist. However, the men who found them decided that they had the right to decide their fate at their own discretion. They abused these children like real monsters until Jong came over and asked them to stop with cold politeness. He calmly explained that the task had been completed and asked them to let the girls go, because bullying them was a waste of time. But the man objected, not seeing any futility in this activity. His only goal is to get as much money as possible from the sale of these children. Jong was even asked not to interfere in these matters. But the scoundrel reminded Chan that he had once killed his best friend's wife and children without regret. Was it too late to be kind? An outburst of anger, and Chan, without restraint, simply stabbed him in the back. It was becoming increasingly difficult for him to let these words pass through his soul, as if every sound was cutting him from the inside. They repeated in my head over and over again. I killed my best friend's wife and children. He killed his friend's wife and children. These words haunted him, and his hand with the sword began to tremble. They had no right to say such things, and Chan broke down. In a moment, they were lying on the floor, lifeless. Their punishment came quickly. The blood that flowed from their bodies became a punishment for the children's cries, which they ignored. Turning his back on the girls, he coldly asked them to walk 10 kilometers east to the nearest village. The girls hugged each other, amazed by what they saw, and could not say a word. Jong insisted that they flee as quickly as possible before he changed his mind. He had once killed their family without regret, and now they saw him not as a savior but as a hypocrite. They begged him to kill them too, because they did not feel grateful for this salvation. Through their tears they shouted at Chan, calling him a monster, no better than those he killed, and wishing him to burn in hell. He realized that his actions were hypocritical. killing their relatives, and then pretending to be a savior. For this, he was ready to curse himself even after his death. He was not upset by their insults, even after he tried to save them. The fact that his entire life, which he had once considered strong, had turned to dust, was bitter. This made him feel indescribably sad. Coming back to reality, Jong calmly told Seo that he didn't need anything from her, as if all these conversations hadn't happened. It looked strange to her. At first he hinted that he wanted something in return, and now he suddenly changed his mind. She even began to think that he was just giving her his knowledge without any hidden agenda. It was difficult for him to explain why he was helping her as if she were his equal, not just a servant. She was looking for a rare green turtle's quatrefoil, and it was obvious. The one who needed it was extremely important to her. If it was someone who was his enemy or a scoundrel, he would not hesitate to ask for payment. But if this person was important to him, he did not doubt his kindness. Knowing this, Jong did not want to make a deal by trading someone's life, because saving a life for free was the only right thing to do. In her eyes, the third master did not seem like the rude and cruel boor she had imagined. She seemed to be talking to a good merchant, not a young master of a divine cult. She couldn't understand why he was being so friendly to her, especially considering that he hadn't even seen the man. At this point, Jong calmly poured wine, preparing to answer. He explained to her that in this world, people can kill people they have never seen without hesitation, so why not try to save a stranger? After having a drink with her, he felt some relief. The tension seemed to disappear. He had no idea that she might have met a fourth young master, and the thought sobered him up a bit. It was obvious that the heirs would fight and betray each other, but such things are never discussed openly. She couldn't help but think that Jong wanted something else from her, because otherwise, why would he have revealed his weaknesses to her? The cold, cruel, and ruthless third young master was a man who had always been interested only in first place. That's who he was in her eyes, and she couldn't understand what made him change. She speculated that it might be due to the chi blockage that affected him. Another reason could be his loneliness, like a lone bamboo in a grove. But whoever he was, this new young master was a complete stranger to her. At this point, he really wanted something in return. So he asked her to serve light meals at the restaurant more often, and asked if the Center for Inner Enlightenment was also responsible for catering. Although the food was delicious, it lacked spices, and he hinted at her to think about people with different taste preferences. After that, she said that she was beginning to guess what he really wanted. She was sure he wanted to know more about the other young masters and ladies in the cult. Her expectations of the Master of Inner Enlightenment were quite high, because he looked very serious. But as he put the cup on the table, Jong calmly replied that this was not entirely true. He explained that he is interested in all the relationships that exist within the cult, not just individuals. The moonlight penetrated through the night darkness, illuminating the path our heroes were walking. Having gathered all their belongings and the necessary books, they were ready to move on to the next stage. The young gentleman expressed his sincere gratitude to everyone who helped make this evening unforgettable. Their support was invaluable. However, Jong said goodbye to Lady Seo Eun-shik, wished her good night, and was about to leave. The ninja, hidden behind a mask, quietly asked the Master of Enlightenment if there was any danger if the information she had passed on fell into the wrong hands. So Inshim confidently reassured her advisor, explaining that she was aware of all the risks, but knew for sure that she had gained more than she could lose. The young host walked next to Dunpeel, wondering if it was worthwhile to have a third round just the two of them. Dunpeel thought it was too late, but the young man tried to persuade him to have another drink. So Enshim watched the young master walk away, thinking that she now knew everything she needed to know about the influential people in the cult. However, after meeting this young man, her convictions were shaken, and the young owner was left alone to decide what to do next that night. The Master of Enlightenment ordered the counselor to immediately report to her any news about the third master, no matter what happened. The next day, the young owner decided to tackle all the books that had accumulated, although it was not an easy task. These books, or rather the documents from So Enshim, contained secrets about the most important people in the cults and their hidden connections. Chan perceived the information with some distrust, realizing that it was the subjective vision of only one person. However, even if only part of this turns out to be true, this knowledge can be invaluable. At first glance, everything looked like a classic vertical organization structure, with orders coming down from the Demon Lord. However, Mo Enson's investigation revealed a different picture. She uncovered all the hidden alliances, betrayals, and intrigues, as well as the power struggle that involved even those who were supposed to remain independent. Reading these documents made him realize how complex human relationships can be. Turning the page, he came across the name of the commander of the Demon Rage Squad, which caught his attention. This mention seemed particularly interesting, so he concentrated, reading every word. But suddenly, his faithful friend distracted him by reminding him that it was time to eat. A few minutes later, the young owner was sitting comfortably at the luxuriously laid table, ready for a gourmet meal. While tasting the dishes, Jong noticed that the food was not as rich as usual. It seemed more bland. When he remarked, the owner replied that it was because they had started buying softer ingredients, as he had recently requested. He thought it was funny because he hadn't meant it seriously, and they had fulfilled his request. At that moment, the girl ran up to the fox, poured food into a small plate, and asked her to try it. She called the fox Mistress of the Forest, which surprised Chan. He didn't understand why she called it that, because it didn't seem to have a name. Jong emphasized that indeed the fox has been living with him for a long time, but he has never named it. He suggested that Mrs. Manhwa come up with a name for the fox, but she didn't know what to say. Looking closely at the fox, Manhwa noticed its large ears and suggested naming it Ears. Or, looking at her fluffy tail, she suggested that we could call her Tail. After hearing these options, Jong decided that although they were cute, these names were more suitable for a little girl than a serious man, so he decided to come up with something else. After thinking about it, he decided to name the fox Zolotets. The girl remarked that this name was not too different from her options, but Jong insisted that it sounded perfect. He turned to the fox, asking if it liked the new name, and the fox purred in response. Jong thought it was genius to come up with a name so quickly, but Anhwa's mistress clearly did not share his enthusiasm. Before he left, he warned Manhwa that he would not be there tonight, and that she would have to organize dinner on her own. Finally, he reminded her to never forget about dinner and to always take care of her health by eating right. The young owner left her, and she remained standing, full of hope for his soon return, wishing to see him soon. Soon, the action moved to the training camp, where another story unfolded. One of the young men who trained at the camp showed incredible results, inspiring admiration from everyone around him. His martial art had improved to the point where he could knock down the wall in front of him with a single blow. After he struck the wall, a deep dent was left on the wall, a testament to his incredible strength. This young man quickly adapted to the situation, changing his tactics on the fly, which showed his out-of-the-box thinking and thirst for improvement. If he continues to do so, he will surely succeed. His training was closely watched by the three-headed master, who praised the young man for his powerful technique and determination. He turned to the Demon Guardian's sword, which was glowing with red light, and noted with surprise that he hadn't expected to see him smash through a wall from such a distance using a basic technique. It was the second head of the Guardian Court, Ji Yan. However, the Demon Guardian's sword itself admitted that its abilities had not yet reached the ideal and needed to be improved. Nevertheless, Ji Yan emphasized that the young man had grown considerably under the mentorship of the third young master, and now he had become not just a capable, but a truly talented fighter. The second owner, watching the training, decided to address the young man and say a few important words. At that moment, a third young master entered the Guardian's yard and said that he was looking for him, to which the second master replied that he was busy training, but was ready to join. He also noted that he intends to attend a meeting of the Fierce Demon Squad today. Hearing these words, the expression on the face of the sword guard changed, and without waiting for the conversation to end, he abruptly rushed forward, as if sensing danger. Danpil was well aware that his friend, the third young master, should not get involved in the affairs of the Fierce Demon Squad, because they were all real madmen. The Fierce Demon Squad was famous for their cruel nature, which was reflected in their name. They were known for their unpredictable and ruthless nature. Their fighting style was based on the principle of absolute brutality, without compromise or pity. This was the most brutal unit in the cult, known for never stopping until the enemy was destroyed to the last piece. And for them, there was no difference between friend and foe. This group gathered outside a tavern with their army, preparing to spend the evening drinking themselves into unconsciousness. One of them broke down the door so that their team could go inside as if they owned the entire building. But when they entered, it turned out that the tavern was almost empty. No one was visible, only silence reigned around them. One of the scoundrels shouted,
"Where's the owner? If he hasn't opened up yet, we'll open his face ourselves."
It was the second squad leader, named Changwan. Changwan looked ahead and saw a man sitting with a fox. The man was calmly playing with her, not reacting at all to the presence of dangerous killers in the institution. The young owner acted as if he hadn't heard Changwan's shouts and threats at all. But Changwan couldn't stand it. went over to his desk and tried to get his attention with a sharp blow on the table. He wondered why this young man was ignoring him so much. Could it be that he had a high rank or belonged to some kind of cult? Without looking him in the eye, Jong Hajin replied coldly, "Yes, that's right." Changwan remarked that perhaps the young man did not know that they had rented the entire facility for the evening, and continued to look at him with a challenge. Chon Hajin calmly emphasized, "Rent and intimidation are different things. If you have a lease, I will leave. If not, I will stay." Such insolence from the young man was unheard of, and the furious Changwan was ready to punish him without delay. But before he could strike, he was stopped by a woman who suddenly stepped forward. She was the one the young owner was waiting for, and she appeared just in time to save the day. It was Hong Ren, the youngest and at the same time the most brutal squad leader in the cult. She, being the commander of the fierce demon squad, decided to deal with the impudent young man herself. Hong Ryung first turned to Changwan, asking why he was acting so ridiculously in public, and ordered him to stop it immediately. She then turned to a young man who seemed quite funny to her and sarcastically asked if he was so stupid that he didn't realize who he was dealing with. How could this young man not know such legendary warriors as they did? To which he calmly replied, calling them all a bunch of madmen and psychopaths who lacked basic manners. Hong Ren stared at him in amazement, not understanding how he could behave so defiantly in front of such powerful people. Or did he really want to die? She came to the conclusion that his status was probably not ordinary, or that he just wanted to provoke them into a fight. However, the young man did not even pay much attention to her, continuing to play with the fox. It seemed funny to him because he didn't touch them, and they created the conflict themselves. He offered her a seat if she had something to say, but Hong Ren wasn't going to listen to this arrogant madman. As an argument, the young man said that his neck hurt because he had to look at it from the bottom up, and it was too uncomfortable. Looking up, he felt her demonic energy, which seemed powerful and dangerous. These words, full of insolence, made her furious. He clearly did not respect her status, and she began to boil with anger. Hajin felt that Hong Ryong's demonic energy surprisingly seemed sweet and even pleasant, which he hadn't expected. Looking around, he saw the waiters frantically bringing the food under the watchful eye of the owner of the establishment, who was urging them on, demanding caution, as the dishes were prepared for very important guests. However, upon entering, the owner noticed that the young man sitting in the center of the hall had attracted the full attention of the fierce demon squad. Realizing that the commander was going to kill the guy right at the table, the owner rushed forward to try to stop her. But the squad's reaction was instantaneous. One of the soldiers put his sharp sword to his neck, threatening to kill him. The second commander did not hide his dissatisfaction with the fact that the owner dared to say anything at all. He demanded that the owner give 30 reasons why they could not kill this young man, and only then would the old man have a chance to stay alive. Feeling the cold of the steel against his neck, the owner of the establishment was in deep despair. All he could say was, "He is the third young master of the divine cult." Hearing this, the fierce demon squad was amazed to learn that this young man was a disciple of the demon lord himself. After that, they immediately left him alone and returned to the banquet, asking the owner when the rest of the food would be ready. Exhausted by the difficult mission, the squad ate, drank, and had fun as if it could be their last day. The demon lord's disciple and the commander of the fierce demon squad sat down separately from the others. The warriors could not understand why the third young master was here, since they had all heard rumors of his energy blocking. Some have suggested that it may still be weak, and if a tense situation arises, they could gain an advantage by intervening at the right time. However, the second member of the squad restrained his colleagues, emphasizing that this was not just a young man, but a third young master, a possible heir to the overlord, and they should be careful with him. One of the warriors of the demonic group could not accept the fact that this young man, even the heir, could achieve something, especially in such a young body. For him, he was just a weakling who chose a place not according to his strength, the divine cult. The possibility that the heir to the demon lord could defeat their battle squad seemed so ridiculous that it would be a blow to their reputation. The young host's raised glass of alcohol towards the commander of the fierce demon symbolized not friendship, but the beginning of dangerous negotiations. The soldiers knew that Jong Hajin had known about their arrival in advance, but he seemed to be ready for something more than just a meeting. Hong Ren, looking him straight in the eye, asked sharply, "What do you really want?" Jong Hajin was glad that she got right to the point. He didn't like long and meaningless conversations. Her words escalated the atmosphere between them, like distant storm clouds preparing for a storm. He coldly suggested that she and her unit surrender voluntarily to avoid bloodshed. Hearing this young man's insolent words, Hong Ren's anger grew. Her squad had never surrendered, and such a proposal was insulting to her. If he was seriously offering them to surrender, the fierce demon commander was ready to kill him on the spot. However, the young owner continued, adding that if they gave up now, their misdeeds would be perceived as minor infractions, self-criticism, or a pay cut. No one would suffer seriously. This young man's audacity worried the squad leader. He appeared out of nowhere and demanded too much. Does he know something more than he seems? Hong Ren insisted that they had not violated any laws and there were no grounds for the charges. But Zhong Hajin responded with a counter-question. If that's true, why do the fierce demons spend so much money every month? He emphasized that even the heavenly demon army spends about 800 nyan per month, while the fierce demons exceed this amount by more than twice. Sao Ensim, who is in charge of the cult's finances, provided Zhong Hajin with all the necessary information, including budget records. He discovered that the fierce demon squad, this uncontrolled mob of scum, could not have a budget larger than the main army, which made him suspicious. This hinted that the money was coming not only from the official budget, and that there was one person involved who was capable of such a cunning intrigue. With this in mind, the young owner decided to put pressure on them, assuming that the funds had appeared by accident or through corruption. He suggested that the money could have come from, for example, a secret meeting with someone important. If they handed over the name of this person, he promised to help them avoid trouble. In return, he demanded only one thing, the name of the person who gave them the money. Hearing this, the commander of the fierce demon realized that from the very beginning, the young man's goal was completely different, and that he saw them as pawns in his own game. This outraged her to the core, throwing her off balance. Her pride was wounded. She reasoned that this young man had no proof, and if he came to teach her how to manage her finances, he should show her proof first. After drinking a glass of sake, Jong Hyun only speculated. If a crime has no evidence, is it really a crime? Or is there something else that complicates the situation? In her opinion, it was the third owner who complicated everything, turning a simple conversation into a dangerous game. She decided not to answer his ridiculous questions, got up, thanked him, and headed for the exit. However, he stopped her with words. You didn't distribute all the money you received from the fourth young master to your squad, did you? According to Chong, this excessive spending caught his attention, and now the situation has become too suspicious. He emphasized, everyone knows that you don't get the kind of money you need to afford such expenses. If an investigation is launched, your subordinates may not be able to avoid arrest for taking bribes. If the situation comes to that, your unit can either be disbanded or reorganized, Zhong added coldly. Hong Ryong was already tired of this young man, who only added to her troubles. Hongren could barely contain herself after making such a bold statement. She could not risk harming such an important figure as the young heir. However, his words that he was not afraid at all and that the bruises were nothing caught her on the nerves. Unable to bear the insults, one of the soldiers of the unit rushed at the young man and started an attack. But Zhong reacted instantly, not giving the attacker a chance to succeed. The drunken warrior, furious, said that he would leave him a bruise. However, the young man deftly dodged his blow, redirecting it to the other side with ease. At the same time, Zhong accumulated energy in his hand, delivering a powerful pneumatic punch that hit the attacker with relentless force. The warrior flew off, punching through the wall, and it collapsed under his weight. The guy apologized for hitting him too hard, saying that he didn't mean to do so much damage. Hong Ren, seeing such audacity, began to boil with rage. Although she had no intention of resorting to violence, this time the situation got out of hand. Regardless of the possible consequences, she rushed into action, deciding to deal with the young man herself. Her punch, filled with powerful energy, hit the young master, but he managed to block it, even though it flew several meters away. Noting her speed and strength, Zhong realized that this fight would not be as easy as he had hoped. By stopping and kicking the ground, Zhong left a deep impact mark. He recognized that the girl was indeed a skilled craftsman. Hearing these words, Chan felt a little uncomfortable and asked her to watch her words, because he was not interrupting their rest at all. He reminded her that it was her stupid subordinate who attacked him first. He added that their ridiculous pride prevented them from recognizing their own mistakes. These words finally ignited Hong Ren's rage. The soldiers on the second floor who were enjoying alcohol did not understand what had happened and why their leaders suddenly started fighting while their deputy was lying unconscious. Her hand was filled with demonic energy, and if this impudent young man dared to oppose her, he would pay dearly for it. Attacking him, Hongren reminded him that it would be better if he stayed at home resting, because if his energy hadn't recovered from the lockdown yet, he should have thought twice before coming here. Her anger grew. This unworthy heir had ruined her entire evening and destroyed her vacation. Her punch hit the young master's body, although he partially dodged it. But hearing the words about the blockade made him smile. They didn't even know how long ago it had happened. He grabbed her by the head, got close to her face, and coldly remarked that she should pay better attention to what was happening in the cult. Its head received a strong blow from the young owner's hand, causing it to fly backwards. She was thrown to the side with great force and hit the wall, leaving a dent in it. It was a light warning blow, and Jong was clearly playing with her, not fighting seriously. After recovering from the blow, Hongren quickly got to her feet, and she no longer cared that there was a third young master in front of her. After that, she decided that she would turn him into a corpse, because it was a direct assault on her pride that she could not forgive. The young man felt only excitement from this fight, encouraging Hongren to show everything she could do. News of the battle quickly spread to all the important places, causing waves of surprise. By the time his brother received the news, he was already aware of the situation. The situation looked strange and extremely dangerous. The brother decided that the boy might need help and was ready to stand between him and the fierce demon commander. "What are we going to do with this impudent man?" the servant asked the second master. He answered calmly, "Don't worry. The fierce demon commander doesn't say too much, but if the third master has hurt her pride, she will only withdraw more." He added that if they decided to fight, it was even better. He would see who would win, although he understood perfectly well that there will be no winners in this confrontation, as the battle promises to be very fierce. A sphere of pure energy exploded from Hongren's palm, her demonic green jade art leaving no doubt that she would show who the real winner was. With a maneuvering stroke, she released an arrow filled with energy, which spread around and headed straight for Chan. Looking at this powerful blow, the guy sarcastically remarked, "We're indoors, so why use an explosive punch?" When the jade demon arrow reached its target, the wall of the building was pierced through. The force of the impact was staggering. Jong skillfully dodged the blow, noting to himself that when this girl is angry, she is indeed blindingly dangerous. The rumors about her strength were clearly not exaggerated. He was not against fighting, but preferred to avoid destroying other people's property. The owner of the restaurant, seeing his restaurant collapsing, fainted and fell to the floor, foaming at the mouth. The young master ironically remarked that she could have simply used the money of the fourth young master to compensate for all the destruction. But Hongren was no longer going to listen to his nonsense, and tried to silence the heir at all costs. For her, his words were not funny at all, and she believed that only a scoundrel of that level could say such things. She delivered a strong blow, which sent Chan flying and crashing into the wall, destroying it. Although it was unpleasant, he decided that he would avoid such powerful blows in the future. Continuing the fight, he skillfully dodged her every attack, playing with his opponent. No matter what techniques she used or how hard she kicked, none of her blows brought the desired result until she kicked him in the head. This blow sent him flying again, and he felt its power on his own body. He was hurt, as the blow left a noticeable bruise on his face, which caused him irritation. Hongren took advantage of his loss of balance and flew up, intending to silence him once and for all. The young owner realized that with each blow she was getting stronger and more dangerous. Her power was so impressive that it forced him to defend himself, giving him no chance to counterattack. However, Jong decided that this could no longer go on and delivered a powerful kick filled with demonic energy. But Hongren skillfully held her ground and had no intention of retreating, and the fight only got tougher. The guy wondered why the fourth master was giving her money. Her fighting skills were impressive, and he doubted she could be bribed. He hadn't had such an exciting fight in a long time. He wanted to understand why she had agreed to accept handouts from the fourth master. The warriors watched the battle with admiration. They were the disciples of the demon lord, and the battle was really exciting. Suddenly, Hongren turned to the fierce demon squad, urging them to listen to her. She said that their dinner was ruined because of her personal problems. She assured them that she would take care of everything, even if she was punished. She told them to enjoy what was left of the evening. Her words sounded cool, and the soldiers began to think about them. They raised their fists in the air, shouting that the fierce demon squad was the strongest. Everyone was shouting, "Commander, go ahead! You'll make it!" not doubting her strength. The divine cult of the heavenly demon consisted of interesting and strong people. Watching her, the guy felt funny at her sentimental words. He was naive not to expect such a talented person to accept the benefits of a fourth master. Perhaps he should have just beaten her to make her listen. At that moment, Zolotsa the fox ran up to him and began to meow. Jong was upset because Zolotsi had disobeyed an order and run out here. Hongren accumulated pure energy in her hand and was annoyed that the boy was distracted during the fight. The energy enveloped Hongren, and she realized that the guy had underestimated her when he had entered the fight. Jong saw that she was accumulating the energy wave in her palm again. At the moment when she was about to strike a fatal blow, the fox cub was between them, in the way of the attack. The girl promises to kill the third young master and explodes with the power she has accumulated. But Jong, not for himself but for the fox, tries to divert her attention. He asks Hong Ryong to wait, explaining that Zolotets is his sweet furry friend, and offers to take him to a safe place first. However, these words only made her angrier, because to her, this fox is a worthless creature. She took his words as a mockery, and seized with rage, launches her powerful technique directly at the young man, ignoring the presence of the fox cub. Looking at the defenseless creature, the boy realizes that it may suffer because of their conflict. He calls for Zolotets and does everything he can to save him. Activating the hyper-vision technique from the heavenly power of the six powers, he instantly grabs the fox in his arms. Holding it, Jong tries to dodge the blow, but he takes the attack on himself, protecting Zolots with his body. Hongren's incredible technique covered the entire space, and her radiance lit up the night sky. After the strike, only chaos and ruins remained at the site. Hongren rejoiced, believing that the young man had fallen right into the center of her attack. The warriors watched in amazement as she demonstrated her incredible strength. Hongren was sure that the intruder was finished, because no one could survive such a blow. She invited the soldiers to continue the evening. The soldiers shouted with joy, celebrating the victory. The young owner was lying at the scene of the attack. Not only did he survive, but he became angry with Hongren, vowing never to forgive her. When the girl saw that the young man could still speak, she told the soldiers to take him to his residence. When the soldiers came to take him away, they joked that it would have been better if he had gone on his own, because he was too heavy to be carried. One fearless warrior came closer, started mocking Chan, and asked the commander if it wasn't too cruel. He laughed, thinking that the young master would not be able to appear in public anymore. But suddenly his face was covered by Chan's hands. Overcome with rage, the young man stood up and, using his technique, sent the soldier flying through all his comrades. The soldier crashed into the squad leader, breaking through several walls and destroying furniture. Both landed against the wall, not expecting such a sharp turn of events. The jokes were over, and the young master, seized with anger, felt his strength growing. He didn't care about himself, but he felt sorry for his little pet. This little creature named Zolotsa, which he held in his hands, was too precious to him to allow it to be hurt. The young owner's friend finally rushed to the building, where, according to his assumptions, the third owner was supposed to be. Approaching the entrance, the young owner's friend saw the holes in the walls and realized that he had to get him out of there immediately before the situation got worse. The fierce demon soldiers lay crashing into the walls, forming craters after being hit. Hongren couldn't understand how this brazen young man had survived her powerful attack. He was struck by the demonic art of green jade, but he still stood on his feet, radiating incredible energy. She used all her strength without holding back, but it was not enough. A friend of the young owner ran inside and asked if he was okay, suggesting that they leave immediately. But the ground shook as demonic energy flared up around Jong. He ordered Dunpil not to stop him. He would not leave until he had defeated everyone. Danpil begged him to stop, not to do anything stupid, and just go home. Returning to Hongren, Danpil asked her how she knew he was the third young master of the divine cult. Hongren sharply replied that it was none of his business and ordered him to get out. But at that moment, Jong's fist was already in her face. By letting her guard down, she received a blow that struck at her dignity and pride. It flew out of the building like a ball bouncing in the air. An incredible sight. When it hit the ground, it bounced like a stone on water, flying a long distance. Hongren couldn't understand what had happened and why such powerful energy was coming from this young man. She couldn't even see his movements. With her experience in combat, she didn't understand where he had learned to fight so skillfully in such a short time. Jong Haijin turned to her coldly. "Did you think that by raising your worthless hand to Zolotets you could leave here alive?" The girl realized that the situation was serious. She had planned to be lenient because of his status, but now she saw that he didn't care if he survived. Meanwhile, Danpil was running around shouting, "Stop! Stop!" But no one listened to him. Suddenly, blue energy began to radiate from Hongren's eyes. She activated the fierce demon divine fist technique, determined to kill Chong. Rushing at him, she said he was a dead man. However, the boy stood still, not even trying to dodge her blows. Thousands of her fists came down on him. She screamed, "Die! Die!" ruthlessly delivering blow after blow. But despite all these blows, he remained unharmed and calmly asked, "Are you done?" In fact, all this time, he had been dodging her attacks without taking any damage, and slowly approached her. With a single movement of his hand, he sent a red aura into her back, dealing her a powerful blow. She fell, hitting the ground and rolled down. For Jong, her movements seemed too slow, as if in slow motion. Rising and dusting herself off, she called him a little ratty little thing. Hearing these insulting words, Jong could no longer stand it. His rage filled his fist, and when he hit the ground, he released an incredible force that destroyed everything on its way to Hong Ren. She couldn't understand what was happening when the ground beneath her began to collapse, forcing her to jump up. The guy, seized with rage, did not listen to her at all, having only one goal, to destroy her. Hong Ren, confused, walked forward, not knowing how to defeat him. She might have thought he looked like a rat, but she wouldn't have dared to call him Zolotets. She was sure that she could easily defeat him with the fierce demon's divine fist. But all her blows flew past him. None of them harmed him, except for one kick. At the moment when she was sure of victory, the guy took a punch and, flashing a red light, boldly asked if she knew who she was dealing with. Her powerful divine fist could not pierce his demonic energy. But how is this possible? The young master's blow was extremely hard and fell on her with incredible destructive force. Flying in the air, she realized that this young man was incredibly strong. If all of the master's disciples are like this, it is really dangerous. In her entire career, she had never met such strong people, and now she was lying on the ground like a piece of trash. The guy kept attacking her, and her every attempt to dodge only increased her fear of death. She had never met such powerful opponents in any of her battles, and now it could all be over. She went through many dangers, but she could have died because of a fox. Her soldiers watched their commander being beaten, and they felt very sorry for her, but they could do nothing. It was especially humiliating for her. Looking at herself from the side, Hong Ren realized that she looked miserable and could do nothing. At that moment, her whole life flew before her eyes, and the young master's fist flew straight into her face, announcing the end. She remembered her fallen fierce demon squad leader, and her life flashed through her mind in an instant. She recalled how she joined the cult as a child because her family was destroyed from all sides, and neither her family nor others liked her. She didn't care how she was treated, and she survived as best she could. After the breakup of her family, she joined many cults until she ended up in the Fierce Demon Squad, a group that no one cared about. She did not give up, and fought to the last, even as a child. No one pitied her, and she remained a stranger to everyone. She fought, won, and never gave in. Having gone through many battles, it killed many people. She killed to prove that she was a real commander. That's how she survived all this time. Once she had to fight a former squad leader. He was an incredibly strong opponent, but she defeated him at the cost of incredible effort. Having lost an eye and suffered great losses, she took his place. She started building her Fierce Demon Squad. Under her leadership, the unit gained respect and became an important part of the cult, which was now revered and protected. No one else dared to speak their name without due respect. Right on the battlefield, she realized that she could die, and when the fist was approaching, she gathered all her strength, activated her inner energy, and repelled the attack. The soldiers began to worry about their commander, not understanding what was happening to her. The demoness threw Chan aside, forcing him to retreat. He calmed down and said with a smile, "Look what happened to you," as she gathered her strength after his blows. Her endurance was amazing. Hong Ren had risen to a new level, and he had clearly underestimated her. There was an incredible aura around her. She looked at him like a hunter at his prey. She repeated, "I am the commander of the fierce demon Hong Ren, and I will not surrender." Her inner strength was so powerful that the ground beneath her began to crack and collapse. Jong noticed that her aura had changed, turning blue, just like her sword. She had reached a level where the sword obeyed her will. As a student of martial arts, he decided to also demonstrate his weapon, filling himself with power in anticipation of battle. His sword appeared in her hand, and he encouraged her to show what her sword was capable of. Thanks to his hypersensitivity, Jong was able to understand Hong Ryong's feelings at that moment. When she filled her sword with an incredible aura and vowed to destroy it, she was filled with anger, anxiety, and stubbornness. She felt a sense of honor, but she was also driven by a fear of losing the recognition she had gained over the years. He realized that it was all about her desire for recognition. Looking at her, he realized that she already realized her defeat. Although he thought she had lost her mind, he had some common sense left. As a winner, he decided to teach her a lesson. Standing in front of her, he prepared to deliver a crushing blow. He told her to watch carefully, because they were about to face the wall of reality. As her blow approached, he countered it with his hand. A powerful blow illuminated the darkness with a bright light. Jong stopped this incredible blow with his palm, protecting himself, but everything was collapsing around him. Hongren breathed heavily while holding the sword, and her aura began to fade. She asked him how he was feeling. The guy couldn't believe his eyes as he looked at his hand. It had penetrated his defense, even though he had used dark energy. He saw how deep the wound was on his arm, which was supposed to be protected by a steel wall that turns the arm into an invincible weapon. Looking at Hongren, he realized that she was much better with swords than he had expected, since she was able to pierce his defense. A few minutes later, red blood began to flow to the ground. It was Hongren's blood. She spat it out, not realizing what had happened. Chan admitted that it was amazing, but her strength was gone, and she could barely stand. The guy, feeling great after the fight, offered Hongren a choice. She had two options: to surrender and admit that she had received money from the fourth young master, or to give her life for trying to kill the third young master. Hongren abruptly refused, shouting at him to shut his mouth, calling him a bastard. Observing her reaction, Chan realized that she clearly did not like the option of death, especially when someone else dictated the terms. Although he was being rude, despite her vulnerable ego, he intended to keep his promise. Tired of the conversation, the girl asked him to end it right there. A powerful blow passed near her head. It seemed like the end, but Jong only hit her eye patch. When Hongren opened her eyes, she realized that she had survived, despite her plight. The guy noticed that she used to look like a mad dog, but now she looks more like a sheep. He wondered why she hadn't dodged the blow, but Hongryong was no longer strong enough to fight. She lowered her sword, accepting death. Recognizing that she had lost and had to die, because all her battles always ended in the death of one of the parties. She said that her life was full of dangers and constant struggle. She always lived on the verge of death and never regretted it. She knew that one day she would die by someone else's hands, just like those she killed. She assumed that the day had come, to which Jong asked if she really believed that. Hongryong replied that she didn't know if it mattered, because she didn't see the point. Jong looked over at her, observing her miserable condition. Raising his fist, he hit her with all his might. The blow left a significant dent in Hongren's body, but it was only a punishment for her disrespect and all her other offenses. Hongryong warned him that if he let her live, she would not become his obedient dog just because he spared her. Jong was not going to contact her anymore because he had already crushed the bait and believed that he could use her to put pressure on the fourth young master. Their fight was an accident. After the battle, Chan approached the owner of the establishment, trying to wake him up. He left a few coins for repairs, though he doubted it would be enough. He sternly warned Hongryong that if she stole money from him, he would kill her, although he noted that she was not a street hooligan to do such things. The young owner jokingly said that hooligans were saints compared to them, and calling her a fool, he walked away. He also took his friend Dan Ping with him, because they had a lot of things to do. The soldiers of the fierce demon squad ran up to their mistress, asking if she was okay. She replied that she was not. She calmly accepted her defeat and said that they would clean up, order drinks, and maybe even dinner, as planned. Hongren was holding a bandage that had been covering her eye for a long time. She used to think that all the young owners were scoundrels and deceivers, but now she realized that the third one was different. Walking away with his friend, Jong apologized for the attention he had caused by being silly. He did not expect the situation to become so serious. His friend almost had a heart attack. Hongren wiped the blood from her face as she watched the young master leave. She couldn't accept that he had called her stupid, because she thought of him as a young idiot with brute strength. At midnight, the fourth young master meditated under the moonlight. The fourth young owner was lighting candles for meditation, enjoying their aroma. He had been accumulating energy for a long time, cultivating. Everything around him was shrouded in divine smoke. He pondered the situation, confident that the transfer of money to the commander of the fierce demon squad had remained secret. Although it is said that all secrets come out sooner or later, this secret was not supposed to be revealed. The only one who could know about it was the Master of Enlightenment. According to her, she had no intention of interfering in conflicts between the heirs. Although his brother Soryan might have been able to make her change her mind, but it didn't matter anymore. Soon no one would see him again, he thought. His incense was saturated with a deadly poison that penetrated every cell. He planned that this smoke would paralyze his body and he would die during meditation, rising above the ground. The seventh young master was lying in his bed, with incense candles filling his room with smoke. The smell made him feel worse and worse. and he didn't even eat anything for a whole day. Everyone realized that the situation was serious, and the guy could not even sleep without these candles. These candles were handed down by the fourth young master, who ordered them to be lit at the bedside of the seventh young master during sleep. The doctor brought candles and asked the girl not to ask too many questions. But how could she put them by the bedside if she didn't know if they would cause any harm? Manhwa did not dare to do so. The doctor had already told her that if she did not take the antidote, in 2 days the parasites in her body would start acting up, causing unbearable suffering. The question was not whether it could do it, but that it had to do it if it wanted to survive. The memories filled her head with fear and sounded frightening. She could not tear herself away from these memories, losing her sense of reality. When the young owner called Ankva, she immediately came running, and he asked her to bring some food for his pet, Zolotets. Manhwa immediately fulfilled his request. When he brought the food, the guy noticed that something was wrong with her lately. Manhwa looked tired and depressed, and while stroking his pet, he decided to find out what had happened to her. He also noticed that the fox was behaving strangely, as if he were upset for no apparent reason. The fox ran up to him, not realizing that he was in danger. The chi energy when he picked up his pet seemed strangely connected to him. The guy thought about it and decided that it was nonsense, because sharing chi energy with an animal is something unrealistic. But looking at the fox, he realized that it was no ordinary animal. In his eyes he saw a divine reflection, and it seemed that these eyes belonged not to an animal, but to a living person. Suddenly, people burst into his room, claiming to be from the criminal court, knocking on the door and demanding to open it. His friend ran into the room and told him that the criminal court was looking for him. It seems that the commander of the fierce demon squad has surrendered. She confessed to disrespecting the third young master and trying to kill him. The boy could not understand why she did this. Soon after, he went to the room where she was being held in custody. It was cold in the dungeon, and the woman was chained. But why did she do it? The young owner told her that he had already forgiven her for her crime by hitting her. But she, sitting chained, looked away, showing complete indifference. The guy could not understand why she made such a fuss. It annoyed him. Why did she have to make such a choice? Hongren exploded with rage, saying that she was here for a reason. Jong did not understand why her actions were so strange. Couldn't an attempt to kill a young master and his pet be forgiven? If she didn't want to live, she could have just told him, and he would have killed her himself. The woman, feeling pain in her chest, was offended and asked him to end it if he wanted to. Jong realized that she was really out of it and asked her to pull herself together. He remembered their fight and was sure he hadn't hit her on the head. So what went wrong? Hong Ryong screamed that he hit her too hard. Sitting in front of her, Chan leaned over and asked her to stop talking nonsense, saying that she needed to get to the point. What was she really up to? But she had no reason to say all this, and it was quite unexpected. The guy looked at her seriously. Hongren's hand shook as she made a promise to the fourth master. The whole plan was for the sake of a promise. But if she intended to keep quiet, why did she confess? Why did she make him come here? Then he realized that she could have confessed to harm him. But he knew that she was the commander of the fierce demon squad for a reason, didn't he? The guy called the guards standing outside to come to him. He ordered the release of the unit commander, despite her attempt to kill him. When asked why he decided to do so, Jong said it was just a lesson because he liked her. Her face had such a look that he could not contain his power, even if it was dangerous. She was still a cult follower. Her actions seemed senseless, but given the circumstances, he could not just let her go. However, he exploded in rage, realizing that the person involved had to answer. After that, the guard understood his arguments and was about to release her. Jong looked at the woman and offered to have a drink together, but she didn't say anything and just sat there silently. If she doesn't say anything, I think it's a positive answer. When she has time, let her come over and we'll have a drink together, he said. And don't forget to bring a snack so as not to burden my servants, he added with a smile. The young master and his friend gathered to discuss an important question. Why the commander of the fierce demon squad made such a rash move. In Chan's opinion, it was a matter of survival, as she had taken money from the fourth young owner. She confessed to this, saving her life, because she could not fulfill the promised services and reveal the truth without involving her squad. Jong understood her character. She would rather kill herself than allow her subordinates to be punished. After the battle, he left, and she could not confess, pretending that nothing had happened. However, there were too many witnesses. Someone had to take responsibility for the destroyed restaurant, otherwise things could have gotten worse. Hongren had reason to worry, especially because of the witnesses who knew about her relationship with the fourth young master, Hong and Mooney. If rumors of her bribe had spread, her unit would have suffered losses, and she would have been out of favor. So Hongren decided to surrender to the court to assure the fourth young master and other witnesses that everything was under control. However, Jong believed that she could have easily died for trying to kill the third master, and did not understand why she took such a risk. This thought did not leave him because what she had done seemed insane. She probably lived with the idea that every day could be her last, despite the risks. She trusted her luck and got what she wanted. She considered her decision justified because she was protecting her subordinates. Jong saw her as an eccentric, but at the same time felt that she took good care of her people, even though she was prone to madness. His friend was amazed by the young master's insight. Sometimes it seemed that Chan was older than his years. As they walked to the door, the atmosphere was tense but incredible. The guys were tired of the fact that the door always opened without warning, and no one knocked. Huaran appeared on the doorstep, not in the best of looks, but ready to accept the invitation to have a drink together. She asked for a drink, clearly deciding to accept his offer. At this point, she also brought a snack, although no one expected it. It was impressive, because these dishes did not look like a typical appetizer. They looked so elegant, as if they had been prepared by a famous chef. Did she really do it herself? Everything looked incredibly delicious. Huaran, who was always ready for the unexpected, asked if everything was okay, adding that they could not eat if they were in doubt. Jong quietly whispered to his friend that although he thought she was strange, she might be the best cook that no one knew about. The guy poured the promised drink and was preparing to ask a few questions. However, the woman suddenly decided to drink from a bowl, saying that the taste was not the same from a small glass. She drank the whole bowl in one gulp and felt great. But how did she manage to down such a strong drink in one gulp? But despite everything, Huaran kept her eyes on him. She asked why the man behind the young master was just standing aside. The young master also drew Donpil's attention. If he was not going to leave, he should join him or take a rest rather than just hang around. But Donpil could not leave his young master. If the commander lost control, he would have to intervene. The woman noticed that he was even more loyal than Guanyon, and perhaps even loved him. She found it funny that Donpil thought he could stop her. He had better know his place. Donpil decided not to respond because he realized that it was a pure provocation. The young master joked that in his condition, victory would be an easy thing to achieve. But the woman just laughed. It was complete nonsense. Why had she come to him at all instead of going to rest? He could not have imagined having to open the door at such a moment, and he hesitated. What would happen if the fourth master found out that she had been drinking with him? But the woman waved her hand lightly. Now is not the time to worry about such trifles. Young Jong was in great danger. What was she talking about? The woman continued, saying that as far as she knew, the fourth master was well versed in the dark arts. Some people under his rule are ready to do anything to get paid. At that time, in the domain of the fourth master, his servant asked if he could contact the commander of the demon squad, but he decided that this was impractical. If the commander could not defeat Syrian, she could not win now. It would only be a bad decision given the situation with the third master, even though that girl was released because of him. The fourth master had been thinking about her betrayal, but now that it had happened, he had to act. He looked at the poisonous incense and wondered what was wrong with it. However, his maid did not give any news for 2 days, which seemed extremely strange. She had only one faithful servant. Clutching the poisonous beetle in his hand, the fourth master decided to prepare another surprise if she did not put the incense. He laughed ominously, hoping that this gift would please the man who had so brazenly ignored his own home. He would show him who was boss. Soon it became clear that the fourth master had bribed many people in Jong Haejin's house, as the woman said. Of course, some of them now want him dead. But why is she telling all this? In fact, she belongs to these people too. Looking at her glass of alcohol, she decided that this was her payment. Yes, she will pay the young master by not killing her. He accepted this payment, and the conversation with her became much more pleasant. When he asked if she wanted more alcohol, she immediately agreed, asking him to fill the glass to the brim. Later, under the moonlight, the young master went to practice. Hwarang and Dongpil watched him from the mountain, and she decided to ask, "Does the young master always behave like this?" Dongpil warned her to refrain from criticizing him in his presence. She was outraged by this remark because she did not intend to criticize. He showed her his workout, even though she said she was going to leave. However, when he asked her to stay, she was amazed by what she saw. He always speaks with such fervor, as if he doesn't know any better, and seems even more dangerous than Murim himself. If this world needs new heroes, where survival depends on constant readiness, you must always be on your guard. He decided to show not only his strength, but also his weaknesses. Huaren understood that the world was dangerous, but what does it mean to show your weaknesses? Despite his vigilance and resilience, the young master sometimes gets worried. He believes that true freedom begins with honor, even if his path is already set and does not depend on the opinions of others. It is a feeling that he is going his own way. Donpil is sure that this is the philosophy his friend lives by every day. Thinking about his words, they sounded legendary. To gain true freedom, you need to reveal yourself, and honor is the first step. She had never met anyone like him. It was hard to even imagine that someone could think like him. He was younger than they were, but when it came to studying, age did not matter at all. Even if one does not focus on the technique of celestial elevation, it still blended perfectly with demonic art. Initially, he did not plan to use the celestial ascension technique he learned as an assassin, because he wanted to fully indulge in the demonic arts of the dark shadow. But now everything is going perfectly, and there is no need to abandon the assassin's technique to master the demonic arts. It wasn't arrogance to separate martial styles. If he needs to kill, he will use the killer technique, and otherwise he will use the suppression technique. It all depends on the enemy. The demonic arts have opened up new horizons for him. By studying other arts, his horizons broadened and his capabilities increased. After the training, those who watched began to applaud. It was impressive, but why are they approaching him? Maybe they want to get drunk? That would be a great idea. The young master smiled and called Huaren a drunkard, asking if she was going to drink again. She even made a hangover soup, or rather Manhwa, the most effective of all. But perhaps it will remain uncooked because she has already fallen asleep. Huaren offered to continue tomorrow, but the young master, not supporting the idea, advised her to go home and drink as much as she wanted. When he returned home, he was suddenly frightened when he saw his maid in such a state. Manhwa was lying on the floor, unmoving. He anxiously called her to wake up and asked her what was wrong, but she only replied that her stomach was hurting unbearably. Her internal injuries were obvious. The young master realized that something was eating her from the inside. She cried and, choking on her tears, admitted that she could not do what she was asked. He didn't know what to say because he didn't understand what had really happened. However, her condition was rapidly deteriorating, and now his first priority was to save her. Meanwhile, good news was brought to the fourth master's house. Preparations for the festival are complete. Even if small adjustments are needed, they can easily handle it. He was pleased with the result and thought the work was excellent, so he offered the guy in front of him a drink. Hearing this, the guy took the offer as a great honor, to have a drink with the master. Without rising from his throne, the lord extended his hand to the table. He took a jug of alcohol and a glass and handed them to his guest. It was a high-quality feng shui, and the demon lord's servant sincerely thanked him for this drink. But before he drank, he raised the glass to his lips and asked how the third master was doing. The servant replied that he hadn't heard anything about him since the incident with the commander of the unrestrained demons. However, the master clarified that he was not interested in what the third master was doing, but how he really felt if the servant did not understand the question. He emphasized that he meant changes in his life, but now there was nothing special to mention about the third young master, and the boy was satisfied with this answer. Holding a high-quality feng shui in his hands, the master thought about his rascal brother. How could he have survived at all? Why didn't the jackal choose the third one? How could this have happened? Perhaps it was fate, but these thoughts haunted him. He reflected on the jackal, which, unlike other creatures, appeared in the fantasies of the creator of the lonely bamboo patch. The jackal is a mystical creature that repeats the cycle of life and death. After it leaves its adult body and returns as a cub, it absorbs the life force around it, making it one of the most unholy creatures in the world. But there is another reason why the jackal is considered vicious. Wherever it appears, war has always broken out. There are legends that tell of a jackal that provokes wars. Therefore, its appearance always causes fear and anxiety. It is considered one of the greatest disasters that can befall this land. And now that the jackal has chosen a third lord, this has caused even more concern. He watched carefully as the third master tried to heal his maid, trying to understand what was wrong with her. Her body was engulfed in a poisonous energy that resembled the effects of a poisonous insect. Her wounds were not so serious as to be life-threatening. However, the young maid, not having the necessary skills, would not have been able to withstand the poisonous energy inside for long. He set out to remove the poison. First, he had to use a purification technique of boundless power to enhance the healing process. He had noticed that Manhwa had been very disturbed lately. And now the reason was clear. Poisonous insects make people lose their minds. His experience told him that this was the case. Who could be so cruel as to do this to a mere maid? Suddenly, her condition deteriorated sharply. Her body began to swell and her eyes were bloodshot. Red ketchup splashed out of her mouth, smearing around, making it seem like her end was near. But finally, the poisonous bug crawled out of her. He held this strange creature in his hands, which was gradually decomposing. This beetle was not just causing harm. It was controlling her and endangering her life. It was something like a blood-sucking parasite. Whoever did this obviously wanted to get Manhwa to harm him. There is only one person who could have sneaked up on him like that. This was the fourth master Hongamun. Even looking at the candles scattered in the room, one could suspect him. Yurin decided to analyze the candles and realized that they were spy tools. She even assumed that the fourth master might have drawn her into this game. She couldn't be sure, but these incense. She had seen similar ones in the residence of the fourth master, and the maid had the same. This could mean only one thing. If she suffered from a poisonous insect, it indicated that she was being blackmailed. Manhwa probably knew about the danger, but she followed orders anyway. This is incredible fidelity. But why did the fourth master do such a stupid thing? Yurin, holding the incense, asked if this guy really belonged to a divine cult. There is only one reason. What exactly was bothering this guy? This is a struggle for inheritance. If all other heirs disappear, the last one left will become the new demon lord. Meanwhile, in Hongamun's residence, incense enveloped his room. He called the chief doctor to his office for a reason. He was worried about how the third lord would react to Manhwa's death. However, the fourth master was always prepared for the worst-case scenario. Xinhua, in turn, could not determine which scenario would be the worst in the young master's mind. But if something went wrong, he would be responsible, so he asked to be left alone. The fourth master, smiling, assured him that there was no reason to worry. This would not happen. He had personally foreseen all possible options. In any case, it was only a matter of time before one of the plans would be realized. Shu Yimong, meanwhile, had arranged people around the third lord's residence, confident that events would begin soon. But what happened next on the street was a surprise to them. A powerful demonic surge of energy shattered their defense line. The unexpected blow made the ground tremble and their hearts freeze in terror. The sky trembled with the sound of the destroyed gates of the fourth lord's residence. A third young lord appeared at the site of the destruction. He broke down the gate, and even the soldiers did not have time to realize what was happening. Standing in the center of their domain, he shouted, "Come out, Hongamun! Why are you hiding like a cowardly rat?" Hongamun did not hide and came out to his brother. He was outraged by such rudeness and asked if the third master, as a representative of the divine cult, was not ashamed to behave in such a disrespectful manner. He emphasized that he should behave with respect and grace. However, the third master remained silent, keeping a note of intrigue. Hongamun pointed a finger at him, wondering what had brought him here and why he appeared with such a strange expression on his face. The fourth master, like an angry beast, was filled with energy when he saw his brother. After all, his brother is a real scoundrel whom he must destroy. At that moment, he ran at him, hitting him hard in the face. Hongamun was not expecting such a greeting, and losing his guard, was hit in the face. His lip was bruised and he started wiping the blood from it. He admitted that he was a little nervous because he had heard that his brother had become a different person after awakening Qi. But these rumors turned out to be false. This boy remained the same bully who acts blindly. Jong was tired of hearing this fool's nonsense and ordered him to come closer, because he was going to tear him to pieces so that he would stop pulling his dirty tricks. The fourth master emphasized that if he started this fight, he should not expect to be respected just because he was his older brother. Just 8 months ago, he was on the verge of death, and now he was standing in front of him, filled with energy. Using the demonic art of the Serpent King, his brother was filled with demonic energy that enveloped him like a shield. It was the first time in his life that Hejin saw the Jox family's demonic art. It was an impressive technique, and my brother rushed to it very quickly. The advantage of this art lies in speed and agility, although the strength of the blows is not so great. The fourth master's first shot missed the target, which angered him. Although his legs moved very well, this did not stop our hero. The fourth master, Hongamun, could not understand how his opponent had such strength. Perhaps it was because he had become a disciple of a demon lord. But the fourth master was sure that he could not cope with him. Even though he used a rather unusual footwork technique, it was nothing to his majesty, And yet his brother's movements were completely unpredictable. He grabbed the demon brother's arm and twisted it. Looking at his opponent's nails, the guy was amazed at the manicure. After all, if he had struck him, he could have killed him. Suddenly, the fourth master declared that it was over. He explained that there was poison hidden under his fingernails, which had affected Hedgen. A bloody blow swept across Hedgen's face, infecting him with poison. Although he pushed back against this blow, he dodged it. Yet this wretch has injected poison into his body. And if he does not use demonic art to burn this poison, the poison itself will burn him from within. It will be so painful that Hedgen will want to die. The only thing he will be able to do is to survive, but remain crippled as before. It was quite cruel on his part, but an incredible thing happened. The guy started moving. Moreover, he did not just start moving. The energy began to leave his body. Did his rascal brother think that he could defeat the Third Lord with such insidious poison? He quickly scattered the debris around him, and let the fourth master know that the serpent's poison had been neutralized. But how can the demonic art of the Serpent King be neutralized? The guy, filled with demonic energy, completed his mission even with broken limbs and wounds in his stomach. The small amount of poison was now insignificant. An incredibly strong wave of chi energy erupted from him with such force that the warriors, even before they entered the battle, began to choke on blood. And then the fourth master saw that this was not just a powerful demonic energy. He felt a sense of alienation and terror that he had never felt before when he saw the 9 great elders. But could this mean that his brother had reached the highest stage of the demon? At that moment, he quickly moved to his fourth lord, and only the sword of unknown people saved him from death. People in masks began to appear from all corners. These were the Black Guardians of the Hall of Justice who stopped the fight. They saved young Master Hong Yimmun from sudden death, and his servant breathed a sigh of relief. Hong Yimmun looked into his brother's eyes with fear. Hedgen, in turn, felt incredible hatred for him, but he was stopped. The commander of the 7th Detachment of the Black Guards of the Hall of Justice intervened in the fight, and ordered Hedgen to go with him to the Hall of Justice for starting the fight. The commander of the 7th Detachment of the Black Guards of the Hall of Justice came forward and said that the boy would have to go with them to the Hall of Justice. But why did they react so quickly, as if someone knew in advance that this would happen? The servant of the 4th young master was amazed at how quickly everything happened. It turned out that it was Ocho, that little insidious rat who knew that the situation would not turn out in favor of the 4th master and had prepared in advance. It was hard for Hedgen to stop, but he still accepted the will of the guards, although he decided to retreat for a moment. He grabbed the bastard by the head and squeezed his face with his hands. Showing the poisonous insectoid he had fed to Ankvi, he said he had brought it specifically for him to return to him. Hedgen assured him that he would make sure he swallowed it even if he had to force it deeper. His brother's cries for an end to this outrage had no effect. This old man begged for forgiveness and salvation from his young lord. But at this point, our hero remembers that the 4th master he serves is well versed in poisons and will definitely find an antidote. The old man will be cured in a few days and will probably prepare another insidious trick. Nevertheless, he decides not to do so because his actions will be futile. Filled with the energy of the demonic creature's chi, he sticks 2 fingers into the bastard's ear. It was so powerful and destructive that at that moment, the old man lost consciousness. He falls to the floor in front of numerous witnesses who are holding their breath. Wiping his hands of blood, the young master declares that he is done and ready to go to the Hall of Justice. They put ropes on him that felt like skin when they were dragging him. Soon they found themselves in the Hall of Justice of the divine cult of the Heavenly Demon. The young master was ordered to follow the commander. They had already finished the discussion, but he did not know where they were taking him, because it was not the side of the prison where Hongren was kept. Soon the young master felt pain in his stomach as the poison he had been holding back with demonic energy began to spread. His insidious brother, Hong Yimmun, used a martial art with a poison that caused hallucinations. Under the influence of this poison, he may have honed his art by fighting imaginary opponents. Perhaps this is how the Jackson family trains. He had heard that there were many unusual techniques in the demonic arts, but this approach was very strange and took time to understand. Soon they came to a bridge where they were waiting for the 4th lord. At the moment he was in front of the door, he smelled 2 people outside the door, and one of them was definitely Hong Yimmun. The second one's aura was too blurred. It was gloomy, but at the same time hard and soft. It was an incredibly unpleasant energy, but when he looked inside, he saw their faces. Soon, when he entered the house, he saw his brother, who reported everything to their father. They entered the Hall of Justice, and his brother Hong Yimmun met him with an offended look. Before him stood the Lord of Justice in his own person, who was going to consider this issue today. He was the head of the Hall of Justice, the Gugu. And when he looked at the young master, he thought that he was just an ordinary person. But this old man was anything but ordinary. His appearance was completely ordinary, and there was nothing in his energy that could attract attention. Because of this, he was sure that this man was not as simple as he seemed, and was definitely hiding something. Anyway, after a long journey, the young master was offered to sit down if he was not tired of the interrogation. The guy realized that he couldn't just sit there and told the boss. But Hugo asked what was wrong. The fact is that there must be a reason why they were both summoned here. He didn't quite understand what the reason was, and he wasn't going to talk to those who hid their true identity. He was sure that this person was wearing a mask, like all the Black Guardians. But this mask was not ambiguous. That's what set it apart. The old man asked why the boy thought he was so unusual. The fact is that this is his real face. But the old man wears a mask that is 10, maybe even 100 times thicker than the ones worn by the Guardians. It seemed obvious, but he continued to hide himself. His brother sat there and was confused by Hedjin's words, because he did not understand what he was talking about. The old man was amazed by the boy's words. Suddenly, his face began to change, splitting into parts and twisting. It was a mystical art of bone compression. His face began to change suddenly. Unexpectedly, the transformation revealed the true face of this old man. The guy was the third to notice this transformation. Now he asked if he was satisfied with his feelings. The real owner of the Hall of Justice stood before him. The owner of the hall decided to start a dialogue. He was curious how they survived in a lonely bamboo cleft for 8 months. Apparently, their unsurpassed sense of smell played a big role, but the guy insisted on getting to the point, considering it empty talk. Hong Yimun never expected his brother Syrian to see the true face of the owner of the Hall of Justice, as it was simply unbelievable. The host began his dialogue by briefly explaining the reason why they were here, because of their conflict. Although the issue of what had happened had already been resolved, Sorian was curious about what it was all about. Based on these words, he agreed that the conflict between them should be stopped, but the Lord wanted them both to promise that from that moment on, the conflict would no longer arise. His brother began to justify himself, claiming that he had never wanted conflict, and even if he had, who was this Lord to tell them what to do? He explained his position by saying that he was a disciple of the Demon Lord, and had no one to answer to but the Lord himself. Although the ruler agreed that he had no authority to impose anything on them, he still expected them to promise. The fact is that they, in turn, do not have the right to subjugate other people, and instead tried to control the commander of the combat unit with the help of money. When he heard these words addressed to Hong Yimun, he became very worried, realizing that his cases had been solved, but he continued to pretend that he did not understand what was being said. The master slammed his hand on the table, saying that he had a lot of evidence, and it could not be denied. He is sure that everyone knows that the world is not so simple, and everything here is subject to superficial things such as status, and relationships. It was at that moment that he felt threatened, and this threat came from the ruler of justice himself. The Hall of Justice protects the laws of the cult on an equal footing with the Court of Guardians, but they are different in nature. The Court of Guardians focuses on general perception. In other words, they have no choice but to act without delay. But they are different. They are an organization that actively defends the cult, imposing punishment as they see fit, and in special cases, passing sentences. This does not mean that they have the right to subdue them. However, as a person who defends the cult, he can give these two guys experience that they do not have. After saying these words, he turned to the third young master. At that moment, the third master saw the food on the table and the alcohol in front of him and was having a great time, despite the words of the master. As he ate his meal, he said that he did not want to create conflicts, and that it was not that difficult to promise. Volodar emphasized that he was not here for jokes. The third gentleman said that he did not want to make enemies in the Hall of Justice, because he had no particular desire to fight with anyone and preferred to live peacefully. The third gentleman then noticed the bottle, which was incredibly tasty, and asked what it was called. The owner replied that he had made it himself. Hyejin emphasized that it was very good and suggested selling the drink. The owner agreed and offered to send a few bottles to his residence. A creative dialogue ensued between them, and they began to discuss the exchange of various goods and ways to express gratitude to each other. At this time, Hong Yimun, sitting in front of them, felt uncomfortable because he realized that he was in a bad situation. Soon the master turned to the fourth master and asked him what he thought about it. But he suddenly got up from the table and threw his chair. He shouted furiously that it would be a humiliation for him, and he would never agree to it. No matter what, he is not going to stay here any longer. He left the room, leaving behind an atmosphere of unresolved questions. The third gentleman added that you should close the door when you leave. The Lord calmly sat down in his chair, noting that he had said all he had to say. If Hyunjin wanted to ask something, he could do so at that very moment. The young gentleman refused, thanking him for the drink, but still had one question. He noticed that the owner was good at the martial art of bone compression, but was there a reason to use it when meeting him? Because this man did not look like someone who would test or joke with them. Hearing this question, it sounded quite interesting, but the owner did not answer. Realizing this, the young master said that the owner was not obliged to answer if he did not want to, and said goodbye to him. At that moment he left the building, and nothing happened. He never received an answer to his question. A lot of time had passed since then, and he had rarely met people who were so difficult to read. But this guy had a very familiar smell, and maybe he was the one he was thinking of. Soon the carriage for the young master was ready, and he needed to think about something in private. He went into the forest, angry that a mere ruler of the Hall of Justice could threaten the young master of a divine cult. He decided that if the owner thinks everything is so simple, he is mistaken. The guy is not going to let this situation go and has already prepared a gift for his brother Soryan. He will make sure that no one interferes this time, and he will remain neat and focused while plotting his dastardly deeds. But a voice came from behind the bushes and addressed him with a laugh. "Look at this bloodthirsty bastard! He looks like he's ready to kill someone right now." When he asked who's there, he saw his brother holding a glass of alcohol in his hands. My brother suggested that we go up to him and have a drink together. Rising, the young master got to his feet, and, turning to his brother, said that the owner of the Hall of Justice had annoyed them a bit today, but had shown himself to be excellent at making alcohol. Hong Yimon looked at the young master suspiciously, not understanding what he was up to, and wondered if he was going to do something right here in this forest, on the grounds of the Hall of Justice. Yongim, in turn, assured his brother not to worry, as he was only offering to have a drink and end the interrogation. They sat down next to a bottle of alcohol. But Hong Yimon kept getting angry because of his brother's voice reminding him of last night's ruined evening. He tried to pull himself together. He just needed to calm down because this guy was just his victim. Hong picked up a bottle of alcohol and asked what he wanted to talk about, but the young master replied that it was nothing special. He just thought they had never really talked from the heart. Recalling their childhood, they often talked, but our hero felt that they had stopped talking for real since he grew up. He asked what his brother was planning to do next, whether Hong Yimon was going to follow this dirty path, and why he was making his life more difficult. The fourth master grimaced at these words, for it was obvious that his brother was not asking because he really wanted to know. All of them, the 7 children, will one day fight in a fierce battle, and from the moment they became disciples of the Demon Lord, they also became enemies. That's when their battle began, and why ask such questions in the first place? To this question he replied, "Of course they will fight. But they don't have to kill each other, do they?" But why did he stop him for such a conversation? The young master just wanted to know what his brother thought about it. Hong Yimon warned his brother that he would understand if he looked at the royal family of these lands. The fate of those kings who could not become rulers was doomed to a miserable life. And it was better to die than to live like that. And they are no exception. To avoid such a fate, you have to kill even your brothers and sisters to become a lord. Hearing this answer, Jong wondered if he was really afraid of it. If he wants to gain power, does he kill out of fear of being killed? After these questions, the fourth gentleman slammed his bottle on the ground loudly, as he had lost all appetite. If his brother had invited him just to ask such questions, he was leaving. But the third lord assured him that, given what the Lord of Justice had said, he did not want to live a life of battles and chaos. So what would they do in this difficult situation? Maybe his brother would try to kill him again? To this question, the young demon replied that yes, he would definitely try to do so. Yong-hyun leaves everything to chance. But he is sure that things will not go the way his brother wants. And yet, what will his response be? At that moment, the dark energy of the fourth lord enveloped the forest. He was filled with rage, losing the point of hiding his intentions, and decided to tell everything honestly. Suddenly, the bottle of alcohol burst from Hong Yimon energy. He solemnly promised that one day he would kill his brother at any cost. After these words, the third lord exploded with his aura, and his energy struck Hong Yimon. The night forest was filled with the bright light of demonic energy right on the territory of justice. Hong-Moon was shocked that his brother was attacking him again. And suddenly, he is not going to be attacked a second time, and does not understand what is going on. Jong recalled the words he had said recently that his brother was definitely going to kill him. How could he possibly let him leave after hearing that? Not wanting to waste any more time, he decided to kill him right now. The owner of the Hall of Justice reflected on this situation for a long time. The two young masters have left the scene, and the owner of the Hall of Justice realizes that the fourth master will most likely not listen to his words. Still, he has no doubt that the childish antics of people like the third young master could complicate the situation, and he cannot even predict how he will behave. Soon after, the commander of the third detachment of guards knocked on his door. He came in because he had urgent news for the owner. Apparently, the third and fourth got into a fight again, and it happened so quickly that the owner could not even predict it. Jong Haijin attacked first, allowing his brother to strike. Activating his snake technique, Hong-Moon looks at his brother with contempt, wondering how he could dare. It was a big mistake to underestimate the power of the fourth lord. But, according to Soryan, his combat technique does not require time to prepare, which is why Hong-Moon will not be able to react to the attack. Hearing these words, Hong-Moon filled his body with the energy of a poisonous snake and transformed right before his eyes, turning into a monster-like creature. He is going to punish the scoundrel for going against him and making a mistake. He rushes into the fight, trying to strike first. He promises that he will definitely kill his brother Soryan, flying above him. But when his palm approached the young master, he counterattacked, telling him to just try. A fierce battle broke out between them, illuminating the forest with incredible chakra. In the wreckage and dust after the collision, our hero saw his confused brother, but thought, how was he going to kill someone with such clumsy equipment? Hong-Moon, on the other hand, was not going to listen to gossip and threats. He continued his attack. The young master knew from his experience and skills that his brother was much stronger than the commander of the rampaging demon squad. He was confident that he could kill Horin in 10 attacks. But the boy also realized that although he could have defeated him, the poison was preventing him from concentrating, and he could not finish the fight until he dealt with this poison. Hong-Moon roared at the top of his lungs, calling his brother Soryang a real bastard, and the young master thought that his brother's tone was no longer so respectful. But how can he earn respect when Hong-Moon is about to wipe this scoundrel off the face of the earth, seeing his calm face showing no emotion? When he punched Soryan, he instantly deflected the blow and said that he needed to be faster. Soon, the second shot flew by, and Soryan asked how it was possible to do anything when you were so slow. These ridicules sounded like a knife in the heart for the young master. He was already losing his temper, flailing his legs and arms, and his kick was aimed directly at Soryan's head. He shouted, "Just die, you fucking bastard!" wishing his brother would die. But when he swung his leg, it seemed that Soryan would not be able to dodge the blow. However, our hero suddenly disappeared into thin air after his attempt, and his brother was 10 meters away from him. Because his brother's strokes were too slow, Soryan told him that he was only showing him once, and he needed to open his eyes wider. If he wants to kick someone, he has to do it like this. The young lord's punch struck the belly of the poisonous serpent with a vengeance. This was a technique of heavenly vengeance. The blast wave threw the young master aside. The blow was so strong that the fourth master felt it. But he was more interested in how Soryan moved so much that he did not notice his movements at all. Looking at his serpentine brother, he realized that the energy between the divine reaping 10 heavenly steps, the heavenly retribution technique, and the dark shadow demonic arts was quite good. Jong Haejin hadn't had the opportunity to try out all these techniques in real life before, but now that he had seen them, he could appreciate them. At this moment, the fourth master's eyes were filled with hatred. He rushed into the attack, seeking a living death for Soryan, because this little scoundrel used him to test his martial arts. And he did not intend to wait for mercy. The demon serpent's technique flew with incredible energy, and the earth shook and shattered from such a blow. Soryan, in turn, dodged this demonic blow, emphasizing that it was useless. Such a technique would not work on him. Couldn't his brother realize this even after seeing his footwork? His demonic brother laughed at his words, saying that Soryan had not changed at all. Although he was older, he always looked down on everyone, including the fourth master. He always looked down on everyone, but he never had the opportunity to climb up himself. These words sounded in the young master's head. What does up mean in this situation? His demonic brother began to accumulate a black cloud over the young lord's head, which was the strongest form of the poisonous palm of the serpent and the shadow. At this point, his brother won't be able to simply evade this technique. So why doesn't he try to do something with his dumb footwork? A demonic cloud of poison fell upon the young lord, and an ominous silence ensued. Hong Imun realized that his brother would not survive, because the palm's poison had penetrated the wounds on Soryang's body that he had left earlier. He remembered that he had put all his hatred into the machine, which brings death to all living things. Now his fate is to die, suffering from the effects of poison. A poisonous cloud enveloped the entire space around the young lord, and he could not even breathe. The poison penetrated his wounds and skin even when he held his breath. Who would have thought that this scoundrel possessed such a terrifying technique? The sooner you get out of this poisonous fog, the better. Taking his demonic sword, the boy pulled it out of its sheath, and with explosive energy he ran out of the poisonous fog. Looking around, he did not notice the rascal. But not far from him he heard a cry. "Help me! Save me! Lord, please!" It was Manhwa, but why was she here? He takes her in his arms and tries to wake her up, because she shouldn't be here. She should have stayed recovering from serious injuries and shouldn't have been able to move yet. But suddenly her eyes glowed with purple demonic power. She struck a blow that passed by the young master's head, barely hitting it. It became clear that the fourth young master had reincarnated as Manhwa. But what the hell? Our hero's pupils dilated incredibly. He did not understand what was happening around him. The princess appeared in front of him and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Jong Haijin. It was the secret demon queen. How did she get here? And now that he was unarmed and powerless, she had come to take his head. Jong looked at his hands and saw that they were gone. He also looked at his legs and realized that they were gone too. What had happened? What was the effect of the poison? It turned out that everything that was happening was the effect of the poison on the body. It misled the minds of those who inhaled it. The fourth young master laughed at his poor, wicked brother, enjoying the illusions of the snake's poisonous palm. The guy was disappointed that he was just watching all this. He said more than once that arrogance will not lead to anything good. Hong-Imun decided to kill his brother right now, because he was going to do the same to him if he didn't finish him off at that moment. Breaking the silence, the fourth young master's hand was filled with demonic energy, and he rushed toward Jong Haijin like the wind. But with a lightning-like movement, Chan grabbed the snake by the neck. It was unexpected. How could a person filled with poison and suffering from illusions see an attack on himself? Hong-Imun saw that his brother had gotten out of the illusions, but how did he do it? After all, he was completely immersed in them. Jong explained that when he saw his brother's true face, he felt as if he had been doused with ice water. Perhaps it was the secret technique he had been hiding all along, as insidious and vile as its owner. The blow was dealt to a snake-like scoundrel. Did he really think he could gain power with such a pathetic trick? The ground trembled from Chan's punch, and the snake-like enemy was thrown far back when it collided with his fist. Our hero has completely eliminated the poison from his body, all thanks to the poison he received earlier when he was an assassin. He trained resistance to many types of poison, and thanks to this skill, he was able to get out of the illusions. He was grateful for all the training he had gone through to get rid of the blood parasite. Hong-Imun got to his feet, not understanding what kind of nonsense his opponent was talking about. He would have to be at the level of elders to remove the poison from the snake shadow's palm, and even then, it could not be done so quickly. As he dispersed the snake's venom, Jong walked closer and closer to the fallen Hong-Imun. Hong noticed that it took him longer than he thought, but he didn't think it mattered. However, he would undoubtedly get into more trouble than he expected. So he decided to show his brother the real demonic art he possessed. Standing in front of each other, they could feel the tension in the air. It seemed that only one of them would come out of this battle alive. The sky trembled with the sounds of energy generation around the young lord, a true revelation of the art of the demonic dark shadow, the spiritual guardian of the castle of the underground dungeon, the first form of the ninefold sustained blade technique at death. 6 continuous hell winds, like lightning, struck from all directions. The young master's body began to fill with power. Dazzling energy burst from his eyes, and the sky was covered with red lightning. His brother could not stand on his feet in the face of such powerful chi energy. The whole forest was enveloped in its destructive energy. Looking at Chan, his brother couldn't understand how he was able to do it without even lifting his blade, just standing still. But his body had already begun to tear itself apart, even without any action on Chan's part. This technique broke the core energy barrier that supported the demonic Snake King's art like a piece of paper. The guy didn't even move, but his body was already filled with incredible strength, capable of destroying even mountains. Hong-Imun, seeing his brother standing motionless, realized that this was his only chance to behead the scoundrel. and decided to pounce on him with his claws. But Jong looked at his brother and said it was over. He activated the triple strike of the unlocked heavens, and a shadow punch sliced through space, stopping time for Hong Yi-moon forever. After the blow, the snake-like scoundrel lay choking on blood, and Chan asked if he had any last words. But after a long and painful silence, our hero realized that, of course, he had nothing to say. This is real death, when people's lives disappear without a trace, like tobacco smoke that dissipates into the air, and the thought of Hong Yi-moon's life ending so peacefully haunted him. And then, when Jong decided to end it all and said goodbye to his brother, bright flashes of energy broke into the battle with screams, "Stop!" A formless energy enveloped his sword and did not give him a single chance to strike. It was the owner of the court who watched this fight and reminded them that they had promised not to create conflict situations. He could not bear to look at it any longer and ordered the third master to lower his sword. His rapture of emptiness prevented him from even swinging it. The owner of the court skillfully controlled the movement of the object without even touching it. This skill requires deep knowledge of martial arts. And yet, if he is the master of justice, why is he so unpleasant? The boy holding the sword in his hands could not get rid of this bitter taste in his mouth. Why should he be kind to someone who tried to kill him? The Lord of Justice said that they were now on his territory, and even though they were both young masters, he could not allow them to fight here. The young master remarked that perhaps this man did not know his place, and perhaps he wanted them to tremble in fear of the courtroom, regardless of his position. He broke the bonds of the formless energy, apologizing that he didn't want the man to stop him. This was an impressive trick by the third young master. He had just broken the chains of internal energy with a single blow. But despite this, is he ready to be at odds with the Hall of Justice? This could entail great responsibility. When he heard the word responsibility, Jong emphasized that he was not the one who needed to worry about responsibility. Instead, let that scoundrel from the court worry about her. And without hesitation, the young lord broke into battle against the ruler of the court. Swinging his sword, he flies close to the face of the court's ruler. The master notices that the boy is really strong, and the depth of his demonic energy is extraordinary, although his skills do not yet match this energy. However, Jong was not going to stop. He stood out for his strength among all his peers. At that moment, when they were fighting, their speed of movement was on par. The Lord of Justice saw in Chan's technique the shape of a ninefold steady blade of death. The Lord of Justice felt fear, because it was the end of an endless journey. And when the sword technique came down on him, he didn't know what to do when faced with such power. Feeling the ruthless energy of the blade, his hands began to burn. His body and face began to go numb, and the blood was tearing him apart from the inside. At that moment, there was an incredibly powerful energy explosion. The owner of the court was able to react to him and retreated. If he had stayed a moment longer, he would have been burned alive. The lord of the court felt that he had expended too much internal energy. If he had used even more demonic art, he would not have survived. Looking at the battlefield, which had been destroyed by such a powerful blow, the lord did not understand why Jong did not continue to attack. After all, this skilled fighter could not have missed such a chance. But in the background, another picture opened up. It was a long-term strategy aimed at distracting the ruler of justice. At this point, Jong approached the face of the fourth young master, and although the Lord of Justice tried to stop him, the sword still passed through the villain. The eyes of this serpent forever knew suffering, and he did not go unpunished. Only hatred and fear were felt in his gaze. Jong decided that he had to deprive him of everything he had. He has to pay for his sins and for his unworthy actions in life. As the saying goes, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. He had to see it through. By blocking the Chai energy, Jong activated a demonic gaze that fell upon the snake-like brother. At that moment, a phrase of despair was heard, and the sword was pulled out of Hong Yi-moon by the young master. Streams of blood began to flow from him. Red blood flooded the ground, drop by drop, like water from a river. Jong destroyed the poison core that was larger than his energy core. Hong Yi-moon's muscles would remain weak and small forever. This happened because he maintained his muscles through mystical arts instead of training his body. This restriction is a punishment for developing his martial art using only illusions. Sheathing his sword, Jong ended the fight. Although Hong Yi-moon would not die immediately, he would be bedridden for several years. Even if he manages to recover, he will have to start training from the beginning. Jong plans to send him some medicine and acupuncture needles. The head of justice stood behind him, and the soldiers came to his aid, wondering if their master was all right. Jong realizes that his case is bad, and it seems like they are going to arrest him without any problems. Soon he was locked behind bars and chained so that he could not escape and could not move. After that, the Lord of Justice comes to him and just keeps silent. They were silent for a long time, saying nothing. Perhaps he would remove the shackles and chains from his neck and hands so that he could speak, for his wrists hurt. The young master was not going to run away anyway. Looking at the guy, the judge said that he was now in custody, which means he is a criminal, albeit temporarily. And that is why he cannot fulfill his request. Perhaps the guy realized this. But he emphasized that when he said it would be difficult, he really meant difficult. Chan noted that the Lord was thinking very narrowly as a master of the criminal law hall, and as a private citizen, he did not want conflict within the clan. It was at this point that he became a mediator between them. However, there will be no more conflicts, he promises looking down. The Lord of Justice noted that conflicts arise because of people, and now that Hongamoon is incapacitated, his proposal is no longer relevant. The young master was tired of the shackles, and activating his power broke them, emphasizing that in any case the situation is now as the master sees it. Then why is he saying right now that everything is complicated? Looking at this young man, the ruler was more and more amazed at his strength, because he easily broke the forbidden sea iron. The young man stood up and expressed his respect for his master, saying that if he hadn't respected him, he would have run away before he could have even looked after him in these handcuffs. Still, the young master believed he had done his best, given his status as the third young master. The judge wondered what this guy would do if he was released at that moment. He didn't give a precise answer because he didn't think anyone would drag out the conversation with meaningless theoretical questions, but he was obviously wrong. And yet, passing by the Lord of Justice, Jong promised that he would keep an eye on him. Of course he can do it, but let him not get in his way because Jong Hai-jin does not want to be at odds with the criminal law hall. Self-confidence is, of course, great, the owner confirmed, but noted that Jong has not been officially appointed as the heir. He is just one of many candidates. In response, the guy said that although it meant nothing, he was leaving the prison. The Lord of Justice, after meeting this guy, was impressed, because this person was extremely complex, dangerous, and incredibly strong. The martial art of the third young lord was more powerful and cruel than the martial art of the demon cult. The sword technique he saw clearly belonged to the orthodox faction. But how could the young lord master it? Perhaps he was just like the Lord of Justice himself. These thoughts haunted him. The young master in turn returned to his house and did not stop eating, asking for more food. The food was so delicious that he couldn't stop. He hadn't eaten normally for a long time and had been suffering in the dungeon all this time. His friends looked at him as if he were hungry and had returned from prison, asking him to take his time, assuring him that no one would take his food away from him, and asking if he had been fed at all in the criminal law room. The guy said that they only served some disgusting things, like stale rice and wild vegetables, which he could not eat. Dompin asked whether it was over, whether there would be revenge from the Fourth Lord or higher officials. But now it's over. Hongamoon can't even move anymore. The entire top management turns away when it comes to the fight between the candidates, so he thinks nothing will happen. Rising from the table, he officially declared that everything was over. And now that all the issues have been resolved, everyone should return to their organizations and continue their activities. This is especially true for Donpil, who has spent too much time with the young master. But he, in turn, must not forget that he is not just a member of the Guardian Court, but the third leader, and he had better get back to work. The squad leader should also return to his duties, commanding his squad. Sensing the tension, Hwarin said that she was already doing that and didn't need any dialogues or advice. But still, the young master believes that everyone should go about their business no matter what. With that, he concluded the dialogue and left, wishing everyone a good evening and seeing them soon. Warren, talking to Dong Ping, remarked that the young master was really heartless to leave so coldly. Quarren noticed the sadness on Donpil's face, although he did not admit it. But then what happened to his expression? As he turned away from it, he felt sad. He felt that the young master had just said goodbye to them as if it were the last time, and they will never see each other again. Soon after leaving the building, the young master saw Ms. Anqua in front of him. She did her job diligently and swept the street. With tears in her eyes, she saw the young master. He told her that he was back, and that he was fine. In gratitude, she grabbed his leg, leaned against it, and begged, thanking him for saving her. He, in turn, was happy to see her, and everything went well. She was happy that he was back safe and sound, and tears rolled down her face. The young master was also happy, and at that moment a cute fox cub ran up to them. Soon the action moves to a field where the grasses were blooming. There was a demonic heir who asked how the fourth master was doing. They answered that he was in a bad condition. His energy core was destroyed, and his body was held together only by physical strength. If he is lucky, he might avoid disability. However, the demon was surprised that the fourth master had survived at all, and he wondered about the likelihood of his full recovery. They said that the doctors at the Blood Spirit Pavilion concluded that it was virtually impossible. Even if he managed to heal the poison and all the internal injuries healed, the energy core would remain too damaged for him to return to his previous state. With that, all the information was transmitted, and the demonic heir let the servant go. He thought that the third lord would kill him, but in fact he let him live. However, the thought did not let him rest. Why did the third lord change his mind at that moment? Perhaps he wanted the fourth to suffer the same fate. After all, the personal meeting with the master of the Inner Enlightenment Center and the fight in the main law hall had created so much chaos over the past few days that the third master had done more than could be expected of one person. No matter what they say about all this chaos and how he managed to achieve his goals, the demonic heir was interested in how this chaos would affect the struggle for the succession. Hong Yuitong, the son of the family patriarch Jeosha, had the same talent as any other child. But since it all began, his mind began to distort, and his bright personality turned into a mask. The fourth, in turn, became as cunning and venomous as a viper, like all those who inherited the true blood of the Jeosha family. But this did not matter until his talents were revealed. The problem was that Hong Yumong did not pay enough attention to developing his talents. He did the minimum. He was strong for his age, but no more, and that was the reason for his defeat. The third young master was quite different. There was a time when he looked like the fourth. But after awakening from the blockage of Ko, he began to strive to do more, not less. This was the invisible but significant difference that decided the outcome of their fight. And at sunset of that day, the situation in Murim is getting worse. Soon, Manhwa told the young master that he had guests. Of course, he was not expecting anyone, because he just wanted to rest. But it was a lady with an interesting hairstyle, Shim, who came to find out how the young master was doing. The unexpected meeting with the center's master, who never comes just like that, surprised him. She came with a request, or rather a favor. Could he move in with her if he had time? Jong was shocked by this proposal and did not understand what she meant, but the conversation turned to the martial arts method he had taught her. Although not much time had passed, the difference was already noticeable. It was a real martial art. If there are already noticeable changes, this is a good result because, for many people, it is not easy. He suggested that she was very talented. This is true, of course, but she chose this student as her successor. But was it okay for her to tell him that? But what did it matter? She wasn't supposed to tell anyone, but the guy wondered if she was trusting Mr. Jong too much, to which the woman confidently replied, raising her psychic glass, that she did not trust people, but only the situation. And judging by the situation, she doesn't think they will ever become enemies. But what kind of situations does she mean? Her student's recovery is going well, so why is he needed at her residence? Apparently, it also has to do with the child. The woman understands the final decision in the center of inner enlightenment, but the child carries the answer and responsibility for commanding and executing decisions. Because of this, she is practically inactive. Her hands are tied. If this situation continues for more than a month, it will cause serious damage to the cult. And this, of course, does not sound good. The master of the center of inner enlightenment, with a big ego and the best understanding of the cult's work, has asked him for help. Looking at her, Jong sees that she will do anything to try to destroy him, all for the sake of the central inner enlightenment. It is not easy to cooperate with a master of central inner enlightenment. Therefore, looking into her eyes, he realized that she would not take no for an answer, and this situation was stressing him out. Still, Yonghyun decides that it's better to make a deal with her. He's sure she'll feel burdened if he just unilaterally helps her. The woman would be grateful for his consent, but he also wanted something in return. And he wondered what exactly this interesting woman could offer. Although the situation required careful thought, at first nothing occurred to him. But in any case, he still wants something. It is not money, fame, or even freedom. Maybe it's something else that he wants done for him. He realizes that he could just leave, and he would do anything to escape. The center's master, their noble and merciful leader, manages the cult's means and existence, controlling all goods that come into the cult from the outside, and she learns about them in 2 to 3 weeks. The guy takes her hands and starts pulling her toward him, promising that he will personally take care of her most valuable student's recovery so that he will fully recover within 2 weeks, despite all the obstacles. But at the same time, he thought that he had finally gotten an infinitely incredible chance to escape from the demonic cult. Dompin sat and cultivated on a stone in the forest. In his mind, he heard the young master's words that everything had settled down and that he should return to his organizations, especially the master's words about Dongping. The master stated that he had been with him for a very long time, as he was the third leader of the Guardian Court. And yet, Dongping should not forget this, even though he is used to being around the young master, hardly paying attention to his work. He still has to figure it out and hopes to see the young master again. Soon, Dongping's peace was broken by a man who disturbed him. He apologized for disturbing him, but he wanted to see the first supervisor who would be arriving soon. The first leader turned to Dongping for a reason. He was overwhelmed with business and quickly got to the point. He knows that the Demon Army commander's escort will arrive in 3 days, and Dongping's duties have changed. Perhaps he was aware that the Center of Inner Enlightenment sends members of their sect every 3 months to deliver important supplies, and this month was the guy's time. Now he has to accompany the cult members responsible for the delivery in connection with the upcoming festival. Things in the sect are quite chaotic. The head does not think this will happen, but given the situation, he cannot let them go alone. After 2 weeks, all the important details will be written down on the sheet that needs to be burned after all the data is filled in. Donpin accepted his lord's order and took responsibility for successfully completing any task he was assigned. Let's return to our hero, who has already been to the territory of the enshrinement. She brought him to a woman who was in a rather difficult situation. Her name was Jua, and she was as skilled in her work as she was in martial arts. She was known as a genius when she first joined the cult. She was simply responsible for a part of the center, but she also performed the functions of a supervisor, which no one knew about. The Center for Inner Enlightenment practically collapsed after she got sick, because she had so many responsibilities and was so good at handling them. Looking at the girl, the boy realized that she looked about his age and had already reached a high leadership position in the organization of an Inner Enlightenment Center. In addition, in a few days she had partially deciphered the technique of boundlessness and used it quite skillfully, which was impressive. Our hero took Jukva's hand, wanting to assess her condition first. Having activated his demonic power, his energy filled his body and at the same time analyzed the girl's condition. For the other, it was the first time in my life that I saw such amazing demonic energy, which was used in a completely different way. But the quality of this energy was incredible. She could not stop thinking about how the boy could use demonic energy to heal. However, after a while, the guy began to radiate a completely new strength. It was easy for him to compare her boundlessness technique with his, since she had partially mastered it. If he just removed the toxic energy now, everything would be fine. By increasing the tension, the toxic energy began to leave through the bloodstream. A few days later, the girl began to open her eyes, looking much better. The day before the end of 2 weeks, Yuva finally regained consciousness. She woke up, opened her eyes, and saw a beautiful world of sunlight. Manhwa turned to her with a joyful greeting. Before Juva's eyes was the joyful face of the young lord who had healed her. After the healing, Yunhua told the young master that he could ask for anything. His request was quite interesting. He wanted her to take him to the delivery department unnoticed by the cult leader. It was such an absurd request that she even found it funny. The guy understood this perfectly well, knowing that she wanted to make a deal, not just provide a favor. She couldn't just back out of this deal because she had already made a promise, and as they say, the ship had already sailed. At this point, Yunhua started to get angry. She felt bad, and told the boy to shut up. He was surprised to hear her say such harsh words, because she used to be quite reserved. However, the young master's self-confident face symbolized his superiority in this dispute. He successfully completed the task and tried to cure the young receiver. As he diligently performed this task, the woman had no choice, although she kept repeating no and literally spewing fire from her mouth. Running away was tantamount to him wanting to deceive the sect leader, and she would never pretend not to see or even hear it. But the young master explained that he was not deceiving the sect leader. He might be deceiving other members of the sect, but not the leader. Manhwa thought about his words, trying to understand what he meant. The guy explained that the cult leader is not interested in his disciples at all. He just reigns over them, but does not dominate them, because he is and will be God, and he knows it. However, according to the woman, the leader is not the only problem. If someone finds out that a candidate for the role of receiver has infiltrated the delivery department, others will become suspicious of the center of inner enlightenment. The young master knows about this and realizes that the woman has the power to dispel these rumors. He was right, because she does have that kind of power. Based on this situation, she agrees with him. However, she asks him not to interrupt her and to wait until she finishes her thought. She explains that the situation is much more complicated than just political reprisals or hidden malicious rumors. If things go wrong, other cult organizations may intervene in the candidate's affairs, which could destabilize the divine cult. She wonders what the young master expects if he doesn't care who asks her after she helps raise a man from the dead. Jong no longer wants to discuss the value of life. He doesn't like to feel indebted to anyone or anything like that, but it should be a transaction, not a favor. These words sounded very insolent towards the woman, but she had no choice. If she really made the deal, the life of a precious person would be at stake, and she had to keep her end of the bargain. The boyfriend was happy with her decision, believing that it was a wise choice. However, she needs some time to think about it and find a way to proceed. She is concerned that she wants to take over the delivery department when she is not fully recovered, and that will take more time. Although she has recently recovered, she is already eager to take on this important role. But her physical condition does not yet allow her to fulfill such duties. She, of course, said no, but very bluntly. In this case, if the circumstances are such, why not do it? Asks the young gentleman. The next day, he visited Juhua, going to her residence. I asked for permission to enter, noting that she was really strong if she moved so easily. The girl, however, had no idea who he was, to which the guy replied something like, "Doctor." However, Juhua was more interested in the young master's personality than in his work. Given the circumstances, we can say that his personality is the person who helped her free herself from the blockage of chi. The girl stared at him with her big eyes, realizing that this was the same person who had taught her martial arts techniques. She expressed her gratitude for his help, but the guy asked if she believed him when she didn't even know who he really was. In her opinion, bowing is not a problem, especially since the center of inner enlightenment is not a place where suspicious people can get in. The guy nodded, agreeing that she was right. But he wondered if she believed what she saw, or what she felt. The guy noticed her insight because she quickly assessed the situation. He felt that she was stubborn, but flexible at the same time. Jong came closer, saying that if she restored her basic energy and spent half a day warming up, she would be able to hit the road safely. Suddenly, Yenshin burst into the room, disturbed by her scream. The guy assessed the girl's condition and said that it was better than he expected, and the woman would not have to worry. Yenshin, for her part, noticed that the girl had just come out of bed rest and asked her what she was going to do next. Juhua, hearing the words of her teacher, the center's master, replied that her main duty was to command the delivery department, and she had no idea how she had suffered for the past 6 months because she was unable to fulfill this duty. She would rather die than lie in bed uselessly, and asked for permission to join the delivery department. And soon they finally hit the road. Almost half a year has passed since the killer woke up in the body of the third young master of the divine cult of heavenly demons. And finally, he will be able to breathe fresh air after a 10-year break. In addition, he has everything he needs to escape, and perhaps he will be able to escape forever. His assigned location is somewhere in the Jiangxi area, which is not a bad place to be. There are 2 hideouts for hired killers in Jiangxi, which makes this place strategically important. Of course, they are both quite far from the neighboring areas of Guangdong province. But with his current abilities, he can get there if he runs for 3 days without rest. If he manages to do that, it will be great. Soon after, Juhua left with the young master. She apologized for her rudeness because she didn't know that the third young master would be traveling with her. When asked if the center's manager had told her that a third host would be accompanying her, she said she shouldn't worry about it because it shouldn't bother her. The guy said that he should actually apologize for entering her room unceremoniously. However, she thanks him for being there for her today. The guy didn't immediately understand what she meant, and the girl began to explain that if it weren't for him, she would never have freed herself from the blockage of Chai energy. Still, the guy did not seek fame and believed that he should not be thanked because he had just learned about the method by accident. The real savior was the center master. For all the arguments that the girl tried to express, the guy put his finger to her lips, stopping her. He felt a familiar energy that was both heavy and serious. He could not believe that this had happened, and whether it was really what he thought it was, because the energy belonged to a person present in the squad. The ambiguous energy he knew belonged to the third commander, Dongapil, who is the court guard, and will accompany them to their destination and back. Jong was shocked that at the very moment when he was planning to escape from the demonic sect, Dongpil was supposed to be the court's guard. Dongpil was in full command of this unit and ordered his soldiers to take positions in front and behind the column, respectively. The guy was very tense when he saw Dongpil accompanying him and thought that with so many experienced warriors, this escort was unnecessary, which was very bad for his plan. The young woman noticed that the young master was worried, and in order not to give away his concern, he began to ask her about the state and circulation of chi energy in her body, even though she had only been practicing for about 2 hours. He took her hand just in case, and put his fingers to check her condition. At this point, the girl fell asleep, because he, as a doctor, knew that sleep was the best medicine in this situation. She was better off with some sleep. Suddenly he heard a familiar voice that sounded unexpected. He turned around because he recognized the voice, but could not believe that it could be the third young master. The sounds came from the carriage, and he heard Dongpil call out to him, recognizing the young master in that voice. Dongpil rushed to find out what Jong was doing here, and whether he was part of this month's delivery team. In response, the young man kept telling him to stop speaking out loud and communicate with him using the technique of whispering separately, asking why the delivery team needed an escort. The fact is that the atmosphere doesn't seem quite right, as the Mara festival is just around the corner. And because of this, they were tasked with accompanying the delivery team. The young gentleman wondered if Dongpil was on some kind of secret mission, but they needed to look into the matter more thoroughly. The guy wanted to make an agreement with Dongpil not to tell anyone that he was here, and not to let anyone know about his presence at all. He understood that everything was going very well, but he did not even realize that the closest person to him in the sect would be here. Now that everything had happened, he wondered if he would be able to escape at all, and he was resentful of his life because it was not going the way he wanted. In the dense forest, you can hear the screams of a man who, the more he thinks about one thought, the more it makes him furious. How could they have assigned such a worthless mission to a squad, along with these bastards? The man standing in front of the commander informs him that they are still a very well-prepared organization, and he had better choose his words. It was Oh Kyung-hwa, the captain of the Steel Will Squad, who could not stand the words of his subordinate and believed that he should watch his tongue. He'd better remember why he was appointed vice-captain in the first place, despite his poor sword skills and tactics. The captain had better stop talking nonsense and get him his drink. They are in the Iron Blood Fortress, and are still the most powerful among the other factions. Neither the Celestial Union nor the Demon Cult can do anything to them. Robbing the Demon Cult's delivery team will be easy. They have to work hard to establish a connection with these beasts, which are called the Palace of Southern Wild Beasts. These scoundrels really live up to their name. They are just beasts. He watches these beasts devour everything in their path, and there is no one who can cooperate with them, because they are real beasts. It has been about 10 years since they last saw people from the Demon Cult, and the delivery squad goes along with the team. The commander hopes it will be fun. Opening her eyes, Juhua saw the bright light of the setting sun. She slept for a very long time and finally woke up. Hearing the young master's mutterings, she was frightened and warned him that he had better be careful, as he might be reprimanded by Master So if she stood up suddenly and pulled a muscle. Looking back, she noticed that it had already happened. She had slept for half a day. In fact, the young master had recorded how much she slept, and she slept for a day and a half. It was very good that he put her to bed, as her body was too exhausted from all the activity right after releasing the energy blockage. Even if she has prepared her energy and chi circulation, she still has not achieved full recovery. She should rest more. Still, she feels rested now, and she will be fine. As a gift, he throws her a box, sure that she is hungry after 2 days of sleep. This box contained rice balls and dried meat, personally prepared by the delivery team. She had better eat and be satisfied. The girl's gratitude knew no bounds, but it was thanks to her that the young master was here. Suddenly, Goldie appears, reaching out to the hands, asking to be picked up. Juhua was afraid of this cute fox because it suddenly appeared and scared her. The boy offered the animal something to eat, noting that it was a good boy. The girl was interested in what this young fox was doing in the arms of his young master. He was a student of Jong whom he met by chance. She had never met a person who had a fox as a pet. After a long ride in the carriage, he wanted to get some fresh air. When he went outside, Donpin called him and he went to meet him. He apologizes for calling the young master right into the forest, realizing that he should not have done so. Jong realizes that after a long friendship, he doesn't need to be so formal with him because he's not as stressed. Donpin asked if the boy had experienced any inconveniences in the carriage, but he replied that everything was fine, and asked what could have bothered him. Donpin called the young master to the forest because he thought he should know about it in advance and began to rummage in his pocket as if hiding something. Soon he showed a leaflet saying that it was a message for the judge of the guards before he left, and he believed that this was why he was appointed to this mission. The young gentleman realized that based on this situation, it could be serious. He immediately opened the letter, unfolding it, and if it was true, his hands were shaking. In one of the houses, an old man was telling how beautiful the world was when the first elder was still alive. In those days, there was a world full of depravity, and they already knew that the weather was quite cold. And the further south you went, the darker it got. Of course, this was in the north, where it was cold, and looking at the cloth lying on the table, he realized that it was not meant to be worn. It was just meant to be useful. While drinking delicious tea, the old man asks the merchant how he lives in Jiangxi. To which the man replied that the land is always good, but that's not all because he has a life. And now times are hard. The old man asks what the problem is, and is told that the festival of demons is coming up. He doesn't know exactly what it is called, but the old man tells him that if he is a professional in Mara's affairs, this festival is the greatest event in the world. The old man heard that they would be collecting valuable things everywhere, and because of those bastard robbers, everything would be quite chaotic. And with this in mind, the man who came to visit the old man decides to leave. The elder promises that he will put in a good word with the higher-ups when they return, as this man has enough experience in managing a sect. But since the alliance is a new environment for him, he will look for something suitable for him in the position. The kindness with which he said this had no bounds, and this man thanked the elder for his position. And yet, then the man's voice said that he did not know who might have heard it. But there were rumors that the old man's cultivation had reached the realm of enchantment, so he advised him to be careful, as he was afraid that the members of the evil demon cult might do something again. The old man laughed when he heard these words, saying that even though he was old, he was still cheerful. Even if the head of the demon cult came and scolded him and told him to get out of his sight, it would be a joke, and he didn't need to worry about it. This was the first elder of the righteous heavenly alliance, Cheol Il Rayong. We return to our young gentleman, who was horrified to read about Chul Ilwan in this letter. In his memory, he recalled a fragment from when they met. This old man came up to him and asked him what it was like to be a hunting dog for the leader of the alliance in their day. Jong Hyejin, in turn, turned to the old man, emphasizing that despite his age, he was still doing such a good job, which was impressive. Well, for him, a young warrior, Chul Ilwan, his work is nothing compared to the efforts the old man made to take a position in the Mori alliance. Still, the old man admitted that for a warrior, he had a rather long and snaky tongue, which was appropriate for an assassin. In any case, it looks like it's time for him to retire, because he is no longer as careful in his work as he used to be. They say that he is called the best master in the world of martial arts and so on, but this is very stupid for an assassin. Still, why is the old man upset that some assassin is more valued than he is? He shouldn't worry about him. He doesn't care what society thinks of him. In turn, the old man looked at him and said, if he calls himself the world's best martial artist, why shouldn't he take that nickname if the warrior pulls him up? But at that moment, Chan didn't want to talk to him at all, but old people like old people anyway, and give him advice. It is better for soldiers to be on the alert, because danger can come at any time. And he suddenly attacked him with his incredibly fast maneuver in the last moments of his life. That old bastard cut off his right leg, and he remembered that old bastard as a damned unworthy freak. Hyejin clutches the letter in his hand, but the thought of the old bastard haunts him. Rage fills his eyes, and once in his life he has this opportunity, he will put an end to that bastard no matter what, even if he is nearby. On her way back to the residence, Hongren came running back from an assignment and brought a snack to the young master, wanting to have a drink with him. But after running around the room, she couldn't find him and turned to Manhwa, who was still sweeping the yard. Manhwa, as usual, had been sweeping the same yard for 10 days. When Hongren asked where the master was, the maid replied that she couldn't even imagine. But Hongren didn't even feel his immediate presence. Where could he have disappeared to? But all the young master said was that he was going to train. But what kind of training is it when they are so strong? Where else can he train more? She realizes that the Lord must be up to something, because his sword is still at home. He can't go to training and leave his sword at home, and the smell was very suspicious. And she definitely suspected something and wants to get to the bottom of it. We return to the carriage of the young master, who had been trying to calm himself for a long time. He felt his thoughts were confused and unable to concentrate on any plan of action, despite the fact that this used to be his strong suit. Whether Jong Il-won is around or perhaps not, this old man has only one goal. This was necessary so that the young master could freely escape and find shelter throughout the central district, to resume his martial arts, earn money, and then leave the country. He should not forget about the main goal and never give up on his dream. His dream is to kill the old man. He wants to tear the bastard to pieces. Shu noticed that the young master was trembling, as if in convulsions, and it was clear that something was wrong with him. Then the fox jumped from Ju's hands into the young master's arms. She leaned against him, purring and cooing as if to comfort him. He had never seen an animal show such love for him in such moments. Their squad finally arrived at the designated place, and Donpin talked to the soldiers. They had already reached a certain level and could go back. However, this squad was walking along with an escort because some demonic bastard decided to rob a divine cult, and yet they cannot let their guard down until they complete their mission. But if you think about it, the patrol group is late, and they've been waiting for them. Normally they don't like to idle around, but Donpin decided that the terrain had delayed these people. After 30 minutes, the soldiers ran out and shouted, "Captain!" When asked what happened to them and why half of the team was gone, the soldiers reported that a serious battle was taking place at the transfer point. Donpin was shocked by this message. But who are they fighting? In fact, they didn't even know. There was a fight in full swing when they started to retreat, but among the attackers were experienced martial artists. Hearing this information, the young master could not stand such arbitrariness, realizing that this is the movement of that cursed old man. And these are not just experienced martial artists, but divine warriors. He wants to meet that old bastard as soon as possible. The attacked city was reduced to ruins, and the soldiers lay lifeless among the rubble. Important items were stored in this building, but everything was stolen. These are just rare medicinal ingredients. Why would they buy them in bulk? The Mara festival is almost here. Are these actions really necessary? What else can they do? Soon the captain reports that there are no survivors on the enemy side. As planned, they pack up and prepare to burn everything around them. But there were losses on their side as well. Some soldiers were wounded. The captain was furious at the information he heard. How helpless their unit was if they were wounded by such a weak enemy. Some of the soldiers even ran away. And this angered the commander when he heard that about 5 men had escaped, although they were not too far away. The commander sharply attacked his subordinate for his negligence. Instead of chasing the fugitives, he ordered them to load the goods and leave the place. Soon, the commander heard screams from under the rubble where the wounded soldiers were lying, almost at the end of their last breath. The captain noticed one of them. It was the same guy who had suffered from his palm strike. His green robe immediately stood out on his clothes, indicating that he belonged to an external or internal cult. The boy only whispered, choking on his wounds, that the god of demons would not let him go. How funny it was for the commander to hear these words, because these bastards worship a demonic god, and their cult has long gone mad. If they like the demon god so much, why don't they all die and go over to his side? And if he doesn't have the courage to die, the commander will gladly help him by kicking him. He emphasizes that if this demon god really exists, then let him meet him in the afterlife. Soon, the soldier loses his life, and the commander continues to laugh at him, saying that he should meet his god who killed him. At the same moment, someone's foot steps on the commander's territory, and the guy wants to meet the very demonic god whom the cult worshippers so blindly honor. This big guy walks right up to the commander's back, radiating a silly but powerful energy. You can see that this big guy has great strength, but he lacks intelligence. Approaching the commander, he says that he needs to feed his children and asks him to order his subordinates to bring something here. However, the commander is enraged by the impudence of this scoundrel, who dares to give him orders, although in the big man's opinion it is just a request. The commander received an order that his unit would be responsible for this case, and he needed to fulfill his promises. The captain was furious, because, if you think about it, the Zdorovic had already eaten so much that the number of victims was beyond counting. But the Zdorovic did not remain indifferent to the commander's words, emphasizing that they were only asking for more food. If they are going to break their promise, they will have to face the consequences. After looking at the beast, the captain decides not to spoil his relationship with it, given its size, because beasts like it always need to be fed. He offers to roast the demonic cultists and provide them with new food in the near future. As the commander leaves the health center, he mentally swears that he will bury these bastards as soon as it's over. He despises these filthy creatures from the courtyard of the southern savages. Suddenly, dozens of hungry, healthy dogs flock to the man, craving food, surrounding him from all sides. Soon, the squad led them to the place where the battle was taking place, and the commander, seeing this sight, was simply horrified. It seems that the buildings were destroyed to erase any traces that might have been left after the attack. It was all done in a hurry, but as one of the girls said, it could have been done better if they really wanted to get rid of the traces. Dongping was sure they couldn't have made a mistake in launching such an attack. But still, Ju noticed the sloppiness in the work. It could have been a trap, or they could have quickly hidden in a very good place where they would not be found. What to do now? Perhaps you can send a message to the nearest branch, but given the distance, it will take a day and a half to reach the command center. The girl needs time to think about everything, and the first thing to take care of is the corpses. It is too long and too late to wait for orders from higher commanders. In this case, it is better to deal with the situation yourself, and then report back. In any case, the cult has a strong influence in Jiangxi, and they will be able to figure out the enemy even if they are not in a hurry. Dongping calms the girl down, emphasizing that she needs to exhale because he has heard that she has recently recovered from a qi blockage. And of course, this was made possible by the doctor who came with her. She has regained most of her martial arts skills, and the guy is not obliged to treat her as a patient. Looking at this girl, Dongpin realizes that she is still trustworthy. If she had been impatient or obsessed with success, she would have acted differently a long time ago. She quickly recovered from the qi blockage. By master or doctor, she meant the young master. Suddenly, when he heard a vibration, Dongping realized that the young master was calling him to come to the carriage. He had been waiting for him for a long time, and when he went inside, he realized that this was not just a meeting. He brought the young master the very blade he had asked for. The young owner was wondering if they could find the tracks about 20 kilometers to the northeast, because the enemy is quite strong. It is important to deal with him, avoiding total conflict as much as possible. Dongping didn't understand what the master meant, but the guard's primary task was to safely escort the delivery team to the cult with the goods. Before they could find out who their enemy was, they needed to move as quietly as possible. However, Dongping noticed that the young owner was not moving quietly. He didn't want to answer stupid questions, so he decided to hurry. At that moment, the young master set off on his mission with incredible speed, pushing off the ground. Moving quickly, he realized that apparently the demon cult had a great influence in Jiangxi, where the first elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance was located. The demon cult's delivery squad was completely looted, and the young master had to find out what the hell was going on. His faithful fox, who did not retreat a single step, went on the journey with the young master. The hungry dogs greedily ate the pieces of meat they were given for a snack, feeling cold and hungry. These creatures were so greedy that they devoured everything, leaving no bones behind. In any case, the captain was waiting for the person they had been expecting for a long time. Soon he heard his voice, and he appeared right in front of him. He suggested, "Perhaps it's me you're waiting for." The dogs around him became alert when they saw the stranger, and wanted to tear him to pieces. Before them stood the head of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, who had not seen the captain of the Steel Will squad for a long time. The captain asked him what had kept him. The elder replied that he had some business to attend to, but hoped he was not so late as to cause the captain's anger. Looking around, the head of the Alliance saw some very interesting soldiers in the captain's unit. He spotted one of the legendary beasts surrounded by wolves. Although he was not sure about their fame, he recognized that these beasts were quite strong and were extremely irritated by the presence of the elder. The warrior himself, sitting surrounded by these dogs, could not stand the presence of the head of the Alliance. He did not answer the head's question about his name for a long time, but eventually he said his name was Yu Liang. The elder said that while he was a favorite student of the Beast Palace, unlike the martial arts of the Central Plains, the martial arts of the palace are quite unusual. It is said that when the enemy lets his guard down, even a martial artist can be defeated. Now that the elder is looking at him, he realizes that this potential qi energy is so strong that even the greatest martial artists of the Central Plains would not be able to withstand 10 of his attacks. However, the savage seemed to be too polite, and the head of the Alliance did not like being interrupted during a small talk. They were surprised that they even knew who this man was. Of course, each of the 4 outer wall palaces is an organization filled with interesting martial artists. Right now, they are being quite quiet, but it would be wise to know how they might organize themselves because it is not known whether they will become enemies or allies. The captain did not understand the elder. If they were allies, they should work together. If not, he thought, they should simply be destroyed. But the elder noticed that the captain still needed to work on his character if he wanted to achieve something more in life, and not just live it as he was now and then die. In any case, he believes that this small talk is enough. The elder expected to receive the promised goods for which he had come. Of course, this is not a personal request, but an order from the top management. This is an important mission, and the captain was forced to cooperate with the Beast Squad because of this. He brings a valuable product to the town that the elder needed. The head of the Alliance held in his hands what he had longed for. A jade pendant known as the Jade Calamity. According to the captain, it's just some trinket, and they've come a long way to get it. However, for the head of the Alliance, this thing was of great importance because, as they say, one man's trash is another man's treasure. And the commander has to think about what is really important to him. The commander begins to realize that he is being deceived, and no one is giving him straight answers. Soon the deal finally came to an end, and the commander thought the elder should have a drink before he left. He would have loved to talk to me for old time's sake, but he was very busy at the moment. The captain jokingly offered to join the Fortress of Steelblood just for fun, but the elder did not like this joke at all. He reacted angrily when the commander put his hand on him and offered to join the fortress. However, the captain did not see anything wrong with this, as he was naturally trying to lure an influential person to his organization. Eventually, the elder understood the joke, thanked him, and left. However, the commander emphasized that the elder should still consider his proposal. The head of the Alliance turned to the commander and humiliated him, reminding him that the captain was not in a position to make such suggestions, as he was only a squad captain. Feeling the tension, the captain understood the hints and was a little upset about the situation. He just wanted to make a proposal, but the elder suddenly closed his mouth with his hand. To be more precise, he pierced the captain through with his hand. This elder turned out to be completely unpredictable. He decided to kill the captain, repeating his own words. If they are allies, they should work together. If not, he should simply destroy them. To begin with, the elder decided to find out who his enemies were and who his allies were, leaving the captain to correct his miserable character in the afterlife. The captain's soldiers saw their master pierced through. He fell to the ground, lifeless, bleeding to death. Soon the elder turned to the squad, asking how many of his henchmen they had already killed and what they thought of it. The warriors did not understand his question, but a predator appeared in the background, and the elder asked if his dogs were full and ready to eat another portion. The soldiers were horrified to see this scene, realizing that they had suddenly found themselves in the place of the victim. Then, the predator replied that they would gladly accept the offer and would not refuse to have a little snack. It was not a good day for the soldiers. Their captain was killed, and they had to unpack and be ready because the new commander was a vice commander. All this time, they were waiting for the arrival of the first elder, who was far away and could arrive only in half a day. One of the soldiers asked if it was normal for the elder to go alone, and who knew where he was going. Perhaps he went to receive bribes somewhere near the base of the demon cult so that he could travel unaccompanied. The vice commander, however, advised his soldier to keep his mouth shut. After all, the first elder went almost to honor his mother's memory, and all he told them was that the Alliance was asking why they stayed in the center of things. Everyone got answers to their questions because all these warriors depended on the first elder. Because of this, they have to be alert and attentive to prevent any information leakage, because if something goes wrong, they will be in big trouble. One of the soldiers noticed an incredible gust of wind ahead, but the commander emphasized not to be distracted. However, when the commander looked in that direction in the forest, he really saw something strange. It is unclear what gust of wind caused the trees to bend and even collapse. It was our young master who was rushing forward, no matter what, swinging his sword and cutting down everything in his path. He swiftly rushed through the trees, approaching the villains who had robbed them. Clenching his hand, he filled it with demonic energy, preparing to attack. These villains, who decided to steal their treasures, will have to face their doom, which is approaching them unexpectedly. And without even introducing himself, he's going to kill everyone in this place. A huge demonic explosion fell on the entire forest. The energy flared up at the point where the young master pointed his sword. Soon, all the soldiers were defeated, and Jong was holding one of the idiots by the neck in his hands. All he could say was that the elder was going to visit his mother's grave. But for our hero, this was incredible nonsense, and he threatened to kill him if he did not tell the truth. However, all this warrior knew was this. The first elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance leaves his attendants, and it looks very strange and suspicious. And since he's here, he could have killed that bastard Jung Il-ran before I left, but he's not here. At the very least, he will just take his leg away. And at the moment he thinks about him, the young owner felt pain in his right leg, which had been cut off by this scoundrel in his past life. He continues to move toward the scoundrel, deciding that the son of a bitch will wait for him. The young warrior will certainly find him and kill him. We return to the battlefield, where the soldiers lay decapitated and immobilized, their bodies being eaten by dogs. The head of the alliance said that the predator had made a wise choice by allying with the elder rather than the steel fortress. Everyone would rather ally with someone who treats them best than someone who looks down on them. The predator was grateful to the master for the medicine he brought. They helped restore some of his functions, and he hoped that he would soon be able to get back on his feet. However, the predator noticed the thing that the elder had received, and he wondered what it was. The elder emphasized that if it was a jade calamity, it's better for him not to know about it. All he needs to know is that it is a treasure that will be useful in his work. The predator asked if the elder was going to use the stone against the leader of the righteous alliance. The elder gestured to be quiet so that no one would hear or guess his intentions. He wanted to make a surprise. In turn, the head of the alliance emphasized that the wolves brought by this predator have a great appetite, and these animals are able to defeat the swordsman, which is simply incredible. The elder had seen all kinds of occult research, but had never heard of such techniques. However, Predator explained that the Great Beast Ship technique is not an occult study. It teaches animals to develop an inner perception of power, just as humans do. These wolves are able to perceive and understand orders just by the movement of their warrior's hand. They are connected to the blood warriors through their souls and energy core, allowing them to carry out even the most detailed orders. The elder asked with interest if this was possible, and was very surprised to learn that Predator worked with such animals. The elder had the idea of using these wolves to his advantage to capture the city of the leader of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Suddenly, one of the wolves howled at the top of his lungs, signaling the presence of a stranger nearby. When asked by the elder what had happened, the Predator replied that it seemed that the commander of the Bloodwolf squad had sensed human energy belonging to demons. But what are the demons doing here anyway? And based on the amount of energy, Predator assumes that there could be about 100 of them. The elder asked if these wolves had already tasted the blood of demons. They're going to ambush us nearby, because they missed a few meals, and it would be a good meal. The head of the alliance realized that they would start hunting because of the approaching Mara festival. However, they will never be able to match the pack of bloody wolves, because there are so many of them, and among them are very powerful demons. If so, the elder will show them what he is capable of when the wolf pack fails to do the job. They will not lose anything, even if it takes a little time. The Predator is already promising that everything will be over by sunset, and the energy that envelops him symbolizes readiness for battle. Don Ping and his squad go in search of the villains who robbed them. Suddenly they climbed a hill and the boy looked around. He abruptly stopped his squad and ordered them to halt and stop moving. The warriors also felt it. They were surrounded by not demonic energy, but it was extremely cruel. The energy charge was so strong that it was clearly not human, and the pronounced smell of blood indicated that many people had died at their hands. Don Pin looks at the edge of the mountain and sees a strange sight. The huge man radiated powerful energy, and behind him stood a pack of predatory animals ready to attack. The guy didn't even know who they were, but if they were the ones who attacked their caravan, then things were certainly bad for them. The commander orders his wolves to tear these soldiers apart. A squad of bloody wolves attacks from all sides, attacking the soldiers. Don Pin orders his soldiers to disperse and take up defensive positions. Now they will fight. And Zhu, in turn, accumulates energy in his hand, creating a fiery sphere in his palm. But the wolves didn't care. They attacked with all their might, ignoring the rules of battle, and spared no one on their way. The warriors could not cope with the attacks of the huge wolves because they were not prepared for this and were overcome with fear. Don Pin realizes that things are going extremely badly. He wonders what to do because these wolves are bigger than cows, and where did such giant monsters come from? Even though he killed these monsters one by one, the superiority of these wolves was felt in their fight, because after striking them several times, he realized that the skin of these animals was as strong as steel. His skill is strong enough to cut through stones using only internal energy, but he couldn't leave even a scratch on the body of these wolves. Even if he had tried to energize his sword, these wolves were moving too fast for him to do so. Simply attacking directly will not work either. What should he do then? A huge wolf stood in his way, its eyes glowing with demonic energy, and it was ready to eat its enemy. Suddenly Dongping heard Zhu's words, ordering him to move away and not to disturb her. She was going to use the lunar demon art, and the explosive energy from her palm was directed at this wolf. Facing her, the incredible chakra began to destroy the wolf. After fighting off one dog, others appeared. Although the soldiers were worried about the warden, he asked them to stay inside so as not to disturb the members of the Guardian Court. Given this situation, it is not a clean fight for them, and it is better to retreat because these wolves are far from ordinary. At this rate, they could all die. The Court of Guardians can protect the delivery team from the wolves, but they cannot kill them all. He assured the warden to stop worrying. Everything would be fine. The third detachment of the Guardian Court, united in formation, runs towards the battle. The soldiers march to the attack, fearing no one and nothing. But the wolves spun them into a whirlwind of battle, because their speed of attack was extraordinary. The warriors also began to spin to make the wolves dizzy. Thus, the wolves could not get closer, as the soldiers spun like a top, not allowing anyone to pass. It was a rather interesting technique, and the elder noticed that the soldiers clearly lacked combat experience, judging by their performance. They created a defensive formation, using its features for their own benefit, attacking the wolves. Everything is still going according to plan in the Blood Wolves squad, and they are well aware that this formation will not be able to stop them, although it can delay the time. Despite all his efforts, the Predator sees this squad as just a bunch of amateurs, and his wolves will be able to easily destroy them. The soldiers cannot even foresee how terrifying the Blood Wolves can be. The warriors circled for a very long time trying to resist the wolves. I wonder how long it would take the Chief Elder to do it. Meanwhile, in the forest, a squirrel is munching on a nut. Suddenly, something flies past her at breakneck speed, and with it, her nut flies to the side and the squirrel herself flies in different directions. Our young master is wandering around the forest, not knowing where they hid and where the hell young Ilryong is. Dongping fought many wolves, and the fight was quite interesting. Although his warriors created a defensive formation and used it to their advantage to attack the wolves, they would not be able to hold out for long. After all, an army of wolves, like a horde of endless troops, is coming at them. Over time, the wolves began to anticipate the attacks of the soldiers. This made the situation on the battlefield extremely dangerous. The tension on the battlefield grew, and the young warrior attacked the wolves with incredible strength, tearing them apart with his blows. By shouting the phrase to the heavens, he created an incredible wave that threw the wolves aside, saving Ju from the dangerous creatures. They needed to get closer to the formation. At that moment, she saw the young master's incredible technique, and his aura was really powerful. It looked dangerous, and you could see from Dongping that he had used a lot of strength. He looked quite tired, as this technique took a lot of his internal energy. Inside, Dongping felt everything getting heavy and his breathing becoming erratic. What should we do now? The soldiers are getting tired, and if they just defend themselves, they will not achieve anything. On the battlefield, the voice of their commander was heard. "Break the formation and get out of here!" The order was to disperse the troops and run to their branch as quickly as possible. It was a really boring choice that the Elder and the Predator looked down on. When the Elder asked what to do now, Predator replied that they were doing much better than they expected, because the wolves had also been injured. But if they are still not exhausted, the wolves remain members of the cult. They cannot allow the soldiers to return to the cult, as this could lead to serious consequences. Therefore, they need to destroy these villains in a beautiful way. Will the Predator decide to show all the warriors this horror? The heir to the palace of the southern wild beast had been silently watching the battle all along, not responding to the Elder's incitement. This monster boy just rushed into the fight with incredible energy. Dongping already had a lot of problems, and then he felt such extraordinary power. Soon, the explosive energy hits him in the body, and he flies off to the side. This scoundrel hit their third leader and knocked him out. He must be a martial artist, and he has to stop him no matter what, Ju thought. This beast's hand was shrouded in ice equipment, but he easily crushed it. He was interested in fighting such warriors, who would certainly die at his hands. He laughed, considering this martial art a child's play, and crushed the technique. The girl's equipment, which had been used so hard, easily collapsed under the pressure. And from that moment on, this big guy starts his game of pain, delivering a crushing kick to the girl. The Elder had been watching the battle all this time, and realized that the enemies were no match for him, and if things continued like this, the demon cult would decline. This beast grabbed the girl by the hair, but she turned her body in time to avoid being hit in the critical point, and he praised her for her quick reaction. However, all warriors must listen to him carefully if they do not want to see their leader eaten alive by wolves. It is better not to even dream of escaping. The warriors saw their leaders destroyed by this rascal. The beast gathers a group of bloody wolves and orders them to prepare for battle. More than 10 of them were killed or maimed in a fight with the soldiers like insects. They did a good job and killed many unworthy soldiers. Of course, he cannot simply raise more wolves, but he is not so kind as to forget how much time and effort was spent on their upbringing. One of the soldiers, holding his sword, demanded that the scoundrel immediately put the woman down. A predator surrounded by wolves noticed that a dog was barking from the other side. The predator points his finger at the warrior and orders his wolves to attack and kill him. Don Ping gets up from where he was attacked and shouts to his warrior to stay still. But the damn big animal swallows the warrior like a toy. Looking at this scene, the predator enjoys the sound of cartilage breaking in the mouths of his dogs. He holds Ju by the hair and forces her to watch his subordinates being eaten. Having spent all his inner energy, Dong Ping empowers his sword and tries to attack the predator, but it flies by without hitting him. The predator dodged and noticed that this rascal still had the strength for such a technique. The young owner and squad leader realizes that this is the end. It was his last attack that he was capable of. However, the predator recognizes the boy's determination and slams him into the rocky ground. Feeling the destructive force on his body, the boy realizes that it is enough to overcome a first-class martial artist. The commander realizes that his entire unit will die right there if they don't escape. The predator pushes Dong Pin to the ground again, as if playing with his life just for fun. He throws it up and walks away, leaving it to fall. The soldiers look with fear at what has happened to their leader. He was pressed to the ground and did not move, covered with stones. The predator turns to his dog warriors, who have been waiting for this moment all along, because it's time to eat. Ju orders the soldiers to take care of themselves and inform the sect of what is happening. The predator notices that they have begun to move and tells his warriors that there is food for them everywhere, and they can eat as much as they want. He also calls for help for his predatory warriors. At his call, animals from the surrounding forest came. Wolves, tigers, and bears, eager for fresh meat. They surrounded the hopeless soldiers, and they realized that their bodies would be torn to pieces and they would die in such a miserable way. The elder looks at this interesting scene. The beasts of the demon cult are submitting to real predators. Jianghu, riddled with illusions, where swordsmen flee with their families, cannot tolerate injustice and romanticize joint adventures on a sailing boat during friendly meetings. But Jiangsu is only one of the boundaries of the world. It's not just what they like or what the elder approves. The world revolves around one rule that the bastards of the demon cult are so fond of proclaiming: only the strongest survive. And there is another rule: eat or be eaten. This is the rule of predators, and in the end the elder reflects that people are also animals. It doesn't matter if they tear someone to pieces, or if they themselves are torn apart, or if they deceive other people. Kill them. They kill us in order to reach the top. And morality and ethics mean nothing in the world of beasts. Doesn't this mean for many beings in this world that they are struggling to rise to the top? The elder's thoughts take on a philosophical tone. Don Pin did survive and began to get back on his feet. His health failed him, but the boy shouldn't have to work so hard. He will die anyway, just like everyone else. At this point, the guy is thinking about what to do in this difficult situation. He, as a squad leader, cannot save his men and fulfill his duty, and the situation on the battlefield looks terrible. What should he do? Following these thoughts, he needs to find a way to get out of here. The situation is getting critical, and we are running out of soldiers. We need to think fast. Still, there must be some way. They can't all just die like that. And when the monster wanted to kill Ms. Ju, something incredible rushes past and cuts the beast in half. The sword, which was circling like a shuriken, rose up. Together with this sword, the young master rose into the air. He grabbed his sword when he fell, and skillfully rushed to save his soldiers. The girl was amazed at the appearance of the young master. Needless to say, everyone was amazed by the appearance of the third young master on the battlefield. Of course, there were many strong beasts that were incredibly resilient, but the young master began to chop them up like vegetables for a salad. No matter how hard they tried to surround him, Cho Heijin thought it would be great if everyone attacked him together. And when they did, a stream of lightning energy pierced the heads of these creatures. The predator could hardly have foreseen this turn of events. He was amazed by the strength of this young man. The young owner successfully landed on the ground. He came here to kill only one guy, but when he looked around, he saw a whole mountain of enemies that he had to get rid of as soon as possible. The young master's unit suffered huge losses on the battlefield, and everyone was happy to see him. Don Pin was still alive, but the appearance of this guy seemed like a real miracle. The predator looked at this young man, but he really had no time to celebrate. Our hero promised that he would kill at least everyone before he left. After that, he turned his attention to the elder, whom he had wanted to meet for so long. And finally this scoundrel came into his field of vision. He pierced the elder with his eyes, who also tensed at the appearance of the third young master. The thought of Yong Ilrin haunted the young man, and he wanted to kill the vile old man, shrouded in demonic energy. Looking at him, he asked him to wait a little while and he would make a decoration out of his head. Excitement was burning in the young master's eyes, and he would definitely do it in the next chapter. Before we get to the battle, we move to the main courtyard of Seo and Shim. At that moment, a guest came to her, with whom she was discussing important information over a cup of tea. The guy pressed her, saying that one of her many virtues was honesty, and asked if she intended to give it up. She remembered that she had already said something similar to him, and her interlocutor would have been caught off guard if she had suddenly changed the subject in this way. The guy thought it was all a bit unexpected. He was talking about the third young master. He was the general strategist Hoyo Sung. Perhaps he was spying on this woman and suspected what she had done to the third young master. Or perhaps he was taking it in his sights, because the position of general strategist is a rather lonely position. That's why he's been following what's been going on lately. And it's been entertaining. If not for his position, he probably would not have been able to survive here. He pressured the woman, convincing her that she knew something. A cold-blooded dictator. One of the best cult killers. That's what people have been calling her lately. In recent days, she did not justify this nickname, but the strategist said it right to her face. She, in turn, did not see anything wrong with that, because people have different opinions. The general strategist exclaimed, "Reduce my workload, evil leader, and increase my salary." In this way, he tried to emphasize the irritating cause of all his problems. If something goes wrong, the strategist will be able to manipulate it as he wants. He behaves impulsively, but he is a very dangerous person. He had the cunning of a traitor to the divine cult. The strategist wondered if the internal educational center was violating its neutrality and supporting the third young lord. She has repeatedly emphasized her position. She will not interfere in the struggle for the throne. As if she would do it personally, the strategist catches her. These were special provocations to test her and see if she would break under pressure. However, he could not interfere with the choice she made, because he knew perfectly well how the sect was taking care of her and trusted her. The woman, in turn, was grateful for such a great trust. But this was the only reason why he was interested in pushing such a devoted person. To send the young lord outside the cult and not say a word about it. He asked her not to take it as sarcasm or a threat, because he was not going to take action under criminal law, but there was something to it. He was sure that she had her reasons. But why is he so interested in the third young owner? To all this, he replied that it was just innocent curiosity. All the members of the divine cult focused their attention on the third young lord, because as a candidate for the heir, he is rapidly becoming stronger and more influential, and this attracts attention to him. He eliminated his limitations in an interesting way, and won his place, which is something that bothers many people, and now Yenshin has taken her by surprise with this adventure. She tells the strategist that she hasn't told him anything and can't describe what he's really like. This third owner has to meet him himself. The strategist caught her in the act of saying that he had never heard her talk about anyone in such a manner. She is confident in her words, and says that he can verify this whenever he wants by meeting with him. The strategist really intends to meet with him, but every time he gets a little bored, something interesting happens. He thought that he would treat him to tea when he returned, and then take care of all the business he had until the young master returned. The atmosphere on the battlefield changed, and the corpses of miserable creatures were lying along the roadside. The survivors of the squad were amazed by this way of fighting. Even the head of the alliance did not believe that this man also belonged to the demons. It was very strange. He attacked the wolves, but all his bloodlust was directed at the elder. The elder felt this urge for blood when the boy looked at him. The predator said that it was simply incredible how he was able to kill a pack of bloody wolves before his eyes. He could not find a place for himself. The young master answered him that if this was a band of bloody wolves, why was their leader even obeying this old man? The predator was not going to listen to the dead man, believing that there was no point. Behind him stood a wolf filled with the demonic power of this predator. He confidently stated that, not knowing where this scoundrel came from, he would kill him anyway if he also belonged to a demon cult. At that moment, the fox peeked out of the young owner's clothes, catching the scent of wolves. She jumped to the ground and ran away. Clenching his fist, the predator orders the leader of the bloody wolves to attack. A large, toothy creature headed for the boy, just behind him. This scoundrel used the connection between wolves through the energy core, but the young master did not notice that Goldie was standing behind him. The moment she saw that she was being attacked by this creature, she transformed into a cruel beast and screamed. The radiance coming from her blinded the leader, who was already preparing to attack. People and soldiers began to cover their ears from this fox's squeak. What kind of power is this? Everyone was amazed, not understanding how it happened. How could such a small creature do such a thing? After the sound died down, the little fox Goldie stood in front of the huge leader, whom she destroyed with her scream. She put it on the wolf's head with her cute paw. Climbing on his head, the fox was going to either fall asleep or just sit there. The predator did not understand what kind of animal it was. He had never seen such unusual creatures. It was a completely different creature in the skin of an animal. The force with which she screamed startled even the passing crows. The predator saw this fox as a mystical creature, divine but also demonic, capable of causing all sorts of mysterious events described in legends. It cannot be compared to any beast from the palace of the southern doors and beasts. Even the king of tigers looks pitiful in comparison to this creature. This mystical creature reminded the boy of legends. The young owner looks at his pet Goldie and realizes that she is a truly unusual fox. He was not harmed by this scream. It was a cry that was meant to strike fear into all creatures in the vicinity. When the young owner was admiring the fox cub, the predator distracted him. All of this made him really angry. He was afraid of the guy, asking himself who he was walking around with such a monster. Using the phrases of his opponent, the predator asks, "What is the point of talking to a dead man?" And rage fills his body. He declares that he will tear the boy apart. Activating the divine fist technique of the southern wolf, he goes on the attack. But such tricks do not scare our hero. He counters the blow with his divine demonic fist and easily repels the attack. Moreover, the predator's blow is reflected back at him, and his divine fist loses in this clash. In a moment, his muscles begin to twist, and his bones crumble right in his hand. After this impact, a huge cloud of dust rises up. The steam came out of the predator's hand, and he just coughed. He could not feel his left arm anymore. It was smashed into pieces. And it wasn't a matter of internal energy or skill. This guy was much higher than that. The predator was always sure that he was superior to everyone except the main bear. But at that moment, the young master disappeared. With explosive power, he suddenly appeared and struck this scoundrel, and the predator could not understand how he could lose to a demonic cult member. The predator stopped the blow using his body and was badly injured. The young master, looking at him, remembered the words about the sect that controls the beasts. A sect as strong as the great sects of the Central Plain. The Southern Wild Beast Court was one of the strongest forces in the area. But in his opinion, this predator has nothing to do with real power, and its capabilities are just a disgrace. This means that the young master can kill him, and he says goodbye to him. With a wave of his sword, he sentences the beast, ending its existence forever. Looking at the result of his stroke, he sees that the stone against which the scoundrel was leaning has been cut along with his head. When the elder saw this incredible power, he began to worry a lot. After all, the heir to the Southern Court of Wild Beasts was shamefully murdered by this young master of the demonic cult. After he finished with the scoundrel, the boy looked directly into the elder's eyes. He had been waiting for a long time for fate to bring him together with young Yurin, and he began to approach him. He was going to destroy him forever and take away his miserable life. The demonic warrior rose up above the old man. He could not pass by such a scoundrel. Just like in his past life, he could not simply start a new life now, because his leg, which he had once cut off, continued to hurt. He could not forget it even in this life. Now he was going to cut off the same leg that the old man had cut off that day. He attacked the elder with hatred, shouting, "Give me back my leg!" The whole place erupted in flames of battle. The old man, faced with this little demon, did not understand how he could resist him at all. Feeling his energy, it was no joke. The young owner, tensing up, jumps on Jong Il-ren, shouting furiously, "Old man, give me back my leg!" When Jong Il-ryong meets this strong warrior, he does not understand where this powerful demon came from, because his blows split the earth. The ground shook as the young master struck the Alliance's head. It seemed to Jong Il-ryong that the boy was misunderstanding something. The fact is that those who attacked his group of people were a pack of animals, and they had nothing to do with this old man. Given the situation, the old man reminds the young master that he has already dealt with the wolves, and that fighting them is pointless. The old man emphasizes that it is necessary to be frank, because the powerful triad can be at odds with each other to a certain extent, which defines political territory. This means that you don't always have to fight to the death. What does the young master think of this? Perhaps you should stop here, put away your sword, and go home. The young master's ominous face was filled with rage and hatred. After these words, he began to laugh, realizing that people do not change. The old man again uses the same trick on him as in his previous life. His evil tongue is still the same, and the young master understands why this old man is afraid to fight for the first time in a long time. Jong Il-ryong does not remember ever meeting them, much less, in his opinion, being strangers. But in fact, they had met, and they knew each other. The ground beneath Young Hajin shook as he began to burn with the fiery energy of a demon. He looked the elder in the eye and warned him that they did not just know each other. At the same moment, the boy disappears from the old man's sight. Considering what he said, the head of the alliance focused on the speed of this young man, feeling that the speed of his movements was too fast. He skillfully took the young master's blow with his sword. The moment their swords crossed, the elder felt the incredible power of this demonic creature. But the boy would have been disappointed if the old man had died from one of his blows. The head of the alliance does not understand where this demonic young man came from. Could it be that the demon cult has created another generic demon that is stronger than he could have expected? However, the elder cannot lose, so he activates a technique of incredible power, which splits the earth and fills the air with heavy smoke. Thousands of sword blows are directed at the young master from different directions, but he skillfully twists his sword and deflects all these blows as if they were just toys for him. Pushing off the ground, he makes an incredible leap forward. In order to get closer to the cunning old man, he uses aerodynamics, lowering his body lower than the old man's, and in this attack he suffers internal damage. It was a hidden technique, white funeral fencing, although the white sword dance may look beautiful. In fact, it hides a deadly thirst for blood, similar to the poisonous bites of a snake. And if Jong Il-ryong doesn't remember this technique, the ninefold controlled blade technique of the third form beta is a devastating force for all enemies. By activating 8 bloody lotuses of cold hell filled with icy air, the bloody blow of the great red lotus counteracts the elder in an incredible way. The old man can only beg the boy to stop. The impressive technique of the blade struck the old man to the core. His old body was hardly expecting this, and he had seen this technique only once in his life, in only one person. The old man realizes that the person who possessed this technique possessed the most terrible and secret technique. It was a weapon of the righteous heavenly alliance that destroyed all possible masters under the command of the leading powers. And now this technique has fallen on the old man like a bolt from the blue. It filled the battlefield with blood and made an incredible revolution in this battle. The young master stood holding his sword and looked confidently at his victim. The old man realized that this was the legendary technique of the assassin king Jong Haijin. But how could this young man know it? The old man hid in the rock and came out to save himself. He looked at the boy and wondered who he was to use the blade technique of that rascal Jong Hyun. At this point, the boy rejoices, because at last he remembers who is standing in front of him. We return to the soldiers who survived the battle. They collected the goods they managed to save, 7 boxes in total. They confirmed that all their contents were safe, which was a great relief. Soon, Dongping approaches Manager Ju and asks her to take one important thing. He puts a pill in her hand that is supposed to keep her alive, and the sooner she takes it, the better. Looking at this pill, she recognized that it was actually a very valuable thing, and the third commander was also seriously injured. But instead of taking it himself, he gave it to her. He explains that even though he has been injured, he will be able to get more of these pills when he returns. He's going to stay on guard, so he asks her to circulate his chi energy. This is a big gift for Manager Ju, and she is very grateful to the third squad leader. At the same time, Dongpin feels responsible for not being able to protect anyone properly at such an important time. Turning around and looking at the young master, he was amazed that he had to get help from him again. Dongping doesn't even know what to say when he loses his right to a bodyguard after returning to the sect. However, Dongpin had never seen the young master in such a violent rage before. When the guy appeared on the battlefield, he felt such a deep resentment that it was felt even beyond the distant mountains. Now the search was complete, and Ju asked the demon transport squad to guard her, and the commander himself was to help the young master in battle. However, the guy looked confident enough to realize that he would not need his help. Although it would be right for all the demons to go to help the young master, not just him, since he publicly holds the position of leader in this group. Although this was the case, the only person who could help the young owner was Dongpin. Their conversation was interrupted by Goldie the Fox, who ran closer and started barking. He squinted his eyes at Dongping and looked at him very strangely. He seemed to want to tell him something, and Dongpin paid attention. The fox wanted to lead the young boy Dongping along to show him something. Meanwhile, the old man recalls in his thoughts how he once killed Jong Hyun. He cut off his leg and then killed him in an even more brutal and miserable way than anyone else. But did they really raise the heir to that famous assassin in this world? and a demon from a demon sect at that. The old man was filled with rage, because now it was a matter of honor. He asked the boy again, "Who are you anyway?" The young master did not really want to answer, but if the old man was so curious, let him try to find out with his sword. It was clear that the head of the alliance had released his white lotus energy. The old man attacks the boy in a rage, shouting, "You little bastard!" The energy in his words overwhelms everything around him, and his sword is filled with magical power. This was the art of white burial swords, one of the 10 greatest swordsmanships of the orthodox sects. Fencing that contains enlightenment when there is a lack of strength, and the sharpness of the sword is overwhelmed by the inner power that restores its power. Enlightenment revives the sharpness of the sword. The old man realizes that this is not a body that will lose to some enemy. A powerful blow falls on our hero. He laughs ominously and takes all the blows, saying that with the old man's level of enlightenment, he cannot affect him either before or now, even with the use of funerary fencing. It's time to summon the demonic energy, and the boy wants to tear this rascal to pieces by summoning all the demonic energy, even the one hidden in his walls and veins. An explosive wave covered all living things as the dark shadow of the second stage liberation demonic art filled the young master's body. It was a demonic vision of the higher levels and the earth. The old man's pupils dilated. He could not believe that this was even possible. The guy was filled with energy and moved in an incredible way, possessing such a powerful force that destroyed the white burial sword in one fell swoop, and it was impossible to describe the weight of its blade. He was a true enlightened rascal who surpassed him at a young age. A furious blow fell on the old man. He could not stand it, and began to attack the demon, although he was in no hurry, for the old man had to be buried. But when he started to move, he felt that his movement slowed down, as if the combination that was involved had stopped him. He felt as if he had fallen into the water, his arms and legs became heavy, and he had difficulty breathing. And there was this young man standing in front of him. He felt his body slowing down, and the whole world seemed so slow in front of this old man. What kind of demonic art is this? He wondered, seeing his movements fall apart. Looking at this young man, he became afraid. The young master looked at him with clear eyes, devoid of bloodlust, and succeeded in the short life he was living. Despite this, the young owner's explosive energy was diverted. The old man could not do anything about this energy. Its surge was so great that the old man was disappointed to believe that the world had slowed down. And at that moment, there was a huge explosion that filled the entire space around. The old man was trembling with fear from such absurdity. It was incredible. He realized that this was no longer a joke and seriously asked the young man if he knew who he was. He said that he was the first elder of the righteous heavenly alliance. But what does the young owner care about this scoundrel? The sword of our hero crosses with the sword of the old man. The legendary sword that the old man inherited cracks under the blow of this demon sword. The white crane's sword showed a crack. This enormous blade, surrounded by monstrous demonic energy, fell upon his sword with such force that it could have broken a mountain. The old man, having deflected his blow, jumped back a considerable distance, not believing that a boy under 20 could be such a strong warrior. The out-of-breath old man stopped, thinking, and then Jong began to talk to him. Does the old man know why he chose such a huge sword? The fact is that he knows very well that at a certain stage his white funeral swordsmanship is particularly weak against heavy blades. Moreover, if he were stronger than him in enlightenment, the old man would no longer exist. The boy, in turn, scattered his body in different directions. He disappeared into the unknown, and no one could predict where he would appear. It was like the disappearance of the heavens. In an incredible way, the old man's hair, which had been gathered in a pigtail, was suddenly cut off. If he is the leader of the righteous alliance, he should have known the footwork of the assassin king Jong Haijin, because in an incredible way, the guy got close to him and cut his hair. Our hero started talking to him after he changed his direction, moving from martial arts to politics. He hadn't fought for so long that he was rusty. A year ago, this head of the alliance used a formation to avoid combat because there was no ambush. And I wonder if with this level of talent, he will be able to outshine Dam Xuan and take on the role of leader of the righteous heavenly alliance. After hearing these words, the old man was 100% convinced that this guy was indeed Jong Haejin in a new guise. The young master, in turn, does not know which old man he's talking about at first, but if he wants to know, he will definitely find out after he takes his leg from him. With an incredible and quick movement, the boy cuts off the leg of this old man who had done the same to him in a previous life, thus getting even. Red demonic energy filled the entire space on the battlefield. The head of the alliance hit the ground like a stone and bounced to the side, but without his leg. The old man admits that he misjudged the situation. This kid was the first person to cause him such serious damage since he joined the righteous Heavenly Alliance. No one else had ever been able to master martial arts like that. The old man realizes that he shouldn't have fought him in the first place. He wants to live, and because of this he had only one thought in his head: to run away. The guy's condition has clearly changed. Unexpectedly, our hero felt that his whole body was bleeding from the strain he was under. After spitting out everything that was inside and overwhelming him, he felt that he did not have enough demonic energy left. The demonic discharges of the higher levels of heaven and earth that he had opened were trying to close again. If he continues to move in this way, a small amount of residual demonic energy may cause the chi to be blocked. He needs to find a way to restore the demonic energy. And yet, before his eyes opened, primal energy, and he needed to use it. Primordial energy is the essence of life force. The old man sees that the boy's breathing has suddenly become more intermittent. Although he was sure that the boy had used up most of his internal energy, the martial art of this demonic rascal was still not complete. The only reason he was able to corner the old man was because of his unusual martial arts technique. If his internal energy runs out, the old man will probably win because he is on a much higher level. It is illogical for a child from a demonic cult to be superior to this old man. He decides to use his last chance to destroy his opponent. Nevertheless, using his supernatural strength, an incredible whirlwind of fencing swords fell on the young master, and the old man shouted that the boy's days were numbered. But the demonic rascal was filled with power and did not allow the old man to even approach him. He simply swept his sword like a laser beam, and the point energy pierced the old man through. The old man was still in a state of shock when he realized that he had been pierced through and through like a flower pot. The boy just wanted the old man to finally leave him alone and disappear from his life and his thoughts forever. The hostility and sincere desire that pushed him through hell every day in his past life were his desire for freedom. And now he needs nothing but that. His desire to kill his offender was so strong that he wanted to kill him again and again, even when he was lying dead in front of him. Looking at this scoundrel, his rage did not subside. The fox had been watching this incredible sight all this time, and Dong Ping finally found her on the mountain. After the young owner had used up all his energy, he fell down. Forgetting his rage and resentment, he lay next to this old man who was scattered in pieces, and it was at this moment that Don Pint appeared. Soon after, a report was provided. Only 5 survivors remained in the center of the battle, and about 20 people were killed in the 3rd detachment of court guards, for a total of 27 dead. Ju apologizes to the center's master because even though she was careful, things got complicated. The center's manager does not understand why she is apologizing, since the people who attacked them are to blame. In turn, Ju has flawlessly fulfilled her mission, and she needs recognition, not punishment, which should be a comfort to her. Despite this, if she is tired after the mission, the woman directs her to the restroom to give her something to eat. Realizing that the boy had recovered his martial arts skills by more than half in just 10 days and had dealt with all the monsters on his own, killing 80 members of the demonic cult, Ju was amazed. The woman realizes that the 3rd young lord is an incredibly dangerous man, and she will soon have to meet him again. The 3rd leader of the guards came with a report to his commander, justifying himself by saying that he did not have enough strength to defend his squad. His commander told him not to think that way. He wouldn't have even put him in the position if he thought so, because he was qualified. The commander will visit the families of the victims himself. But feeling his duty, the boy also decides to go, because he has to do it because they are members of his unit. The report he wrote for the master of the court security guards doesn't bother him much. He was in charge of the mission, and because of that, the commander must take responsibility. A commander has to defend what he said and what he is willing to die for, and that is their job. The commander went to the window, realizing that in any case they had to take some responsibility as leaders of the squad. As a result, he will order that another courtmaster be appointed to replace Dongpeng, and Dongpeng will be relieved of his duties as a court guard for the remainder of his sentence. The guy accepts this sentence. Since that day, the 3rd leader has been suspended from his job indefinitely. As the acting authorized courtmaster, he was issued secret orders, and will not be reinstated as the 3rd leader until this directive is fully implemented. Don Pin felt a pain in his heart, because the indefinite suspension was really painful. But he would not have been surprised, even if he had been expelled. However, when the commander announced that Dongping would now be the personal bodyguard of the 3rd young master, the disciplinary action was complete. The commander gives the boy a chance to continue his work, and Don Pin's main task was to learn a lot from the third master before returning to their units. Meanwhile, the young owner was in his room, sleeping soundly. When the fox jumped on him, he realized that he was back here. Perhaps he even woke up in horror, thinking it was a dream, not reality. But then he realized that he had lost consciousness and was brought back to this hateful prison. At that moment, Don Pin put him in a carriage and took him back, which was very uncomfortable. The guy threw the fox off him, offended by the fact that he had been gathering information for so long to escape. And then the circumstances developed in this way, and yet he could not be like everyone else when he heard the name Jong Il-ran. Everything he saw was colored in blood. He could not even imagine how deep his resentment was, that he was able to plunge into himself and discover the demonic side. But is this what he really wants? Freedom? Or perhaps it was more like revenge? Soon the young owner was disturbed by a very familiar voice. It was Don Pin who had just come here. The young owner assumed that Dong Ping was very hungry and offered him a meal together. And the guy had to tell him something beforehand. At this point, Don Pin began to swear to the young master as his loyal servant, devoted to his protection as a personal bodyguard. Jong Hyun was surprised that this happened, because he did not need a personal bodyguard. But it seems that Don Ping has been appointed to fulfill this function, and this was just terrible news, because he is also going to live here. And now his dream of escape, which was once a symbol of the freedom he longed for, will now constantly haunt him. They went out for a bite to eat, and MANHWA made the best lunch. They thanked her for her skills, because everything was delicious. Undoubtedly. Even Dong Ping appreciated her delicious ramen recipe, and gave her a thumbs up in approval. The young master could not help but think that, although he had returned alive from that battle with Jong Il-ran, he was extremely dangerous. Unlike the spiritual guard gates of the underground prison of the demonic arts, the gates of the higher heaven and earth of demonic vision are on a different level. They explode with the demonic energy itself, which accumulates limitlessly in the demon's essence, negatively affecting his body. A replacement is needed until his demonic dark shadow art is complete. It would be nice to have a skill that works against different types of martial arts, like in the fight with Jong Il-ran. Soon after, he asked his bodyguard, Don Ping, if he remembered when he first brought him the blade and where he got it from. Don Pin reported that it was from the Demon King's weapons cache maintained by the cult. The information provided by Suong Simon mentions weapons depots. The Mind Demon's weapon vault is where most regular cult members obtain their weapons. However, the Demon King's weapon vault holds valuable and cherished blades, and only captains of combat units are allowed access to it. And for persons of higher rank, divine weapons are sometimes kept there. It is the sect's best weapon storage facility with very limited access, which is only available to cult leaders and their successors. No one else can get in without the cult leader. The young master needed permission to enter the demon weapon vault, and he asked if the boy knew how to get there. His bodyguard was not sure, but assumed that each member of the cult leader was given a single opportunity to enter the vault. This means that he may have already entered the place at some point that he cannot remember, and now he is not allowed to enter again. He imagines this third master before reincarnation, who may have already been there, and because of this, he is no longer allowed to enter this time. A familiar voice suddenly sounded in their ears. It was Hong Ren, calling for the young master. She prepared a snack and offered to have another drink. The young owner refused, saying that she had to be busy at work, but she put off everything to come here and asked him not to be so cold. The guy said he needed to go to a certain place and asked her to come back later. Hong Ryong asked where he was going, and the boy encouraged his bodyguard to protect him from her curiosity. She did ask where he was going, but they did not want to tell her right away. It was only when the young man admitted that he was heading to the weapons storage facility that someone suddenly came to visit them. An unfamiliar man walked right through the gate and invited them to go to the Heavenly Demon Weapons warehouse together. This guy walked out the gate and 7 years have passed, maybe even 8 years old. His glasses sparkled in the sun. The man didn't stay long and asked me to bring him a cup of tea. They were stopped by a strategist who prevented them from going to the weapons depot. But before they did, he offered to have a cup of tea. The young owner, for example, did not know who the man was and thought he was just in the wrong place. Don Pin emphasized that he is the chief strategist, and then the young owner realized that things were bad. The chief strategist explained that he hadn't seen the young owner for a long time, and perhaps he was even a little offended that he wasn't recognized. Looking at this man, who is the second in command in the divine cult, one had to talk to him. The strategist, however, wondered why they were going to the Demon King's weapons storehouse, and not the Heavenly Demon's weapons storehouse. Come to think of it, The young master had already been there before, and that's why they're going to the Demon King's compound. The strategist suspected that the sword he received last time no longer served him. The young master has heard that they usually use a rather unusual sword technique, and so he changes his weapon. However, this information caused anxiety for Jong, as he did not understand the content of this conversation. Why did the strategist come here in the first place? He soon suggested that he could help the young owner. He offered to use his expertise to help him enter the celestial demon's weapon vault. Everyone who was around the young owner, including him, was impressed. But is this even possible? At first glance, it seems strange, but he was not facing some vagrant, but a chief strategist, and he could really help him get into the vault. However, most likely, he expects something in return. Of course it's unpleasant, but life is such that you have to get something in return, and the young owner seems to understand this. And, of course, you have to pay for everything, but what will be the price? He stated his goal, to spend the whole day talking to him. He just wants to talk to him and have a drink in the evening. The young owner asked him not to come so close to him after such statements. After all, the strategist was behaving rather strangely, and it seems that he has some strange plan. Soon the young man changed his clothes, and all that was left was to wait. As the young master was changing, he turned to his bodyguard, Dong Pil, and ordered him to visit the master of the Center for Inner Enlightenment to see if he had met with him while they were away. If the security guard has already met him, let him ask what they talked about. Perhaps the master said something about the young owner. The general strategist is very different from everyone he has met in the divine cult. His words seem frivolous, but still carry a certain meaning. He has some secret plan, and he appeared right after the young master returned from the divine cult. It seems that he met with the master of the Center for Inner Enlightenment, probably because he found that the young master had left the place and gone outside. Jong wanted to avoid meeting him. The reason is that as soon as he saw his face, his instincts told him to avoid this man. The Heavenly Sect's 6-power technique reacted so violently to the appearance of a chief strategist who had not actually studied martial arts. However, the strategist was interested in whether the young master was ready to go, and if so, it was time to go. Walking alongside the boy, the strategist asked him how he had dealt with the bandits. This man told an incredible story about how on his first vacation he went to enjoy nature and was robbed by bandits in the city. These words oscillated between a lie and the truth. The strategist skillfully concealed his true identity in nature. His politeness towards the boy was quite surprising, and on the way he called the young owner a hero. It seemed that the strategist had earned a vacation to get away from here, but he had ducked out unnoticed. At this point, Jong Hyun realizes that the strategist knows this. The young master asks him not to run to the Lord about this, and the boy does not even lie if he knows the truth. And in any case, what is his true reason for coming to him? The strategist's reason was simply an opportunity to satisfy his curiosity. He couldn't help himself when it came to his inquisitiveness. And, stopping abruptly, he kept the intrigue in their conversation. The dialogue begins with the fact that they still have a long way to go to the demon's weapon warehouse. But the young master has no choice but to stop. Since this was true, the strategist set out on this journey alone. In turn, feeling superior, the young master put his sword to the strategist's throat. The atmosphere between them became extremely tense, and everything on the bridge changed in an instant. He didn't look the strategist in the eye and wondered if he was ready for his head to fall into that beautiful stream. The strategist did not expect such a turn of events, but predictability is not an interesting situation for a young owner. If the guy has already put his sword to the strategist's neck, he should at least tell us the reason why he is doing it. He doesn't know the real reason, but he understands that the strategist appeared in his life not out of curiosity or goodwill. The strategist explains his point of view by saying that the young owner does not know what is going on, but if he feels that something is wrong and there is a threat, then he tries to find out. In the guy's opinion, the threat is not just a threat. The young owner is ready to kill him for such impudence. But the strategist did not believe these words, because if he was ready to kill the chief strategist of the cult, he would not escape the consequences, even if he became the third young lord. The guy was not going to put up with it, but the strategist asked him to put the sword away, as it could be seen as a betrayal. For the strategist, it didn't matter if he died now, of old age, or in some other way. He would die sooner or later. The strategist was no longer satisfied with this rhythm, and he decided to count to 3. Although he did not feel the determination in the young master's sword, he really believed that he could die from his knife. The young master asked him one last time why he had come, and if he did not answer normally, the young master's sword would pierce his head. If the strategist says again that it was out of curiosity, it will be a fatal mistake. Soon swallowing the lump in his throat, the strategist reveals his real reason. You should not answer a question with a question, because if the strategist continues, this will be his last chance. As mentioned earlier, how did he know about the other intentions? It was just the young owner's intuition. He has a sixth sense. He knows very well that logic and emotions often collide, and his emotions tell him that he will not have any difficulties. When the strategist heard about the sixth sense, he was amazed because he did not expect to hear it from anyone. The strategist recalls a time when he was with a lord who did not even see his skills, but nevertheless appointed him chief strategist. The lord had his reasons, but at least I would like to hear some words from the strategist to explain his position. At that moment, the lord said that this was his sixth sense. He emphasized that a strategist should take this into account. The world is not built on the basis of logic alone. Smart people like him often forget about this. Lord emphasized that strategists should work on their intuition. Logic can give answers to questions of the present, but intuition can answer questions of the future. Logic guides and supports wisdom in the present. Hearing these words, the strategist recalled the situation with the Lord. He had not even bowed when he met the imperial prince, but now he could not refrain from worship. Unlike the prince, who only gave him orders and taught him a lesson, this lord was remembered differently. And when he didn't know the answer to some questions, the strategist advised him to ask someone else. Maybe they knew the answer. The young owner did not understand what the strategist meant. The strategist admits that he just wanted to see how he would react if he put him in an uncomfortable situation. For example, forcing him to enter a weapons storage facility, and then telling him that he does not actually have the right to enter. And then the young master realized that this man wanted to send him there, and then claimed that he had entered without permission. If that had happened, even the disciples of the Demon Lord would not have been able to escape disciplinary punishment. Entering its restricted area is a serious crime. Looking at the beautiful nature of the stream, Jong tells him that he is a very evil person. This was not new to the strategist. He had often heard himself called a psycho. Nevertheless, he makes an impression, and the young master suggests that they part ways, sheathing their swords. But what to do with the celestial demon's weapon storehouse or drinking with the strategist? The young owner is not going to drink with a man who planned to send him to prison just for his pleasure and curiosity. The strategist, on the other hand, expects him to stay for at least a few words because he hasn't slept for several nights to meet this day. But the young owner asks if there is at least one reason to worry about it. Then the strategist says that he sent soldiers to escort the Master of Central Enlightenment and thought that this was done to warn him and tell her to keep quiet and keep her mouth shut. It was strange because he knows about it. And this strategist is not just getting in his way. And yet the strategist does not trust the Master of Central Enlightenment and, given the situation, would like to be treated better. Despite the situation, the young owner agrees to drink with him as much as he wants. But first, you need to look at the composition of the weapons. And the strategist was shocked to hear these words. The young owner decided to use his help. Soon, the guy comes out with a bunch of weapons on his shoulders, and the strategist is shocked because he only took one thing. But the strategist said that they had sent him there only once, and not for him to take everything. He felt uncomfortable, because the situation with the guy was very difficult. He looked like an immature child. However, the strategist realizes that he will not know whom he has met without meeting him in person. The Master of Central Enlightenment was right. It seemed that some strange martial artist who had gone through hell and back had entered his body. The strategist was overcome with such thoughts. He thought for a long time until the young master called him to follow him. Since the strategist is very busy, he will not hesitate, since he has already chosen to live with him out of the demon pavilion. Anyone who could harm the divine cult was believed to be the reason why the demon lord left him alone. However, the strategist realizes that he does not know what consequences his actions will bring. Tomorrow he will have to meet with the demon lord in person and report everything. The young master was practicing in his place with his new training weapon, but a breathless Dongping disturbed him. Dongping was surprised to see all the weapons the young master had taken. He could not believe that he had managed to take more than just a couple of items. When Dongping took a closer look, he noticed that the young owner had found a very important artifact. It was the Blade of the Seven Knights, officially named the Blade of the Burning Night Dark Demon. It was known for its rather simple appearance, but at the same time, it was an interesting artifact of the seventh heavenly demon. There were also twin blades, northern winter winds of red and blue colors. Twin meteorite blades, thanks to their owner, truly embody the term divine weapon. The uniqueness of these blades is that they are not demonic weapons, which is why even martial artists from orthodox schools seek them out. Dongpin was impressed by such a unique and magnificent weapon, but the young master liked it only if it was suitable for battle. Dongping made it clear to the young master that he was not concerned with the glory of these swords or their history. He was more interested in whether the swords were suitable for the young master. Holding a huge sword in his hands, the young master asked Dongping what he knew about this object. Dongping in turn had never seen the sword, as the young master had found it in a remote vault. The young master let Dongping hold the sword. It was a really heavy sword weighing over 30 kilo. Of course, it would be difficult for the young owner to use it for long battles, but there was something attractive about it. There was nothing like it in any other weapon on the shelves in the corner. So, he wants to appropriate it and call it the Dragon Blade. A young master asks his guard for a name for his sword. The guard apparently does not know much about names and chooses them only because of the way they sound. The young master impresses his bodyguard with his weapon skills, and the bodyguard is surprised to see how easily he holds on to the bamboo sword. His skill is truly impressive. As a sign of gratitude, the young master gives his guard an interesting sword, asking him to take it. Holding the gift in his hands, the young master asks his friend to keep the sword. He trusts his friend's opinion, since this sword is not suitable for him, and Dongping will be happy. The sword is suitable for the heavy and serious style of Dongping martial arts, so the young master chose this sword for him. Dongping didn't know how to thank the young master for such a gift. The sword that Dongping was holding was one of the 5 great demonic swords of the divine cult, and one of the 10 great demonic swords of Jianggu. This is a truly rare weapon of legendary level called the Sword of the Silent King. The Sword of the Silent King is also known as the Sword of Silence. It does not unleash its demonic powers until it finds a worthy wielder. Once it feels that it has found a worthy wielder, it unleashes incredible power. This sword was specially chosen for Dongping by a young master from the Celestial Demon's weapon vault, and he cannot express his gratitude without offending the favor. Dongping thinks to himself that he will defend the master for the rest of his life, but for a long time he cannot express any reaction. The young master begins to think that Dongping doesn't even like the sword. Suddenly, the young owner takes a pose of gratitude. He shouts that Dongping swears to be the best and most loyal member of the demonic cult. This motivation looked much better and more interesting than nothing. As usual, someone unceremoniously knocks on the door. It was a message from the palace of the demonic god. They called to the young owner to open the door. It sounded pretty horrible, because getting a message from a cult leader was not what the guy wanted. After a while, Chon hurried to the demon lord. As soon as he entered, the lord asked him to sit down. The lord also offered to drink something in front of him. The boy held out the cup, and the bottle poured alcohol by itself. He hoped that the lord would not ask about his secret escape. The lord began the dialogue by noticing how hard the young master was training. The lord emphasized that the third young master was very strict with his brother. The guy threw out all the alcohol, fearing the consequences, but it really happened. The fact is that the demonic art of the fourth serpent is a newly reworked version of the martial arts of the Choksa family. Although he was stubborn and had enough experience, few people took his age seriously enough to invent new martial arts. It started badly, but gradually improved over the course of 3 years. In the end, the demonic art became quite formidable, and the leader spoke of it. The young master did not understand why the lord was so talkative today and what exactly the lord wanted to convey to him, whether it was a reprimand or a sentence for what he had done. The lord asked if that was all he had finished. After all, his demonic art cannot be called complete. He used up his talent and squandered it on his plans. People who are unaware of their own talents are simply ignorant. The lord hated them. He didn't like ignorant people. The lord continued to say that he was disappointed with the fourth master. He should not have wasted his life like that. When the young owner defeated him, it came as a surprise to everyone. The lord, of course, knew about the ambitions of the fourth, and that he would never take his place. But he did not expect this man to withdraw from the struggle for the throne so quickly. Nevertheless, he repeats that he has an aversion to the ignorant, and asks his son if he knows what kind of people are admired and respected. These are the people who challenge his expectations. And the third young owner did just that and more. Therefore, the leader of the demonic cult admires and respects him. The realization that the best demon in the world respects him exceeded all his expectations. It was hard to imagine this, even in my dreams. Admiration and respect are hard to come by. But a great man like him tells a young man that he admires and respects him. When the boy heard these words, the excitement of it made him proud. He bit his lip to regain his composure, feeling disgusted with himself at the same time. He was raised from childhood as a secret weapon of the righteous Heavenly Alliance, and lived as a faithful dog of the Alliance leader. He has experienced many horrors and may call himself miserable, but now he's been recognized not just as a man, but as the lord of the divine cult of demons. He hates himself for enjoying this recognition so much. A single compliment from a master made him feel proud, but all his life he just dreamed of living free. Will he ever be able to break free? But he can recognize the human side of himself, because his level is a level to be proud of. As a martial artist, perhaps you shouldn't be so strict about your emotions. Emotions are a natural phenomenon, not something to be worried about or ashamed of. After all, even unwanted emotions are part of it. But the highest lord was evaluating the boy. He was impressed by what he had done. Contrary to his expectations, the lord analyzed him from head to toe, and he felt that the boy was overcome with a sense of pride. The lord stopped his excitement, but accepted it as part of himself. The lord appreciated that the boy was growing and changing every day, and that was why he was great. And these words made the young master smile. He had never expected the lord to say such a thing to him. He decided not to be modest and said that he was simply unique. Last night, the chief strategist came to see the lord. He told him that Jong had visited the celestial demon's temple, and they went to the playground, where the lord asked if the boy had tried all the swords he had taken. Filling his hand with demonic energy, the young master seized all the swords. The lord would have been disappointed if he had chosen some relic weapon without knowing where it came from. Suddenly, swords flew in their direction. They stuck into the ground like arrows. It was the capture of emptiness at the highest level of its manifestation. He simply transferred the weapon from the entrance here by the power of thought. The demon lord was impressively strong and brought these swords as a reward for the boy. Let the young master choose the sword he likes. This look at the young master seems to offer him a deal. And at that moment it seemed that the lord was asking him for something. Lord said that one day he would teach the boy a trick. The young master watches and begins to realize that his instincts attack as soon as the lord finishes speaking. The only chance to defeat Jong is to attack him by surprise. The explosive energy tore the earth in half. After the explosive reception, the young master watched to see if he had achieved his goal, but the lord remained unharmed and seemed to not care. However, looking at the marks on the ground, the attack was perfect. This meant that he did everything right. The lord didn't even block or dodge. But why did he stay fine? The lord raised his hand and said that it amazed him. He said that he would teach the boy something, but did not ask him to attack him. Lord thought to himself that the guy had pinpointed the moment when he was vulnerable, and it was a unique insight or perhaps intuition that he was born with. But analyzing the guy, the lord comes to the conclusion that it was a bit stupid on his part. It was something like an instinct that leads to death. He saw the boy's fear like an animal's. I wanted to ask him one last question. Does he plan to attack with the art of hand-to-hand combat after the finishing blow, and why did he stop in the first place? Lord read all the intentions in a split second. There was no particular reason to stop. The guy just had to do it. The lord saw that he had not stopped because he knew about it. If he had rushed forward, he would have been caught by its barrier. Was this also an instinct? The lord orders the boy to get ready for the next round. He repeats that he will teach him. The guy doesn't even know what he has, and he will have to learn something. This time he asks to attack him with the intention of killing him. The young master could do it too, and he should openly manifest the dark demonic art of Ada. Given his condition, he activates divine steps that shorten the 9 heavens. He does something unexpected, and this impresses the lord even more and gains his trust. Jong devoted all his energy to training, fully immersing himself in the process. Lee watched carefully, noticing the potential that was emerging in this young man. His every movement was confident and had a graceful beauty. Meanwhile, Hong came to see her young master. She immediately ran to the maid and asked where the young master had gone. She replied that he had gone to the palace of the demon god. She was immediately curious, because she didn't understand how he could be busier than her, especially if he was unemployed. Hua was irritated, thinking that Hong was treating the young master with disdain. At first glance, it seemed to Hong that the maid was afraid to tell her this. She couldn't even hit her, because Hua seemed too small. So Hong decided to hold back. At that moment, Guang appeared and said that he did not know when the young master would return, asking her to come back. At first, Hong asked Guang to stop talking nonsense, not realizing that he had been appointed as the young master's bodyguard. She was even more surprised to see that the boy was wearing a gift from his young master on his belt. Hong was even more angry because the gift was only for him. Guan didn't know what to say to that. Hua constantly begged Hong to leave, and Guang waited patiently for the young master to return, as he could not cope with this woman. Li urged Chong to get up while he was lying on the ground. It was hard for Chong to even move. Even the unbroken network formation of the righteous Heavenly Alliance was not so bad for him. He is still only half as strong as in his previous life, but every time he gives it his all, it happens again. Nevertheless, he learned a lot from fighting such a powerful warrior as Li, and the process itself became a lesson for him. Li always made Chan worry, but he finally did something useful. That was enough, so Li asked him to return to the gazebo. There they continued their conversation. We discussed whether Jong had learned anything new and how it went. Li also handed him a black piece of paper, asking him to take something. These were the missing parts of his martial arts. And holding them in his hands, Chan was very surprised. Li went on to explain that his demon art was as good as the 10 great demon schools. But there were some problems because it was a new creation. This was supposed to help him. But meanwhile, Li was pouring himself his favorite drink again. He discovered weaknesses and the need for change in the dark shadow demonic art. Jong had never even imagined something like this before. He never realized that Li could have such a side. It seemed to be the lesson he had been waiting for. The boy's mind stirred again. He clutched the paper tightly and thanked Li. But Li called it just the obvious reward that a student who has impressed his teacher should receive. Jong could not believe that Li was saying such things. He just swallowed his saliva in silence, listening to these words. After that, Jong promised that he would not let him down. Li replied that he would look forward to it, but he also understood that being interested in someone meant that they were still under the demon's power. Walking in the rain, Li thought, trying to remember how much time has passed since the last time someone pulled a sword on him. He saw the traces of the supreme blade which Chan had managed to master. It seemed that Jong had grown up a lot. The legend of the mythical fox that brings war to the nation has always been in the memory. If this legend is true, then the one who causes war must dance with death. And Li understands the essence of death better than anyone else. Opening his eyes and feeling the raindrops running down his face, Li wondered if it was time. Sometime later, in the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, in the military department, there was a conversation about the third young lord. The first guard of the Guardian's Court, Mudam, asked what this lord was like. His interlocutor, sitting across from him, looked upset and did not know what to say. In the end, he said that it is difficult to know everything about a person after one meeting. Mudam agreed and explained that this is why he turns to him as the person with the keenest understanding of the cult. This compliment pleased him, because the first guard praised him, although Mudam himself thought he was a bit strange, just as they said about him. However, it was unclear why the first guard was asking about him. But he nevertheless said that 2 days ago the third young lord had been summoned by the demon lord to the demon god palace. The fact that the Lord of Demons taught him for half a day surprised Mudam, because he knew that no other candidate for the heirship had ever received such teaching. It also impressed the bespectacled man himself. Then they talked about the fact that the third young lord had opened the heavenly demon weapon vault for the third young lord. It was true, because one could not stand by while the internal balance was being upset. However, the bespectacled man thought that Mudam was conducting this interrogation to reprimand him. He openly stated that he did not have enough authority to reprimand him, and explained that he was here as the head of the Guardian Court to express his concern about the person at the top of the cult's political activity. This meant only one thing when Mudam mentioned the third young lord. He asked if this lord was someone worth opening the heavenly demon's weapon vault for. The bespectacled man's response was negative, saying that there was no need to open the vault for him. For the one who has determined others does not need divine weapons. The bespectacled man did not think the third young lord was suitable for the peak of the cult's political activity, and could not say for sure who he really was. But after the conversation, he understood him a little better. He saw himself as someone who tries to understand and measure the differences between cult members in order to help the demon lord make the right assessment. After this conversation, Mudam realized that he had been misunderstanding the chief strategist all along. His eccentricities are not all there is to him. His devotion to the cult was genuine. However, the strategist had another question he wanted to ask Mudam. Was the discussion of the future of the divine cult with the first guardian the merit of the third young lord, even if they had only spoken a few times? Recently, life in the divine cult has become really interesting. Dongpil continued his training. He was helped by Chon, who constantly reminded him that he was suppressing his killer instinct too much. Jong also noted that his vocation as a guardian probably pushes him to protect Jong. On the positive side, it is responsibility. On the negative side, it is inflexibility. and this prevented him from realizing his full potential. Dongpil himself wondered if he was holding himself back. However, training was over for the day and Jong offered him a snack. And at the same moment, he felt a powerful energy outside the gate. It seemed that a very interesting guest appeared there. It was the master of the criminal law hall, Guogu, from the heavenly demon divine cult. Jong asked him what brought him here, as he didn't think they were close enough to meet casually. Guogu raised the issue of the Mara festival, which was already approaching. Jong had never even heard of the festival. Gu immediately proposed to get down to business and asked the third young lord for help. He didn't understand why he should help a man he didn't even like. Guogu did not deny this and admitted that his attitude had not changed, but noted that they had a common enemy and that Jong could help him. By common enemy, he meant that Jong is a candidate for the post of heir, and the other candidates are his rivals, and at the Maragu festival, he plans to arrest and imprison one of his students. To put it mildly, this was a big shock to Chon. The Mara festival is an ancient ritual dedicated to the only god of the divine cult of heavenly demons and the ruler of the sixth heaven of the world of desires, Mara. In the past, they even made human sacrifices to Mara, and it was then that the heavenly demon cult gained notoriety as a demon cult. But today's Mara festival is different, although despite its doctrines and trials, the divine cult of heavenly demons still engages in abominable deeds. In the end, today's Mara festival is simply an ancient rite of passage, no different from the Muram celebrations held by the demon cult. After hearing about the festival, Jong asked what the request for help had to do with Mara's festival. Gyu explained that during this year's Mara festival, they imprisoned one of the heirs in a prison of suspended sentence. Chan's face began to show surprise, and then he added that they would not touch the heirs or the other 6 unless they committed serious crimes. Guo also noted that another numbered heir will arrive during the festival. He is the eldest son of the Demon Sword family. The Demon Sword family is a representative of the most powerful families of the demon cult, considered the greatest in sword wielding. Shang realized that the eldest son of the Demon Sword family had become a candidate for the heir apparent, and this was news to him. Guo wanted to imprison him because he had robbed and killed 7 cult followers and framed an innocent half-demon. The real criminal is still alive and well, and the innocent half-demon who gave everything to the cult was executed by mistake. This was a disgrace to the cult, and Guo believed that they should capture this criminal, catch him, and bring him to the grieving family of the half-demon who died unjustly. Jong did not see any lies in the other man's words, but Guo didn't know how to catch the scoundrel, and that's why he turned to Chong for help. The divine cult of the heavenly demon, a center of inner enlightenment. Jong came to Seo, realizing that she might be busy, so he immediately apologized to her. He explained that he had come because of the unjust execution, although she did not understand what he was talking about at first. Jong immediately asked if one of the maids had been killed 2 years ago who worked at the Center for Inner Enlightenment, and if so, he wanted information about the victim. His question shocked her. How could he know so much? After all, the real criminal was someone else. But she quickly realized that he had been approached for help from the criminal law department. Her eyes flashed, and she asked Chan if they had been able to identify the perpetrator. Her anger was so intense that the dishes began to crack under the pressure of the demonic energy emanating from her. This happened several years ago, but her rage has not subsided. In a short time, she laid out 5 scrolls in front of him with all the information about the victim. As she looked at him, she thought about the fact that the third young owner hadn't mentioned Mara's festival today and was probably hoping that she would be able to reveal the identity of the real culprit. But the fact that the criminal law department turned to one of the heirs for help made her surprised. This meant that even the staff of the criminal law department could not easily get close to the real criminal. It is likely that the real culprit is a high-ranking demi-demon official who participates in the Mara festival. So asked Il to bring a list of high-ranking officials who would be attending the festival, especially those who belong to families of demon worship. At this time, Chan grabbed a large book and exclaimed that he had a damn headache. He decided to do some reading about the law, as it was related to the capture of a criminal. Tired and with a burning headache, he fell onto the bed, thinking that perhaps he would have been better off spending this time finding a way to get out of here. It would have been more practical to realize my dream and get out as soon as possible, but it would have been wrong to ignore it. Although it's funny that a former hired killer talks about what's right, this aspect has always been second nature to him. On the one hand, he wasn't going to pose a threat, but on the other hand, you always have to remain human. When faced with such requests, people should at least share the indignation, even if they cannot help. And this is just one of those cases. Chan asked Dumpilya if he was ready, and he said yes. His condition was excellent, and he couldn't even believe that he had so much power. Donpil was ashamed to look into his master's eyes because he had previously suppressed his incredible potential. But Jong explained to him that he shouldn't be ashamed to make eye contact. He needed to change his way of thinking. After these words, Dongpil seemed completely dejected. So Jong hastened to explain that it was a joke. However, it was time to go and see the face of the criminal. And they went to the Mara festival. There was a lot of delicious food at the festival. Jong was happy with all these goodies, and he was enjoying the festival. No wonder Manhwa was so excited to go out, and he was glad he had given her a vacation for the festival. But he was most impressed by the shish kebab he ate, because it was incredibly tasty. The traveling theater was also striking in its beauty, telling the story of the last surviving member of the deceased family who overcame all difficulties and became a hero, the strongest in Jiangsu. The plot was fascinating, albeit a bit cliched, but such stories are usually enjoyable. At that moment, Jong noticed Hong and started waving at her. It seemed that when someone calls you, you should answer. But she stood there without showing any reaction, as if she didn't hear anyone. She probably still resents the fact that he refused to come have a drink with her several times. When Jong came closer, he took her hand and asked if she was crying because of the play. But she shuddered when she saw him standing next to her and asked what he was doing here. Then he added that she had a rather sweet side, and this embarrassed her even more, and the flag of the Demon Sword family has already appeared on the horizon. Jong had been waiting for this moment for a long time. It was a ceremonial exit of the family to which the criminal belongs. The Demon Sword family is one of the 7 families of the demon cult, famous for its martial arts. Their leader is Ji Unhua. Their family hadn't attended the festival in 3 years, but this time even the elite unit of the Demon Sword family, the honorary sword unit, came. Dongpil was amazed that the martial arts of the Demon Sword family looked really impressive in reality. He felt the austere aura of a master who had reached the top and held himself with unwavering dignity. Dongpil wanted to tell the young master that the presence of the Demon Sword family lord was even more impressive than he thought, but he didn't see him there. Un's face was already expressing surprise at who he was seeing in front of him, but he couldn't figure out who it was. Jong stepped out in front of his horse and asked if he was the owner of the Demon Sword. Then Jong said that he had been seriously injured some time ago and lost his memory, and that they may have met before, but he didn't remember. Nevertheless, it was nice to meet him. Un replied that he didn't know who was in front of him, but he could already see the obvious disrespect. Jong, playing dumb, asked what kind of disrespect he was talking about, as if he didn't understand anything at all. Un called him a rude young man, but Jong continued to pretend not to understand. Un was most surprised when Jong called him an old man. The swordsman behind Un radiated powerful energy, but Chon was not intimidated by it. On the other hand, Jong noticed that the Demon Sword family's lord remained calm despite the provocation. Un then said that he did not understand this behavior, but preferred to let it slide. Jong just wanted to ask him one thing. How would he, as a father, react if he saw his child commit a heinous crime? At that moment, his sons listened attentively to every word. In response, Un said that his policy was to avoid meaningless discussions. He began to form energy around his hand. Since it was only the first day of the festival, he was not ready to allow such disrespect once again, and asked the boy to leave. A purple sword was already forming on his hand from the energy. The force of this energy was so powerful that it almost carried others away. It was even difficult for people to stay on their feet. The Demon Sword family lord's hand movement technique was so strong. It was amazing how powerful this technique was, considering that he was only using the energy of the sword to amplify the explosion in his hand. After touching his neck, Jong said that his neck was hurting even more from all these techniques and asked for a quick answer to his question. Un was even more shocked and didn't even realize if this guy was okay. He saw Jong begin to use martial arts techniques, and this confused him even more, and he asked him to respond even faster. Jong continued to ask if his question was so complicated that it was causing such a reaction, which Un could not understand at all. Suddenly, Jong kicked the ground so hard that the stones scattered and asked for an answer again. His incredible strength and power could not go unnoticed, and even Un was impressed. This made him think about the question, who is this young man? Un almost fell off his horse from the powerful energy with which Jong hit the ground. Using his aura, Un rose into the air, asking Jong how he was going to attack him. But in Chon's mind, he was not the one who attacked first. According to him, he was only repaying a debt. Un's face became even more filled with surprise when he heard this brazen statement from the boy. He looked at the crack in the ground that had formed in front of his horse's hooves, not understanding how this was possible. A young man of his age who was so in control of his inner energy impressed Un the most. He realized that the guy standing in front of him was a first-class expert. Un asked Jong who he was, but received a similar question in response. Jong demanded that Un say his name again. "I'm definitely not someone to talk to in that tone of voice," Jong replied. After that, Un witnessed the words being spoken. "The divine teachings are unshakable. All demons fall down before you." Dongpil paid his respects to the third young lord of the divine cult by kneeling on one knee before Un and his sons. Un realized that he was facing a third young lord. "Ma's vassal Dongpil has arrived to escort the third young lord of the cult," Dongpil said. Dongpil actually introduced himself as Chan, in the criminal law hall of the heavenly demon cult. They discussed the report of a confrontation between the third young lord and the head of the demon sword family. They realized that an emergency could arise. Guo knew that the young lord was a double-edged sword, but he did not even suspect that the handle of this sword was also a blade. It was the first time Un had seen the young lord in person, and as rumors said, he was indeed very handsome, which was confirmed by his own eyes. His sons were also amazed by what they saw. Now that Un thought of him, he seemed familiar, and he began to recall what the young lord had been like before and what he was like now. The look Un gave Chan made the latter ask, "Is there something written on my face?" Everyone welcomed the third young lord, as did Un, along with those behind him. However, Jong noticed that these quick and precise greetings did not demean the other person, but they also did not have much respect. Later, Un said that he did not know that he was facing a young lord and admitted his mistake. He immediately suggested that we act as if nothing had happened. Jong agreed and explained that he had not come here to start a fight. But most of all, Jong wanted Un to answer his questions again, and he was ready to repeat the question as many times as necessary. "As a parent, how would you react if you witnessed shameless crimes committed by your child?" asked Jong. The purpose of Jong's question was unclear at first, but everyone around him was watching closely, and Un realized that it was not the best option to prolong the conversation with a person of high status. Un replied that he would, of course, follow the law. Jong continued by noting that the word law is quite ambiguous. Does it mean that Un will follow the laws of his family? This only added to the mystery in Un's mind. Un began to talk about his family's laws, emphasizing that they were stricter than others, and if the time ever came, he would not hesitate to prosecute his child for a crime. After that, Jong asked about Un's son. Would he punish him even more severely? But, knowing that many people were watching, Un couldn't deny it and answered, "That's right." However, he added that he believes in his children and other members of the demonic cult who would never act shamelessly. If these words reflected the pride of the head of the demon sword family, then one could hear sincerity in them. Jong apologized for detaining him and congratulated him on his arrival at the divine cult. Then Un, throwing in the phrase that it was nonsense, turned around and left. Jong looked closely at Un's two sons. You could read a lot in their eyes. Dongpil noticed that the head of the demon sword family looked impressive, but the path of the eldest son Kang was also worthy, and he told Chong so, with which he agreed. Dongpil explained that this guy had the aura of a killer. He probably killed at least one person a day, if not every other day, and his victims were those who did not even resist. However, Jong noted that it seems that the head did not notice this at all. But the one who aroused more suspicion was not Kang, but the third son, Hyun. As young as he was, Hyun concealed extraordinary strength. Part of his secret power could be felt through Lee Cho-hong-san's completed ninefold demonic art. Hyun's inner strength was equal to, and perhaps even greater than, Jong's. Looking at these bastards, Chan became more and more curious. Dongpil, Hua, and Hong were sitting at the table talking. Hong was outraged that the Lord did not give her this sword. She cried and begged Dongpil to give it back to her, claiming that he had received it unjustly. Meanwhile, they were closely watched from the outside. Dongpil noticed that it was already dark outside and decided to return before the castle gates were closed. Hong continued to cry, falling face down on the table, begging the young lord to give her a weapon as well. She snorted with displeasure because she believed that the lord did not like her. At the same time, however, I was looking around vigilantly. She noticed a man who had an extremely demonic and murderous aura about him. Guo was already outraged, even more so because of why he was invited when he was so busy. However, what Guo was most interested in was why he had acted that way that morning. Jong wondered if Guo had heard that everything had been settled this morning. Guo explained that the fact that the swords had not yet been found did not mean that everything had really been settled. He particularly disliked that Jong was too hasty, but Jong acted deliberately and had a rationale for every step he took. He explained that this bastard would not stop killing and said that he demanded that the head of the group punish the children more severely than anyone else. Again, he began to explain his actions, telling us what the head would have done. His every action would be reasonable, as he would not lose face. Respect is the key to determining the ups and downs of a state. It's hard to believe that the head of the demon sword family is stupid enough to sacrifice his family for his eldest son. Go understood these considerations and said that this would only happen after the real culprit was arrested, but noted that there should be no pressure without evidence. Jong waved him off and said that everything would work out somehow. Guo just looked at him but wanted to ask him another question. He was interested in what Jong really wanted. At first, Jong did not understand why Guo was asking him this so unexpectedly. Go explained that when he first met Chong, it occurred to him that he had no interest in the divine cult. This seemed strange, because Chong had been chosen by the Demon Lord himself to be his disciple. How could he not have ambition? "You're overestimating me," Jong replied. He asked if Guo's ambitions were too high. In response, Guo said that Jong was speaking as a man from the righteous faction. "Isn't the desire to achieve a high position and the lust for power the essence of a demon?" added Guo, asking another question. To this, Jong replied that ambition only makes life more difficult. Guo now wondered why Chong hadn't rejected his offer, because if he had refused right away, he wouldn't have found himself in this predicament. Guo went on to say, "Perhaps that is why I am behaving this way. I am beginning to understand why I find you dangerous and unspeakably disturbing. The third young lord is not the right person for this cult," Guo concluded. He indicated that Jong may not realize what is going to happen tomorrow. High-ranking members of the demon-fighting factions will honor the Demon Lord, and after the ancestral rite, a tournament will be held to determine the future of Muram's demon factions. Reports on all recent unpleasant incidents will also be published. The reports will also describe an incident in which a great elder of the righteous Heavenly Alliance was killed. These words made Chong stop. He asked, "Why didn't you catch me if you already knew? Isn't it a big crime to leave the sect without permission?" In response, he was told that the Demon Lord did not want this. They added that the bishop looked at him nobly. He would not want Jong to end up in prison. However, they reminded him that by releasing him, the bishop knew about the serious crime he had committed. And then there was an unexpected turn of events. Jong was stunned when he heard the question. "Can I overlook one of your crimes?" More precisely, he was going to commit a crime now and, gathering energy around him, rapidly rushed at the guy. Under the lightning kick, Chan barely had time to substitute his sword. When he saw the counterattack, he realized that this guy was no longer the same as he had been during previous training sessions. Now Jong could not only repel his attacks, the enemy's speed was incredible, and Chan barely had time to duck his sword under his blows. But punches were not all his opponent had in his arsenal. Jong grabbed his sword, pulling it out of its sheath. He put his hand to the blade, pouring in his energy, which made the sword even sharper. They spun in battle like a dance, taking turns striking and dodging each other's attacks. This beautiful sword greatly impressed Chan, who fought against its owner. However, Guo realized that the third young lord had not yet shown his true martial art. Jong replied that Guo spoke as if he knew something about him. This annoyed him, so he used the technique of 6 consecutive hell winds and swung his sword. A beam of energy shot out with incredible force. Even when Guo increased the energy of the core, Chan only lost strength, and his sword began to bend. The pressure from this sword was incredible. Suddenly, the Guo realized something and suggested that we end this night dance with swords. Holding the bent sword, Guo now realized why the Demon Lord was so interested in Chan. However, Jong, who promised to ignore it, asked him to go and always be on the lookout. Turning around, he started to leave, but the Guo told him one more thing: to be careful with the Demon Lord. Its essence is so dark that there is no end in sight, and so bright that the human eye cannot discern it. Guo added, his soul is torn with anger and all-consuming resentment that has cooled down. But he is like a volcano ready to erupt. A person who finds entertainment in everything, but at the same time is afraid of it all. The one who went through hell, looking at the sky, did not have time to look back, but was already standing on a cloud, contemplating hell from above. The Lord of Demons is just such a person, Guo added after the story. Jong could not understand the meaning of his words, but he did not expect to hear it from him. He asked me to memorize these words in case the time came. Go created a lot of problems for Chong, including making him a leader in a case that he did not need. At that moment, Dongpil was walking home, reflecting on the fact that the third young lord was right. Then he said out loud, "Was it really you?" And a figure began to appear from behind the trees. She stopped right in front of Dongpil. It was the third son of the demon sword family, Ji Yong-hyun, and you could tell from his face that he was eager to kill someone. He uttered words that cut painfully to the soul. "Return to heaven." Dongpil tried to attack him, but in vain. Then he pleaded, "Pull yourself together!" However, Ji Yong-hyun had changed from the morning. He had been a healthy and conscious young man then, but now he was drooling at the mouth and demanding that Dongpil hand over the sword. He looked more like a demonic beast, rabid to the bone. Ji Yong-hyun instantly rushed into the attack, demonstrating incredible mystical sword techniques. It was more than just a technique. His hand was as steady as a precious weapon, although his martial arts were not particularly elegant. However, his inner energy was extraordinary in both quality and quantity. It seemed that he was absorbing more demonic and inner energy than he could handle. It was extremely difficult for Dongpil to repel his attacks, but suddenly words were heard. "Move, yellow frog!" Hong appeared and hit the berserker demon Hyun right in the stomach with her divine fist. Despite this stunning blow, Hyun still managed to stand up. Hong usually didn't like to fight against one person, but she made an exception for Dongpil, for which he thanked her. However, Hong asked to save the thanks, as she believed they would soon bleed together, realizing this after one of her blows. The enemy's body was as hard as millennia-old cold iron. It's hard to imagine how much internal energy he had, and he was like a man possessed, demanding that Dongpil give up his sword. He began to approach, and they concentrated, preparing for another attack. In a moment, the dust from their blows flew in all directions. With frantic speed, Hyun rushed at Dongpil, grabbing his sword with his hand. He began to absorb the demonic energy from the sword, as if he was excited by the taste of this energy. These words infuriated Dongpil. How can some idiot talk like that about the sword given to me by the third young lord? Dongpil hit him with his head so hard that his nose immediately bled. Meanwhile, Hong was already swinging her sword at Hyun from behind. She struck, but Hyun put up his hand to deflect the blow. Saying incomprehensible words, he still asked her to step back. Hong was amazed. A real monster was standing in front of her. He demanded that she get out of his way, and kept attacking her, forcing her to barely have time to defend herself with her weapon. His power was beyond enlightenment. Even if he's an expert a few levels higher, it's dangerous. But he's obviously far beyond that level. He could launch incredible attacks. Once Hong was unable to stay on her feet from one of the attacks. Together with Dongpil, they tried to come up with something to counter this powerful enemy. But the latter, using his energy, raised his blades and repeated his demands over and over again. He kept asking me to give him the sword. Suddenly, bright energy from a sword strike flashed in the air. Jong appeared and directed his attack at Hyun to protect his comrades. Chan was beginning to wonder if his friends were tired of being protected by the one they were supposed to be protecting. He plunged his sword into the ground. After that, he apologized, as he had been detained by an annoying young man before. However, the enemy continued to attack. Even Chan was amazed at the strength of the enemy. How can a man whose fighting skills are like a child swinging a wooden sword have such strength? It looked too easy. Saliva was flying out of Hyun's mouth, and he was screaming, "Demonic energy, I need more," and then growled. While dodging attacks, Jong realized that the enemy was overwhelmed by internal energy, which maximized his body's defense and reaction speed. He also had enough demonic energy to use as an additional weapon. There was no choice but to do what Jong did, magnetize Hyun's head to the sword that was stuck behind his back. He decided to kill him until he exhausted all his energy. The tired sword rang, and splashes of blood flew around. Hong and Dongpil were just watching Jong conducting experiments, wanting to see how long the enemy could hold out. Jong decided to use an attack called Chain Waterfall. At that moment, it seemed to him that he had been living a very boring life before. Putting all his fury into each blow, he felt incredible. It was a feeling of liberation or even pleasure. In a word, exhilarating. In case anyone hasn't realized, the protagonist has two personalities, and now the second one is waking up, the personality of a madman. Hyun's face looked like it had been stung by bees. Chan didn't understand why everyone was looking at him like that. What did he do wrong? Was it because he was too rude to Hyun? Or was it because he laughed when Ko asked him to just look at Hyun's face, but Jong said that even though he looked bad, it was still possible to recognize him. Go then hinted at suspicions about the first young lord, but asked why Jong had done this to Hyun. Jong replied, "We'll find out soon enough." Go did not understand what he meant. Jong asked only one question. Do you really think the suspect acted alone? Because of this, he hypothesized that he had an accomplice who was watching them. Jong added that he could say this for sure. The older brother, burdened with an aura of death acquired through constant murder, and the younger brother, who harbors a strange demonic energy, are the main criminal and his accomplice. Go realized that the case was not simple, and that the main criminal would deny everything. Next, Jong took out a wrapped piece of paper with a powder that causes hallucinations, and with great difficulty, extracted it from the Jobs family. It makes you obey someone else's will. Jong told everyone that by using this powder, they would be able to get the truth out of the accused and unleash his demonic energy. The demonic energy in his body is undeniable and comes from the people he has killed. Go just listened to Jong put everything on the shelves. And then he said that now he had to visit the last person who could solve this problem. He went to the place where the tea party was taking place. Over a cup of tea, he reflected on the fact that tomorrow his son would become a disciple of the Demon Lord. However, he could not calm his heart, even under the pleasant wind and the aroma of tea. As he took another sip, he felt someone's energy. Turning his head, he saw the third lord approaching him. Jong apologized and asked, "Do you mind if I interrupt your vacation?" and received a reply, "Of course not." Afterward, Jong explained why he had come. He told me directly to my face that his third son had been arrested. He added that he was thinking of doing the same with his first son, holding a scroll. Jong asked what he thought about this. The scroll contained all the murders of cult members committed by Yurin, as well as his own confession. He could not believe it and claimed that his son could not have done such a thing. However, Jong explained that this was true, and the criminal law courtroom could be called to confirm it. He refused to believe it, and decided that Jong was only doing it to eliminate his competitors. "I've already dealt with my fourth son," said Jong. "He's at home for treatment, in a life-and-death situation. The fight for the inheritance has long since begun. As you can see, I can easily eliminate someone like you." Chan asked him not to dwell on useless things and asked Un a more important question. What would happen if his son, having become a disciple of a demon lord, started killing cult members again? And does he really want to shame his family because of this? Un could not contain his rage and called Jong a bastard. Jong tried to remind him of the words he had mentioned earlier, but Un was no longer listening to him, completely surrendering to the aggression that gripped him from head to toe. The holy god stepped back to pay his respects. Un stood in the middle of a crowd of Buddhist faithful. He saw Chan on top of one of the buildings. The young third lord watched him with a fox on his shoulder. Un immediately realized everything. At this point, Jong continued the conversation, asking him to calm down, and explained that he had not come to fight. He expressed his understanding of the situation, adding that he knew Un could have easily covered up his son's sins through his influence, but he knew that he was not that kind of person. Next, Jong offered to report Hyun's sins directly to the Demon Lord during tomorrow's Mara festival, believing that this confession would preserve the honor of the Demon Sword family in front of everyone present. The fate of generations depended on his conscience. However, Un did not know what was more important, his personal dignity or the honor of the Demon Sword family. All people welcomed the Demon Lord, and children were forced to worship the sacred god. They knelt before him. Un clenched his fist, eager to see his son recognized as a god in a place he himself had never been able to reach. He believed that his son, of whom he was so proud, would easily achieve this status. But there was one thing that bothered him. How could his son commit such an atrocity? The head of the Demon Sword family was still pondering this, under Chang's gaze. Suddenly, the fox that was sitting on Chan's shoulder jumped to the ground. They hadn't seen each other for a long time, and the head of the family recalled how he used to call this fox a jackal, although in fact the fox did not look like one. But now their views have met. The head watched them and noticed that the fox looked like a baby. However, the energy coming from the fox cub was incredible. By this energy, the head realized what the fox wanted to tell him. Despite its childlike appearance, the fox cub was as strong as ever. After that, the head addressed all those present and said that he did not like loud speeches, so he would end the meeting with a few words. "Starting today..." He stopped talking, as if he was weighing every word. Un looked at him and could not believe that this could happen without any problems. It was the only chance for the head of the Demon Sword family. He closed his eyes tightly, tensely awaiting further events. The head announced that he was accepting Hyun, the eldest son of the Demon Sword family, as a disciple. Un got up and asked to wait, saying that he had to speak out, even under the threat of death. These words came as a surprise to Chong, who had not expected such a turn of events. Summoning all his will, Un told the head with regret that he had to inform him that his son had committed a serious crime. An incredible energy began to radiate from the head, and he said briefly, "Stop!" This energy enveloped everything around, straining the air. He invited Un to come to the palace of the Demon Lord for further discussion. After that, his royal throne began to be carried in the other direction. He was surprised that the head really wanted to take Hyun as a disciple, no matter what. He invited Jeong to come back later to talk. Jong entered the hall and greeted the Demon Lord. Un was sitting at a table right under the stairs leading to the throne where Lee was sitting. They were invited to sit down at the table, inviting Jong as well. They were offered a glass, but Jong politely declined. In Un's eyes, he seemed like someone divine because he managed to refuse the demon lord a glass of wine. The demon lord said, "You have shown courage." He understood that it was not easy to do such a thing in front of many people and recognized it as worthy of Un, who thanked him for the praise. Then Lee said he would ask a question. He asked, "What are you going to do?" Un replied that although Hyun was his son, now that he had become a disciple of the demon lord, it was no longer in his power. The demon lord once again addressed the head of the demon sword family. He asked, "Maybe you'll finally wake up, or do I have to ask you the same question for the second time?" The tension around us was growing. Lee wanted to hear what decision the head would make and asked him to give him an answer. The head of the family did not understand what the demon lord was thinking, but he knew that it was useless to guess his intentions. He said, "I confess my sin, but a son is still a son, and parents are the only ones who can forgive their child." However, he recognized that he was the head of the demon sword family. Because of this, he felt that this matter should be treated more strictly. He wanted to impose a punishment that would fit his son's crime. Lee asked, "Do you really think so?" The head replied, "Yes." Although it was difficult for him, he tried to approach the situation in a reasonable way. Lee did not want to ignore his words and said that he would look into the matter himself. He asked the head to drink a drink and said that he was grateful for his obedience to the demon lord. The head knelt before Lee as he began to rise and said that this humble man should step aside. Lee turned to the third lord, asking him to follow him, and asked if he had found the head of the demon sword family himself. The third lord stood up and nodded silently, which meant yes. Lee asked him, "What was the reason you decided to participate in this?" Chan was curious about what had sparked his interest in doing this work. He realized that he had no real reason to intervene, but he responded anyway. "I just had to solve this problem." The head asked a logical question. "Why?" "There's no reason," Jong replied. "I just felt it was my job. To be honest, I was driven by instinct." Lee liked this answer. He would have been disappointed if Jong had started making a bunch of excuses. Jong also wanted to ask a question. "Why did you allow me to continue when you knew what I was doing?" Lee explained, "A member of a demonic cult died for a sin he didn't commit, and he prayed for others until his last breath." This was the answer to the question of why he did not intervene. It was in these actions that the whole truth was hidden. To be honest, Chan's main motive was just instinct. He was lucky that Lee did not seek approval from others. This also applied to that member of the demonic cult. Until his death, he prayed for Lee, and it remains a mystery whether he hoped for something in return or expected forgiveness. Most likely not. All he wanted was for the God he had served all his life not to forget about him. There was no hidden meaning in this. It is not fair to expect something in return for loyalty and devotion. He didn't care why he was betrayed. His thoughts were pure, driven by devotion. To be angry with him would be to destroy his faith. That is why Lee is considered a god. God does not resolve trivial issues, just awareness and understanding are enough. Lee had the same opinion of himself, and that's how he described himself in a conversation with Jong, believing that he should behave like one of them. Listening to this, Chong noticed that it didn't sound like Lee at all, as if he had been born with this faith. Jong realized why Lee was refraining from action, but he wondered why Lee had accepted the first son of a demonic cult family as a disciple. He asked about it, and Lee replied that he had many reasons for taking him in. He was a necessary ingredient for the cult, by which Chong did not immediately understand what Lee meant. Lee decided to explain since Jong was also involved. He began to generate energy around them, which scattered in the air in small particles. Suddenly boxes appeared that Jong should have recognized they were the same things he had confiscated during the delivery squad's mission. This meant that Lee knew all along about his plans, agreements with the cult, and its activities. Lee added that these herbs were not created to be destroyed, captured, or exterminated. He was going to try these herbs on himself. Lee wanted to test the strength of the core energy, the clarity of consciousness, and the degree of humanity of the chosen subject. If the experiment failed, he intended to destroy his humanity and leave him in oblivion. Even from the very beginning, Lee agreed to take him for this purpose, because it was the wish of the Demon Sword family patriarch. If the patriarch had asked Lee, he would have conducted the experiment on himself. But using a criminal burdened with grave sins as a test subject is not a bad choice. Jong asked, "What will you do after the experiment is completed?" Lee replied, "I'll decide then." However, Lee doubted that the fish, once cooked, would be able to swim in the sea again. He even hoped that the experiment would fail. It was terrible that his only hope was death. Jong first encountered his third son in the demon court pavilion and sensed only death from him. He instinctively understood the concept of death after years of studying demonic nature, but he could not imagine returning from this encounter with a reality surrounded by death. But now Jong was getting closer to understanding the demon. Previously, he had been the personification of death, but it was his growing cruelty and violence that mattered most. If he continues to move in this direction, his motives will eventually become insignificant, and he will become impulsive, cruel, and vicious without any justification. If Chan fails to reach the higher demon realm before this happens, he will become just a powerful but ordinary member of the demon cult. Lai believed that Chong had taken this on for a reason. The patriarch of the demon sword family should have been grateful to him because, thanks to his intervention, their legacy could at least be preserved. Li told Jong that he would soon receive an assignment from him. It was like a breath of fresh air, and it suited him perfectly. Jong was glad that Li hadn't paid attention to some of the details, but did he have to mention it? Finally, the moment came when Li told the protagonist that he could leave. It was done rather carelessly. Guo didn't even understand how the demon lord had taken care of the real culprit. But perhaps that was for the best. He believed that the real culprit would face a fate worse than imprisonment. In any case, Jong wanted Guo to take care of Hyun himself, and he thought it was better for him to step away from the case now. Guo also realized that he owed Chong and told him so. "It's okay," Jong said and started to walk out. At that moment, Li was looking at the jade in his hands, and did not even realize that such a thing still existed in Jiangsu. This subject aroused his great interest. The Jade of Misery absorbs a person's life force and original energy. Under the right conditions, it absorbs demonic essence, just like the arts that Kang and Hyun use to harm others. However, Jade's power far exceeds theirs. Its side effects are deadly, and so no one dared to possess it. That's why Kang forced his brother to study the demonic arts that absorb essence. His plan was supposedly to make Hyun absorb demonic energy, which Kang would then take for himself. However, the side effects of the art caused Hyun to lose control of his insatiable thirst for demonic energy. In the end, Hyun sought out the King's Sword, a repository of heavenly demon weapons, seeking to absorb the great demonic energy contained within it. Lai was also pleased that the Third Lord helped him in many matters. At that moment, Jong was meditating on the roof. He thought about how his anger had almost blinded his judgment when he faced the Demon Lord. The same thing happened during the Battle of Haiyan. This condition increasingly took control of him. He was getting tougher and rougher. His rage did not want to subside. He made every effort to control this condition. It was the very essence of the demon. He would go out to meditate on the roof because his energy was incredibly strong, and after a while he felt better. His thoughts also kept returning to Li Zhongsang, who always exceeded his expectations. Li gave him a martial arts manuscript with 2,000 characters. Even though Chong could not fully comprehend the essence of the demonic arts, Li was able to recognize problems in the technique just by using the demonic energy Chong released and his show of strength. Li's insight was amazing. What's more, he even wrote down these observations to correct the flaws in the technique. Thanks to him, Jong completed his demonic arts of the Dark Shadow. Completeness was not about adding or removing something else, but about making everything perfect. All that was left was for Jong to raise his dignity to fully reflect the greatness of martial arts, which supposedly opens the gates to hell. The last words in the manuscript were, "Mastery of the Nine Depths." From then on, he decided to call his demonic arts the Art of the Nine Depths. After a while, the Demon Lord summoned the strategist to his office. He showed up and was surprised to see what the bishop was doing today. Li drew an orchid and told us that when a tiger hunts its prey, smaller cats often follow, hoping for the scraps. When asked about his plans for them, Li said he would just leave them alone. However, Li also emphasized that they should not be underestimated. Then the strategist suggested sending a tiger to kill all these small cats. Li understood the point perfectly, but he also knew that the strategist might object. So he asked, "How about sending a few of the top 10 108 demon generals?" This was also impossible, as the generals had important assignments, and Li planned to send several to the North Sea in the near future. This impressed the strategist, as Li finally decided to take this step. He had never made such far-reaching plans before. But there was one other person. It has recently caused a great stir, while demonstrating considerable internal ability. Looking at each other, they both realized who we were talking about. Li asked the strategist to hand him something, and gave him a red piece of paper. He said he would entrust this task to the third young lord. On the roof, Jong was fully committed to his training, not sparing himself. Opposite him stood another warrior, holding his sword at the ready. The fact that he didn't use his heart-slicing sword, or the return to heaven technique, and preferred stabbing to slashing, made Chan think he was a fast learner. The blows were honest, with no intention to deceive. He raised his sword high up, swinging it with all his might. This surprised Chan even more, because the enemy was swinging his sword from such a distance that he could not reach it. However, he struck harder and harder, and the energy flew away from him. He did not endow the sword with an aura, and his movements were slow. Jong tried to contain the attack, but the pressure was too much, and he pressed his foot into the ground for stability. It seemed to weigh 600 kil. A simple punch like this would not have done any damage, and Chong managed to easily deflect it. But his eyes widened in surprise when he saw the next step. This time, the enemy moved much faster and aimed directly at Chan's solar plexus. Too late for a blade made of dragon scales. Chan decided to block the attack with his blade of the 7 Knights. The dust from the hot battle rose high into the air. Donpil was so exhausted that his mouth began to bleed. Stepping back, he went down on one knee. Jong held his sword in his hands, ready to continue repelling the attacks. He then explained to Dongpil that this result was the price for him to fully experience the power of the blade's impact. He also added that he would fill the blade with the demonic energy of the magnum and asked him to wait a bit. I wondered how he came up with this strategy. Jong came closer and touched Donpil's body with 2 fingers. He held his shoulder, helping him to recover in this way. Donpil was grateful to his lord for supporting his martial art, his ancient technique of the resilient blade of misery. After the powerful storm of the blade comes the flame, followed by the icy wind. This is the pinnacle of martial arts, and what made this wind and snow even more terrifying was the extreme art Yang had used before. Jong realized that Dongpil then used a brute force attack with speed. Donpil called himself an idiot when he heard Yang, that for the first time he didn't believe in his genius, which surprised Chan, who was impressed by his martial arts. Jong emphasized that individual thinking is as important as the heart. Dongpil listened carefully to Jong and continued to listen to his explanations. Jong explained that this is called enlightenment. Enlightenment is not just a sudden insight. It's a gradual effort and continuous practice that also leads to enlightenment. He added that Donpil's body is not yet fully ready to perform such tactics. There were limitations, which were in the martial arts he studied. This whole conversation was very difficult for Donpil, and he barely understood the point. Jong advised him to meditate for a while. Jong himself took out a book on the demonic arts of Yaksha. It was a Buddhist concept, and in any case, it was a perfect fit for Donpil. Given his current level, he can learn this in a day, although replacing demonic energy with this one will take a little time. He decided to choose this book, and also take a few others. At that moment, a little girl entered the room. Donpil was so frightened that the book fell out of his hands. She was the 7th young mistress Ming of the Heavenly Demon Divine cult. When she addressed him as a brother, Chan realized that she was the youngest of them all. She used to seem like a weak and fragile child when he saw her in a secluded bamboo grove, and now she looked completely healthy. But why Li took such a child under his wing was hard for Chan to understand. She immediately asked to come to his house. Of course, he did not refuse her and invited her. They sat down at the table and began to eat, discussing whether she was learning the demonic arts, which was strange, because she really studied it. And despite her young age, she immersed herself in the arts. It seemed that the demon lord believed in her abilities and gave her permission, which made her a true genius. When asked about this, Jong did not know what else to say, as he had never interacted with children before. However, she spoke first and said, "Brother, thank you." Jong even spat out his drink when she said, "Thank you for killing that son of a bitch, Hong Yui Moon." She explained that this scoundrel had poisoned her, and if not for him, she would have died. She had a rather rough tongue for such a small girl. At that moment, Chan heard a vibration. It seemed to be a carriage from the demon god's palace. The girl also noticed her and turned her head toward the window. The fact that she had also noticed the carriage impressed Chan even more. This child was truly extraordinary. The carriage had already entered the courtyard and was standing there waiting. Chan was handed a red note, which he held in his hands. A strategist brought her in and explained his new responsibilities. In the note, he was given a title and instructed to take on the role of deputy head of the Department of External Supervision on special assignments. It seemed to Chan that any such role could become problematic. The strategist would walk around the room looking at the paintings and discuss these issues with him. He was also worried about this, but explained that they should not let their worries prevent them from fulfilling their duties. To be honest, Jong was also worried because the strategist looked like he was having the time of his life. After the explanation, Chan understood everything. But this role seemed very troublesome to him. He continued to read the text and felt as if he was being deceived. The strategist noticed that Jong was surprisingly quick to grasp the point. He held the note in his hands and read it more and more carefully with each passing minute. He recalled Lee's words that he would soon receive an order. And I realized that this was exactly the order Lee was talking about. As the strategist has already explained, this position is about external supervision. That is, supervision outside the cult. This meant that he would be allowed to leave, and that was that. At least that's what Jong thought. But the strategist handed him another leaflet with an alleged explanation. Jong snatched it away, not entirely satisfied, because at first he thought that his task would be to eliminate bad people, and he decided to immediately start fulfilling this task, as this was his goal. The strategist got into the carriage, and they said goodbye. Jong looked at him, barely holding back the tears in his eyes. The fox was sitting on his shoulder, and Ming was standing next to him. She went up to him and asked what had happened. Jong picked her up and began to spin her around with joy. Meanwhile, as the strategist was leaving, he wondered how the young lord would cope with this task. After all, they are not the kind of people who easily submit to fate. Recently, the balance of power between the divine cult and the seven families has been unstable. For centuries, they had served the cult, but now some of them began to resist its power. The position of the Choksa and Kyogyong families at the Mara festival was proof of this. In addition, these two families offered their children as disciples to the demon lord. They sought to destroy what they feared, like a person afraid of ghosts hiring exorcists. They also tried to enlist others to remove the one they feared. This is what the strategist read in the letters he was holding, and he realized that it was time to stop the villains. The deity remained unmoved, and the superiors remained silent. They held back a hidden smile in secret bloodlust. The third young lord was ideally suited to the role of eliminating the threat. He felt fantastic circling Ming around him. Hua ran over and tried to calm him down, but he grabbed both her and Donpil and began to spin all three of them around. This time, he was really going, and he was very happy about it. He will leave on his own 2 feet, with a sense of dignity. And when he leaves, he will not see Anha or Donpil again. But he realized that this day would come. This feeling overwhelmed him. Vajrayaksha is a demonic art that allows you to use all your power to its fullest potential. This is a completely different level compared to the sword aura that Donpil used to use. The young master praised him for mastering this art. He wished him to use this power only with his permission, and not to do so without an order. After all, this power now belonged to him alone. He bowed his head, apologizing, and said that he could not do it. After all, every blade that wants to reach him must first pass through his body, as a faithful warrior. His dedication became immediately apparent. There were books on the table, and Jong reflected in this room on how Donpil had saved his life on many occasions. Even in his past life, no one cared about him as much as Donpil. He asked himself, what would happen if Donpil decided to prevent him from leaving? But he hoped this would never happen. He could not understand whether he could really kill Donpil to escape from here. It is impossible to become a real warrior if your heart is burdened with concern for others. You need to sacrifice many things. As he was swirling in these thoughts, he asked himself when he had become so sentimental. But he also planned to teach Hu martial arts. It seemed unreal to him that all this was happening when suddenly a fox cub ran up to him. It jumped into his arms and made itself comfortable. Then it began to run over his shoulders, snuggling up to him. It wrapped its head around his fingers as he gently stroked it. He escaped from the divine cult he had dreamed of, but now felt unwell. In the midst of the battle, a giant man stood in a fighting stance, with a noticeable scar on his shoulder from previous battles. Opposite him stood Hong, confidently holding her sword on her shoulder. Immediately they began to spin in a deadly dance of battle. Her sword swung quickly in the air, and he barely had time to dodge her blows. Her confidence spread around her like an unrestrained ocean. Having scattered all the enemies, she decided that this was enough for today. The doctor stood behind her and warned her that she had received serious wounds, but she only replied that she was still fine. She felt like she couldn't stand all this madness anymore. However, she realized that she would not be able to reach the top here. That cursed third young lord should have cared more about her. When she opened the curtain of the tent, she came in and said she was bored and asked me to give her some assignment or something like that. The man was a master of the criminal law room, and he was pleased that she was bored. He already had a task that he was ready to entrust to her. When she heard the word task, her eyes lit up and she smiled broadly. At that time, the young master was already finishing all the preparations. Yunhua told him this, and he responded by handing her a notebook explaining what it was. He was in charge of martial arts, but he didn't have time to teach her. So he decided that he would pass on the necessary knowledge to her in this way. She took the notebook in her hands, barely holding back her tears, and was even more moved when he complimented her, saying that she had talent. However, she had a question for the young master. She asked if it would be possible to entrust this task to someone else, and if he was not going to leave. Immediately, he felt a chill in his heart as he looked at her innocent and pleading face, and wondered if she knew he was leaving the sect. He patted her head and asked her not to skip meals, even if she had no one to cook for. But the time had come, and I had to go. Hong met him on the way out. Now she welcomed him as the deputy head of the External Supervision Department on special assignments. Behind her stood about 100 soldiers, who unanimously greeted him. This made him smile. He was already wearing a chevron, a symbol of the divine cult as Inspector General. In his new position, he ordered everyone to move forward. The horse-drawn carriages started to move, their horseshoes clattering loudly on the ground. Inside the carriage, a fox cub sat next to him, and Hong and Dongpil sat opposite him. But he was overwhelmed by completely different feelings. He was experiencing severe discomfort, and his heightened senses were on high alert. This feeling was even stronger than when he was trapped in the righteous Heavenly Alliance and the Steel Blood Fortress. He asked himself if there was something he might have overlooked. His friends asked if he was okay because he looked very strange. Outside, the sun was already setting. They had to prepare for the night. Dongpil approached Hong, assuming that the young master wanted to be alone. They couldn't figure out what was wrong with him, assuming that it was the pressure of the mission that was putting pressure on him. More and more stars appeared in the sky. Their excessive care began to irritate him so much that he could hardly contain his anger. He approached them unnoticed, and they did not expect to see him nearby, and began to reproach him for using a concealment technique. But there was no technique, they were just inattentive. However, a more serious problem arose. He was hungry, and fortunately they had already made a fire. The three of them sat down around the fire, listening to the logs crackling in the fire. He greedily ate the jerky, and Dongpil offered him a drink. And why would you refuse in such a pleasant atmosphere? After that, he talked about how Hong was so eager to complete this task that she even brought alcohol with her. She explained that the drink was meant to celebrate the completed mission and offered to take one sip. Dongpil also wanted a small sip, but she said there was nothing left for him. In his thoughts, Chan was confused, not knowing whether to run away or not, and decided to just enjoy the moment. The carriage with the Divine Cult Squad stopped in front of the Chok's family gate. The second patriarch, Hong Sang-ho, stood at the gate and explained that they were currently undergoing a large construction project, so they could not receive all the guests, and ordered the guards to move to another place. He invited the inspector to go with him. Jong stepped out of the carriage, stepping onto a wooden plank, and took the next step forward. He approached the patriarch and asked if he was really the patriarch. But he replied that he was only the second patriarch and explained his position. Jong asked where the first patriarch was. He immediately noticed the lack of respect for him. So he said it was a waste of time, and suggested that we move to the Gyeongyun family. He also asked Hong to document everything carefully. Suddenly the word "stop" was heard behind him, and he was asked to calm down, addressing him informally. It seems that they refused to call him by his official title. The man behind them explained that Jong had not even listened to their side of the story. Jong calmly replied that he would do exactly as he had decided. He knew that Sanho was a disciple of the Demon Lord, and his eloquence could be dangerous. Sanho apologized and explained that they had just finished training and had no control over their energy. He added that this was the reason for the misunderstanding. Jong directly told the second patriarch that he did not like his expression, and asked him to stop making excuses. He began to pull his sword from its sheath, and asked if the patriarch was undermining the authority of the Demon Lord. The patriarch was already sweating and could not understand how Jong could suspect him of such a thing. "Who do you think I'm representing right now?" Jong asked him. He looked at him with eyes filled with energy and demanded an immediate answer. Jong almost lost control of himself and repeated loudly, "Answer me now!" The energy began to fill the entire space incredibly quickly. No one around me could understand how this was possible. Jong suggested trying again, and first of all asked everyone to introduce themselves. Without hesitation, the second patriarch of the Choi family introduced himself and said that he was honored to be in the presence of Jeong, the Inspector General. After that, he apologized sincerely and said that a place for temporary rest had been prepared for them. Behind Jong stood Hong, who was also the commander of the Berserker Demon Squad. He asked her if she would go to the temporary residence for a vacation. Then Sanho finally realized who she was. A blue aura began to shine around her, which soon turned to her sword. The second patriarch was almost trembling as he looked at those who stood opposite him. Jong ordered them to leave immediately. His energy smashed the door to pieces, shattering it into small pieces. He punched so hard that nothing remained of the door. The gate was destroyed with a single powerful blow in front of Sano and everyone else who was with him. And not just the gate. There was a deep mark on the ground from this attack, as if a meteorite had flown by. Chan turned to them and asked them to tell the demon lord to give him some money, because he did not have a single coin in his pocket. The Bow God Demon Palace had already reported that the third young lord had arrived at the Chokes family about half an hour ago. Lee sat on the throne, discussing the situation with his strategist. They talked about Chan and who accompanied him on this mission. As usual, Lee was sipping his favorite drink. They also discussed that the Chokes family would likely be unhappy with their visit. However, if it is possible to organize the murder of a disciple of the head of the cult, it will be a great relief for Lee in his further struggle against them. Lee believed that Jong would defeat him, but he was not naive enough to trust someone he could not read through. However, it has not yet been possible to find out everything about the third young lord. The strategist had always believed that Lee could see through all things and people. But could he also see through the third young lord? It was this mission that was supposed to help Lee understand whether he could comprehend the true nature of Jong. He wanted to see what the young lord was hiding. Lee asked the strategist if he trusted him in this matter. The strategist, of course, answered in the affirmative. The divine cult of the heavenly demon is the Choksa family. Sano came to the patriarch and said that people from the divine cult had arrived and were taken to the Dragon Contemplation Pavilion. Patriarch Hong Quan was outraged at how they were able to break in so easily. However, he realized that Jong could be a very difficult opponent for Sangho. And the patriarch thought that there was no point in worrying about a guy like Jong, until he found out that Jong was a personally chosen disciple of the demon lord. The patriarch replied that he did not underestimate him, but that he did not seem to be someone worth worrying about. He asked me not to be nervous, because he believed that if someone is talented in martial arts, it necessarily means that they will be somewhat naive. The patriarch considered his insight to be so strong that even people with great experience would not be able to overcome it. After that, he asked that if anyone asked about Chan, they should say that he was officially inviting him to dinner. He was very interested in Jong. Then a woman began to enter the room. She was extremely beautiful, with long hair, and asked him if he was too strict. He told her that he didn't want to hear about any idiot who lost a fight to his son. She pulled on a robe and said she was very cold. Her blood was as cold as a snake's, and he didn't want to take care of someone who was supposedly his son. She asked him when he would continue treatment, to which he replied that at any time, and asked him not to exceed the measure. She wanted to tell him something else, which she hinted at with her gesture. Jong had already been here once before, when he had to kill the head of the Choi family's best squad. At first, he accidentally ran into that rascal Hong Yui Moon. Their relationship was rather unsuccessful. At that moment, a fox cub ran up to him. Jong turned his head and looked at him. After that, another person approached him. "It's been a long time," the girl said, and offered to talk. They moved to another place and sat down at a table to talk. When she asked him who the fox was, he replied that it was his friend. She was curious that the third young lord of the divine cult of heavenly demons kept a fox as a friend. She saw him as someone who had changed significantly. In her opinion, he looked irritated, but it was not because of arrogance. In her eyes, he remained calm. She realized that her whole family was greatly underestimating this guy. He put the cup on the table and said he would leave if she had nothing more to say. The fox cub jumped on his shoulder, and he started to walk out. She spoke up, saying that she congratulated him because he had shown excellent results after returning from the bamboo grove. He wondered what she meant, so he turned his head and asked her about it. She just thanked him. When he told her that she was still very young, her face turned red. Then they started talking about her brother, and she said that for her he was nothing more than an obstacle in her way. But he thought differently, that her brother was a wall she couldn't climb over. When she called him a bastard, he calmly explained that although he was a bastard, he had not lost his skills as a martial artist. However, he could not say the same about her, and this made her very angry. He turned around and walked away, ignoring the hundreds of her words that were left behind as he walked in the other direction. The fox cub sitting on his shoulder only turned its head to watch her. He left, warning her that she should be brave before the next meeting. He asked me to tell my family to stop playing tricks on him. After that, he started stroking Goldie, and it seemed to him that the fox was sick. It had been sleeping so much since they arrived here, and it didn't even show any interest in eating. It really looked strange. The fox slept almost all the time. At that moment, Hong and Dongpil entered his room, telling him about the banquet that would take place tonight. They also said that high-ranking officials would be there. Jong expected them to do something unexpected. However, he explained that there was no point in worrying, and suggested that they just leave, because it was part of their mission. At the same time, he realized that there was no one who could create chaos better than Hong. In response to these words, she merely noted that he had a well-developed intuition. It's time to taste the snake meat. When they walked in, an amazing beauty unfolded before them that immediately took their breath away. They were amazed at how well everything was arranged and easily guessed that the Chalks family was a significant influence. A servant came out to meet them, telling them that the patriarch was waiting for them in the gazebo. He also suggested leaving weapons at the entrance. Hong immediately asked him if he wanted to try again, hinting menacingly at possible consequences. However, Jong reassured her, and they handed over their weapons without further ado. Danpil reminded the guard of his duty to protect his master at all costs. The atmosphere was full of violet energy, and you could feel its saturation in the air. This immediately made it clear to Chan that the patriarch had incredible power. He clearly felt the presence of the patriarch and his threatening aura. As he climbed the stairs step by step, Jong mentally warned himself not to underestimate him. In a moment they were inside, where the patriarch himself was waiting for them. "Welcome," said the patriarch. He introduced himself by saying his name. "I am Hong, the clan leader of the Choi family. It is a great honor to welcome you here." Jong remained calm and introduced himself by giving his name. Jong bowed before the patriarch, saying that he was honored to meet him. The patriarch noted the boy's politeness and even joked that he did not know how to behave properly. The conversation then turned to the fact that Jong had arrived as an inspector general and should behave accordingly. The patriarch smiled back, but in reality he had completely different intentions than those he voiced. Jong ordered to prepare a place for him, as he planned to stay here for a while. Dongpil immediately brought a pillow, which he placed on the floor, and Jong sat down on it. Jong told the patriarch that he would sit next to him when all the business was completed. This gesture impressed everyone present, as Jong rejected the offer to sit next to the patriarch. The patriarch found this strange, because he did not expect such a young man to refuse such an honor. Jong knew that the patriarch would look down on him. For the patriarch, it didn't matter how talented a person was. If they were younger than him, the older one always had the upper hand. He was a typical old man you could meet anywhere, but Jong was not going to complain. He took out a scroll and put it in front of him. It was a report on the object of the inspection, and he asked the patriarch to look at it. The patriarch used force to lift the scroll into the air. After that, he sent it straight to his hands. Opening the scroll, the patriarch said that for hundreds of years this list had remained unknown, in accordance with their agreement. At that moment, the patriarch's face changed dramatically. He asked the inspector general if the document was true. It seems that what he read was very unpleasant news for him. Chung, remaining calm, asked if the patriarch was hinting that he had forged the document, and assured him that he would not have dared to do such a thing. The patriarch was also impressed by the way Jong caught the cup with telekinesis without hesitation. He continued to behave confidently, not deviating from what was stated in the documents. The patriarch said that he was not going to approve of these actions, but Jong replied that he should have raised his son better. Hong Yui Moon, using the privileges of the fourth young lord, abused his position, and what the Chokes family did while this was going on is the main question. When the patriarch heard this, he asked if Jong really believed that he should take full responsibility. However, Jong replied that if this were the case, the master of the Hall of Main Law would have come to them, not him. However, the patriarch tried to evade a direct answer. The tea in the cups began to boil from the energy that filled the air. The patriarch noticed this and realized that Jong had incredible power, because he made the tea boil without even touching it. Jong continued to ask why the patriarch thought that the master of the criminal law hall would not be able to do anything, and asked him to think it over again. The Choksa family and other demon cult families are part of the divine heavenly demon cult. The patriarch listened attentively to everything Jong said. With each new word, his face became more and more tense. Jong spoke to him directly, expressing hope that the patriarch would cooperate during the inspection. The patriarch put his hand on the scroll and admitted that Jong was right. He explained his position, and did not retract what he had said. After that, the patriarch said he would contact the divine cult himself. Dongpil and Hong watched everything, closely monitoring his reaction. The patriarch smashed his glass against the table with a thud. He asked Jong if he knew the reason why the fight against demons was entrusted to another person. He also asked why their family had been targeted for inspection. These words seemed too aggressive to the patriarch, and he asked Jong if he had to be so serious. The patriarch's irritation grew, and he began to clench his teeth in anger. Behind him, another patriarch tried to calm him down. However, the cup thrown in anger flew past his face. It broke into small pieces, scattering all over the room. She even left a cut on the face of the second patriarch, from which blood immediately began to flow. Jong concentrated his energy, stretched out his hand in the direction of the patriarch, and declared that he would destroy him by his own decision. He also said that he would check all the documents right here and now. Jong told the patriarch that he would give him half an hour and asked him to order his subordinates to bring all the accounting books for the last 3 years. The young man looked incredibly confident, and the patriarch saw him as a politician who saw through everything. The patriarch realized that he had failed to take control of the situation because he had underestimated Chan. For Chan, it all turned out to be much easier than he expected. The Heavenly City's 6 power technique activated by itself again, warning him of the danger. However, because of this, the back of his head began to hurt, which indicated a real danger. The patriarch began to take off his outer clothing and admitted that he'd hidden one important thing. He was exhausted from training and needed treatment. So he needed the services of an acupuncturist every day. Chan didn't care what the old man was going to do, but he felt as if his ears were about to fall off. So they called Dr. Fang. The energy emanating from her seemed familiar to Chan. He had felt it before, especially in extremely traumatic circumstances. The patriarch went to the doctor, saying that the pain was growing and he urgently needed treatment. The doctor said that she would be grateful if the patriarch would forgive her for any inconvenience. Chan looked intently at this woman and felt an inexplicable sensation emanating from her. This woman possessed the spirit of the secret demon queen. The patriarch noticed Jong's reaction and, smiling, said that he must have been struck by her beauty. Jong was confident that he would not fall for this ruse, and addressed her as the secret demon queen Kwak Sioke. The woman's face was filled with surprise. She was shocked that this guy knew her real name. Red energy enveloped Chan's body. It grew rapidly, and he smashed the table in front of him, asking her what she had to do with the secret demon queen. The second patriarch went to get books. Approaching the other members of the clan, he began to explain that this guy was looking down on them. They began to discuss the Inspector General and his connection to the divine cult. They were annoyed by his arrogance, and one of them said he would take care of it. Suddenly there was a loud explosion. They turned their heads in that direction, but could not understand what kind of explosion it was. Was it really the Inspector General? Thought the second patriarch. He ordered the overseer to gather all the clan's martial arts masters in the back garden near his room. Meanwhile, everything was already falling apart. Even the floor slabs were shattered into small pieces by the strong explosion. Hong received the sword that Dongpil threw to her, and he asked her to quickly summon a berserker squad. The Chok's family perceived the fact that the Inspector General had apparently attacked the Patriarch as a declaration of war. Dongpil decided to stay close to his young master and protect him. Jong held the woman's neck and sternly said that he would only ask her once. How is she connected to the secret demon queen? She pretended to know nothing. Jong reminded her that he was only asking once and continued to hold her by the throat, lifting her even higher. The woman screamed loudly when the Patriarch suddenly appeared. The Patriarch, filled with rage, demanded that Jong immediately release her. He tried to hit Jong but missed. However, he managed to get Jong to let go of her neck, and he stepped aside. The Patriarch asked him, "Where do you think you are?" while the woman behind him held his neck. Jong collected the energy on his hand and ordered him to get out of the way. At that moment, he magnetized the sword that came from the other side. Jong warned the Patriarch to move away if he did not want to die, overwhelmed by this energy. Meanwhile, the Dragon Contemplation Pavilion, where the security team was stationed, was already in full swing. Hong ran along one of the roofs. Raising her sword in the air, she shouted a command. When the guards appeared in front of her, Hong announced that from that moment on, the Choi clan was a code yellow enemy. She ordered them to immediately go with her to the back garden of the Patriarch's room to protect the Inspector General. Hong also addressed the demons, saying that they had insulted the Inspector General and thus challenged the dignity of the cult. The demonic berserkers were ready to bring only death to the enemy, leaving no other choice. Hong urged them to show the bastards of the Choksa clan why the demon berserker squad is the most brutal unit of the cult. Dongpil waved his sword in front of him. It created an energetic flow that pushed the warriors of the Choksa clan back. This was necessary to prevent them from approaching the young owner. One of the warriors remarked that a young martial artist like Chan was on par with the four elders. Dongpil saw that they were approaching the highest peak of their capabilities, and he realized that if he showed even the slightest weakness, he would be dead. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid that it would put the young master in even greater danger, so he decided to protect him, even if it cost him his life. Dongpil was ready to defend his master at any cost, and waving his sword in a circle, recited the demonic art of enmity yaksha. At that moment, Jong attacked the Patriarch, trying to get to the woman. She was amazed that this young man dared to confront the Patriarch at all. She wondered even more how Jong knew about the master and how he knew who she really was. He unraveled her art of illusion, which could mislead even a true martial artist of the highest degree. She realized that she had to leave immediately, but Jong was not going to let her go. Jong concentrated even more energy, and fish began to appear around him, floating in the air. When he stuck his sword into the ground, a funnel formed, and the fish continued to swim around. Jong warned her that he planned to capture her alive, but if necessary, he would not hesitate to kill her. He added that the Choksa clan will now be branded as traitors. That's because the secret demon queen used to train in the Fortress of Steelblood. Chon also knew that the clan had sheltered someone connected to this fortress. Their betrayal has shaken the trust so much that they will now have to provide all the accounting books. Otherwise, the new government will expel them from Demon Murim forever. The Patriarch could not understand how Jong knew she was a disciple of the secret demon queen. Even the Patriarch himself had never heard of the queen's connection to the Fortress of Steelblood. The Patriarch mockingly asked Chon not to make him laugh with such nonsense, and gathering his energy, launched an attack on the boy. This attack resembled a tornado with a jelly-like consistency that could destroy all life in its path. The Patriarch fully revealed his demonic art. This art was poisonous, but of a much higher level than Khan's. The Patriarch released a deadly poison using the palm technique, and the only thing Jong could do was to concentrate the poison in one part of his body and then withdraw it. At this point, Dongpil called out to Hong and told her that he was there. She appeared, kicked each of the elders in the head, and said that it was unfair to fight 4 against 1. Hong was even more amazed at the thought of how Jong could lose with such an incredible sword. She threw the young owner his property. At the same moment, a fist attack from the Patriarch flew near him. But Hong threw the sword in time, which Jong grabbed in midair. The Patriarch was sure that Jong would not escape his attack. He directed a significant amount of poison toward the boy, but Jong cut it with his sword. The Patriarch almost fainted from shock when he saw that Jong had destroyed his poison with just one blow. Jong warned him not to be forced to repeat it twice, and said that if anyone interfered, he would be dead. The Patriarch held his hands out to the sides, deciding to give all his strength. He released so much poison that it could have covered the entire area, and Chon shouted to his comrades to retreat. The Patriarch put his hands on the ground and released an incredibly thick stream of poison. Jong tried to avoid it by defending himself with his hands. Pangryong stood behind the Patriarch, and it seemed that his poison did not affect her. However, it was not just that. It saturated the atmosphere with dark chi energy. When Jong saw her dark energy, he realized that his heightened sensitivity had not been warning him in vain. Jong began to understand why he felt so terrible after leaving the divine cult. At this point, the Patriarch took on a completely different appearance. His hands were covered with scales, and the claws on his arms shone menacingly as he flew at Chon. That's why Jong felt so terrible. It wasn't that he couldn't leave the Heavenly Demon divine cult. It was that he didn't want to. The Patriarch stabbed Chon right in the heart, thinking that it was the end for him. But Chon's real dream was freedom, hidden behind an unsolvable vendetta. His breathing was slowing down, but he kept his hand on the enemy's arm. The reason he didn't leave the cult was that he couldn't kill all the scum responsible for his death on his own. He would not feel true freedom until they were all destroyed. Jong squeezed the Patriarch's hand even harder and asked him if this was their first time meeting so close. He then added that it would be easier for him to kill both the woman and the Patriarch, cleansing the world of their clan. The demon that had been sleeping inside Chon woke up, and he told the Patriarch that it was a pleasure to meet him, the poisonous snake. Using an explosive mountain wave, Jong delivered a powerful fist punch that went right through the Patriarch, bidding him farewell forever. The blow was so strong that blood spurted from the Patriarch's mouth. He flew back and fell, hitting his back on the ground. Jong ordered Dongpil to grab the woman and sat down next to the Patriarch. However, she was not going to give up so easily. She used the technique of revealing the eye of the ghostly spirit, but in vain. When she put her hand out in front of her, Dongpil cut off her fingers with his sword. He began to demonstrate what he had learned by jumping around her and striking her. Her breathing became slow, and she couldn't understand why her technique didn't work. The second Patriarch appeared and addressed Chon with the words, "How dare you attack the Patriarch and cause such chaos here?" Jong just looked at him silently, not answering. With a frightened face, the second Patriarch began to beg Jong to release the Patriarch and immediately kneel down. However, the sword Hong pointed at him made it clear that this was no time for jokes. This only made him angrier, and he began to tremble with anger. Hong asked him to realize what a dangerous situation he was in. She continued to hold the sword pointed in his direction. Jong decided to calm Hong down and asked to be allowed to explain everything. He explained that he only wanted this woman, but in response he heard that their hands were tied as well. The man said he wanted to resolve everything peacefully. So he asked Jong to release the patriarch and provide an honest report, and in exchange they would be released. This man remained calm despite the difficult situation, trying to resolve everything peacefully. He was different from the hot-tempered second patriarch, but his tone irritated Chan a bit. Further, Jong noted that he knows that the second patriarch takes command in the absence of the first patriarch. After that, he asked me to stop being arrogant and back off. Jong didn't want to waste time talking to someone he didn't think was important. The second patriarch decided that he would personally talk to Jong. His bodyguard told him that safety was the most important thing and asked him to be careful. The second patriarch could not stand it and warned Chan that if he crossed the line again, he would face his punishment. At that moment, the guard thought that his boss was acting like a complete idiot. The patriarch came closer to Jong and commented on his appearance, saying that he did not look good. The second patriarch realized that the poison used by the first patriarch against him in battle was acting on Chan. The second patriarch offered to give Chan an antidote in exchange for the patriarch's release. However, Jong, although in a terrible state, did not want to hear this and asked him to step aside. The second patriarch did not budge an inch, and again emphasized Chan's condition. They stood opposite each other, not finding common ground. When the second patriarch realized that Jong was weakened, he decided to attack. Hong and Dongpil froze in anticipation of what would happen next. However, Chan stood calmly until two glowing purple eyes of the beast suddenly appeared. I heard the fearsome roar of a real jackal. It was a fox that instantly tore off the head of the second patriarch. He chewed it off bloody and held it in his teeth. After that, the fox just threw its head to the side, and its size was impressive. It was the size of a man. The fox approached Chan, and he patted him on the head and praised him for a job well done. At that moment, Chan's blood was mixed with poison. However, thanks to the spiritual energy of the fox, his body began to heal, and despite the sudden change in the situation, Chan felt good. Then he turned to his enemies and asked if they still wanted to do something. Jong told them that they no longer had a chance. Since both patriarchs were dead, he turned to the one who remained in charge and asked why he was not making decisions. Jong warned him that if he continued his arrogance, he would end his own life. This was the end of these events. An audit of the books revealed some discrepancies, but it appears that most of the branches were not tainted by Hong Yui Moon's corruption. Further investigation was complicated by the current circumstances. Jong warned them not to try to hide what was left here. He told the one who remained in his right mind that he shouldn't hold personal grudges. They were both managers. He returned their patriarch to them, warning that without immediate treatment, the demonic energy that Jong had inflicted would reach the core of his being. In other words, they shouldn't waste time chasing someone. Their priority is to treat the patriarch, and most importantly, to give way to Cheong. Chan's body recovered very quickly. Now he understands why the mythical creature uses the formless energy of Qi through spiritual bamboo. This bamboo was the nucleus of a secluded bamboo grove, and Jong took possession of it. Goldie was not attracted to Chan himself, but to this particular bamboo core. It is not known when this will happen, but if Jong finds a way, he will return this energy to Goldie. Sitting in meditation, Chan felt Goldie rubbing his nose against his shoulder. Hong watched from the sidelines, and Donpil offered her a drink, and it seemed like he was starting to flirt with her. She asked him about his injuries and condition, whether he was okay, and he replied in the affirmative. Indeed, his body proved to be very resilient, as he had suffered serious internal injuries. Donpil himself believed that he did not fight very hard. Hong partially agreed with this. However, she noticed that he looked depressed after leaving the snake's den. He explained that he was just curious to know what really happened. Does it make sense? This fox was no bigger than his forearm. But how it could grow so fast, Donpil did not understand, although he knew one thing. Their connection remained unchanged. He wondered if little Goldie was really the mythical guardian of a secluded bamboo grove. Donpil was sure that as long as the fox was with his owner, everything would be fine, and they would be safe. After that, they continued their conversation with Hong. We talked about the owner's safety. In the end, they came to the same conclusion. At this point, Jong finished his meditation and approached them, asking how they were doing. He said there was something important he wanted to talk about, but added that it could be done later. Dongpil asked, "So we're going to the Kogan family?" "Yes, but I need to check something first," Jong replied. He needed to understand why the creature had ended up in the Choi family, and where the secret demon queen is now. At that moment, the creature was tied up. She was lying in the carriage where Jong had thrown her out. He stuck his sword right into the ground near her head and asked if she had slept well. Jong was in no hurry, but he also didn't like to waste time. So he asked her to answer his questions as briefly as possible. "What links you to the secret demon queen?" he asked sternly. She couldn't understand how Jong knew about the master, and began to think about how she could get out of here. But the sword was too close, right next to her ear. He swung his sword, and the ear left its owner. Jong was ready to ask the next question, how she met the patriarch of the Choi family. She could not answer this question, and said so directly. Her severed fingers were lying on the ground, right under Chan's feet. Jong guessed that there was a deal between her and the patriarch, since her sorcery and the patriarch's demonic arts were a perfect match. She replied that she had met Patriarch Chalks only on the orders of her master. Donpil watched this scene from the sidelines. He saw the cruelty that Jong was showing. The woman's previous answer did not satisfy Chan, as he asked about something else entirely. Bloodied, she called him a son of a bitch, for which she received a sword directly into her chi flow. However, Jong decided to spare her tongue, because he still needed answers to his questions. It seemed to him that she was beginning to understand her situation, so he suggested that she start from the beginning. Jong ordered Hong to tie the woman up and load her into a carriage. During this, Hong loaded him with questions about when they would go to the Kogan family, but he asked her to rest and promised to answer later. Donpil noticed that something was wrong with the owner and came over to ask if he was okay. Jong replied that all the internal injuries had healed, and he was sure that the rest of the injuries would heal quickly. But Donpil meant something else entirely. He noticed that the owner didn't look the same as usual, and it worried him. Jong changed after this woman appeared, seemed unstable. Donpil did not dare to ask him about his thoughts and concerns, but his anxiety forced him to do so. Jong couldn't explain everything to Donpil right now, but he said something important. He said he had chosen a new life path that would be dangerous and different from the past. And there will come a time when Donpil will have to be used as a foot soldier. But Donpil was ready to gladly carry out his orders, even in this case. His loyalty did not depend on Jeong's status in the cult or his martial arts skills. He was ready to follow him whichever way he chose to go. Jong knew that Donpil would follow any order he gave, but he still wanted to give him a choice. His devotion even disappointed Jong a bit, which may be why he lost his prejudice against the divine cult. At this point, Jong asked Donpil to tell the squad leader that they were leaving in half a day, but not to visit the Kogan family. Instead, they head to one of the treasures that Chan hasn't visited in years, the closest one to those scattered across the central plains. They were heading to Hen, and Jong asked him to tell the detachment commander to inform the patriarch of the Kogan family that a meeting was to take place in the valley of the Plain Village, with all the necessary documents. Jong added that he would consider it a refusal if the patriarch did not come. When this message was delivered to the Kogan family, they were outraged and felt that they could not accept such conditions. The man sitting at the table read this message, which was passed on to him word for word. The family's patriarch, Jong Risan, personally reviewed the message. It was handed over by the patriarch's younger brother, Jong Richan. Everyone felt like they were being looked down upon, and it was very annoying. The younger brother was of the opinion that others would also object to this attitude. However, the patriarch understood that they were in a position where they had to follow the orders of the divine cult. Everything happened slowly, but this was the essence of the relationship between the 7 families and the divine demon cult. The younger brother reminded the patriarch that he had tried to free them from these meaningless obligations and cut off the divine cult to ensure the autonomy of the families. The patriarch asked him to refrain from such dangerous statements. He believed that now we just needed to think about the situation. He found it strange that they were asked to bring accounting books. If they didn't bring the books, they would be labeled as failures, and the patriarch believed that this was the wrong procedure. He even thought about changing the records. In other words, the Inspector General didn't send this message to sincerely appreciate their Mount Hen. It was also nearby, and he realized that he had no choice but to go there. The patriarch was visited by another man whom he had summoned and told that tonight they were going to Mount Hen with the guards of the Sea King. The patriarch ordered to collect all the accounting books for the trip. Mount Hen is not a path that people usually take. When they reached a certain point, Jong ordered the carriages and horses to be left behind with the Demon Berserker squad, as the entrance was narrow and there was enough room inside, but not for hundreds of people. Jong told Hong that she should go with them too. He asked her to inform her team so that they would not take rash actions. If the patriarch was wise, he would arrive within 2 days, and by then they had to complete their task. The task was simple, and Han should have realized this as soon as they stepped inside. Jong realized that it was these conditions that brought him here. He thought he would be worried when he arrived. Nevertheless, he believed that this place would mark the beginning of his second life, and yet he felt calm because he now had a clear goal. There was a narrow passage ahead, and neither Dongpil nor Hong really wanted to go through it. When they went in, it was very dark and they couldn't see anything. Jong asked Hong how she could be so inattentive as the leader of a squad of berserker demons. She screamed because Jong accidentally stepped on her foot. He expected this because he realized that in order to see inside, you need more than just inner energy. The array of dark aromas that formed at the entrance to this cave significantly impaired perception. Without Chan's hypersensitivity, they would have been lost here forever. They were almost there. The path seemed long, but in fact, they had been walking for less than 5 minutes. The radiance inside was blinding their eyes. That was so long ago, when Jong had a better hideout in Hunan, set up during his time as a hitman. For Dongpil and Hong, the place was incredibly impressive. There were chests all around, and the crystals embedded in the cave rocks shone brightly. In fact, Chan did not need any of this. Dongpil noticed the biliousness of the runners and realized that they could live at least 5 years with their help. They were so impressed by everything around them that they just looked at and touched everything without permission. Finally, they asked Chan how he found out about the place. It was obvious that a lot of effort had been spent on the arrangement of this place. Even assassins do not make their hideout so extravagant. They wondered what kind of careful person created this place. Jong sat down on a rock in front of Hong and said, "Yui Hong Ren." He decided to be brief in his explanation. Then he said, "Work under me." When Jong said this, he meant that he wanted her to become his person. She felt as if she was confessing her love to him. But she knew a lot of things about him. She also recognized that he knew just as much about her, and she was right. He may not have known much about her, but he knew one thing for sure. She was helpful. She didn't like feeling judged, but at the same time, hearing Jong say it made her happy. She felt that something was wrong after they left the cult, but she didn't want to pry. Even when Jong was beating up the Choi family, she thought he had his reasons. But hearing what he said now, she had to ask why he had changed so much. At that moment, Chan looked at her and realized that he had to go no matter what. Together with Dongpil, they repeatedly found themselves in life and death situations in the bamboo grove. And in fact, Dongpil saved him many times. But with Hong, it was different. They didn't have as deep a history as he and Dongpil, and she couldn't blindly trust him. However, she was the captain of a combat unit. If she moved, the entire demon berserker squad would follow. This is why Jong wanted her as his subordinate, and why he needs to be more serious now. He explained to her that his dislike of the Steel Blood Fortress and the righteous Heavenly Alliance was based on the fact that they could not understand him. But it seemed to her that any member of the divine multiculture would hate these two organizations. However, Jong did not just hate them. He hated them so much that he wanted to kill every single one of these orthodox scum from both organizations. Everyone listened attentively to every word that Jong said. He explained that if the divine cult did not plan to destroy these two organizations, it would make sure that this happened by force. Yes, that's exactly what he had in mind, to become the successor to the Lord of Demons. That's why he wanted Hong to become his ally, because she didn't care who her enemy was. Whether it's a persecutor from the righteous Heavenly Alliance, the Fortress of Steel Blood, or even the divine cult, she will point her sword at anyone's throat if there is a reason to do so. He told her that he would give her freedom if she joined him. At the very least, he promised her real adrenaline. With a smile on her face, she asked him if he was sure he could do it. In response, Jong said that they would have to risk their lives to do so. She liked this story very much. After that, he threw her a box, and she did not understand what it was. When she opened it, she saw inside a miraculous medicine of the highest level. It was both a bribe and an offer at the same time. At this point, she had to think about it, but she didn't like using her brain to make such decisions. But there was something else she wanted to say. She wanted a new sword. To this, Jong replied that she was overestimating her merits, because the medicine he gave her was much more valuable. Dongpil stood and watched the commander of the Demon Berserker squad ask his commander for a sword, and it amazed him. Under the boxes were 2 swords. One of them was a tiger cannon sword known as the White Tiger Sword. It is a divine weapon, one of the 4 legendary divine swords, and he handed it to her. She was incredibly happy to receive it. Standing, she admired its brilliance, but for a lord it looked a little out of place. Jong asked her to sit across from him, as they didn't have much time. He explained to her that they were going to concentrate all the QE energy in her energy core in one day, and so she needed to be careful not to waste the precious energy. Jong placed his hand, filled with energy, on her body. However, he still wasn't sure that she would live at least a year, even with all the investment he had just put into her. However, she was comforted by the thought that she would be alive in a year when she thought about it. Sitting in a meditative position, she tried to concentrate. Meanwhile, People from the Kogen family had already approached the mountain. They approached a group of berserker demons. The Patriarch asked to be taken to the Inspector General. The captain of the second team, Gadok, introduced himself to the Patriarch and greeted him. He asked the Patriarch to wait a bit, saying that he would inform him of his arrival. The Patriarch realized that Chan was not here. He did not like this and asked where the Inspector General was now. Doc felt these waves coming from the Patriarch, and they disturbed the atmosphere around him. The Patriarch and his men walked along a narrow path behind the detachment. He was very annoyed that Jong had called them and now was keeping them waiting, and he asked what it all meant. He again asked to inform the Inspector General that he would be patient, only this time. Suddenly, a leg appeared on the mountain, enveloped in blue energy. It was Hong who asked the Patriarch how she should behave properly in front of the Inspector General in the presence of such a dangerous man. She asked what she should do this time, whether she should just ignore his insolent attitude. Jumping off the cliff, the demon berserkers greeted their leader. Hong stood in front of them, ready to carry out any order. The demonic energy of this girl exceeded the Patriarch's expectations. He called them all quite arrogant, and she replied that he shouldn't have been so arrogant from the start. The Patriarch said he could kill them with a single word. She replied that if she was afraid of death, she would not have become the commander of a demon berserker squad. He was annoyed by her audacity, and he took it as a desire to die, but she only said that he could try. Jong stopped both of them, calmed Hong down, and sent her to greet the guest because she almost started a fight. Jong came closer and asked the Patriarch if he was really the Patriarch. As he approached her, he lightly pushed her on the head. He told the Patriarch that his subordinate had been rude and apologized for her. The Patriarch was surprised that Jong had shown such kindness after summoning him here. Jong offered to skip all the unnecessary formalities, as he realized that they were busy anyway, and suggested that the case be resolved quickly. In front of him were the accounting books for the last 3 years. Jong approached them and set them on fire. He said that the books seemed real, and that he had already finished his work, but the Patriarch did not understand what it all meant. Jong explained that he had given them a fair assessment in his report and offered to move on to a conversation. Addressing the Patriarch, he said that he needed his cooperation for the good of the cult. The Patriarch asked Jong what he meant. Jong explained that there was an organization that needed to be destroyed, but they did not have enough people. He sought to destroy the demonic clan of the Battle King. The fact that Jong was going to destroy one of the families of the demon cult surprised the Patriarch. It also surprised everyone around. The Patriarch asked Jong what his reasons were for doing so, and he replied that he was simply following orders from his superiors. This angered the Patriarch, and he emphasized that the destruction of one of the 7 families requires a good reason. Jong said, "You're doing the same thing as Patriarch Choksa." He was disappointed by the lack of arguments from the divine cult. Jong decided to act seriously, and said that he was doing what he was told and had to obey the orders of the divine cult. These words were like a knife in the heart for the Patriarch. Jong continued, adding that the Inspector General can share the reasons if he wants to, but it is not his responsibility. He wondered how the Patriarch felt about the divine cult, whether he considered himself equal to the cult, how these orthodox fools thought about their allies. The Patriarch denied it and said it was not true. Jong continued to talk to him seriously, telling him what he had to do. He asked the Patriarch if he had lost his loyalty to the cult leaders. These words excited everyone around him, and it seemed that Jong was crossing the line. Suddenly, a loud sound was heard, and the ground shook underfoot as a red ribbon ran across the stones. Jong struck the ground under his feet with his sword, showing the Patriarch that he had no right to his patience. He warned them that if they showed any more insolence, without knowing their place, he would kill them all. After sticking his sword into the stone, Jong reminded us that he was a very busy man. That's why he asked them one last time if they would help him or just leave. He also asked if they were still faithful to the divine cult, or they have already renounced their allegiance to the cult. The outer wall areas usually refer to the northern areas from Zhongyuan, but are not used to refer to regions outside of it. In the outer regions, there are 4 representative races. The North Sea Ice Palace in the north, the Sword Palace in the east, the Heavenly Dragon Palace in the west, and the Beast Palace in the south. They are known as the 4 palaces of the outer wall. They are underestimated because of their regions and the overwhelming power of the Murim, but the history of Zhongyuan is long and complex. It was written in a letter that the strategist had just read. He was sitting at his desk surrounded by a lot of papers, trying to figure it all out. At that moment, in the residence of the strategist of the divine cult of heavenly demons, Mudam, the first keeper of the heavenly demon divine cult, asked General Strategist if he remembered the incident when the delivery team of the Inner Enlightenment Center was ambushed by the Beast Palace forces. It was very difficult for Sun to forget this incident. Unknown martial artists were spotted near the northern regions of Guangdong Province. They have not yet been able to assemble a proper group for observation, so their origins and identities remain unknown. But the strategist was aware of this, given that the Guardian Court was assembling a surveillance team. It looks like there is someone in this region that Mutam has to protect. Mutam noted that the strategist remains as insightful as ever. As he drew this conclusion after only a short conversation, the strategist noted that this information was supposed to be a secret, but Mutam easily confirmed it to him. For Mutam, the strategist was not like himself, who used his smile as a shield for hidden attacks. Mutam realized that he would not achieve anything with empty talk. He explained that the first team moves toward the goal unnoticed, but you need to be prepared for any possible risks. While pouring tea, he noted that these experienced martial artists do not pursue random goals. To be more precise, their goal is different from that of others. Mutam then asked, "Do you know what our goal is?" The strategist replied that this was solely a matter for the Guardian Court. Mutam was surprised. "How can you be so sure?" The strategist simply knew who they were after. This was enough for him. Any more detailed information remained his personal business, and he did not want to disclose it. However, if Mutam insisted, the strategist could reveal their identities and purpose. Mutam noticed the strategist's loyalty to the cult. Mutam apologized and said that the strategist was right, and expressed his understanding that he did not need to know all the details. The strategist raised a cup of tea to his mouth. He noticed that Mutam had the instinct of a martial artist, for despite his age, he had once been the fiercest of beasts. Instinctively, Mutam felt the invisible signs of an approaching storm. Perhaps his subconscious already knew who was gathering the storm clouds, and who was at the center of the invisible tornado. Meanwhile, Jong tried to put the Patriarch in his place. He told the Patriarch that this was the last time he would ask the question. Jong continued to press, accusing the Patriarch of lack of loyalty to the cult. The Patriarch replied that he had not lost his loyalty, but that he was not going to help Chan in destroying the demonic clan of the Battle King. Jong ordered to inform the sect that the Kagan family was considered traitors and requested reinforcements to replace their forces. Hong replied that she obeyed and would immediately execute the order. The Patriarch was outraged, but Jong just turned around and began to walk away. The energy in the Patriarch's leg and his entire body began to increase. He said that he had shown respect for Jong, but that he was beginning to reassess his values. Jong decided to take these words as a challenge. The Patriarch did not mind either and took up his staff. He respected the divine cult, but it seemed to him that Jong had made him a traitor and was organizing some kind of adventure. In fact, Jong did not hide the fact that he had never been on their side. These words surprised the Patriarch even more. Jong really decided to brand them as traitors. This happened because they refused to help destroy the clan of the Demon King Marshal. For the Patriarch, this seemed like complete nonsense, and he began to swing his staff at Chan. However, Chan repelled his attack with his sword. The Patriarch jumped back, but managed to stay on his feet. Jong reminded him that he could still swear his allegiance. But the Patriarch replied that he could never do that. "Your desire for independence from the divine cult is a betrayal," Jong emphasized. The Patriarch was even more impressed by his words. He explained that he was showing leniency to the cult for the sake of his family. The documents were not a problem for them. The main thing was his thinking. All the accounting books were genuine. If they were forged, the Patriarch would have been immediately declared a traitor. Because of this, Jong concluded that the Patriarch wanted independence, but he was not going to deceive the cult. That is why Jong gave him another chance. After explaining this, Jong asked if the Patriarch really wanted to fight so badly. The demonic energy of the Inspector General exceeded anything the Patriarch could have imagined. He was thinking about how to answer the question. "It can't be," said the soldiers, who saw something unexpected. They saw a giant tiger appear next to them. The fox brought it in his teeth and threw it right in front of the Patriarch. Now the Patriarch is wondering if he was wrong in his judgment. The fox's paw stood on a giant tiger, and its body was enveloped in a shell of energy. The Doomsday Fox appeared right before his eyes and destroyed the tiger in one fell swoop. This dispelled all doubts. It was the same legendary fox in front of him. But why is she helping the Inspector General? Without looking him in the eye, Jong asked the man if he had anything else he wanted to say. The man noted that the boy had once mentioned a divine cult that sought independence. Because of this, they sent an Inspector General instead of an army to kill everyone. And the very fact that this guy was sent to them was already a chance. And then suddenly, this man throws down his weapon. Perhaps this means that he is ready to cooperate with the arrest. but no one else will ever know that he actually wanted to break free from the divine cult. He confided in no one with this wish, and now that it has happened, he proposes to end it on him. He was the only one who stained himself with this ignoble and dangerous ideal, and no one in the clan knows about it. The man asked the boy to kill him, sparing his clan. He felt responsible and realized that his life no longer mattered, hoping that the guy would take his request in the right way. But the young owner had one more question. They were on their way to eliminating the demonic clan of the Martial King, but they lacked strength. The young owner asked the man if he would help him in this fight. Hearing this question, the man felt uncomfortable, because he thought that the only way out of this situation was death. If he does not help the Inspector General, he will be in big trouble, and he will have no choice but to turn to the cult for divine help. And then the divine cult will not forgive them for this. There was only one way to save the situation. They made a deal. The man would help the young owner and prove his devotion to the divine cult, and the community would thank him for his kindness and help. Meanwhile, a girl we know well was training on one of the mountain ranges. Songyun honed her skills by cutting stones with a sword. She practiced every day to achieve perfection. But unexpectedly, her training was interrupted by Hoyo Sung, who said that she was incredible, and emphasized that she had pioneered a new style, which is impressive for her age. The girl, seeing such a distinguished guest, could not remain indifferent and asked why he was here. The general strategist brought her a message and noted that their affairs had recently affected the Hall of Iron Horses. Usually, this was assigned to other units, but this time there was a suspicion of a special force, and the strategist suspected that it might be the Court of Swords. Sang Young wanted someone else to be sent on the mission because she felt she was falling behind in her training and wanted to continue her studies. She was not allowed to make any changes. The strategist realized that the fifth young mistress was the most talented of all, but she was still too young. He suggested that she continue her training, and he would take care of worldly matters. The general strategist thought she was too obsessed with training. He asked her if she hadn't heard that obsession only creates distance between a person and their goal. In this sense, the third young lord impresses everyone with his achievements. However, the girl knows that the third lord never misses training and always completes tasks, even at times when he cannot fully devote himself to training. But this does not upset him. He develops all strategies with enthusiasm and confidently confronts the enemy. When necessary, he is fearless in his use of martial arts and survival strategies, in which he has excelled. The general strategist believes that the girl can learn many truths if she wants to. He advises her to go to the library and read books about wisdom and strength. He thought it was knowledge that helped the third lord become so powerful. Sang Yoon waited until the boy finished speaking and asked him to continue training. She felt a little uncomfortable when she realized that his advice was not very useful. In her mind, she thought it was strange that he had praised the third lord and then just left. However, the general wanted to motivate her to fight and act. In any case, he wondered how their chief inspector was doing. Despite the challenge, the general strategist was confident that he was wisely handling all the dangers associated with the Chalks family, and believed that he would get it right. However, there was one order from the demonic clan of the Battle King. The order was not to test them, but to completely destroy their clan. The disciples who have been most admired lately, though not fully trusted, may be the Demon Lord's way of testing the Third Lord's loyalty and strengthening his position in the cult. Or maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Let's return to the Warrior King of the Demon Clan. The young master, along with his fox and the head of the clan, have arrived at the territory and now have to go inside. When the head asked when, the young owner replied that the festival is always more fun at night. He offered the head an uncompromising plan: go first. It was so unpredictable that it was hard for the head to imagine. However, the aura of Qi demonstrated by the young master was incredible, and inherently resembled the level of a cult leader. The guy accurately predicted how Kagan's troops would act, taking into account the influence of the war demon and the balance of power. He was a clever tactician and a capable warrior. However, he was less knowledgeable in other areas. He could become a martial arts master, but not a leader. He was a rather strange man, and there was always the question of whether he could really be trusted. Soon, they reached the demonic clan of the Warrior King, and no one wanted to wait for the patriarch to finish his training. They went to his training camp and watched him train. It was Cho Kwan, the patriarch of the demon clan. Honrin decided to draw attention and appealed to the Inspector General, saying that he should hurry to congratulate the patriarch, despite the fact that he wanted to be in bed with his wife. However, according to Jian, no one has the right to interrupt the patriarch's training, not even the demon lord himself. And all of them will have to wait until he finishes training because that's their fate. However, this did not make any sense, because they were under the direction of the Inspector General. The head offered to call the demon lord, but the servant assured him that it was none of their business. The patriarch would not finish the training for them. They understood the kind of person they were dealing with, but that was not a good reason to ignore the inspector general. However, everything this guy did was just following the orders of the patriarch. The young owner stopped, sat down, and said that everything was fine and there was no need to do anything. He immediately got down to business, activating his aura, and ordered us to move forward. He did not ask the servant his name, but emphasized that his work was diligent. But when Jong approached the servant, the demonic energy from him was extremely strong. He ignored the servant's words and simply jumped over him, not paying attention. He stopped right on the training ground. The owner's fist almost hit his face. It was so brave that even the patriarch, watching this, emphasized the boy's courage and was impressed. But if he had not restrained himself, Jong Hyun would have been dead by now. The young owner noticed that the patriarch had long known about his presence and wondered how long he was going to stay in this state. The patriarch decided to continue the training until he was satisfied and asked for permission to complete it. But suddenly a smile appeared on the young owner's face. The patriarch could not stand it when the boy emphasized that using training as an excuse to refuse the test was simply ridiculous. He added that he had heard that the demon clan was supposed to have the best chi. But it seems that people mistake pure stupidity for chi. The patriarch, outraged by these words, remarked that the boy must have lost his mind because of his arrogance. But the young master replied that he now understood why he had been sent to destroy the clan. The patriarch was stunned to hear these words and could not understand what the boy meant. Filling his sword with chi energy, the boy said that he could explain everything to him if they just talked. But the patriarch insisted that everything be explained right now. However, the young owner did not need to think anymore. The inspection was completed. He struck with his sword, and a huge storm swirled around the patriarch. The patriarch will not allow his clan to be destroyed and is ready to fight for it to the last. From the outside, they watched the commander attack the patriarch, and without wasting any time, Hai gathered his forces and rushed into the attack without hesitation. The young owner said he was ready to kill anyone who tried to resist him. His words sounded like a bolt from the blue. Looking into his eyes, Jong Hajin noticed that the patriarch was busy with meaningless things, and it seemed that he did not even know how to fight. He challenged the patriarch to show him what a real fight looks like. The young master was ready to demonstrate where arrogance comes from and activated the 9 depths of demonic art. The patriarch ordered his soldiers to launch an attack. However, they were unable to complete the task because they lacked strength. The young host's team was much stronger physically, and they didn't care about this handful of losers. The young master's friend skillfully chopped his enemies to pieces while continuing to deftly maneuver his new sword. Their power was much more powerful than the clan of this scoundrel. Even the head, hitting the ground with his staff, ordered everyone to flee immediately. The ground beneath them began to crack and everything around them began to fall into the abyss. The head also reminded the Sea King to pass on the order to Group 3. Meanwhile, the battle between Heijin and the Patriarch of the Divine Sect continued. The Patriarch could not catch up with the boy's speed, and his level of strength was much higher. The rumors about the defeat of Chief Patriarch Chalks turned out to be true, and this became evident when the young man broke the Patriarch's arms with a powerful kick. He broke them at once, despite the fact that the Patriarch had concentrated all his inner energy to defend himself. The power of this young man was so incredible that he could not even fully control it. All family patriarchs have reached the level of the higher peak, but this guy just took them and destroyed them without hesitation. He skillfully changed the trajectory of the sword, delivering precise and quick blows, and seemed absolutely invincible. This art of combat is available only to those who have a high level of skill with heavy weapons. A cold sword passed through the patriarch's chest, and he felt his blood begin to flow. Realizing that he was approaching the realm of the supreme demon, the patriarch realized that today's confrontation would become legendary. He soon found himself on the ground when the young master approached him and boldly said that the patriarch probably did not understand what he was talking about, so he would repeat it again. The fact of refusal to be tested was reported to the demon lord, and he still has to explain the consequences, doesn't he? Looking back, the Chalks and Kagan families faced the same situation, and he offered them a choice then, as he is now offering him. Does he want his clan to be destroyed or completely eliminated? Holding a cold sword to the patriarch's head, he demanded that he make a choice here and now. Meanwhile, the chief lord was finishing listening to his advisor's report on the inspection of all the families. However, the lord was more interested in how the third young master would cope with the situation that had suddenly fallen on his shoulders. The chief strategist had no doubts about him, as he was sure he would find a way out. He watched him for a long time, and although his approach was aggressive, the result was quite impressive. Unusually, he managed to subdue the demonic martial arts king with the help of the Kagan family's powers. The strategist's point of view was quite positive, but Patriarch Kagan is not easy to deal with, because he is incredibly strong and such forces are not easy to make obey. Convincing this man to surrender and convert the demonic clan of the Warrior King is a guy who deserves praise. However, his warrior skills were combined with incredible wisdom, and the Lord realized that he had not even suspected how brilliant this young man was. It seemed to him that the guy was much more than just a warrior, hiding a deeper meaning. The general strategist fully agreed with this opinion. The Lord began to suspect that the guy who was now acting under his command could be extremely dangerous. From the general's point of view, he is not just dangerous, but can become a real threat. But what is the reason? The fact is that even the strategist could not predict his goals, or understand what exactly he was planning. He had already seen many people and cults. Some acted spontaneously, while others clearly defined their goals. The third young owner, however, did not fit into any of these categories, and this was undeniable. The general strategist was a great judge of character, but he couldn't figure this guy out. Lord suggested that the strategist take a walk in the neighborhood, perhaps to discuss further plans. Since the case was extremely serious, even if the strategist could not understand it, it meant that he could be underestimated. Finally, Commander-in-Chief Lord made a decision, otherwise he would not have fulfilled his mission as well as those who came before him. Lord wasn't sure, but he assumed that the boy was finally ready to admit that he belonged to the same cult. In his thoughts, the chief strategist guessed what the Lord was talking about, but could not fully comprehend it. When asked by the Lord whether the third young master would return, the strategist replied that he would go back after the inspection was completed, although no exact time frame was given for his return. But what about the people who were in the Court of the Sword? They are located in its western region of Huan and have not done anything recently, but this will soon change. Luckily, the third young owner did not meet them during his trip. Otherwise, it could have had serious consequences if he had encountered those people. The general strategist was stunned by the Lord's words. The Lord said that when the third young master completed his work, he just needed to... And then there was a pause when asked if this was not what the general strategist was thinking about. After all, if this is the case, you need to immediately inform everyone that he is returning, if you don't want to have to fight with that bastard after the inspection is over. However, in the Lord's opinion, it is better to leave it to fate. If the young man encounters them, he will fight, and if not, he will return without any trouble. But it was extremely dangerous because the third young lord is currently the Inspector General and acts as his official representative. If he engages in combat, it could provoke a full-fledged war. The Lord did not give any answer, just silently pondering. It was then that the strategist realized that this was what the Lord really wanted. However, this was not necessary. He was not going to avoid such an outcome. It was their fate. The strategist could not understand what kind of fate the Lord was talking about, and the Lord gave permission for the master of the criminal law hall to leave the sect. Since this is his right, and he can do what he wants, the general strategist simply apologized and asked to leave. He understood that this man was extremely dangerous, and he didn't care that the master of the criminal law hall was leaving, which was contrary to what he called fate. Watching the strategist leave, the Lord began to be disturbed by strange thoughts that were arising in his mind. However, he still trusts the strategist. The Lord shouted after the strategist so that he would not be afraid of the outcome. Soon we returned to the place where the young master successfully dealt with the demon sword family. The test was completed, and it was a great job. But the young owner did not expect everyone to be friendly to him. He is confident that the medicine has worked. Hong Ryong asked him not to be so sincere and not to piss her off, but the guy was already too kind and emphasized that they were all good. The inspection was completed, but the young owner knew that this was only the beginning. But what to do with the hostage of the Chalks family? Their condition may deteriorate. They will need to visit the branch and consult a doctor to check if everything is fine. He addressed Hong Ren, expressing his gratitude for her work. For accepting his proposal, she now had to wait for him to return to finalize everything. This meant that the guy did not plan to return with them, but was going to stop by one important place. When asked where exactly he was going, he did not answer. But deep down he understood his goal, to become the heir to the divine cult, regardless of the price he would have to pay for the title of leader, although this role did not suit him. As he was leaving, he decided to ask the Patriarch for help in one important matter. The Patriarch agreed to accompany him wherever he went. The young owner hinted that they would go to the Chooks family together. At this time, someone outside a restaurant was vomiting very brutally. All that was left of the family was a mess because of one monster. The guy was drunk because he believed that this life situation was the result of the influence of the Choi family's curator, Jang Uhui. He was heartbroken and drunk with grief. Turning to the people who were looking at him, he ordered them to move away. He couldn't believe he was doing this. It was disgusting. He needed to pull himself together. The time was not right for such behavior. He had to pull himself together and act. Soon, a young man appeared from the shadows and asked if this drunken guy was the head of the Chalks family. Although he was very drunk, the guy realized that he was a scoundrel and asked who he was. The young man who emerged from the shadows raised his sword, which glowed with a blue aura. An incredible force burst out of him and tore the head of the family to pieces. It was the deputy master of the sword court, Mok Gang Ying. Sheathing his sword, he began to think about what to do with the rest. The informant said that they are on standby about 20 kilometers away from the Chalks family because the security system has weakened. This shouldn't be a problem, although reinforcements may be coming, but the news has not yet spread. Mok Gang-in was interested in the guys from the demonic cult, but nothing was known about them. Perhaps they had already intervened. But it didn't matter much, we had to act immediately. They had come for a reason. The plan was to capture the Chalks family before dawn tomorrow. Taking Donpin with them, the boys decided to stay in the forest for the night, and his friend offered to cook. Donpin lit a fire and thought that he had achieved great success in life, realizing that he had gone through many dangers. He lived an extraordinary life, knowing full well that the life of a martial artist is always under threat. Looking at the fire, he wondered if his life would be at least a little more interesting in the future, expecting new challenges. In his reflections, he realized that the young master wanted to destroy the Heavenly Union and the Fortress of Steelblood, and as the one responsible for security, he would have to face many obstacles. Heejin was out hunting and having brought back dinner, suddenly scared his friend when he suddenly appeared. When they saw that the master had brought a deer, it was incredible, because although they had not eaten meat for a long time, their fire was lit up to perfection. They quickly set about cutting the prey to make the steaks really tasty. When he noticed that the master wanted to use a red blade, he initially thought it was not suitable for the job, but the blade turned out to be sharp enough for the task. Donpin realized it was a triple strike, which he had seen in the bamboo cut technique, but had never seen the precious weapon used to cut meat before. At first glance, it might seem silly, but there was no reason to laugh, because the master used every opportunity. He invested his energy in Qinggong even while performing everyday tasks. His movements were quick and precise, even when he was cleaning the room. He saw every moment as an opportunity for training. Because of this, the martial art was integrated into every aspect of his life. The meat was extremely tasty, and we had to eat it as soon as possible. Donpin asked the master why they were returning to the Chalks family, since they had already completed the inspection. However, the young master was not going there for an inspection. He even removed the marks, as it was not relevant to the audit. He planned to make the Chalks family his subordinates. Donpin did not immediately understand why the young master needed subordinates, but it was because the patriarch's wound would take about 6 months to heal, and this left the second patriarch's seat vacant, creating a power vacuum. Now was the perfect time to take control of the situation, because a family like the Choksa would be very useful in the struggle for succession to the throne. Donpin doubted whether the patriarch would allow it, but the young master saw no obstacles. The patriarch, of course, can try to patch up all the gaps, but he will convince him not to do so. The young master also intended to take over the Kagan family, and this was amazing news. Donpin couldn't understand how this was possible, and asked if the master was sure of it. But he didn't act because he knew it was impossible. He just believed that it would happen, and he would try. If something didn't work out, he would adjust his strategy. But until then, he would give it his all. And then his loyal friend Donpin will help him in any way he can. Of course, this guy was supposed to serve him for the rest of his life for everything he had given him. But he didn't have to worry. In his mind, Heejin realized that the Kagan and Choi families could create a big problem. But suddenly he had an unpleasant feeling. A woman suddenly appeared out of the bushes and ran right at them, and they were amazed. Who is this terrible creature walking around here? It was Hong Yurin, but the question remained, why was she here? She was holding a sword and tears were streaming down her face. Looking at the master, she was already cursing him, saying that it was all his work. Heejin had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. However, she raised her sword and tried to kill him. For Heejin, this was not a threat. He simply hit her in the face with a stream of air. It was obvious that the girl had lost her mind, because what was she doing here? A single blow of air from the master was enough to make her faint. It was clear that her body was covered with sword wounds. The young master felt that 5 people were rapidly approaching them. All of them were armed with sharp swords, and it became clear that we had to act. Soon, people started coming up from all sides, and his friend also felt it, although there was no demonic energy. Then these people abruptly landed near them and began to surround them. They had a rather interesting aura, and they decided to ask our hero and Dongping who they were. The young master stood behind Dongping, analyzing the situation. But after a long silence on their part, these guys decided to kill them because they noticed an unfamiliar woman. However, an incredibly strong blow hit one of the attackers, and his legs were cut off as if with scissors. Of course, he did not expect such a greeting, and before his soldiers, he fell down, already without legs. In the hands of the young master, a sword glowed, burning with hellish energy. He ordered his warrior Dongping to kill everyone who was at this place. The warriors, who arrived incredibly quickly, radiated light energy but also prepared for battle. Donpil, always loyal to his young master, was ready to fulfill his order. He took his sword, started circulating energy, and used demonic art. He rushed at these scoundrels and began to scatter them one by one. The soldiers who arrived realized that this guy was extremely strong, and every time they received a blow, they felt it on themselves. It was obvious that he was an experienced martial artist, and had already reached the level of the higher peak. He was incredibly effective in destroying his opponents, leaving them no chance. Without even allowing them to gather, he simply cut them down with his sword. In a few minutes, the job was done, and the master praised his bodyguard for his excellent performance. Only their leader was left alive, lying without legs, asking who they were. But Heijin also had a question. How did they get that sword? Their skills were not bad, but they couldn't just break into the righteous Heavenly Alliance and steal it. Judging by the ki energy, all these guys belonged to the righteous Heavenly Alliance. But where did they get the heavenly blade? The young master pointed his sword at the rascal and asked him again where he had gotten the sword. The warrior gritted his teeth in pain, but he wondered how this demon bastard knew about the blade if he didn't belong to a faction. However, there was no answer to the young master's question. He simply continued to torment the rascal. Leaving him alive, the young master asked a second question. Why should they die just because they saw a woman? It looks like he'll have to take it back. If this scoundrel had ever picked up this bright sword, his fate was already sealed. Hyejin had always felt disgusted with the righteous Heavenly Alliance and could almost physically feel their presence. Soon, the young master completed the massacre. To better punish the villain, he hung him from a tree. When the girl woke up, she saw that her offenders had been killed. She began to tell me that the Chalks family had been captured by villains who had destroyed the main house overnight, but that the Chalks family was not that weak. She was trying to figure out how many of them there were. In his reflections, Hyejin realized that the demon cult was as powerful as the 5 great clans of the Orthodox Murim. It is difficult to find people who surpass the power of the demon cult families. The girl was scared, in severe shock, and lost her mind. Hyejin didn't think he could get any useful information out of her. Donpin could not believe that these attackers belonged to the Righteous Alliance. When asked why he thought this, Dongping replied that martial artists of the Righteous Heavenly Union are trained in completely different methods, especially those focused on defense, while these scoundrels are more like hired killers. No orthodox sect studies such deadly methods, and it was an interesting question. Who created these killers? The guys insisted that the Fortress of Steel Blood and the Righteous Heavenly Alliance encourage cooperation and fighting for a common goal, particularly regarding the Fortress of Steel Blood. They put power above everything else, and in this sense, they resemble a demonic cult. The Fortress of Steel Blood resembled a huge force. Their martial art was extremely practical and deadly, time-tested and created by several generations. It is likely that these guys are not local, they are not from Zongyuan. They most likely belong to the Court of Swords. But the question remained. Where did the Court of Swords get the courage to do such things? The only way out for them is to go north, but what can they do in the north? It turned out that the Righteous Heavenly Alliance had a presence here, but it didn't matter at that point. Back to the Chalks family. Today the family was covered in blood. All the people who represented this family were killed. A man came to the deputy head of the court and said that the patriarch's room had already been cleared. He will be going there soon. It was the deputy master of the sword court, Mok Gang In. The young master realized that a real problem had just arisen. Some random guy had just stolen Hyejin's loot. It was impossible to draw hasty conclusions, because an organization like the Celestial Alliance would have difficulty working with a structure like the Court of Swords. When asked what this girl's supervisor was doing, she only knew that he had been on the show before the attack, and they had not seen each other since. It was clear that he was most likely already dead, and Hyejin had planned to leave the Choi family in his hands. But now, this was ruining his plans. Donpin offered to contact the cult, but there was no need. Moreover, this rascal arrived on time, and suddenly a rather familiar face emerges from the forest. He greeted the Inspector General with a mesmerizing look. The young owner welcomed him and began to ask him for details. When he learned about the fate of the Chokes family, he realized that he had to free them and destroy the villains. Hejin realized that his first steps toward becoming an heir had been thwarted by a man he didn't even know. They have clearly messed with the wrong person, and he will definitely take them all down. Let's go back to the man who captured the Chokes family. When he entered the Patriarch's room, he was ready for a real fight. He had heard that the Patriarch had rare talents. He could not even think that the Patriarch would be ill. And he thought that, in his attempts to break through to the kingdom, the Patriarch could be useful. After all, the wall leading to the realm of creation and transformation is right in front of him. But to overcome it, he needs to do much more than he has done before. Meanwhile, the commander asked where the group that had been chasing the girl had gone, but there was no information. They had lost contact. The commander ordered a new group to be sent, but warned that if the young master of the court found out, he would be furious. However, when the commander turned to him with his stern gaze, it was clear that he did not care. He quickly passed the order for immediate execution. After the deed was done, he poured himself a glass of alcohol. The leader of the righteous Heavenly Alliance was undoubtedly an extraordinary man, and his plan to seize power over the Choi family was carefully thought out. He then decided to use the mighty forces of the Tang clan to exterminate all members who were associated with the demonic cult. What was surprising was that the Sword Court carried out this mission instead of using appropriate forces. He offered to include his agents in the alliance so that they would no longer be considered enemies, and to give them secret technology that would increase the power of the righteous Heavenly Alliance. There was no reason to refuse, because their goal was to increase their influence. Dam Sa-en, a master of politics, knew how to manipulate other courts. He had no choice but to cooperate with this dangerous man, which made him always be on his guard. Suddenly a soldier appeared in his room and told him, "Deputy Courtmaster, all preparations are complete. We have also received word from the righteous Heavenly Alliance that they will be sending a guide in 2 days." He put down his glass and tapped it on the table. "Order the news to be spread throughout Murim. The Chokes family is defeated." Soon the soldiers began to search for their colleagues and found bloody footprints. They assumed that their comrades had followed in their footsteps, but several hours passed, and they still hadn't found them. When they saw someone coming out of the woods, the tension grew even greater. They thought it might be the same girl and shouted, "Who is walking there?" The young master felt that their words were rude, but most martial artists would not have stood a chance against them. Drawing their swords, they tensed up even more because this guy was invulnerable to their senses. The worst part was that he seemed extremely strong, and then his friends showed up. This only increased their anxiety, and some began to flee out of fear. However, they felt the presence of a completely different force. They were surrounded by 100 people, and now they had nowhere to run. The young master answered the question, "Who are you?" with a stroke of his sword. The aura was so strong that it cut through everyone with a single movement. In a few seconds, the smell of blood spread throughout the forest. Only one survivor remained at the site. All the others were killed. If this guy was able to repel the attack, then he holds a fairly influential position. If he doesn't want a quick execution, he'd better answer all the questions. And if he doesn't understand, the conversation will be completely different. Without any compromises, the guy followed the order and was going to answer all the questions. Soon after, the foreman brought the news that some unknown guy had destroyed their gate. The enemy was very experienced and strong, and the head was going to go and sort it out. In addition, the enemy had hostages, a young master of the court. When he heard the news, it aroused great interest because Siohu was taken hostage. The young master, entering the fortress, left a significant dent in the gate, and addressing the enemies, introduced himself as the Inspector General who had come to restore order. Dongpil noticed that his master had become much stronger, and he was sure that it was due to his tests. Perhaps he was approaching the demonic ascension realm. This realm is beyond human capabilities, and many consider it a dangerous trap. The wall in front of him was higher than any fortress and stronger than any steel, and the master stood before it like an absolute demon. He felt that he had almost reached the goal and would soon break through the barrier. It would be great if he could encounter a master so strong that he could give him a boost. And suddenly he felt an incredible power in front of him. It came out of the glorious Chokes family building. Everything began to collapse. Pieces of walls and debris were flying in the air. This energy of chi was simply incredible and amazed the master himself. This combination of powerful, sharp energy felt ominous, as if someone was trying to declare this place their kingdom. This power belonged to a martial arts master of the highest level, and he was the guy who seized power. He had this power and presence that indicated that he was probably a vice master of the sword court. Approaching the center of the chaos, he approached a young owner who called himself the Inspector General and said that he had Soha. He offered to come closer and discuss the situation. The young master saw this rascal and everything became clear. He had heard that the Court of Swords was an organization of people who had lived their entire lives with only a sword in their hand, and he thought he understood their honor and martial arts ethics. But now they had thrown away their honor and were playing with poison, and the master was ashamed to deal with them because they had fallen so low. The commander realized that the boy's words were quite hostile, and he did not seem to know about the secret use of poison to destroy deities with the help of the seven-sealed powder that destroys souls. The commander didn't understand who the Inspector General was. But if this guy spoke so boldly, he decided to test his martial arts. Heejin scoffed. "Your boyfriend has come all this way, and now he's afraid to come down to see me? And since this has happened, let him test it in battle and feel its full power for himself." When the young master saw this aura, he was amazed. The path of the shapeless sword went in his direction like a laser beam. Donpil began to worry about his master, because the blow was incredibly powerful. The explosion was so powerful that everything around was plunged into chaos. Donpil managed to dodge the blow, but he was wondering how his master was doing. However, when the commander looked at the place where the attack hit him, he saw that the young master calmly stopped him. The owner was pleased to have met such a strong opponent on his way. Although it would not be easy for him in this battle, he was ready to resist. The young master's counterattack was directed at the commander. The commander could not believe that it was possible to survive his attack, so he prepared to defend himself. Their forces merged with each other, and no one knew who would emerge victorious. Incredible strokes of energy were disintegrating and repulsed from both sides. The family, which had never seen any battles before, was now experiencing the power of strangers. The young master felt blood on his lips after the commander's blow. He asked the commander if the response was strong enough. The commander was amazed at the strength of his enemy. It was exactly what he was looking for, quite a good force. The news quickly reached the main court, and they sent reinforcements. The large army carried flags, but the soldiers did not understand what they were doing. If these people are so powerful that they were able to destroy the Chox family, then the third young master may be in danger. They were racing as fast as they could, but they didn't have enough speed, and they might arrive too late. The commander jumped forward and ordered everyone to stop and dismount. They need to reach the Chox family today, no matter what. The rest of the way they will run. Those who lag behind will be executed, their heads will fly. The soldiers rushed forward because they moved much faster on foot. The young master looked at his opponent carefully, keeping his feet on the ground. He explained to his opponent that he is usually very patient, but the only thing that pisses him off is people who take his loot. The opponent asked what the young master meant by prey, and he replied that he would cut everyone into pieces so they shouldn't think about escaping. The patriarch, standing on the mountain, looked at the Chox family and saw that half of them had died of poison, and the other half had been killed by the sword. He ordered the troops to be put on alert. However, one thing was unclear. What exactly was Heijin planning to do? The young master called Goldie and decided to leave the rascal behind, not paying any more attention to him. Soon, incredibly strong energy began to be felt nearby. The boy felt that it was not just a beast, but not quite a human being either. Definitely something much stronger. He and his partner rushed forward, preparing for the fight. The commander ordered everyone to prepare for battle, even though he knew the place was filled with poison. The poison destroys even deities, and he may remain disabled for life, unless this guy knows the antidote. His swordsmen have already taken a dose, and Dongpil and Heijin must lose their inner energy and fall to the ground. The young master ordered Donpil to stay 6 meters away. The commander thought they were going straight to their grave. No one could even imagine what they were thinking. It looked like they were just doomed to die. An incredibly powerful blow was aimed at our hero, and it seemed that he was trapped. But the young master's counterattack came instantly, full of strength and determination. The blast wave destroyed the ground, leaving behind a huge mushroom of dust. When the commander looked at it, he saw that the poison had dissipated due to the blast wave. It turned out that this guy had provoked him, using the explosion of the collision of their attacks to scatter the poison everywhere. Suddenly, the young master spat out a large amount of blood. It was hellishly painful to take the blow, and the loss of internal energy due to the poison was significant. However, this did not stop him. He calmed down the agitated demonic energy, and he gripped his sword tightly, preparing for the next blow. The young master filled his body with incredible energy. He combined it with the 4th level infinity technique, After a while, it was clear that the guy had gone through the gate. He managed to survive the attack of the divine poison of destruction. And now he will meet face to face with an even more formidable enemy. Poisonous clouds rose into the sky from different places, raising the question, what kind of sacrament is going on here? It was Goldie in person who dispelled the clouds of poison and destruction of the deities. Looking at this, it became clear that everything is just beginning. He ordered the guards of the sea route to attack the Chokes family. An incredibly powerful explosion rang out around us. Chaos filled the entire area, and the entrance was open. The young owner and his partner broke in. Now they need to confront the most terrible technique, the soul-splitting powder. Dongpil pointed his sword to perform an important maneuver, and the power of his sword was directed at his enemies. Our hero pushed off the ground, preparing to land on the roof of the building, and stand in front of your opponent to finally talk to him. The commander announced that, in the end, not everyone would die if they received even a small scratch. But all this is empty talk because the commander's experienced soldiers will not dare to engage in combat unless they are suicidal. The Patriarch's soldiers began to enter the courtyard, holding their spears tightly and confidently moved forward. The commander saw forces moving from the north and south, but it was unclear whether they were allies or enemies. And for the young master, the battle was becoming more and more interesting, and his excitement was growing with each passing moment. The commander noticed that Hyejin was quite intelligent, but decided that it had to be ended immediately because he didn't want to die. He suggested that both of them retreat so that they could both stay alive, but Hyejin pulled ahead, storming into the fight as if he had been in control from the start. Even though his opponent was strong, it didn't seem to be a problem. The commander realized that Hyejin was pressing him with such force that he was not just an ordinary swordsman, as it seemed at first. In addition, the opponent said he would strangle and stab him, having no other thought in his head but to kill him. Indeed, the young master saw no other goal than to kill his opponent. Their swords clashed, and an incredible explosive blow resounded on the battlefield. He threw Hyejin so hard that he had to push on the roof of the building to stop. The commander decided to play along with this dangerous enemy. If he does not want to retreat, then so be it. The battle will continue, but the commander still plans to defeat him and tear him to pieces. There was a mysterious energy around the guy, but he also saw incredible strength on the part of the commander. He is about to draw his lightsaber, recognized as the main first sword of brilliant enlightenment. When Hyejin saw this, he was amazed. A powerful hollow blow sliced through space, heading straight for him. The light, like a laser, passed from top to bottom, destroying everything in its path. The Lord was in his residence, resting, and it seemed strange to him that he had never come to the Demon Court Pavilion before. He did not understand what the pavilion wanted to show him. At that moment, there was no one to show him anything more. Perhaps it was a manifestation of his own conscience. But when the sakura petal fell to the ground, it turned red like blood. Everything around began to turn bloody, and blood filled the entire space. The Lord watched as a flower grew out of the cherry tree, completely covered in blood. What could this mean? Is it possible that evil lives deep in his heart? Looking at this flower, he could not believe that it was him. Maybe it was something else. Something unknown. A new demon blooms, and this one is growing fast. He was on the verge of achieving a breakthrough into the higher realm of demonic art before the age of 30, despite everything that had happened in the past. After losing all his chi blockages, he simplified his path to breakthrough by joining a Buddhist clan's martial arts. With incredible speed, he filled each vessel with demonic energy. The leader felt this incredible power of a blossoming flower. He saw that this guy was going to become a real monster and decided to support him. And then the demon himself incarnated in this flower, looking at the leader. The leader realized that he would never be disappointed in him again. The guy is no longer someone you just have to watch out for. He's strong enough to cooperate with 9 great demonic elders. Now all that remains is to see the result. The only question is whether he will come back alive or die after crossing this wall. Lord is excited to see if Hyejin can survive this incredible battle, overcome himself, and become incredibly strong. A laser beam passed through Hyejin and almost destroyed him. He managed to dodge it, but the beam destroyed the building and made an incredible gap between them. His opponent, the commander, was looking at the result of his efforts. He saw something incredible at the moment when his powerful equipment rushed past our hero. Donpil, looking at his master, already thought that he was dead, but everything turned out to be much more interesting. At the moment when everyone squinted their eyes, it seemed that the guy was on the verge of death, but it was just an illusion, a technique of displacement. It was one of the most advanced kicking techniques, and the guy ended up behind the commander. He asked the commander if he was ready to deal with his attack now. The commander did not even believe that this guy had managed to avoid his last attack. It was a complete surprise to him, and he recognized that this guy's footwork was perfect. However, this maneuver undoubtedly required a lot of energy. The boy, swinging his sword, attacked the commander from the air, sending a stone fragment at him. Incredible explosive energy hit the building where the commander was standing. The commander took this blow, but managed to dodge its full force. He did not expect that now it would be the young master's turn to attack. With a huge sword, the young master attacked him from the air. The point where the young master's chi energy was directed exploded, creating a huge mushroom. The soldiers watched in horror as their commander suffered from this attack. They could not believe that their commander was not capable of resisting this guy, and the shame of retreating did not seem so terrible to them. The poisonous vapors around them continued to fill the space, and the soldiers realized that if they were wounded, they would be immediately sent to the back. They looked at their opponents and realized that it would be extremely difficult to start a fight now. They lost their advantage, because if their commander was wounded, it would determine the outcome of the duel. The commander decided that he needed to take the situation into his own hands, as he had a great responsibility. The young master noted that his opponent was not counterattacking, only defending. But as soon as he raised his sword, Heijin began to respond with attacks. His blows resembled a cascading chain blow. The commander realized that Heijin had already figured out his technique, which requires a significant amount of internal energy. Heijin looked at him like a predator cornering its prey, and this guy easily proved his predatory nature. The commander said that he could no longer predict this guy's attacks. The patriarch watched the legendary battle and ordered to open a retreat route just in case. But it is unclear why he gave this order. The patriarch would have gladly joined the battle to the death, but he had more important things to do. As they were talking in the forest, the young master warned him that if he laid down his arms, they will have to withdraw their troops from this place. If the patriarch does not do this, there will be a big problem. After all, they were not acting on their own orders, but because the young master personally asked them to do so, he will have to do it for him personally, otherwise they will have no chance of revenge. The young master was sure he would not lose, because he was not so stupid as to get involved in a fight he could not win. However, he asked the patriarch to promise him this. The third young master was incredibly strong, but the patriarch could not accept the fact that he might have to retreat. He prayed for the boy's victory. The commander felt the strength of his enemy, so great that it did not correspond to his age. In terms of his power, he could be compared to the deputy of the court, and perhaps he was even stronger. And the longer this fight lasted, the harder it was to predict this guy's blows. The commander gathered all his energy into his sword, deciding to finish off this enemy as quickly as possible. He raised his shining sword, recognized as the second sword, and under the pressure of his energy, even the floor began to crack. The young owner did not know what kind of equipment it was, but he realized that it was extremely dangerous. When the commander raised his shining sword, everything around him was blinded by its aura. The warriors, who were a kilometer away, could feel this power, and the patriarch could not even believe that such a quantity of ki could be released at all. Dawnpill was very worried about his master. After all, the destruction of the spirit that the commander directed at the young master was incredible. And then, when the young master met this man face to face, thousands of plasma strikes were aimed directly at him, and he did not know where to hide. 1 second could have turned him into a cutlet. After the smoke began to dissipate over the place where the strikes hit, everyone held their breath. The commander could not even believe that this guy survived such a blow. Not only that, but he still had all his limbs and was still holding onto his sword. Although his body was heavily torn and cut, it looked horrific. The young master thought that he might even die. He stopped the bleeding, but it was not his merit, and soon the poison began to penetrate his body through the wounds. The patriarch realized that his blood would soon become completely infected, and he would no longer be able to fight. But something incredible happened to his body. He hit the ground with his foot and started moving it. Blood began to flow from all his wounds, and he felt the soul-dividing powder begin to affect his body. The commander saw the demonic energy on his body and realized that it was pushing out poison that was destroying his soul. The guy, looking at his opponent, promised that he would share what was beneficial to him. He threw his sword as if it were a throwing weapon, even though it was very heavy. The commander deflected it, and the sword spun in the air like a spiral. But why the young master threw away his blade remained unclear. However, as soon as he threw away the sword, he began to rise. Along with it, a bunch of other swords began to rise into the air, spinning around it. He controlled the swords with his energy, or rather, his thoughts, and he was getting stronger and stronger, fired up from the battle. The commander did not have time to think, because his enemy was getting stronger and had to be killed. But something strange began to happen behind us. The commander noticed that his legs stopped moving. He could no longer feel them. The young master advised him not to try to move, because it was impossible now. The young master prepared to use the fourth formation stability blade technique. The explosion of energy began to destroy everything around, even those who stood at a great distance and did not understand what kind of power it was. The soldiers who were a kilometer away from the young master began to feel the demonic power. The commander could not understand what was happening. He was awake. The world was not slowing down. But why couldn't he move? He saw something incredible beneath his feet. The ground was heating up like magma, and the cold Arctic Sea enveloped his legs, freezing them and burning them at the same time. A force field formed above him, which grabbed his legs and held them tight. He felt like a criminal tied up in the middle of hell. The guy made it so that the commander could no longer move. He couldn't even make the next attack. The incredible force was swirling in space, not letting you know how powerful this guy was. The commander noticed this strength and did not understand how this guy could be the very embodiment of hell. He tried to break these chains with his energy, but when the guy pointed the guided blades at him, his face changed from confident to fearful. His soul trembled and the blades flew straight at him. The sharpened demonic weapon was filled with destructive power. It could wipe anything off the face of the earth in an instant, and the explosion was heard all around the perimeter. The young master radiated incredible energy. His actions were so frantic that it seemed he had lost his mind while using these techniques. Donpil looked at his master and did not recognize his face, and the soldiers did not believe that the deputy of the court could die so easily. But what had just happened was far from simple. The blades were manipulated and flew straight into the young master's hands as if he were the devil himself. The patriarch saw how the boy used chi energy to control swords and realized that only a martial arts god could possess such a technique. But the guy skillfully manipulated them, controlling them with incredible skill and strength. Again and again, he pointed his blades in the direction of his opponent. In the area where the commander was standing, incredible explosions were heard incessantly. The blades rose up and came back down with renewed vigor. The young master once again sent his blades into attack. A sphere of explosive energy unfolded over the place where the commander once stood. And when the blades hit the ground, an incredibly deep crater was formed, penetrating far into the ground. After the incredible blow sounded, everything around was quiet. The young man's eyes were bloodshot. Large clots of blood were flowing from his mouth and nose, and he spat out a significant amount. He felt that he had reached the absolute realm of demons, but his body and inner energy could not catch up. This was a real curse. Everything he did was not perfect. But this commander survived. The young master was shocked to see him. The bastard looked like he had gone mad. He no longer saw in him the intelligence of the swordsman he had seen before. He survived because his inner energy and martial art were perfectly balanced. This guy had come a long way, but he still shouted, "Commander! Who else can use sword control like him?" It seemed that this could not be tolerated, but the commander attacked him anyway. He realized that if the boy did not stand up, he would die from the blow of his sword, so he took his sword in his hands. He realizes that he has to kill this scoundrel, but the commander is not going to give up, even though his body is partially burned. He is ready to see it through, despite the pain. They merged in an incredible dance of battle, showing what people are capable of. Neither of them wanted to give in. It was either death or victory for one of them, or both would die. Kicking the ground made it crack. The force was extraordinary. The young master struck his opponent with such power that it seemed the ground would not hold. The commander had never seen such a worthless enemy fight him on equal terms. The battle was so fierce that the commander could barely withstand the pressure. The young master realized that his strength was coming to an end and he might die. He was bleeding like a river, and the enemy's blow wounded him even more. Blood flowed from every part of his body like juice from a broken fruit. Even in the air, the young man felt incredible pain throughout his body. When asked what he was doing, the answer was clear. He was fighting with the sole intention of killing the man in front of him. When the commander rushed at him, the young man realized that the main thing now was to protect himself. The realization that survival was his main goal came suddenly. His life was the most important thing, and he began to ask himself why he was continuing this fight. The commander inflicted a deep wound on the young man, cutting his body. For a moment, the battle slowed down. The commander was confident that his enemy would no longer be able to move, and he could already taste victory. In his mind, the young gentleman recalled how he fought with his abuser. All he wanted was to be left alone. He dreamed about how he could stop those who were taking his prey. He did not address his true self, trying to suppress it. But this thought imperceptibly filled his consciousness. Our hero called for Goldie to appear, and at that moment, Covered in blood, he fell to the ground in front of the commander. Goldie's incredible strength began to manifest itself in the midst of the battle. Everything that was happening around eclipsed the radiance of this infernal force. When reinforcements arrived, they could not understand where the light came from. He ordered me to look for a third young master. Goldie's paw radiated an infernal aura that merged with the world around it. Its fangs became huge, and it was extremely hungry. The fox's eyes blazed with blue-pink light. When Goldie stepped on the ground, all the soldiers were stunned by her appearance. No one could stop her. She rushed to the young master. When the soldiers saw this fox, they could not understand what kind of creature it was. All this time, Goldie was moving in a circle, looking for her owner. She watched the victims intently, and her light was directed into their eyes. From this light, everyone felt as if they were blind. Their eyes flashed with an unusual radiance. Everything around us, under the cover of the dark night, was literally blinded by this radiance. The soldiers clenched their teeth, not understanding what was happening, as if someone was controlling them. Don Pill looked at all this, and could not believe his eyes that he was seeing such a scene. It was as if a solar eclipse had passed this moment. The stars were falling from the sky, and the rain was pouring down like tears, and everyone around them began to kill each other and themselves. The commander looked at his soldiers and asked them in despair, "What the hell are you doing?" And the rain began to drip on him too, when he felt the presence of an incredibly strong fox appearing behind him. The power that had been attributed only to fairy tales was embodied in this beast. It was something unreal. He is the embodiment of the catastrophe itself, and everything he did was described in legends. The commander looked the beast in the eye. He realized that the young master was calling for Goldie. An incredible aura burst out of him, and he clawed at the ground, telling the commander about the appearance of a mythical creature that lived in a bamboo grove. The commander saw the young gentleman start to rise and thought, "What the hell is going on?" Despite his life-threatening injuries, this guy not only survived, but also put his equipment into the ground. He got to his feet, his body began to grow, and his wounds began to heal. The blood stopped. The commander saw an expression of ecstasy on his face. His wounds began to disappear, healing before our eyes, as if drying up from the heat. The body began to regenerate like a hydra. The commander could not even swallow. He realized that he could not stay with him. It was impossible to fight him anymore, under any circumstances. The power of this scoundrel was simply unrivaled. A hurricane of dark, explosive energy came out of the young master's body, rising high up. Incredibly powerful chi began to radiate from him, overshadowing all life. The boy rose into the air. His energy lifted him up, and the daggers began to circle above him in space. He took his sword, and when he touched it, he felt its incredible power. At first, the martial art he used disappointed the commander a bit, and he even thought he was superior. But now the ground around him has shifted and has begun to be controlled by his power. He raised his sword, and other swords levitated around him. With a swing, he aimed a blow at his victim. Its purpose was to showcase the legendary technique, a real hell's wind. When the commander heard these words, he realized that he was going to die. An incredibly powerful blow flew in his direction, destroying everything in its path. The temperature in the air rose so high that it could melt everything around. The commander began to decompose into molecules, literally disappearing into the dust. When the strike reached the place where the commander was, nothing remained of him. Only dust particles were floating in the air. Donpul and everyone around him looked at their master. At that moment, when the reinforcements arrived, they saw the full power of this crazy force. The guy has not just surpassed himself, he has become incredibly strong. He created the lotus flower. The devil blossomed in the midst of bloody waters on this vast continent. The soldiers were numb with surprise. Their thoughts were clouded. They could not understand how it happened. What happened was so incredible that it simply defied comprehension. A new demon king was born before their eyes. At that moment, everything fell silent, and the world seemed to turn upside down. The commander of one of the elite units of the demon troops saw this with his own eyes. He witnessed a lotus blossom in the midst of bloody water. A new demon king has been born, ushering in a new era in history. At that moment, the divine teaching became indisputable, and all the demons fell to their knees before the young master. The master of the criminal law hall greeted the young lord. They welcomed the third young lord, worshipping his greatness. The guy was amazed by their appearance, not expecting to see them here. Our hero did not foresee this meeting, but they were sent by the chief strategist. They apologized for being late and asked to be punished, but the guy just asked them to stand up because it was embarrassing for him. When asked if he was okay, the guy replied that it was the best thing that had ever happened to him. After numerous injuries, only scars remained on his body, without any bruises or serious injuries. He learned to regenerate so quickly that it became part of his kingdom. The guy is now able to use his innate core energy to accelerate healing, making the impossible possible by entering a new realm. The commander of the Supreme Court congratulated the young gentleman on his achievement, admitting that he was just lucky. However, the commander noted that he is now closer to becoming the heir to the cult. The guy, smiling, replied that it was funny to hear him say that, since he didn't even like him. The chairman of the court said that this was a misunderstanding, but the guy replied that he was not interested in his opinion at all. All those who attacked the Chalk's family are now dead, and none of the heirs to the Sword Palace are left alive. The guy ordered him to send the young man back to the cult, as he still had a task to do. At this point, he announced that he would be going to the Patriarch to rest for a while in a nearby branch, asking if he would join him. It was quite strange to hear this because he did not plan to return to the residence, but the Patriarch agreed with him. The head of the court realized that the third young master was an exceptional genius who had reached the Supreme Demon Realm at the age of 20. Although he started out in the same way as the head of the court, their stories were completely different, and now he was different from him in his youth. We return to the location, the divine cult of the Heavenly Branch. The guy's been cultivating energy all this time, entering a new martial realm, and now he needs to learn how to control this power. The absolute realm of the demon is not an easy achievement. The Patriarch watched the young master and spoke to his assistant Don Pill, asking how long he had known him. It turned out to be only 2 years. The Patriarch was surprised because he thought they had known each other for much longer. But Donpil admitted that the Third Lord had done a lot for him. The Patriarch looked at Donpil and saw him as a faithful bodyguard. They had gone through the war together. He was a reliable guy. Donpil suggested that the Patriarch warm up a bit. This was good news for the Patriarch because he had been waiting for this offer. He needed to warm up before lunch. Donpil stood before the Patriarch, grateful for everything. He always considered the Spear of the Sea Dragon to be an excellent weapon, although not as perfect as Donpil's sword. However, Donpil believed that he had not yet realized the full potential of his sword, although it was more than just a sharp and strong weapon. The Patriarch did not quite understand the point of such a weapon. Even if it was the sword of the Silent King, it was still just a tool. The true potential of the weapon lies in its skillful use. All you need is to swing the sword skillfully. From the point of view of a martial artist, there was no need for additional abilities. But the Patriarch decided to clarify whether Donpil agreed that his sword could be a replacement for the Master of the Sword Palace. Donpil's sword was not a divine or legendary weapon, but with it he was able to fight with dignity against the Third Young Lord, which meant that not only weapons decide the outcome of a battle. Even the greatest martial artist will die if his heart is struck. The outcome is always the same, regardless of whether the wound is inflicted by a divine weapon or a simple blow with a stick. If the heart is cut, the person will die. Donpil couldn't concentrate, as if everything around him was pressuring him. He was even ashamed of himself. Picking up the sword, he began to focus his energy and decided to launch an attack. The Patriarch, seeing this, noted that the energy had increased and said that he was ready. Donpil rushed forward like an arrow, but the Patriarch blocked the blow with his staff. The guy was impressive. He was fulfilling his duties as a soldier, and at the same time training in martial arts. It wasn't a natural talent, but his attitude to the martial art was something that few people could boast of. Their sparring was incredible, and afterwards they decided to grab a bite to eat. It was raining outside, and they were looking for a cozy place to rest. They raised a glass of alcohol, celebrating a job well done, and now they could have a good time. The master did not even notice how time had passed, and the fact that the boy had reached the kingdom seemed incredible to him. Hijina drew attention to the Patriarch and asked him an important question, noting that he would now be open about everything. He offered the Patriarch to become his ally. The Patriarch asked if he was really sure that he wanted to become his subordinate. After drinking another glass, the Patriarch thought about this question. He thought for a long time and did not answer. But in the end, I decided to ask 2 questions. What would happen if he rejected the offer? The young gentleman noted that most people ask what they will receive. But the Patriarch is interested in a completely different question. The guy offered him 2 options. If he accepted the offer, he would be asking a lot of him. If he wants to, he can ask for anything. But their relationship will not be that of master and servant. They will use each other's strength. Roughly speaking, this is exactly the case. But what happens if he accepts another offer? The young man replied that nothing would happen. They would just have a rest and leave. This really interested the Patriarch. But why does he think that Hejin will influence his decision? The fact is that there is no neutrality in the struggle for the succession to the throne. There are only enemies and allies. If the Patriarch does not become his enemy, then refusal will not make him an enemy. However, if the patriarch starts working with someone else and betrays the young master, then when the time comes, he will consider him his enemy. The patriarch heard his answer, noticed the patience in his words, but would not call it wisdom. The boy emphasized that he was sure that he could be considered a fool. The guy poured another glass and said that he was not going to let the patriarch go because he was a strong opponent. At this point, he spoke about the attack on the Righteous Alliance and the Steel Blood Fortress, two organizations that intend to start a war. He predicts that this may happen soon enough. The young master plans to take an even more terrible step. He intends to eliminate them all. Its ultimate goal remains a mystery, but one thing is clear. The guy wants to expand his influence as a patriarch and protect his status in order to live in peace. The patriarch did not think that the war would begin at the front, but if a guy is determined to unleash it, there is no neutrality in the struggle for power, and this was emphasized by the patriarch himself. If you accept his offer, you will have to go through all the difficulties with him. Having studied all the pros and cons of this situation, the responsibility and tension disappeared from the patriarch's shoulders, and the boy waited for his second question. But the young gentleman emphasized that he had already answered it. The patriarch asked what goals he was pursuing. The guy replied that his goal was to destroy the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. The patriarch realized that the boy would have to shed a lot of blood before he could become the heir. For now, they are simply supporting the father of the sixth young lord, one of the candidates. To this question, the guy replied that he was aware of the matter. He asked the patriarch to pour another glass. The guy wants another drink, please. He noted that his son was not suitable for the role of cult leader. The patriarch does not believe that his son will be able to defeat the first and second young lords. If something bloody happens during the battle for the heir, and his son is there, the patriarch will kill the young lord no matter what. But Hejin promised him that this would not happen. Then they touched glasses and got down to business. Patriarch Kagan swore that the young master would now be his lord. He bowed to him, expressing his respect. And now he decided to serve him as his master. He was looking forward to working with Patriarch Kagan. After much effort, the report before the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult in the majestic Demon God Palace was finally successfully completed, causing relief among those present. The Lord, as was his habit, poured himself a glass of exquisite liquor, enjoying its deep flavor after a busy day. He realized that the third young Lord Saurian had already reached the higher demon realm, opening up new horizons of power and influence. 10 days ago, the Demon Court Pavilion contacted him with this question, hoping to get confirmation of Saurian's progress. After they told him this news, it became clear that the Demon Lord was already aware of the situation, which added to the intrigue. But how much time has passed since the Supreme Court last saw this young man? A full 26 years, a long time in which a lot could have changed. For 10 years, the judge has been in charge of the Criminal Law Hall, working tirelessly to maintain order and justice. One day, the Lord visited the underground prisons of the hall, which resembled an impregnable fortress hidden from prying eyes. However, he had no personal feelings for this place. The prison remained just a prison, cold and soulless. The Lord emphasized that the judge makes excellent use of his talents, and that is why he highly values him, showing trust and respect. The judge felt incredibly afraid and did not know how to react. A tear rolled down his face unnoticed. From that moment on, he was released, and the Lord promised to always remember his service. Lord advised him not to dwell on failures and not to give in to disappointment. By calling him a dear martyr, the Lord was alluding to the young man from the court who died in the hall. The young master cultivated his energy by plunging into the depths of meditation. After a while, he noticed that, in principle, this should be enough. After completing the test of demonic arts, he felt inner peace. When he stuck his sword into the ground, he realized that everything had changed after reaching the higher demon realm. The demonic art of the 9 depths completely transformed his body. Only 3 of the 5 gates of hell remain to be passed. The gate of the spirit guardians and the gate of heaven and earth are only paths leading to the realm of the higher demons. Once this level is reached, they will no longer open. The beginning of the new gate contains the technique of the terrible king. It torments the world of those who enter it. When the 9 depths of the arts are fully revealed, it will seem on the same level as in the previous life before death. It will happen soon, if he can continue to train as hard as he does. There was only one problem. He directed his energy toward the bamboo grove. But he destroyed the ground and bamboo around him too much, not realizing where his precision and detail had disappeared. He realized that after studying the demonic arts, his technique of exaltation of heaven had become destructive and violent. He was sure that he would not be able to use it the way he used to. Now, he is in great shape, and although his speed has become much higher, The divine steps of the 9 heavens reduction remain as powerful as ever, but the technique and the demonic energy contradict each other, and all the muscles in his body reject the technique. He needs more time. His body has changed since reaching the new realm. The reason why he could use that technique so freely was because of his experience as an assassin. But now it's different. His body is craving new martial arts. He also realizes that his mind was not aware of this. His instinct was only for destruction. At that moment, he realized that body and mind are one. He seemed to be facing himself, and he had no choice. The technique of raising the heavens, divine level of compression of the heavens. He needs to forget about it and move on to the next level. This technique helped him when he was a hired killer. But now he has taken a different path. Without looking back at the past and saying goodbye to it, he saw it disappear before him. Returning to the Yanzhu branch, the Lord is greeted with all honors. They did not expect to see him in such a state. Manhwa congratulates him on the great achievement he has made, but the young master still has a long way to go, and he kindly greets her. This woman is one of the strongest among the 10 martial arts families. She never comes without a reason, and this time she came to see him after the injection was over. But the boy asks why she is accompanied by a fool behind her. The woman emphasizes that Chox's family was destroyed, and she could not help but go to visit them. After all, they are all members of one big family. And the woman had heard that the boy was going to head the Chox family. It was pretty straightforward. It was exactly as she said the Lord is going to do it. The boy realized that the woman had realized his penchant for short and direct conversations. Her communication tactics changed dramatically, adapting to his style. When Lord asked if she had decided to support the family financially, the woman looked at him carefully. She emphasized that the young man picks up everything very quickly on the fly, showing great intelligence and insight. But when he asked why she made this decision, the answer was no less interesting. The mother replied that, for the sake of her child, she was determined to restore the family to its former glory. Moreover, she is the next patriarch, although she does not have sufficient leadership experience. Perhaps that is why this woman takes responsibility for her family, making difficult decisions. This made the situation quite interesting, because he was going to take over what was left of the family anyway. But now he was sure that it wasn't just leftovers if she took care of everything. Dompel and the patriarch stood outside the door, waiting for the Lord to come out. They could not even imagine the purpose of this woman's visit. But the Thousand Treasures family is very well known, even outside the cult. If it takes their side in the future, it will be useful to the young lord. Soon the chariot left with this woman, leaving a trail of mystery behind it. It was a very successful meeting, and it was impossible not to emphasize its significance. The patriarch again put the boy in an awkward position, asking him to call him simply young lord. But the patriarch understood that the Lord is the Lord forever, and he should not resist. The conversation with the matriarch went well, and she promised to support them. She is going to take over 1/3 of the family's shares, which opens up new opportunities. She wanted to get everything in its entirety, but she failed because of those damned scoundrels from the Sword Palace, devil dogs, as the young master emphasized. He was sure that the woman would not pose a threat in the future, and the patriarch will serve him as his lord, showing loyalty and devotion. In the negotiations with the woman, it was discussed that the agreement would be in effect until he became an heir, and the promise of the Thousand Treasures family needed to be fulfilled now. The guy said that now he would have to go a long way to achieve his goal. The patriarch's reaction when he heard about the boy's loyalty to the end showed that they would have to go a long way together. But he has to do something else to get another third. He needs an antidote. He has to heal all the members of the Chox family. If he can't eliminate the effects of the poison, he won't be able to get the third part. In any case, this is a fair deal with the head of the family. If he does not do this, then all that will be left is to take what is left of the sick people. What he needs to do is to heal those who are left. But the patriarch offers to simply abandon the Chox family if he needs more people on his side. However, the boyfriend can no longer interfere in the family's affairs. It is more than just a matter of money and competition. The patriarch asks what he is going to do then, and the guy plans to try something interesting while he is treating these people. Because of this, he is forced to ask the patriarch for a delay. This is not an order. He assumes that the Sea King's guards have had enough rest. Soon after, news comes that the Dark Trio Squad, the Countryside Society, and the Pavilion were the deputies of the Hao sect. Pavilion, different organizations of hired killers operating in Zhonggan districts. They have always been prominent. Why couldn't they achieve their goal? About 10 years ago, there was a killer who was recognized as the best in the south, and he was trained in the Pavilion. And even if the Rizni Pavilion was destroyed overnight, the question remains, who could have done this, since that pavilion did so much for them? If they were destroyed, it was most likely by beggars who hated them. It would be a real curse. They spent a lot of money on the pavilion, and he did not bring them any benefit by his death. The leader asks for a list of all the participants in the victory over the king 2 years ago. Soon he had the list in his hands, and everything happened as he had suspected. Exactly as he thought, 3 organizations participated in the chase for the king. Chasing the king is a battle that takes place during the pursuit of the king. The king was the best assassin among the top 10 martial artists of the time. The chase lasted for 7 days and 7 nights, and there were many rumors that almost 700 people died. Therefore, the guy managed to kill 7 people in 7 days, which showed his danger. That incident proved how strong one person can be with experience in martial arts. And now the organizations involved in the incident are doing everything they can to get rid of the witnesses. But a lot has happened since then, and a lot has happened. None of this made any sense. The influence of the demonic cult in the south is too strong to be easily countered. It is logical to assume that the assassin king was resurrected and took revenge. Soon after, the servant appeared before the master with urgent news that required immediate attention. His face reflected a concern that left no doubt about the importance of the message. When the master unfolded the piece of paper, an incredible story was revealed to his eyes that could change everything he had known up to that point. It turned out that all this was the work of the demonic sect. The news was so incredible that the master could not immediately believe what he had heard. But how could they have reached such a level? The master thought, and sweat began to drip down his forehead, reflecting his growing anxiety. Suddenly, they felt a presence behind them. Turning around, they saw the figure of a stranger they had never met before, which added even more tension to the situation. The young man slowly approached them, and, sitting down on the windowsill with a relaxed look, made it clear that he knew that he was facing members of the house sect. The young master was sure that their headquarters were hidden somewhere in the narrow alleys or in the bustling market, so finding them in the valley was a real surprise that left a deep impression on him. He approached Hejin with a proposal for cooperation. He had an important issue that required their participation, and he was convinced that they would be interested in his idea. Hejin showed up unexpectedly at the sect's branch, which no one expected to see in this place. The sect leader realized that this was dangerous, but did not ask who the young man was, or whether he was from the Veliki Hori. The young gentleman emphasized that the leader had guessed correctly the first time, and asked him to identify himself. Our hero introduced himself as Saurian. In his thoughts, the sect leader Hao realized that Saurian came from the demonic cult. Suddenly, something unexpectedly caught his attention. He said, "I am the deputy head of Hao. I welcome the 3rd young master of the divine cult." Our hero was amazed by the man's knowledge. He knew who he was, as expected from the 2nd most powerful after Tahao, who had information about the whole world on par with the beggar's sect. He said that they are not close enough to have tea together, so he will get straight to the point. If they are connected to the fortress of Steelblood, their roots are unorthodox. Moreover, they are likely to have connections to the pavilion of the different. The guy's not here to blackmail the deputy or anyone else, so let him relax. He just wants them to find someone who knows the art of poison among the Sichuan Tang masters closest to this place. Most likely he is referring to the Tang clan. Throwing a bag of gold on the floor as an advance payment, he promised a generous reward if they completed the task. "You have 5 days," he set the deadline. "Do you doubt your abilities?" The deputy leader took the bag of gold but could not accept the request. "There are a few organizations that we don't touch," he said. "The Sichuan Tan clan is one of them, and we have never sold their information." However, the amount offered by the young master was very significant. In his mind, the deputy realized that the Hao sect would be finished if the Tang clan's betrayal became known, because they were more cruel than the demonic cult itself. Then the young master asked, "Are you afraid of the Tang clan's revenge?" The expression on the deputy's face made it clear that this was the case. But a young master was certain that the Bloodsteel fortress would not protect them. "If you call it training, you know that everyone is treated like an errand boy," he added. He seemed to be attracting a lot of new people to his side lately. But he lacked information power. A lack of data limited him. He stretched out his hand, promising to protect their clan from enemies, even if they were stronger than him. And he offered the Hao sect to work for him. But the deputy apologized, which irritated the young master. "The stubborn rascal has already got to me. He neither wants to fulfill requests nor cooperate. It's hard to deal with him." The deputy only said that he could not lie, because he was a guest from the Veliki Hori, and asked to be understood. Nevertheless, the young master accepted his point of view. It was not bad, but there was no choice.
For the information, I offer a gift that you will definitely like.
he said with a subtle smile. With a snap of his fingers, he materialized a list of the deals he'd gotten in the miscellaneous pavilion. These guys were in it too. He opened the list and began to read. An intelligence organization that collaborates with murderers in a scheme. The young man emphasized that if the righteous Heavenly Alliance found out about this, it would be of great interest. You know what kind of beasts these righteous people can be. They will try to destroy the house sect when they find out, he added, making a real blackmail. Now the young master gave them 4 days instead of 5. You'd better hurry, or this list will get to the Righteous Alliance. Back to Heaven's Angle. The Chooks family, yes. 3 organizations of hired killers in the south have been eliminated. Then they sent requests to others to block the exit, threatened the house sect, and kidnapped the man. The woman doesn't understand why this guy behaves like a wild dog. She realizes that the young master has chosen the path that requires the least amount of time to achieve results. However, she draws attention to a man who is an unusual member of the Tang clan. He is the master of the Poison Dragon Pavilion. In the young master's opinion, this is even better. If someone knows about it, they know how to create an antidote to the deity destruction poison. But the woman exclaimed, "He is the brother of the patriarch of the Tang clan." She sounded more concerned about the kidnapping, but she was missing the point. The Tang clan is the same clan that harbors animosity. They even passed poison to the villains in the Sword Palace to deal maximum damage, he explained. The scoundrels of the Tang clan have a motto: 10 times as much. But the young master is not like everyone else. He may not pay for the service, but there are people who treat him badly and must repay him twice as much. I wouldn't be satisfied even if I cut off his limbs and fed them to dogs. And you're worried about the consequences? He said, looking at the woman. He said that he was more cruel than all the demonic clans. But his thinking was completely in line with the ideals of the cult. Kicking the villain, he warned him not to look at him. The woman admitted that she had been the same way on the path of the divine cult and apologized, but he replied that there was no need to apologize. What was important was what they were doing now. Now we need to make this man talk, the boy decided. We just have to beat him up. But you know what the Tang clan is like. They have a strong will. Most torture and threats will not make them talk, she said. However, the guy had exotic methods. He had never seen anyone survive his torture. After these words, the man from the Tang clan tensed up, realizing the seriousness of the situation. A few days soon passed, and events began to unfold even more rapidly. The young master, covered in blood, brought a letter with an antidote, which was also stained with blood. But it achieved its goal. He saved that man's life just in case, but the antidote must be completed. The matriarch cannot even predict his actions. She is amazed by his logic and the speed with which he is improving. Soon, Donpil brought the news that they had cleaned the rust from the weapons of the martial arts masters. But why was there rust? It's because they were forced to keep to bed rest. Even if they regain their internal energy, it will be difficult for them to move as before, and they will have to train with training weapons for rehabilitation. These people require a lot of care, and this directly affects their recovery. The woman was struck by the mystery of this young man. At one moment he was so rude, and at another he was completely different. However, she thanked him for everything he had done, and the young master replied that he had only done what he had to do. Although the woman noted that this contradicted what he had said earlier, because they had gone through a lot together since then. The young gentleman emphasized that everything was fine, and asked me not to pay attention to it. It was obvious that he was a little embarrassed and felt uncomfortable. The woman heard that he had many unpleasant situations with the Chooks family, but he helps them, although he uses them for his own benefit. All this in order not to be defeated. He sighed with relief, as if he were talking to his mother. A lot has happened since then, and the woman has already created a wonderful antidote. He invited her to his place to taste delicious food. Although it was tempting, she said she would come back some other time. Soon the young master left her with his companion, Donpil. She made a respectful bow to him along with her soldiers. Because of this young man in the matriarch's life, it is difficult to determine who belongs to the orthodox faction and who belongs to the demonic cult. Soon the servants returned to their places, reporting that the third young lord had returned. It had been 3 months since They said that his inspection mission was quite brilliant, and most of all, he taught a huge lesson to the patriarchs who resisted. He showed a worthy manifestation of the divine cult. In any case, people were impressed. One of the soldiers felt sorry for the other students. When asked what he meant, the warrior emphasized that the first lord always succeeded. But no one but the third lord made such an impression. The other warriors advised him to shut up, because such things should not be said, but he continued. The second young lord never even received an order from the master. The next phrase from his colleagues was that he should just shut up because he would die before his time, but he did not pay attention and continued. Suddenly, one of the guys came around the corner and shouted, "Hey, you scoundrels! These bastards have spoken ill of you, young lord, and now I will tear their mouths open," he said. But this young man, the second young lord, said that there was no need to respond to people's outside words. There are always critics, and lately everyone has been talking about Sorian. People say this because they consider it a crime to speak ill of the emperor behind his back. In order to get to know his enemy, the second young lord came to the palace for the first time in a year, and he suggested that we not pay attention to Sorian, even though it is the palace of the demon god. It is not bright and dazzling, but noble, large and quiet, he added. This is a perfect building for God. It's impressive no matter how many times I look at it. The second master liked it there very much, but I want to see the world. And isn't that strange? He said as he approached the gate. He asked me to tell the Lord that he would like to see him for the first time. But today the Lord's visit is forbidden. When asked what happened, the soldiers did not answer. Meanwhile, Lord was in the room pouring a glass of alcohol for himself and his new friend. It was Sorian's heir who came to him personally. They had a lot to talk about, and no one should have interrupted them. When the guard told him that the third young lord and the demon lord were talking in private, the second young lord was simply amazed. The situation looked serious. The third young lord of the city exorcises demons for a private meeting. This boy was told to come tomorrow, but he insists that the guards inform the lord of his son's arrival, since they have not seen each other for a long time. The guards, however, rudely suggest that he leave, but the young man declares that he is the second lord, and this earns him some respect. But it's all in vain. The second lord surrenders and retreats. He walks away with a sad face without saying a word. He realizes that the third lord has beaten him. Anger grips his heart. He seeks revenge. Yo-sung notices that the second lord has come to visit, but for what purpose? Although he hides his authority and only shows his good side, he is actually very ambitious and perhaps the most power-obsessed of all the students. At this moment, the strategist understands that the real struggle for the throne begins. There is a friendly atmosphere in the lord's room. He offers to enjoy the aromatic tea Jiananchun from Sichuan. Lord emphasizes that his son Sorian is a real good man. The boy sincerely thanked his father for the praise. He asks if his father's stomach hurts from strong drinks on an empty stomach, but the Lord does not want to disturb his enjoyment of the aroma. It seems to the Lord that Sorian likes to drink, although he has not been drunk on strong drinks for a long time. Sorian drinks no matter how much is poured, and lately he does not feel drunk, which pleases the Lord, because this way you can avoid mistakes during the feast. The young master understands that today, the Lord seems like a simple person, and not the formidable leader he used to see him as. He may be considered a demon god, but in the end he's just a human. Georg put his glass on the table. The first thing he wants to ask and hear is, what kind of swordsmith is he? He also wants to know why his son did not return immediately after the examination was completed. Lord wants to hear all the explanations from his son. Sorian realizes that the manner of the Lord's questions is quite intimidating, and admits that he was wrong to think that he was no longer afraid of him. The Lord begins to listen to Sorian talk about how Chox's family was captured, and he got rid of these scoundrels. Despite this, the Lord seems resigned and pours another glass of alcohol for his son. The boy understands what this means. The Lord says he wants to hear the real reason in the real situation, not lies. He decides that Sorian needs to tell everything honestly, because he sees right through him. Sorian feels that the Lord, though sharing drinks amicably, is looking at him with his demonic gaze, and the lie has no effect on him. Realizing that there is no point in hiding the truth, the boy decides to tell everything. Instead, he asks the Lord to look at his martial arts after that. The Lord knows that the boy does not need his help, considering that he recently returned from the demonic realm. This is indeed so, but many problems arose that forced him to abandon many techniques, and the Lord still does not understand why the third young master is asking for this. The boy thinks about the answer and says that he has a dream. Lord pours another glass and asks which one. Sorian explains that he is doing everything to erase the heavenly union from the face of the earth and become a fortress of steel blood. It sounds courageous and confident. The Lord only wants to know why Sorian is helping the Chox family even though their relationship is complicated. It would be better to gather more power to destroy the alliance. Perhaps that is the reason for his actions. The opposing parties are enemies of their cult, but until now no one has felt any concern about these people. However, everything changed after the meeting with the first elder of the alliance, and everything went downhill. Soryan knows this and hates them with all his heart. The Lord notices the resentment in Soryan's eyes. A small fire can burn a mountain, and a small hatred can grow into something bigger, like, for example, disgust. Often hatred arises for trivial reasons. The Lord didn't ask why the boy hated the two organizations, but it was unclear to him what he was doing with the master of the Poison Dragon Pavilion. Soryan strongly disagrees, because the Tang clan played an important role in the downfall of the Chalk's family. However, the Lord explains that he was going to destroy this family. He says that the little flame that was supposed to burn the mountain to ashes is now burning in this organization. This family could become a serious problem for their cult. The Sword Palace used the Tang clan's poison and captured the Chalk's family, but the Lord didn't care how the Sword Palace planned to deal with her. What mattered was the result. Finally, the Chalk's family was destroyed. The young master asks the Lord if this is a strategic move to put pressure on the Orthodox Murim. Although it seems too small a step to him, he wants to do more than just put pressure on them. The Lord plans to destroy at least 3 of the 10 major sects and 5 powerful clans. But the young man understands that this can lead to war. This is naive, because the fall of several sects and clans will not cause a war. But the fall of only one important organization may well. The war won't start, no matter how many people die, if it's not the right people. The death of one influential person can shake the whole world. If he died at the hands of the Sword Palace while being the Inspector General, it could lead to war. Since then, Soryan has become the Lord's assistant. It is because of him that everything is calm, despite the death of the first Elder of the Heavenly Alliance. The Elder was no longer good for anything, and his death did not have much significance. Now they get back to business. If Soryan changed his plans by helping the Chalk's family, then he must pay for it, thinks the young master. The Lord mentioned that he was going to destroy the 3 clans and sects, but he didn't know how long it would take, and he was trying to do everything to prevent it from taking too long. The Lord asks him how he plans to act, because the woman who infiltrated the Chokson family has influence. She is a disciple of the secret demon queen, which means a connection to the Steel Blood Fortress. The Vice Master of the Palace of Swords is one of the 4 masters of the Outer Walls. The Master of the Poison Dragon Pavilion belongs to the Heavenly Alliance, meaning they have people with influence in these 3 powers. Soryan remembers what the Lord said about how the death of the right person can change everything, and decides to use the 3 for something interesting. This seems promising to the Lord. The Lord tells him to use this result to show what he is capable of, for his work as Inspector General has been outstanding, and the Lord trusts him this time. As a reward, does not blame him for interfering with the plans. Soryan turns away and mentally notes with sarcasm what gratitude. Suddenly, his sword begins to levitate in front of him, and he ends up right in front of the boy's face. Lord, full of enthusiasm, recalls that he asked to show his martial arts, and wants to start it right now. To hit, Soryan must attack the Lord. He does not understand this at first, remembering the past duel. Back then, the Lord's stance was flawless, but now something is different. Lord seems to leave a lot of places open, as if he is deliberately trying to teach him. Soryan understands that he will not be able to win, so he must attack correctly. There is a fine line between perfection and imperfection. The blow must be lethal, and he must be ready. The Lord looks at his son and sees that he is clearly the second, because he often participated in training battles. The result was always the same, no matter the time. They couldn't even try to attack him and ended up on their knees. They glorified the greatness of God and, recognizing their insufficient skill, left. This does not surprise the Lord. In his part of Murim, there is a clear system of subordination, where a demonic master of high rank easily removes a weaker one. But the 3rd young master is completely different. He doesn't plan to stop, even though he knows he won't be able to kill the Lord. But he is really trying to kill him, and it shows in his eyes. Pushing off the ground, Soryan activates demonic energy and swings his sword at the Lord. At this moment, the Lord holds himself in his hands, carefully analyzing the boy's every move. After all, Soryan is much weaker than the demonic elders, but he attacks with an unwavering intent to kill. His resolve must be just as strong if he is to strike even one blow. His aura is now approaching that of a demon master, but deep down he still has the instinct of a grim reaper. Although the Lord stops the boy's blow with his hand, and it seemed to hold him with ease, like a feather. Suddenly, something incomprehensible happens. The sword wounds the Lord's hand and demonic blood begins to flow. The boy tried so hard that sweat appeared on his face, and his veins almost burst. The Lord didn't care. He has incredible strength, but it was still not easy for him. With a light movement of his hand, he pushes the boy aside. A strong blow knocks the young man down, and he falls to the ground. He understands that this devil is incredibly strong. After the blow, he cannot even move his legs, and not even able to use the Nine Heavens divine shrinking technique, and even if he could, that certainly wouldn't help in this case. After Soryan's blow, the Lord looks at his hand. The boy does not understand what he is looking at, but decides to continue. The Lord felt a pain he had never known before. Realizing who is in front of him, he decides to try a different approach. In a second, the wound on his arm heals, and he attacks with a powerful darkness strike to see if Soryan can fight him off. Seeing the devilish entity that distorts space and flies at him, the boy freezes. He stops feeling wind, heat, and even sunlight. Everything around seems to be shrouded in darkness, revolving around the Lord. It is an illusion created by the Lord's demonic energy, completely clouding the boy's mind. Lord calls it Demon Hand of Heaven. He challenges the boy, let him try to fight her off if he can. It is a terrible force that Soryan feels. It seems that all his muscles are about to be torn to pieces. Unlike masters who practice martial arts, a lord uses his own and natural energy as a single core. His energy affects everything around him that he sees. This is an incredible power that only a lord has. Looking at this impact, it is hard to believe that this is possible. The situation is critical for Soryan. He uses a demonic art as armor, but his skin is still tearing, and he realizes that he can't stop it. The Lord mentions how the boy calls himself a dragon-scale blade, and the name of the blade depends on the wielder. It was first known as the demon-slaying dragon blade. The blade's first owner, the demon founder, used it to decapitate a dragon when he founded his realm. As the true heir, the boy must understand the essence of the sword, but Soryan does not know how to do it. The name of a martial art is the first step to understanding it. The same applies to weapons. The Lord asks him to learn the true name of the blade, to reveal its true essence and to feel its madness. Then he will know how to block his attacks. Soryan doesn't know how to make it happen, but he shouldn't just pour energy into the demonic sword. He needs to soften the nature of the demonic energy so that it resonates with the dragon-scale blade and blade. At this point, the Lord increases the power of his illusion. Although the boy does not understand the full power of the sword, he decides to make this blade his personal demonic sword. The blade will now serve him faithfully, and incredible power begins to flow from it. Her flash hits the Lord's illusion. The illusion begins to fall apart. Soryan breaks out of this diabolical captivity. Lord notes that this is a great job. Although the demonic hand does not easily balance the demonic energy and space to become a warrior's property, the Lord did the same with the ninefold demonic art and his dragon-slaying blade, creating a breach in the hand of heaven. Soryan is greatly exhausted, but the Lord admits that a skilled master can block the sword's aura even with a stick, showing the difference in the levels of chi energy used. There are many ways to use energy, and after going through the full process, he will be able to rise higher. Those were the master's words. And that was the end of their training. Lord notices that the boy's muscles have changed. His stamina has improved, and he has the perfect body for a continuous series of attacks. Soryan knows that now everything is different. His body lends itself to short bursts, and he's sure to make up for it in stamina, though he's a little confused at the moment. Because of this, the Lord notices that he does not continue to attack. If he failed an attack earlier, he would immediately prepare for a new one. However, his legs are not obeying now. The Lord knows this very well and notices this change. Using the lightning technique helped him a lot, and the Lord allows him to enter the demon possession pavilion if he sees fit. Soryan is happy about this. This is a real success, and the Lord is more generous today than ever. Before long, the boy finds himself at the gates of the demon possession pavilion, a secret hideout of the cult, where only those with permission from the master can enter. This building is impressive with its grandeur. Unlike the other vaults, this place was filled with sacred texts and teaching materials for demons, reminding him of the sacred text pavilion in the Shaolin Temple. For the young master, this place is much bigger, but the layout is somewhat similar, and he is not sure if there is a connection between the two. He knows that the Shaolin Temple worships the Buddha, while the Heavenly Demon Clan worships the demonic god that hinders enlightenment. And these organizations are true enemies, but now is not the time for such matters. He only has one day, and he has to find something useful. We return to the Temple of the Lord, who looks at his wound after Soryan's blow and notices that the deadly blade is trying to become demonic. The boy managed to break through the Emperor's demonic chi. It seems incredibly mysterious how strong this guy is. His skill is level 10, but he always displays level 12 strength. Are there people who are able to overcome their limitations? This is no longer just a talent. It is a level that combines reliability and creativity, and is available only to a select few. However, the Lord admits that the boy is not yet skilled enough. He is a strong candidate, but still not ready to take on the duties of cult leader. If he does not achieve perfection, even winning the battle for the throne will not make him a demon lord. Can he pull it off and find what he's looking for? Meanwhile, in the library, the boy quickly finds what he planned. He opens the book Heavenly Demon Lightning Fist and begins to learn that this Heavenly Demon technique, although not a traditional demonic art, was invented 3 centuries ago by the divine master Manhwa, known as the strongest fist under the heavens, who joined the divine cult, and is a combination of demonic arts with his own technique. Unlike heaven-enhancing techniques, it quickly drains internal energy and is not suitable for burst attacks. However, each of her heavy hits is so powerful that it doesn't need to be repeated, and combined with an explosive technique can be very useful. There was something else useful. The Lord gives the boy a new technique, which consists in mastery of the movement of the feet, and he must learn it. The Lord says it is one of the best demonic martial arts. Digging through the books in the library, he finds her. This technique is called the Demon Emperor Sovereign Step. Soon, the chief strategist comes to the Demon Lord. He greets the Lord, but the Lord asks what brought him here. The strategist decides to ask the Lord an important question. The strategist finds permission to enter the Demon Possession Pavilion and asks if it was the Lord's order. The Lord confirms this and realizes that he did not give permission, just like that, waiting for a certain answer. This means that the third young lord is really special. When asked by the owner if this makes him happy, the strategist answers with slight satisfaction. However, the owner notices that this slightly upset his plans. The strategist assures that he can always come up with a new plan, because it is better than war. However, he does not understand why the Demon Pavilion, because the boy already has several good techniques. The boy told the Lord that these techniques were not powerful enough, and the strategist was impressed by this. In his thoughts, the strategist admits, the third young lord is truly an amazing person. Ever since he began to move away from the QE blocking, the Demon Lord began to communicate with people. Although he had never been so talkative before. The answer to the question about the condition of the object of protection is that he is currently under the supervision of a doctor. But the Lord heard that this is a real guest and troublemaker. The strategist had indeed spoken to him once, but he did not expect this to happen. They have another unknown reason, and we move to a secluded bamboo grove. That man is sitting there, in one of the training camps. He had just arrived and had not expected such heat, not understanding how others could endure it. He has incredible power. When he touches a tree, he makes it freeze. The cold rapidly spreads to the nearest objects. Soon it starts to snow all around. Where this master sits, everything begins to be covered with ice. It looks like he is meditating. Finally, he begins to breathe more freely. He does much better when there is cool air around. Soon, Sorian returned to his residence. He turned to his maid Manhwa. Manhwa, seeing the young master, was amazed at his appearance. She is infinitely happy. Even tears appeared in her eyes. Sorian asked if she had been well during that time, but Manhwa was so happy that she fell on her knees before him. Sorian, sure that he will not see her again, gave her a book so that she would not be sad without him. He thought that one could never predict one's fate, and so it turned out. Sorian asked Manhwa to show his hand. Touching her, he felt a great inner energy. Manhwa proudly says that she studied hard, training for 4 hours twice a day. But why so long? The fact is that the girl wanted to become stronger. Accumulating chi energy means collecting it, as the term implies. This cannot be achieved in a short time. This is why consistency is key when training, and circulation and accumulation require 8 hours of concentration and patience. Sorian has rarely seen newcomers with such determination to learn, and is proud of her. She couldn't afford to screw around when she had a chance to train and asked if she was hiding something from him. Sorian realizes that his fox is no longer as small as before. She can already easily fit in his arms, and Manhwa probably doesn't know that Goldie has grown. She worries about the little fox, asking if it is not injured or sick, because she has to feed it meat. Sorian asks her not to worry. Goldie can find him whenever she wants, because they share chi energy. During this time, Goldie is doing her foxy exercises by hunting wild boars in the forest. Manhwa suggests Sorian to go eat because he's finally back. Donpil is waiting for him, who informs that a person under protection wants to see him. At first, Sorian does not understand what this means. Donpil explains that this is a special term for those who need protection, but it is interesting how important this person is to the cult that he is called that. He says that the person under protection has the highest priority for the Guardians, making him an important guest of the cult. Because of this, they are guarded by experienced masters and assigned warriors from the inner guard pavilion. This applies to martial arts masters as well as demon generals. Former experts spend years in this inner pavilion and do not retire, voluntarily agreeing to serve. But where does such devotion come from in soldiers? Donpil smiles, looking happy and perhaps proud, as he talks about the inner pavilion, trying to impress the young master. Soryan doesn't know who this object of protection is, but he doesn't care, since he doesn't care who they are. If they want, let them come and see him. However, this is an important question. These people cannot leave their residence, so the young owner questions what exactly he means. Donpil explains that when the security object arrives, they are confined to their rooms to avoid any incidents. In any case, Soryan doesn't care, and he's not going to be interested if he doesn't get interested. Donpil decides not to tell about their seclusion in the bamboo grove. Soon, a man comes up to the boy, who is under high security, and asks if he is used to this. There is a monster playing in the yard that he is petting and feels that the guards are everywhere. This is Yang Jun, the former first head of the Court of Guardians. He notes that things are different now. Warriors no longer work in groups. The man knows that this guy has been here for a long time and doesn't live here all the time. It's just been his job for 7 or 8 years. But the boy with the white hair is amazed because he heard that even the masters cannot last here for several months. However, for the former first manager, these are small things. He says that there will be chicken soup for dinner tonight, but the boy becomes uncomfortable when he realizes that they will eat what he is holding in his hands. Team members are impatiently waiting for dinner. Although the chicken looks disgusting, it tastes great. The former manager loves this dish. The young guest notes that the dish is really delicious, and the old man says that anyone who tries it will be enchanted. He advises him to eat more, and the boy thanks the old man. But it's time to get back to business. The boy had already asked about it, waiting for an answer from the third young master, but there was none. The old man replies that he heard that the boy has just returned to the sect and is probably still busy, so he advises him to wait a bit. However, the young master wants to meet him as soon as possible, and his request may seem a bit rude. He hoped the third lord wouldn't think it rude, but his interest would soon cool, so it was best to leave things as they were. The man understands that if the rumors are true, then it is worth betting everything on him. At first he wanted to meet with the cult leader, but on the way here he changed his mind, knowing what the third lord was up to, and changed his mind. After all, the third lord is the most popular successor candidate. The old man does not even ask why he is so eager to see the third lord. The guy has no special reasons. He's just interested in getting to know him because he heard about his fight with the Palace of Swords. Soon, in the residence of the third young lord, he has mastered a total of 5 techniques from the Demon Possession Pavilion, including a swordsmanship technique that he wants to teach his student Donpil. The other 4 techniques for him, the Palm of the Blood Hill attracted with its incredible destructive power. But it wasn't something he could use right away, as he needed to learn 3 of them. The Demon Emperor's Sovereign Steps were undoubtedly an impressive footwork technique perfect for him, but he was told that only Li Zhongsan, the first young lord and council chairman, possessed these skills. Of these 3 people, Zhongsan was the only one who had fully mastered this art. Even the leader of Sonata had not reached the 7th skill level. If this technique belongs to the 9 great levels, it must be very difficult. There is no time to rest. You must start immediately. He starts with the first step of heavenly position. The second step is searching the heavens. The third step is domination. The 4th step is competition. Then he goes to the 5th step. The 6th step and ends with the 7th step of the sovereign. He needs to start training as soon as possible. After the first step, the ground begins to crack under the young owner. This is not a simple movement of the legs. He needs to carefully distribute his forces. It's amazing how he tries not to exaggerate. This technique is called the best leg technique in the demonic martial art. For him, this technique is better than the 9 divine steps of heaven and suits him better. He is sure that he'll be able to master her, and will be able to use skills much better than the ones it has now. Repeating step by step, he believes in himself and becomes stronger. Soon the mistress came to greet the young lord. She is glad to be in his residence. The boy did not expect to see her and did not know what brought her here. She came because she heard he was back, probably to say hello. He wouldn't have noticed if she really wanted to cheat on him. Asks her to wait a while he finishes his business and then he will come in. It won't take long. It can be seen that he is training hard and does not want to be distracted. With his back to her, he concentrates. His level of concentration is amazing. Not everyone is capable of such purposefulness. Because of this ability to concentrate, He had reached such a level of fighting skill at such an age. Mistress had heard that the current leader reached absolute demon level around his mid-30s. But she couldn't think that the third young lord would be able to reach Muguda level 10 so early. Perhaps he will indeed be the successor. The training was incredibly difficult. Even the walls began to crumble from the blows of the young owner. It wasn't long before he finally understood what the point was. The woman noticed that it was probably the Sky Demon Fist, and the boy wondered how it worked. Her main martial art is Lightning Fist, but today's conversation promises to be interesting, and she wants to know why he practices Lightning Fist and does missions as an inspector. The boy didn't know she was a martial artist, but why not spar after their conversation? This made Sorian even more interested, because there is a special protection ritual, as she says, for the deputy master of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. But he doesn't understand why he wants to see him, and neither does she. In any case, the boy needs to go to him. He specifically asks for a meeting. Not the cult leader, not the elders, not the first young lord, but himself. The woman understands that he must have some reason for this meeting. Sorian knows that the Court of Custodians should check this properly, but he does not know what reason he gave for his visit. Sunken heard what he said as if he had come to see this place, as if this is an excursion for him. Sorian understands what she means. He himself led him into the divine cult for such a reason, and it seems silly. When the old man read this message, it stated that the third lord had accepted the invitation, and that he will come here soon. This was good news. But the question remains whether the guard should be absent here while the young master is there. However, the boy asks the guard to leave better. Perhaps he knows that the Z team was assigned to protect the young host on the expedition. The rest are hiding nearby and are ready to move away, but at the same time keeping a certain distance. The old man does not think it necessary to talk about it, but since he has lived nearby for a long time, he wants to warn the owner. He warns him that the third lord used to be called a tyrant. He had not spoken to him himself, but if the rumors were even half true, dealing with him was not easy. So the boy finally understands and asks not to worry about him, but the old man doesn't calm down, pointing out that lately people have been calling that boy the real Demon King. With the advent of the era of peace, the cult members lost their belligerence. They are different from retired people like him. However, they still have demon blood. Their madness still lives on, so don't let it relax. The third lord is called the King of Demons, no more and no less. This name indicates the respect he commands as a martial artist. The guy is sure that he has his own reasons for wanting to meet him, and doesn't want to know what others are saying. The old man has nothing against this, but warns, let him not provoke the third lord. The boy from the Ice Palace realizes that he has heard a lot about the third young lord here. He had heard that the demon lord had appointed the third lord as a special mineral inspector. It is said that he dealt with the patriarch's family and destroyed the demon clan of the Martial King, which is so bold and cruel that it amazes everyone. The guy himself is an interesting figure to study, and although he's still young, it's clear that he's experienced enough for the task. The next day, he took a bodyguard with him to the residence of the young owner. Together with Donpil, they began to prepare. But he did not take Donpil with him, as he planned to visit some places on his own. At Donpil's request to accompany him, the young owner refused, as he preferred to spend time in training. Donpil did not understand why his master covered his face before going outside. Behind him came the voice of a lady who suggested that he might be embarrassed. She asked Donpil to be less informative and formal. When asked what brought her here, she replied that she had come to convince the young master to meet with a specially guarded person, and then had a little warm-up. She hinted at sparring with the young master, and it was evident that it was quite intense. She understood that Sorian had grown up quickly during this time, and it scared her. She got a lot of experience with him. There may be people in the cult who are stronger than her, but those who wield Lightning Fist can be counted on the fingers of one hand. He was able to pressure her so successfully, and it was because he had reached the top rank of a demon? Or maybe he was just talented. He had only recently reached the highest stage of the demonic realm, but he could already see right through her. With each attack, he learns the technique at an impressive rate, and at this rate it won't take long for him to master what he is learning. The master of the center was so lost in thought that she did not respond to Donpil. He also offers her sparring if she is not busy, but she is always busy, and is sure that she is second only to the strategists in being busy. Donpil worships her and sees that she is a little tired. She still thinks that a day spent playing is not bad. They need to eat something first, because she is tired even though she hasn't used her attacks or internal energy. After a while, the Prince of the Ice Palace meditates in a bamboo grove. Even steps nearby were noticeable. The pace of walking was stable. The guy does not hide his presence and does not try to hide himself. He is, without a doubt, a master of training and martial arts, and he has finally come here. This guy has been waiting for this meeting for a long time. He decided to test his strength to see how strong he was. Sorian felt the energy coming from the bamboo grove. As the boy began to emit an incredible energy that froze everything in its path, Sorian felt a frosty smell under his feet. Having felt this, Sorian thought that he might not return here again, although he sometimes misses the local air. He wants to feel this atmosphere again. Therefore, he asks to remove the icy aura, which the young master restrains with his demonic power. Upon returning, the boy asks if he is really the third young master, but when he turns around, he sees something very funny. The third young owner had a bruise under his eye. He must have received it recently. Sorian hopes that this guy has a good reason for meeting him. They go to the residence to taste the wonderful food. Sorian admits that the food was delicious. The appearance, of course, is not very good, but the taste is excellent, and when he lived here, he ate it all the time. The boy wanted to ask Sorian about the bruise under his eye. Sorian sighs heavily and says he got it in training, though he admits in his mind that he looks like he can't even hold chopsticks in his hands because he's been beaten so badly. He and Mistress trained using only the step techniques and lightning fist demonic art, while also sealing their inner energy. The endurance and strength of that woman is amazing. Endurance, sensitivity, strength, speed. By all indicators, she had an advantage. And yes, she couldn't resist and punched him right in the face at the crucial moment. Sorian understands that if that woman had used a sword instead of a fist, he could have died, so he is to blame. He should have been more careful. Next time, they will fight using inner energy, and the young master is saddened to learn such a lesson from her. The guy who invited him gets to the point and asks why he volunteered to meet with the Sword Palace Masters. He is interested in how strong they are. It is difficult for Sorian to explain all the details of the battle. They were not weak, and the battle was not easy. They were slightly stronger than the Deputy Lord of the Sword Palace. The guy admits that Sorian thinks highly of him, even though he is called a rising star, but he still lacks a lot. However, Sorian catches himself thinking that if the boy used his inner energy, he could give him a decent fight back. He doesn't even know what to say to him, but he feels a sealed power in him, and it annoys him. Everyone bows before him, but he does not use his full power. However, everything has its own reason. When asked why Sorian thinks that way, he answers that he just sees it. His breath and flow of chi speak of human capabilities, but his strength and flow of energy demonstrate mastery of the highest level of martial arts, which arouses Sorian's curiosity. He sees the potential of a great master in this boy. This cannot be seen with the naked eye. Only an experienced master like Sorian could notice it. The boy didn't just want to see the Swordmaster and the Palace Master. Why was he looking to meet the Third Lord? The guy explains that he wanted to meet him because he considers him the main supporter of the cult. Moreover, he is now the most famous and most promising follower, so the boy wants to ask him to help create an alliance between the cult and his ice palace. After hearing about the intention to create an alliance with the ice palace and the North Sea, it sounds quite categorical. Sorian understands that for such a question, it would be better to contact the head of the cult, since he has no authority. The boy knows that the Ice Palace and the Northern Sea are the most powerful forces outside of the cult, and forming an alliance will be of great benefit to both parties. He believes that the Third Young Lord is the most suitable person, but the Third Lord does not believe that this is the real reason. Obviously, he wants to get something in return. Sorian asks to speak directly. If he's evasive, then he will simply leave. Then the boy squeezes his hand, and an aura begins to emanate from it. In fact, he is asking for help to save his younger sister. She was kidnapped by people from the Palace of the Beast. At this point, Sorian mentions the Palace of the Beast, known for its brutal methods. He asks if he understands where he is asking for help, knowing what kind of place it is. The boy claims that the owner of the Ice Palace wants the other 3 palaces to fall. For Sorian, such tough intentions sound too radical. The boy continues. The Ice Palace never sought conquest, only peace on the North Sea. He thought that the Third Young Master knew that the Beast Palace was working together with the Steel Blood Fortress, and besides, the daughter of the Lord of the Ice Palace had been kidnapped. They found themselves in an extremely disadvantageous position. This will not affect the cult, as it has already resolved conflicts with the other 2 palaces, and they pose a threat to both them and the demonic cult. By joining forces, they could destroy these enemies. Sorian understands that this should be discussed with the mentor. The tension between them is felt. The boy claims that he met the Third Lord because he heard about his destructive power and fearlessness. If he knew he was just wasting his time, he would have gone straight to the head of the cult. Sorian asks him why he is still standing here. The guy understands that he cannot lose such an opportunity, activates his power, and attacks the young master, because this is an incredible chance to change the fate of the cult. He apologizes for his actions. The moment the boy swung to strike, Sorian did not even move. This made his assailant wonder if it was worth the blow. He stopped abruptly and asked why Sorian didn't dodge, because he was trying to attack with all his strength, as if he really wanted to kill him. A lord can predict the enemy's intentions if he has murderous intentions. This surprises the boy, as other martial artists would have instinctively dodged or blocked the blow, even knowing about it. However, Sorian asks why he attacked if he didn't really want to fight. This makes the boy think because Sorian did not move and did not use martial arts. This says a lot about him. Ice Soul Heavenly Hand is one of the 5 signature techniques of their palace. Its destructive power is compared to a Shaolin rank divine fist. The depth of this technique is equal to the power of Uju, but the young lord does not understand everything about it. And when he asked, the boy attacked him again. The boy from the Ice Palace is about to attack again. The young lord looks at him and thinks, okay, this time will be the last time. If he's ready and directs his power at him, then let's start. As soon as Sorian said this, the boy immediately strikes, causing him to step aside. His ice technique pierced and began to crack. It was definitely comparable to a top-tier divine fist. However, its weakness is too obvious. The time between preparation and attack is too long. It can be seen that Sorian does not use the best techniques. The boy, surprised, asks if he thinks he could possess this technique. Our main character is already tired of stupid questions. With a wave of his hand, he decides to show the boy something he would never see, demonstrating slow motion. When asked what he is doing, he delivers an incredibly fast bolt of lightning near the boy's head. The impact passed through his arms and legs, almost destroying him, and it seemed to be a spectacular technique, the Heavenly Demon Lightning Fist. It was clear that the boy was weaker than he should have been, and hadn't fully mastered the technique, although his strength could be seen. His movements are simple but varied. Any soul or other technique similar to this focuses on destructive power. But Lightning Fist is for one opponent, while the young Ice Master's technique is probably an area attack. It was impressive. He analyzed the techniques. Sorian realizes that after the battle with the Lightning Master, the difference between the two is obvious, even though he lost the battle without using the inner energy. He was disappointed by this, and could not come to terms with the fact that a woman had beaten him, and not this boy from the Ice Palace. However, he admits that the boy's technique is outstanding. If he mastered it perfectly, he would not lose to most people. Sorian does not understand what the Lord of the Ice Palace wanted to show, but thinks that it must have been something like sharing experiences and demonstrating skills. He didn't think Sorian would just show off, but he didn't want to strain himself unnecessarily either. The boy needed to understand how sharp each of their blades were so they could both help each other. To Sorian, it just seemed like a suspicious way to put it. The guy who longs for an alliance between them believes that it would be beneficial for the two successors to join forces. Sorian understands that this is a rather harsh point of view. He admits that the Third Lord is amazing, but has yet to be chosen as an official successor, and he would like to help him with that. This means that Sorian also has to help him, but almost too much time is spent on this deal, since he is only one of the 7 contenders and many people hate him because of it. The boy wants Sorian to help him get rid of his enemies. But what will he do if Sorian helps him? However, for the Lord, this seems to be only a refusal. If he says that he wants to save his sister, then the guy says that it's okay if Sorian rejects his offer. But he is serious about his sister. If she can be saved, it will be good. And if they become enemies, that's not bad either. These words sounded rather ironic. Despite his appearance, this guy has some courage. The Lord of the Ice Palace hears this often. However, Sorian clarifies one important fact in advance. They might not trust each other, and the alliance with the Ice Palace Lord might be broken at any moment, so they need to formally discuss all of this. The guy says that there has been a simple way to create an alliance between states for a long time. He believes that his sister can be useful in this regard. When the guards learned of this risky move of alliance with the Third Lord, they thought it too risky, and perhaps not even profitable for him if the alliance was broken on his part. However, the Lord asks not to worry, because although he is a member of the divine cult, he has understood the Third Lord well and knows that he can rely on him. He feels that he understands the martial artist and also admires the Third Lord, so he will not break his promise in any way. Although the boy seems a bit grumpy on the outside, the Ice Lord is sure that he will do more than enough as an ally. However, there must be at least one reason why he trusts him. He understood that the purpose of the third lord was to be more than just a successor. We go to the building of the main lord of the heavenly demon divine cult in the main palace, where before the lord stands a girl who has achieved considerable success through her work. This shows that she knows and understands the way to develop her martial arts. The master is absolutely not disappointed in her, and she asks the master to teach her. The lord replies that her martial arts are too limited. These are just techniques, strong but trivial, and she lacks the most important thing. You can't learn this from someone else, so let her figure it out herself. Even a scholar, having read 1,000 books, does not know the whole world. To know it, you need to see it with your own eyes. She resembles a scientist who simply reads books. The Lord remembers how one person spent a long time looking for solutions to problems, entered into conflicts, was brave and used skills when it was needed, and when not, thought strategically, not avoiding violence. He believed that progress comes with experience, and that's how he completed his studies. Mistress was sure that it was because of this that the third young lord became so strong. Suddenly, a third young lord appears in the corridor and is allowed to enter. The moment the door opens and the lord appears on the horizon, the girl was a little nervous at his appearance. His aura filled the building. Although he did not emit chi energy, his presence was impossible to miss. It was an incredible demonic energy. It was obvious that he had reached a sublime level, reinterpreting the basics of martial arts. Looking at this girl, he remembered that he had not seen her for a long time, but she saw in him a formidable absolute demon. The master released her and looked away. After all, a rather important person came to him. Then the lord asked Sorian what he thought the fifth heiress looked like. Sorian admitted that it was hard to say, but she was quite capable, though no match for him, as he was much stronger. The lord continues to examine their talents. She is the youngest in the cult and talented for her age. However, it has not yet solved any important problem. Now he realizes that what is holding her back is a wall that even the gods face. She will become frighteningly strong as soon as she overcomes this wall. And the lord partially recognizes the rightness of Sorian. The lord asks how the conversation with the representative of the ice palace went. Sorian admits that the offer he made to him was impressive. However, the master does not want to know about the details. It leaves many unknown questions regarding the third lord. After all, according to the lord, regardless of whether it is an alliance or a war, everything will be decided after a conversation with that boy. But Sorian points out that they don't know what they were talking about. But the lord knows that he went to the third lord, not him, speaking not to the master, but only to the child. After the Sword Palace and the Beast Palace created a commotion could either harm the cult, or, in the lord's opinion, benefit it. And then the third lord understands that the lord is not interested in the reasons, but only the result is important. It was clear that he not only knows martial arts, but also understands world affairs. He may not have the ability to predict the future, but he doesn't need to. He sees through everything. The lord asks if the boy needs to leave the confines of the cult, or if this can be resolved within the confines of the demonic cult. He understood that it was an alliance. He hadn't met the one who would become the heir to the Ice Palace. But that boy, although strict, had yet to reach his highest level. In other words, the boy he saw today was no weakling. The master asks his son not to allow himself to be manipulated and to act on the contrary if he wants to achieve his goal. On that note, the third lord wanted to ask a favor. The master does not understand what he means. The boy's words sounded quite rude and casual. He is asking for the master's permission to use the powers of the cult. Sorian asks the lord to allow him to use the cult's powers. The owner reports that this is impossible. If a guy wants to do this, he has to do everything on his own. Sorian guessed that. The reason he can only bring the demon inspection squad with him is because it is an official task that needs to be done in secret, and it would be difficult to bring troops with him. However, he knows he has no other choice, and will think about it some more. The lord, waving his hand, hands the scroll to the young mistress. It was a report on the current duties and missions of the cult's forces. It also records the details of the location and time of stay of each unit. The owner gives the guy permission to use this information at his own discretion. Sorian smiles, realizing what a valuable gift he has received. He thanks the owner for this gift. Having poured himself a glass of alcohol, the owner lets him go. And he adds that if the next time he sees that Sorian has not improved his footwork again, he will take away all the techniques he has learned. Sorian knows that he has to improve in order not to be embarrassed. With this thought, he runs out of the owner's room. The owner looks intently and thinks about everything. He understands that the boy copes well with his tasks and skillfully uses his opportunities. Meanwhile, we move to the Palace of Beasts. The Ice Palace is on a different political path than the other three palaces of the Outer Wall. The younger sister of the heir to the Ice Palace was traveling in the northwest region when she came across people from the Beast Palace. A fight broke out between them, and they kidnapped her. It was a real mess, but the important thing is that Sorian can benefit from it. An alliance with the heir to the Ice Palace means he has gained a strong ally in his quest to succeed. He already has the support of the Chalks family as well as the Keegan family, but they can only help indirectly as they officially serve the divine cult. The Ice Palace is a completely different story, as it is not associated with a cult and can provide significant support. Sorian can't fully trust them yet, but still decides to continue. He realizes that there are certain details that he will have to come to terms with. Suddenly, he feels the presence of someone behind him. It was the fifth young lady, and he wondered what she wanted to talk about. The girl replied that she did not come to talk. Then why does she continue to pursue him? She has a thing for him. Sorian does not understand what she is talking about, because he has nothing to do with her. She stands in silence, which quite annoys him. Suddenly, she asks what she needs to complete her martial arts training. But what is it about? The girl asks this question because she herself does not know how to explain it. Sorian just watches her, and he doesn't know what she really wants. The fifth mistress explains that she wants to know how Sorian manages to improve so quickly, how he reached the highest level of a demon. In her thoughts, Sorian understands that she has already learned about it. She must understand that this is not something that can be explained in simple words or shown. But the girl still wants to try. She wants to see for herself. And sometimes she tries to prove that something can work, even if she only knows it in theory. Sorian does not quite understand what she wants from him. But today he is busy and asks her to come later. She moves sharply right in front of Sorian's face. This is very important to her. She seems to be already starting to sit on his head, trying to see if he can give up on his plans, which is a little naive of her. She decides to just stick around and watch. Sorian reminds her that she can forget about it, because they are rivals. He reminds her that if she has forgotten, he has already displaced the fourth heir. However, the girl is sure that it has nothing to do with her. Sorian asks why she thinks that. Because a disciple of a demon lord should be afraid of the consequences, because it could all lead to revenge. The girl is sure that he will not have time to harm her. She had her own reason for this. She declares that she does not want to become a successor and fight for the throne. After a while, the main leader feels that the place where he is waiting is becoming extremely hot. He notices a familiar face and gait. He asks why she is so busy that she can't even greet her brother. It was Mrs. Soyeon. She had not seen her brother for a long time and had not even noticed him. The last time they met was at a conference. Since then, her energy has greatly improved. The second lord notices that she is clearly training hard and putting in a lot of effort. However, she of course has some issues that she tries to avoid in talking to him. There is an important person she does not want to discuss with the second lord. He feels that something is wrong with her. The girl simply said goodbye to him and went in her direction. He asks her where she is going so early in the morning. The girl stops. She returns to her brother. She says she doesn't want to worry about becoming an heir, so don't let him worry about her. Her words sound categorical, making it clear that she is leaving the race of heirs. The guy wanted to establish a connection with her, but something didn't work out for him. His servant then approaches him, informing him that the young lord had mentioned her before. The second lord tells the servant that he has been following this girl because Soyun seems strange to him. When Jae-hwan's servant asked him why he said that, he replies that he feels her sensitivity, like a child who perceives everything from a distance, so it is better to stay away from her. However, the second young master did not explain why this was so. He only hopes that she will give him a reason not to follow her, and orders him not to take his eyes off her. After some time, Sorian returns to his residence. He sees Don Peel with a bruise on his face. It was obvious that this vixen woman had embarrassed both of them, not just him. In the morning training, he began to tell, as it happened, holding his sword and releasing energy. His eyes were swollen and red. Don Pil finally understood the secret technique that was difficult to master, the ninefold demonic sword technique that he was currently learning, one of the top 10 techniques of the cult. Of course, it is extremely difficult, but he managed to master it more effectively by using a very creative approach. Sorian even noticed that such a decision would not have occurred to him, because it was really worth the effort to improve the technique. He announces that he is going to leave the sect in a few days. At first he thought of leaving Don Pil here, because it would be dangerous ahead. But after Don Pil's success with the new technique, he decided that with this level of skill, he could be taken anywhere. Don Pil was happy about this, but he was interested in why this was necessary. A fifth young lady stands behind them. Sorian points out that she does not know how to communicate. so let her stand aside. You should not pay attention to her. They continue training. The housewife offered her something to eat, but Soyun refused even tea. She was just watching the third young lord. She could not take her eyes off him. The training of strong warriors was taking place in front of her, and she was glad that she was allowed to be present. Jae-hwan, not far from the residence, was watching the tree, thinking that Seo-yeon had come to the third place unexpectedly. And something was wrong. Either they were in love with each other, or it was something else. The man understands that the second young lord is unlikely to like it. Shortly after practicing the techniques, Soryun looked tired. He understood that the training was coming to an end. It was necessary to finish. Soyun watched everything and noticed the young master's quick movements. She thought that a supreme demon master must undergo incredible training, and he was content with this level of intensity. He turned to Manhwa, asking if the food was ready yet, and if so, they were leaving now. Soryun asked Soyun if she was hungry, noting that the food was really tasty. All this time she was silent, thinking that she would see something extraordinary. But it was just a normal routine of fist work. Nothing too tiring, but why? And here she drew attention to one important detail. He was training his moves, not his fists, and his steps were literally crushing the ground beneath him. She couldn't tell where he was directing his gaze and what he was focusing on, whether he was attacking, defending, or something else. It was hard for her to imagine that such a movement technique existed. Afterwards, she went to have a snack with everyone. Everyone tasted the food that Manhwa had prepared, and her cheeks reddened again after being praised. Soryun offered Donpil to play another round after practice. The owner also warned Anvi not to leave cooked meat around the house. This would not bring Goldie the fox back. She was still worried about the fox, even though she was perfectly fine and would live even longer than all of them. In her mind, Soyun could not understand why there was no barrier between Soryun and his bodyguard and servant, whom he regarded as a friend. Soryun noticed her silence and asked if she understood something, because he wanted to see and learn. But she still didn't understand anything. While admiring the food, Soryun reflects that meaning only appears when you find it yourself. To waste time without benefit is the worst thing. So he warns that everything will be like this. Currently, it is not skill-dependent. It will be difficult for her to understand her problem, no matter who she watches. But her stubbornness can help. He believes in her abilities and hints that her methods can make for rapid progress, although not everyone's approach is the same. Soyun is very impressed by these words, as she trains non-stop, while Soryun takes occasional rest to recover. The guy asks if there's anyone she can talk to about martial arts, and doubts it. Each martial artist has his own technique. If she does not understand how things work, then she should think about the reasons. Otherwise, there will be no progress. He hints that you should not think about it in complete isolation, but it is better to gather several like-minded people around you. But Soyun is not satisfied with this, so Soryun advises her to broaden her horizons. She displays a confident air, although her reserve is noticeable. The girl thinks she has a flexible mind when it comes to martial arts, but wonders why their views differ. Next, Soryun turns to Donpil. He orders him to catch those who are following them. They may think they are going unnoticed, but Soryun has already taken control of them. Jae-hwan followed the fifth princess, knowing that their possible alliance could be in the way. The spy suddenly realizes that he has disappeared from sight and does not know where to go. Suddenly, a dagger flashed before his eyes. The blade stopped right in front of the boy's face, realizing he was in a predicament. Donpil decided to instruct the spy who dared to follow the young master. Jae-hwan realizes there is no way out and reaches for the dagger in his pocket. To add to the effect, Jae-hwan sprays poisonous smoke around. Donpil did not expect such a move, and understands that it is a poisonous bomb. Jae-hwan knows that even if he escapes, the situation will only get worse. He does not care if he is caught, because it will affect the name of his lord. But Donpil grabs this scoundrel and strikes him, forcing him to fall to the ground. Jae-hwan stops his sliding movement on the ground with his head, feeling a powerful impact. Such tricks don't work on Donpil, and he won't let this scoundrel get away just like that. Jae-hwan realizes that his poisonous smoke has been used in vain. He tries to increase his fighting energy, looking for a way out. The battlefield illuminates a vivid dynamic effect as the energy increases. The boy realizes that he cannot use his power or even move. But why? And here, after some time, our hero appears on the horizon. He carries his huge sword on his shoulders and warns that he does not like being ignored. By forcing the spy to speak, he demands to explain to which organization he belongs and why he decided to risk using a poison bomb. Let him reveal all his secrets. Jae-hwan finds himself in a difficult situation. His energy core is blocked and he can't move a muscle. Young master warns that if the spy wants to get out of here unscathed, he better start telling everything right now. After some time, all the information was revealed, and Sorian realized that he was being watched by the second young lord. He ordered a spy to follow Soyun to learn more about her actions. Soyun, knowing that the lord wanted to speak with her personally, was sure that this question did not concern Sorian. She decided that she would solve her problems on her own without involving him, even though, in reality, things got a little messy. Sorian understands that he is doing it not so much for her as for himself. The spy watching Soyun created a problem for her, and now Sorian feels it's up to him to restore order in his residence, especially after the spy attacked his bodyguard. He can't just sit back. Jae Hwan, even with a demonic art, had a very limited amount of energy, even though he possessed much more. His positive energy remained unbalanced, rendering him practically helpless. Sorian asks Dunpil how many days the second young lord plans to stay here. Danpil reported that about 3 days, and Sorian believes that this is enough to notice the face of this traitor before he leaves this place. Meanwhile, we move to the residence of the second young lord. His servant returned with bad news and, in a huff, asks the lord to punish him. Jae Hwan came back without serious injuries, which is actually a good thing. The second young lord assures him that he won't worry, because despite the trouble, it's not causing any serious problems yet. The boy promises to do everything possible so that this does not happen again. The second young lord still has faith in him. However, the time to correct the situation has almost passed. Lord thought he had found someone smart, but this person had just proven his incompetence. Jae Hwan lasted longer than the others, but still disappointed him. Information about a possible connection between the third and fifth heir arouses his interest. He's not sure if that's true. Suddenly there is a knock on the door of his residence, and he is informed that the third young lord is already on the grounds of his residence, and it happened much faster than he expected. The lord orders to let him through the gate and ask him to wait a little. However, the delay lasts longer than expected, giving the second young lord time to prepare. At the same time, news arrives from the divine cult about the safety of the demon chamber. In some dungeon, there is a harsh knock on the prison door. The castle is almost bursting with the strong aura seeping from within. The guards in the prison were uneasy because of the eerie sound coming from inside. They felt a powerful demonic impulse, the energy of which seemed to burst out of the chamber. Suddenly, a huge steel castle collapses and cracks with a roar. It wasn't just a castle. It was sealed with martial energy that was meant to contain the force within. However, the castle collapsed, and no one could explain how it happened. A man got out of prison. He looked around and realized with relief that the time of freedom had finally come. After many years in captivity, he felt the smell of summer, which was not available to him before. This air filled his lungs and he finally tasted freedom. 3 years have passed. The great lord of the divine cult, the heir from ancient times, has been released. The third young lord waited patiently outside the residence, watching every movement around. Donpil talked about the second young lord, noting his well-known straightforwardness in business. He was also famous for his generosity to his people, always supporting his subordinates and their families. And although his place of residence indicates poverty, from what Donpil told him, the second young lord did not seem greedy. Why did he order his subordinate to spy? In this room, Sorian notices that much of what he heard about the second lord does not match reality, although he believes that generosity does not conflict with the lust for power. The young lord feels the boy's distinct presence, but suddenly it disappears, as if he has entered a confined space or skillfully concealed his movement. After some time, his presence is felt more and more clearly. It was an impressive movement technique that he had mastered to perfection. The second lord appears on the horizon, greeting him after a long separation, reminding him of their last meeting at the Great Conference. It was Wang Peng himself. Wang Pen notes that the third lord is not too fond of tea, and would perhaps prefer to have wine instead. But Sorian came here with a completely different question, which does not tolerate delays. As soon as he entered the building, he felt an aura similar to that of a supreme martial master. His energy doubled, and it was clearly no accident. Sorian suspected that the boy might have eaten some special fruit in the last hour or something. Hearing this, the second lord was amazed, but noted that there were many techniques unknown, even in the divine cult world. But I will talk about it later, not now. Sorian replied that if it wasn't essential, it was fine. But the second lord understood why he was here. Even if his subordinate made a mistake, he still came to the wrong address. The second lord does not understand why Sorian decided to bother him. If it was Soyun, he would understand, but not him because he is not his target. The fact is that Sorian noticed how his subordinate made a mess and exploded a poison bomb, almost injuring the best bodyguard. For Sorian, this is enough to be here. The second lord apologized for all of this, but Sorian feels that the apology sounds insincere. Then he calmly said that Sorian was not the one he was looking for. So don't stress. It's better to drink tea. Orion asks if the second lord is seeking power. At first he targeted 5 because she's younger. Perhaps the second young lord even fell in love with her. Sorian tries to be patient. He will not tell you how to behave, but he does not like to be inconvenienced. Or maybe he himself became a target. Because the second lord is targeting the 5th, and he would have thought about it at some point. Awan explodes with rage, realizing that this brat thinks he can handle him. This thought leads him to deep hatred. Sorian doesn't know exactly how the second lord mastered his chi so quickly. His fighting skills do not keep up with the increase in energy, which makes him unable to correctly assess opponents. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave passes, sweeping past the second lord. Feeling its power, he was almost frightened by its destructive power. The second young lord declares that Sorian will not be able to defeat him. But this is not entirely true. He sees Sorian literally crash into the table using only his own energy. The second level of internal energy manipulation. Should Sorian show him his true power now? At this moment, everything around is filled with violent demonic energy. And he realizes that another upstart has appeared who wants to defeat him. Sorian uses his energy to draw Hoyunmu's name into the air, and asks if he wants to finish just like that scoundrel. At that moment, the table begins to fall apart and the second lord jumps to the side. He observes the impressive effect of this power and wonders. Has the third lord reached the highest demon realm? The absolute demon realm at this age is terrifying madness. But now is not the time for the gods to believe in nonsense. If they were to compete, the second young lord would lose. He had no idea that the third lord had reached such a level of demonic power. Still, even if it was luck, he knew he had achieved it through hard work before others noticed his efforts. Sorian notices that this scoundrel is praising him, but why? The second young lord admits that he once considered himself the strongest after the first. But now he admits that Sorian has become the strongest. In any case, he regrets what happened to his bodyguard and promises to make things right with the third lord. Sorian, who is expecting a battle, understands that there will be none. The second young lord has no intention of fighting, because he understands that Sorian is at a much higher level. This level of skill cannot be achieved by experience or trickery alone, Glan emphasizes. Sorian sees that he is self-confident, but not arrogant. He is quick to admit his weakness, which is admirable as his fighting skills could make him a demon lord's apprentice. Perhaps Sorian was mistaken, thinking that the boy drew strength from the vital essence of his subordinates. But now that he's talking to him, this guy doesn't seem like someone capable of such a thing. If he is not going to apologize in person, certain questions remain. Sorian declares that he is quite a greedy person and will take everything from him. But today he will be less greedy. When asked by the second lord about what he wants, Sorian directly states that he wants an apology from the person responsible for the incident. It sounded extremely categorical. He implies that a simple apology is not enough. Sorian is not going to put up with it. If someone is guilty, they must take responsibility. Guan admits that he was the one who gave the order to his subordinate, and therefore does not need to apologize to him. Sorian is sure that if his personal bodyguard had suffered from the poison that was used, he would have expected the culprit to face punishment. Sorian doesn't want to discuss it anymore. He orders the guard to be brought here so that the apology can be heard in front of him. It looked arrogant to the second young lord, but he could tell that Sorian was serious. Sorian has enough skills and confidence to justify his actions. More terrible than heavenly wisdom is only a martial art without a worthy opponent. The mentor always said that martial arts surpasses financial power, tactics, and any circumstances. Since they have no enemies, they have no need to rule. They just roam the world. They are like walking natural disasters. And this is a perfect description for Sorian. Guan doesn't have the power to surpass Sorian's wisdom right now. But he doesn't see any reason to give up his courage. He decides to call his subordinate to apologize in person. The second young lord hopes that they will not meet again in such a situation when Sorian gets what he wants. Sorian is a little surprised. He thought that the spy had already been eliminated, but now he hears that everything is fine with him. The second young lord wonders why Sorian is so surprised. In fact, Sorian did not want an apology. He wanted to know if everything was okay with his subordinate. But the second lord does not understand why he mocks him. Sorian just wanted to eliminate him from the competition if they were rivals. Because of this, he evaluated him as a person. He wanted to know if someone like Yun Moon would be a backstabber. And when the second lord shows that he is ready to surrender without lunch, Sorian no longer has a reason to be here. In effect, he forces the second lord to surrender. This destroys their relationship. If the second young lord is not going to give up, then Sorian will have to do something with him. The second young lord can't stand it and swings his hand. Sorian may have reached the highest level, but even he has a limit to his patience. And now a cry goes out around the room. Enough! The young master turns his head and sees. Together with the second lord, they notice that someone has entered their house. It was the older brother, who noted that the fighting brothers and sisters had come together for the first time in years, and had chosen confrontation over peace. And that's when their actions attracted the attention of the whole family. The second lord wanted to make an excuse to tell his elder brother about everything that was happening here. Even Sorian did not notice how this man entered. If it is really him, then his skill is surprising more and more. The older brother warned that if they were going to continue this way, there must be a reason to stop, since they hadn't seen him in 3 years. We returned to the palace of the demon god. He was given a report on the events that took place this morning. The power in question touched his heart. It should belong to the first, as far as he knew. 2 of his disciples have reached the supreme realm, and this is an extremely rare occurrence. At this point, he burns the letter without leaving any trace. His servant congratulates him on this great achievement, but he does not know for sure whether he should celebrate this event or fear it. Either way, it's impressive. The first case is strikingly different from the second, from the one who was considered a loser. His soul is not so refined as that of the third, and he is not so naturally gifted as the fifth. He took him as a student because he most reminded him of himself. He had achieved something that the Lord had not expected to see in his lifetime. The Lord didn't think he could isolate himself in training for 3 years, let alone achieve the demonic realm. He even led the other disciples to the second's residence. If the third lord was there, then the overlord wants to know, will there be an all-out war, or will the conflict be limited to just the 2 of them? The moment they all met, there was a sharp tension between them. One of them asked if they were just going to stand here while their brother was among them. Sorian watched his older brother carefully. If he understood, this young man, Jing Wang Yen, possessed a demonic energy that could rival his own. This impresses the First Lord. He thought that he had worked extremely hard, and this guy had already reached the demonic realm by overcoming all the trials. Sorian noted that it all happened by chance, but the First Lord knows that such achievements cannot be explained in words alone. Despite this, he suggests to leave the arguments and just everyone to drink tea. The young master does not know what they have planned. It was noticeable that the Third Lord had changed. He was no longer the man they had known before, but it made sense. Achieving a higher degree at such a young age might have made him more self-assured, even arrogant. However, the second lord points out that if the third threatens him for giving up entrepreneurship, there is only one way to get him to surrender, and that is to kill him. Even if he loses his limbs and cannot use martial arts, he will still fight for the place of successor until the end, because this is the fate of martial brothers and sisters. Sorian likes the changes in their relationship, and the energy coming from the second lord has become more dangerous. His true essence. The second lord tells Sorian that if he wants a fight to the death, then let him try. If he can even touch him, he promises to shed a tear at his funeral. He promises to show how much stronger he is, and to demonstrate his power. But the young master was not at all impressed by his words and waved his hand. However, his hand was stopped by the First Lord, preventing the blow from reaching its target. This fight was enough for him. Sorian, burning with energy, asks the First Lord why he is interfering again. In response, the First Lord only notes that they are being watched by children and asks them not to kill the Second Lord. Demonic energy spreads through space, causing everything around to tremble. A powerful demonic wave emanating from Sorian permeates the surrounding space. Children are fenced off from this aura, because it is destructive. The Second Lord realizes that he would not be able to react to Sorian's attack, and this emphasizes the difference between them. He is not worthy to be even his shadow. The First Lord points out that if they want to fight here, then it will be a huge mistake. Sorian fully agrees. Do not continue when children are looking at them, and yet he decides to stop, even though the tension is still in the air. Let the Second Lord consider himself just lucky. Sorian decided that he could kill him, but that wasn't going to happen today. He understands that he should not have done this, should have paid attention to the girl much earlier and wished them a good time. Suddenly, he notices the son of the patriarch Genius nearby, as big and built as his father. At this moment, the young master turns to Guanpeng. He says that the demon arts warriors should die for his sake, not for their own good. He adds that Guanpeng will never succeed if he seeks power through such methods. Sorian advises him to stop before it is too late. When the young master returns to his residence, he feels pain in the wrist that the First Lord was squeezing. He realizes that the one who stopped him is really very strong. It will not be easy to compete with him. Meanwhile, the First Lord speaks with the Second Lord, noting that Guanpeng has perfected the Blood Clan's demonic arts, making him a double. He notes this because he himself developed this technique, although it remained incomplete. Now his brother brought her to the end. The First Lord decides to tell that there is a danger in this technique, although Guanpeng tries his best to compensate for it. Guanpeng is in no rush to reveal his secrets. After all, his brother is also in no hurry to tell how he reached the higher realm. The problem is that it can't be explained in words, just like the demonic form. However, his brother asks to try. Guanpeng does not understand why he should do this. If the First Lord wants to know more, let him help him reach the higher realm, then he will think about it. The Second Lord laments that his brother betrayed him. Instead of supporting him, he left him empty-handed. He took everything from him and then disappeared in training to reach the Supreme Demon Realm, leaving him alone. The First Lord notes that Guanpeng has come across as rather rude, but Guanpeng is not at all worried about what his brother thinks of him, and has no desire to flatter him at all. He recalls that the Third Lord had lost all of his fighting skills and blocked his chi energy 2 years ago, and now he had reached the Supreme Demonic Realm without any help. He doesn't know if his brother took some shortcut, but he doubts he can beat him now. However, he is not going to give up and will still be the successor, no matter what happens. The First Lord finally decides to tell how to reach the High Realm. But there is one important but. Guanpeng risks losing a lot in his life. We return to the residence, where the guest from the Ice Palace feels that a whole month has passed. Constant anxiety makes him train continuously, but he can't calm down. Sorian emphasizes that it is necessary to try even harder. To the question, who is this? Answer that it is Don Peep, his personal bodyguard and friend. Upon hearing the word friend, Don Pip comments that the Lord thinks too highly of him. The representative of the Ice Palace reminds that the day when they promised to save his younger sister is near. When asked about plans, Sorian answers that there is nothing special, just go and fight, because he does not like to make plans. So you're just going to knock on the front door of the Beast Palace? He asks. That's right, answers Sorian. It sounds reckless, but he thinks it would be even more foolish to ask for his sister without a fight. The Beast Palace is known for its cruelty. But if the Third Lord comes to them, they will not act rashly. But what will happen if they decide to go for a trick? Sorian, although strong, will not be able to cope with all the beasts by himself. The Lord of the Ice Palace warns that it is too dangerous, but understands that Sorian is still going his way. The two beasts are in Yuan Province, which is the territory of the Divine Cult. Although they are not under control, this land is still their property. Several sects and clans tried to seize power, but no one ever dared to call this land their own. Now is a great chance to remind those people who are the real owners of this territory. At that moment, someone knocked on Bodan's door. He was reading today's report and realized that events were moving quickly. From the report, it became known that the Qi and Ox family are recovering quickly, especially thanks to the help of the Golden Treasure family. They plan to come back stronger. Although stuck in a routine, they are still masters of demonic martial arts, and are certainly disappointed by the loss of their home. The strategist suggests that the discussion of this case will take place after all the current events are over. And it is about the daughter of Yurin, the former patriarch. In his thoughts, the ruler comes to the conclusion that a rusty blade should be destroyed, not sharpened. This is the motto that he has followed until now and plans to follow. However, the blade, which he is not going to destroy now, is only getting sharper. This revival was caused by the Third Lord. Of course, he doesn't think the Third Lord is looking that far ahead. The strategist asks the Lord if the mission within the Yuanyu is too dangerous. Because even for someone who has reached the Supreme Demonic Realm, the Beast Palace can be a challenge. The Lord did not know that this boy was going to go to the Beast Palace. When the Lord asks why the strategist is so surprised, he explains that one of the students needs their permission to leave the place. This is a rule, and they strictly follow it. Although that was the case, the Demon Lord and his master would probably have said something else before leaving. He knows that permission has no meaning. The third young lord understands well that the Lord does not care about such trifles as long as he shows good results. Yurin is under control, and this is a great opportunity for the Overlord to show who's boss. The strategist realizes that the Third Lord may have become closer to the Demon Lord. If the strategist has nothing more to say, he can go, but he is confused why he is not treated to tea this time. The group went to the Red Guangxi forest. It was too hot here for a representative of the Ice Palace. He could have cooled himself down with ice arts, but chose not to. Usually he tries to create comfort for himself. When it's hot, cool. When it's cold, warm. But it doesn't help him when he has to endure all possible deprivations. He believes that, having become accustomed to discomfort, he would be able to endure difficulties more easily. Sorian understands that this is a good observation, but the boy is worried that everything might not go according to plan. In particular, he worries about his sister. He understands that this is a dangerous place, and his sister is very beautiful. He is sure that they will not do anything rash with her unless they want to start a war, but he is worried that they rely more on instincts than on reason. Sorian understands his concern, as the people of the Beast Palace are known to be cruel, and he wouldn't be surprised if his sister was abused. The only thing holding them back is the realization that rushing to save his sister won't help, and he understands how much the boy worries about her. However, Sorian tries to calm him down, assuring him that this will not happen. But he remembers that these guys weren't the only ones trying to infiltrate Zhu Yuan. Sorian is sure that if they do something stupid, their alliance with the other palaces will be in jeopardy. As a result, they will draw attention to themselves, and this can have serious consequences. Jiang Hu may seem open, but he is actually very conservative. If the Beast Palace even manages to infiltrate Zhu Yuan and, God forbid, commit an immoral act like abusing a woman, they will face severe consequences. They will be finished literally in one day. In addition, they cooperate with the Heavenly Alliance, which has a strict and righteous leader who does not tolerate moral deviations and is strict about ethics and morals. Suddenly, a rustling was heard nearby. Donpil drew his sword, trying to find out who was walking there. A ninja in a closed suit appeared and announced that he had a message for the Third Lord. Of course, this message took a lot of time. When Sorian opened and read it, he could not believe what he read. But this man only delivers messages without revealing their content. The Lord asked if they had branches in Guangxi, and asked him to tell the vice leader that he would pay for information when he found out who was in the vicinity near the mountain. They will move in crews, so they can be found quickly. This ninja then disappears, promising to return in 5 days. To the question of the boy from the Ice Palace, what just happened, Sorian is sure that now everything will become easier. He plans to negotiate with the Beast Palace to get the girl back, but hopes that won't be necessary. Meanwhile, in the Palace of the Beasts, led by the Southern Savage, there was information that the heir to the Ice Palace had disappeared. The master of the Beast Palace, known as the Heavenly Tiger, quickly reached Hunani, but suddenly disappeared without a trace. This was surprising because he left his hunters from the Ice Palace and disappeared himself. They closely followed him, interrogated members of the house sect, but no one knew anything. No one could give an exact answer to the question of where everyone went. To their king, it looks ridiculous, like it's some kind of joke. He was very angry when he found out about this, and decided that if he escaped without protection, then he must have some plan. And it was at this moment, when the leader of the Lightning Hawks saw the monster behind him. He was very confused. The owner ordered to find out and check the situation once again. Rumors said that the Hawk units often clashed with the main forces of the Bears. He has no idea how he's going to succeed if he can't even solve this problem. Let him not think that the Lord will help him only because he is the father of a student whom he admires. The man asks for another chance. He plans to send his disciples to Mount Ailolo to find out what is going on and come back with an answer. It's always fun for the Lord to watch them compete, and if they disappear, he suggests that the man will go to rescue his sister, probably with a guide or something. In any case, if he arrives here, the Lord will be ready. He will not let this rascal, the son of the North King, slip away, and will definitely deal with him. Somewhere near Mount Ailolo, people have already run more than 200 kilometers without stopping. It seemed like a real curse. They could overcome even more than 400 kilometers. The answer to the question of why they did not choose an easier way remained undisclosed. They do not fully understand, but the heir to the Beast Palace assures them that it is worth the effort. Either way, it's nice to know they're going that route. One of them should have learned from Yulan. If he was aggressive and arrogant, he would at least communicate better with them. However, the losers were defeated, not even knowing whether the scoundrel was alive or not. If they are so smart, then it would be better for them not to be noticed and not to fight for this place. They're headed for the eastern side of the Ailolo Mountains. And that's all there is to know. One of them begins to accumulate energy. In his mind, he remembers a scoundrel who thinks he's special only because the palace master admires him and decides to keep an eye on him while he trains. But this man does not pay attention to these narcissists who do not understand the importance of the mission. These mountains once belonged to them, but now they have been taken over by people from the demonic cult. They will use this opportunity to turn everything back. As he finishes training, he asks where their two people are. He is sure that they act at their own discretion if they really believe in their goal. This man begins to whistle, realizing that his squad are useless losers. He activates Hawk Divine Heavenly Form and inhabits the body of a flying hawk, which watches them from a height. Soon he quickly finds them, but does not understand what these fools are doing. A hawk flies over them. They feel threatened, as if danger is approaching, and they start running like crazy. They face danger right in front of them. The young master of the demon squad destroys 2 of their warriors with 1 blow, as if playing, counting how many more are left to destroy. The other soldiers look at him and do not understand who he is. But Saurian, with a dagger in his hand, does not leave them a chance to understand what happened. He approaches one of them and puts his hand on his shoulder. And he says, "You are very valuable people who have come all this way to be stolen by him and his friends, so relax and do not resist." This was information received from the Hao sect, unexpected, but very valuable. He was informed that the disciples of the Court of Beasts were carrying out mysterious activities in the mountains of Yahello. Hongbing thought it was too dangerous to steal all the heirs of the Beast Court instead of 1 or 2. Jong didn't know which of them impressed the master of the court the most, so he decided to take all of them without exception. Hongbin asked for the captive disciples to be released. However, Chong saw no need for this and asked Hong not to worry about the possibility of war. After all, the opponents will not dare to start a war, knowing that Chong can kill their students at any moment. Hongbin was worried about the safety of his sister, who might get hurt in this conflict. But Jong calmed him down, explaining that it wouldn't happen because it would be risky for them. His sister is not the heir, and any war will only weaken the position of their court. In addition, Chong mentioned that the master of the Beast Court was already 70 years old, and he might not be as skilled in martial arts as he used to be. However, Hong cautioned that his unpredictable nature could lead to a rash decision. To this, Jion remarked that the master of the Beast Court would have been hurt himself if he had made a careless step. In any case, Chong assured that he would take care of everything, and it was time to head to the Yahello Mountains. Hong was surprised to hear about the Yahello Mountains, as he thought they were headed for the Beast Court. Jong explained that he was going to inform the master of the Beast Court that he had personally come to see them. He also hinted that he hadn't forgotten Hong's sister either. After getting into the chariot, they set off. On the chariot lay bound warriors whom they had defeated in battle. Inside the carriage, Jong explained that they needed to be aggressive, telling them all the conditions. It is necessary to conquer them, he said. He explained in detail the plan how they were going to deal with this bunch of dumb as beasts. However, this was not the whole plan. He was hiding the main thing for now. At that moment, a giant hand clutched a piece of paper, outraged by the contents of the letter. The master of the Court of Beasts, the Heavenly Tiger, questioned in disbelief whether the truth in the letter corresponded to reality. He ordered one of his subordinates to send Cloud Leopard with orders to kill Chong. The leader of the Merciful Hawks, I-Huck, tried to calm the host. The tiger approached the owner. While the owner was explaining the situation, he talked about his students, whom he personally educated, and now they were in captivity, which did not give him peace. One of the captives was the son of the chief of the Merciful Hawks, I-Heka. I-Huck insisted that it was for this reason that the master should remain calm and act prudently. However, the head only hit the ground with his fist and ordered him to shut up. The blow landed directly on Yahek's head, pinning her to the ground. At that moment, a bald man approached them, informing them of a new letter from the Hao sect. Curious about what happened this time, the head took the letter in his hands. While reading, he was no less surprised than last time. After asking the bald man if it was true, he received confirmation. Blue Owl confirmed the information. The battle division of the demonic cult set out in the direction of the Yahello Mountains. The chief was confused as to why these people would come to them, but soon realized the possible reason. At first, he suspected that the son of the Northern King would join the demonic cult. The chief got so angry that hitting the ground with his foot, he made it shudder. His anger was caused by the fact that Hong had joined forces with a demonic cult. I-Huck, getting up, suggested that the abduction might be the work of a demonic cult. In addition, if the sect's combat unit goes to the Yahello Mountains, it may lead to a conflict with the Tang clan. It was important to make sure they didn't run into the Tang clan. The head of the court ordered to bring the girl. He decided to meet them personally, as the circumstances required. At this time, the messenger arrived at the camp of the Tang clan. An elder in the camp asked the messenger why the Hao sect was giving them this information. Under serious questioning, the envoy, barely holding back tears, repeated that he knew nothing. He fell to his knees, repeating the same thing over and over. The elder then asked how long it would take them to reach the mountains of Yahello. The man behind replied that there were 3 days left, without stops. The elder was outraged that these scumbags from the demonic cult would dare to underestimate them. In any case, they had arrived to capture the mountains of Yahello, and now needed no covert support. He was ready to make them pay tenfold for raising a hand against one of his men. It was Patriarch Tang Jong. Meanwhile, their chariot was moving through the mountains of Yahello. Jong already knew that the cult's combat units were on standby nearby. Fortunately, they had a detailed map so they wouldn't get lost. The map was drawn by Hajin, sure that Chun would like it. They unfolded the map and found a place known as the Valley of 1,000 Beasts, which was very close to their position to the west. Chan indicated on the map the point of their route: Monster Forest. The Hao sect also reported that people from the Beast Court and the Tang clan had already gathered at this place several times. These mountains are dangerous, but they themselves are more dangerous than any poisonous plant that grows here. Hongbin realized that they now had a common goal. The Beast Court seeks to take over the Yahello Mountains. The Tang clan seeks valuable herbs, and together this is their chance to destroy the divine cult. Then Chong suggested to start the journey. He ordered everyone to take 2 hostages each, taking 2 on his shoulders. The 3 days they had spent in the Forest of Monsters had passed. They gathered a considerable number of warriors united by one goal. Many had marks on their faces, as if they had been scratched by a tiger, and they all stood before the chief. The Heavenly Tiger carefully surveyed the size of his army. But suddenly, at the top of the mountain, Chong appeared behind him and ordered him to stop. The Heavenly Tiger was amazed that someone would dare to come here. The great tiger roared so loudly that the earth shook. His roar made the birds fly in all directions from the surrounding trees. Jong, standing on the mountain, said that the Heavenly Tiger's strength lived up to the rumors, but it wouldn't be easy. In response, the Heavenly Tiger asked if it was Jong who sent the letter. "Nice to meet you, Sir Meow," Jong said wryly. But the Heavenly Tiger, having no sense of humor, stood with the giant white tiger by his side and questioned what he had just said. Jong explained that he named him Sir Meow because of the presence of the cat nearby. After the explanation, the Heavenly Tiger understood, but could not find the words to reply. Chong asked the Heavenly Tiger to remain calm as there were still negotiations ahead. The Heavenly Tiger decided not to waste time and immediately asked about the son of the Northern King. Jong wondered what Tiger knew about Gang Hui and replied, "Son of the Northern King? And who is the Northern King?" implying that it is more important to first find out who he is talking to, pointing to himself. The Heavenly Tiger coldly replied that he didn't care and didn't want to listen to a single word from Chong. Jong wondered why Tiger couldn't sense his power even though they were so close, and why his fighting prowess seemed so superior. Naming battle levels is a futile effort for those looking for shortcuts, Jong thought. The Peak of Mastery, the highest peak. All these titles are just names because everyone develops at their own pace. But at the top, everyone is equal, Jong mused. Regardless of the martial art, at the peak we are all the same. Chong believed that a Heavenly Tiger should not behave like this if he had reached the level of a supreme demon or an evolutionary realm. It seems that the Beast Court, a sect that has a connection with beasts, has gained a power beyond the reach of humans. Tiger hinted that they were definitely unique, and then asked Chong to bring the heir of the Ice Court who had kidnapped their heirs. "I'm the one who kidnapped your students," Jong replied coldly.
How dare you lie!
Cried the tiger, furious to the brim. Jong explained that it was difficult to carry all the students by himself, so they split them into 2 groups. "These are your students, aren't they?" Jong said and showed the 2 bound students. The Heavenly Tiger couldn't believe it, and his eyes flashed red with rage. He realized that the mountain was imbued with demonic energy, which was why he could not sense his disciples, because this energy made him perceive Chan as one of the demon elders. Chong then asked if Tiger had brought the Ice Court's daughter, threatening to tear off the heads of his students if it wasn't done. However, before moving on to this question, the Heavenly Tiger wanted to know, why did the demonic cult form an alliance with the Ice Court? There's only one reason 2 organizations can form an alliance, and that's when they can help each other, Jong explained. "How are you with the Tang clan?" he added. The Heavenly Tiger was confused as to how Jong knew this. Did the Tang scum tell him? John began revealing the details of the Heavenly Tiger's plans, showing off his knowledge. Then he asked the tiger if there were no more questions to bring him the daughter of the Ice Court. The Heavenly Tiger raised his hand. His men carried out the coffin. "Is she dead?" Jong warned that if the hostage was dead, the negotiations were over. The Heavenly Tiger assured her that she was alive, but the situation was strange. "Then why is she in a coffin?" The tiger explained that she is in anabiosis. She herself wanted it to protect herself. He invited Chan to check it out for himself if he didn't believe it. Jong jumped down from the mountain, using his aura to slowly descend. After checking in person, he should have gotten answers, but he suspected that something was wrong here, because access to the hostage was given too easily. Maybe Tiger still underestimates him. Or is it a trap? Chong had everything in mind. Sanrin, the daughter of the Lord of the Ice Court, was indeed lying in this coffin. She was surprisingly beautiful, which probably indicated their family resemblance. Approaching, Jong decided to check her pulse. The Heavenly Tiger carefully watched his every move. Suddenly, the girl's eyes began to shine with a bright light. She suddenly jumped out of the coffin, rushing at Chan. At that moment, his allies were on top of the mountain. Gang Hui watched as his sister was elsewhere, and someone else was fighting to save her. He understood who the third young lord was, and what his purpose was. Ma assured him not to worry, because he believed Jong was capable of handling this situation. He was sure because he knew of Chong's great hatred for his enemies. No one else felt as much hatred for the cult's opponents as Jong. Glancing to the side, they saw the Tang clan squad approaching just as Chong had predicted. It's their turn to act. You need to lure this squad into a trap. Meanwhile, John fought off the girl's attacks. Her speed amazed him. She was like a bird of prey pouncing on its prey. Jong guessed that she had taken something, but it was clearly no ordinary potion. It seemed that the girl was under a spell. It was clear that she was not herself. At this moment, the Heavenly Tiger ordered the disciples to be brought. His whole army rushed up to carry out his order. Trying to stop the girl, Chong realized that she would not regain consciousness on her own. In the end, he had to knock her unconscious to complete the rescue. At least the rescue operation was successful. However, the Heavenly Tiger began to jump, preparing to attack. He wanted to make Jong pay for his audacity. While attacking, he did not realize how strong his opponent was. Jong just whispered a few words, and sharp blades surrounded by aura began to fly out of the air. The Heavenly Tiger had to dodge them, stopping in front of John. Tiger warned that if he hadn't dodged, John's head would have exploded by now. But Jong just smiled, as he didn't expect anything else from someone who uses mean tricks when handing over hostages. At that moment, Jong spoke the name Goldie. And here, at the top of the slope, a giant fox appeared, ready for battle. From the roar of the giant fox, the entire Heavenly Tiger army covered their ears, trying to protect themselves from this powerful sound. A beam of energy shot straight up into the sky from Goldie. His eyes seemed magical. His strength was incomparable, and these warriors climbing up the slope were no match for him. The white tiger sensed danger. The Heavenly Tiger, looking at this creature, could not understand what kind of creature it was. He had never seen a beast with such eyes. John introduced Goldie as his friend. "Did you think I would fall for your little tricks so easily?" John asked ironically. It looked like Goldie had called for backup. It became clear why this place is called the Forest of Myriad Monsters. The cruelest creatures, smart and determined, live here. Negotiations stopped, and Chong suggested that the Heavenly Tiger defend himself against these creatures. He bluntly stated that it was Tiger who was endangering his precious students. Without objecting, the Heavenly Tiger realized that this might be exactly what he was trying to avoid. In response, the Heavenly Tiger told Chong to shut his mouth. They lunged at each other with fists as tight as steel. Of course, Jong refused to comply with his request. From the first blow, the Heavenly Tiger spat out blood. However, Chong also received a powerful blow to the face. Hundreds of punches followed, almost 500 per minute, their fists flying like meteors. The fight ended with Chong jumping back. His feet slid along the ground and his hands remained in a defensive position. Sky Tiger, or Sir Meow, asked Chong to let his students go, to which Chong sarcastically asked if Meow would have done the same if he'd been in his place. Meow threatened that if he didn't let the disciples go, the entire Beast Court would rise up against him, and the battle would begin immediately. "Do you want war? Excellent. In that case, the demonic cult will activate the defense system to wipe the Beast Court off the face of the earth," Jong replied. Meow didn't believe that the demonic cult had such power. At this point, Jong revealed his true identity, revealing the whole truth. The ground began to shake and dust rose into the air. Everyone was ordered to get ready. Meow turned as Chong informed that Goldie had brought all the beasts living in the mountains of Ailau. Meow realized that this was a serious confrontation with the demonic cult, and decided not to hold back. He raised his fist to the sky, and a bright beam shone from it. People nearby saw the signal from their master and hurried to join him. They immediately ran as fast as they could. Chong knew that there were many of their people here. He ironically asked the Heavenly Tiger if he agreed that they had managed to scare them well. At this moment, the fox had already brought his allies, beasts that attacked the enemies on their way. Of course, Only King White Tiger could resist. His strength was impressive. He easily tore apart beasts with his claws. A powerful roar came from his mouth, and his red eyes glowed brightly. Many other animals came against him. Wolves, bears, and other predators. Looking around, Tiger noticed a huge number of enemies, and his dark energy was quite different from Goldie's. Chong noticed how the tiger scared away the other animals with just one roar. And on top of the mountain stood Goldie, whose energy was also extraordinary. Literally flowing around him. The beasts Goldie had brought roared just as loudly, showing their bloody maws. The fox decided to act and descended, along with the other beasts tearing through the enemies in their path. The heavenly tiger voiced his opinion, assuring them that they couldn't be defeated by just a handful of forest beasts. At the same moment, the heavenly tiger suddenly pushed off the ground. He charged at Chong, declaring that they couldn't hurt him. Jong noticed what kind of attack the opponent was preparing, and thought that he was crazy, because this strike would destroy everything around him. The heavenly tiger's eyes glowed, reflecting the incredible energy he carried within him. He finally freed her by slamming his fists into the ground. There was a deafening explosion that swept across the mountains. Those who were on their way to the battle site realized that they had to run even faster to keep up. But suddenly their senior ordered to stop. A red-haired woman appeared in front of them and warned them that they would not go any further. The young master had sent her here to what she called an unbearable place. She asked them to listen carefully, explaining that she had arrived here right after completing 2 missions, so she was in a terrible mood, to say the least. After surveying their numbers, she realized that there were more enemies than she expected. A squad of frenzied demons for whom pain is no obstacle understood that this battle would not be easy. Suddenly, a man appeared and told her that she liked to talk too much. It was a demonic general. She did not understand what he was doing here, and asked about it directly. The general replied that he himself would like to ask her this very question. He was here on the orders of the 3rd young master, and she was here for the same reason. The presence of a general-level assistant was very appropriate for her, and, clenching her sword, she offered to begin the battle. They rushed at their opponents with a fury, as if they had been striving all their lives to destroy them. Meanwhile, the demonic beasts were almost all defeated. The fox returned to the mountainside. Chong saved the girl and, jumping up, grabbed onto a rock on the slope, realizing that things could have ended much worse. This crazy bastard even killed his own allies, he thought. The force of the impact was so great that the wave destroyed everyone around, leaving an unforgettable impression. First, Jong decided to hide the princess in a safe place. Miao used a huge amount of life energy for this attack. However, his disciples still remained in the hands of the enemies. He wanted to save Kui, even if he had to sacrifice many things. Immediately, he began to climb the rock. And up there, Chong was already waiting for him. The heavenly tiger decided to kill Chong at any cost and charged. Jong believed that his 7 Knights' blade would help stop this madman. A sword appeared in his hand and he gripped it tightly. Chong decided to use the Fury King's Claws attack. Claws of red color, similar to lightning, seemed to fall from the sky, hitting the ground and attacking the heavenly tiger. This was followed by a Sky Demon Lightning Fist attack. The impact was so powerful that it left a blush on the heavenly tiger's back, hitting him directly in the stomach. It was only a 3rd skill level, but it had already made a significant impact. The heavenly tiger, however, did not back down, and continued to insist that he had come here personally to save his disciples. Jong replied that his disciples would not wake up, and if the heavenly tiger wanted them back, he would have to defeat him first. But turning around, Chong saw something unexpected. His disciples not only woke up, but were already on their feet behind him. Chong was stunned. He was sure that he had completely blocked their energy cores and acupuncture points. Something had clearly gone wrong. Meanwhile, another enemy, with a mustache, was already climbing the rock. He was the first to notice his own son among the students. The heavenly tiger lunged at Chong again, ready for another attack. Jong was behind him and swung his blade, aiming for his neck. But suddenly a much more interesting idea occurred to him. He used the 9-fold unshakable blade, Path of Endless Destruction technique, and he directed this attack not at the heavenly tiger, but directly at his disciples. A cloud of dust arose which prevented a normal view of what was happening. The heavenly tiger, standing on his knees, pounded his fist on the ground again and again from the pain he was feeling. He shielded his student with his own body, absorbing the full impact. After giving everything to save his son, Meowth asked if he was able to save him. Jong grabbed Meow by the neck. Then he pressed him to the ground with incredible speed. The energy he used began to drain Meow's face. Raising his head, Meowth screamed again in anger, desperately venting his pain and rage. A crack in the ground stretched deep underfoot, testifying to the force of the impact. All Chon had to do was point his hand towards the enemy, as sharp blades flew out of it. Dongfil managed to repel these arrows, although he understood that they flew faster and stronger than normal, reaching him from a distance of more than 150 meters. He wondered if the opponent could be the patriarch of the Tang clan, because his skills were equal to those of one of the heads of the 7 great families. The white-haired man knew that these families were the most determined in Zhongyuan, and they would stop at nothing to achieve their goal. The patriarch was informed about a strong explosion on the mountain, but he ordered not to be distracted and just chase the demons. At this time, the boys felt strong vibrations, realizing that this was happening where the young master was. The white-haired man offered to go ahead. From a distance, the mountain looked calm, as if nothing was happening. But in reality, the heavenly tiger was absorbing his disciples' energy. Is it possible that the Court of Beasts uses demonic arts to absorb energy? Miao was converting this energy into his own. The aura emanating from him was overwhelming. Chong didn't understand what was happening, but he knew he had to act immediately. The subordinate of the heavenly tiger, realizing the danger to his son, begged him to let the disciple go. He asked himself, was the heavenly tiger training disciples only to use them in his own martial arts? Ai-Huk took a few more steps forward, but the Sky Tiger ordered him to disappear. However, Ai-Huk could not forgive him for destroying his own son. He tried to attack, but the heavenly tiger only extended his hand in his direction, and Ai-Huk's body flew into small pieces. Raising his head, the heavenly tiger ordered all survivors to protect him. His soldiers, climbing the slope, heard the order of the owner of the court and rushed to climb even faster. Jong looked around and realized that some of them were still alive, even though he thought he had destroyed them all. He wondered how many were left. Dongpil was soon to appear here along with the Tang clan. The current situation needed to be resolved first before they arrived. Contemplating this, Jong narrowly avoided White Tiger's attack, but Goldie came to the rescue just in time to save him. Jong found himself under the protection of his trusted friend, the fox, who stood in front of him, ready to fight. The White Tiger, with glowing red eyes, let out terrifying roars. Goldie seems to have decided that he can handle the White Tiger on his own, and Jong agrees to leave the big cat to him. They engaged in battle, trying to cut each other with their blade-sharp claws. Goldie takes care of White Tiger, but the real problem remains with Sky Tiger, or Mr. Meow. The heavenly tiger's body was rapidly recovering, and his aura had stabilized. He was about to completely absorb his disciple's energy. Jong couldn't just stand by, so he took his sword and charged. The problem was that he had to work his way through his subordinates to get to Tiger. Cutting them down one by one, Chong realized that they were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect their master. The heavenly tiger continued to order them not to retreat and act together. They were definitely determined to stop Chong no matter what. Jong used Heavenly Demon's Lightning Fist. The ground shuddered, split, and the enemies scattered in different directions. However, after this attack, Jong felt something behind him. He recognized a familiar energy, a poisonous aura that indicated that Dongpil and the Tang clan had almost reached them. Jong rushed forward, holding his giant sword tightly. He threw bald enemies in all directions. His first priority was to deal with Tiger's subordinates. With the help of telepathic energy, he freed the princess from under the rubble of stones. He pulled her close, protecting her with his body. At this point, he turned to Goldie, his faithful fox. Goldie continued his fierce battle against the White Tiger, who was no less serious and worthy opponent. But at Chan's command, he immediately approached him. Handing over Princess Goldie, Jung asked him to take her and get out of here. After giving the princess away, Chong was relieved because he had kept his promise anyway. He trusted Goldie and knew that he could save her. Meanwhile, the heavenly tiger grew stronger and stronger. Chong, despite Tiger's serious appearance, continued to call him Mr. Cat and asked if he had woken up yet. However, Tiger's followers did not let Chong calmly mock the cat, desperately protecting their master. As he got up, the heavenly tiger asked Chong if he was indeed the third young lord of the demonic cult. In front of Chong stood the lord of the Court of Beasts, and behind him, a whole squad of followers. It was a battle on two fronts. Miao, now much stronger, vowed again to tear Chong to pieces. Jong decided to treat this situation like a game of chance, where every life is a chip to be used. Gripping his sword tightly, Jong turned to Miao. He asked if Tiger was really going to kill him, and warned him that it was too late for that. Chong slammed his blade into the ground, and deep cracks began to spread from it at an incredible speed. It was already too late. This place would disappear. The whole mountain split. Stones flew in different directions, despite its huge size. The heavenly tiger began to fall down with the rubble. Chong didn't avoid it either, and flew down with the stones. In an instant, the entire top was destroyed. His companions knew that the young master was there. At that moment, Goldie came down to them, coming closer. He placed the princess on the ground right in front of them. The white-haired man took her in his arms, trying to understand if she was okay. Dongpil asked Goldie where the young master was. Is he under these stone rubble? Dongpil couldn't just lose him like that. Grabbing his sword, he set himself to save Chong at all costs, and a giant golden silhouette appeared behind him. Using this power, he began to chop the rocks in front of him. White Tiger roared from under the rubble. Suddenly, everyone stopped when they heard a familiar voice. Chong started crawling out from under the stones, saying that he was alive. When they asked if he was okay, Jong replied that it didn't matter right now. It was more important to find out what happened to the warriors from the Tang clan. Dongpil explained that they were approaching at a distance of 100 meters. They were the last piece of the puzzle needed to complete the plan. As he stroked Goldie, Jong knew that there would be no second chance. They need to defeat the enemy at the first attempt. There is no other option. Jong rushed forward, asking Dongpil to follow him. At this moment, the patriarch of the Tang clan prepared to attack by using the pear-flowering needles torrential rain technique. Dongpil deflected the arrows with his sword, neutralizing them in one motion. One of the members of the Tang clan was amazed that Dongpil was able to deflect all the arrows with just one technique. But the patriarch did not notice where the second fighter had gone. Surprise was in the air when a sword was already flying in their direction. The patriarch only turned to see his ally fall, struck by that sword. It was the master of the Dark Cloud Pavilion, and it was unlikely that he had survived. Lying on the ground, he asked the patriarch not to pay attention to him and to get rid of his enemies. But he could not get the word out. The patriarch could not tell if he was dead and ordered everyone to pause. He did this because he felt Chong's hand grabbing his head. Chong, approaching from behind, put a long knife to the patriarch's neck and ordered him to stop, or promised to tear out his eyes and eat him. It was a convincing enough argument to make the enemies stay away. Even the master with a stiff shoulder stood up, fearing for the patriarch. Jong showed his seriousness by plucking out the other eye and holding it on the tip of a knife. However, he wasn't really going to eat it. It was just an intimidation. At last, they listened to him, asking him what he wanted. Jong asked if they were the only ones from the Green King's squad. Master agreed, not understanding how Chong knew about their origins. In his hands was a small spherical object, and he understood that this might be the only chance to save the patriarch. Jong, noticing his intentions, pressed the knife closer to the patriarch's neck. When asked by the master about his actions, Jong explained that he knew about the attempt to use the poison. He remarked that he didn't know what kind of poison it was, but it wouldn't work on him, though he wasn't happy with the attempt. I asked for the last time, are you the only Tang clan here? Said Chong. The master only thought about saving the patriarch and not lying as he was afraid for his life, so he decided to tell the truth. John cut to the chase, asking them to team up with the Dark King's squad to ambush the beast yard. The master found this ridiculous and asked Chong to offer something adequate if he wanted to negotiate. Chong in response asked if he was saying this because he was afraid of losing, but the master assured him that he did not believe in defeating the beast court. Then Chong suggested that the master simply prove his point with actions. He explained the terms, but the master expressed disbelief, stating that they could not trust them. As a bonus, John offered to release the poison dragon pavilion master they had in prison. Isn't that a good offer? Especially considering that he is the patriarch's brother, added Jong. The master trembled before the difficult choice he had to make. The patriarch, sitting on the ground, asked his brother not to accept the offer. He firmly believed that the demonic cult could not be trusted because they did not deserve it. At this time, another battle was taking place in the mountains. It was a squad of berserker demons summoned by a red-haired girl. Watching the enemy, she understood that there were too many of them, and if they lost, their squad would immediately go to the young master. The general turned to her, saying that they would not be able to hold out for long and should retreat. Suddenly he felt a familiar aura and remembered that he had felt it somewhere before. A detachment of the Sichuan Tang clan appeared from under the dust. Hongrian and the general noticed that they were approaching them. Clan Master Tang began to shout for them to attack the enemies from the beast court and not let any of them escape. Half an hour ago, the patriarch advised against accepting Chong's offer. He insisted that the demonic cult was not to be trusted. In response, Jong sarcastically remarked that they should not forget their own crimes, the destruction of the Green Lantern village in Sichuan 20 years ago, and the destruction of the Iron Blade and Battle Blade sects to test the poison. The patriarch was shocked and asked how Chong knew these things. At this point, the master still decided to accept the offer. The master of the Dark Cloud Pavilion promised his master to return soon. He declared that he would go and kill all the enemies, although he considered the deal unfair. Dongpil, standing behind Jeon, also offered his help. Suddenly, Chong swung his sword and cut off the patriarch's hand. The master froze, as if the ground had gone from under his feet. Jong asked again if they thought the deal was fair, then announced the termination of the agreement with the master of the Poison Dragon Pavilion. He warned that the patriarch would die if they didn't leave within 3 seconds. As Jong counted, his sharp blade dug deeper into the patriarch's neck. He counted to 2. The sword sank deeper into the patriarch's neck. The patriarch's eyes darted frantically in different directions. The master of the Dark Cloud Pavilion could not stand it, and ordered the Green King's squad to retreat. Dongpil, observing the situation, realized that sometimes the aura could be so oppressive that it made him freeze in place, and he had never seen someone of Vaughn's level display such mental strength. He was amazed at the demonic energy of Chong, who controlled others with just the power of his mind without raising a hand. Chong was able to turn the Tang clan against their former ally, the Beast Court. Dongpil understood that Jong had a plan, but using the Tang clan to destroy the Beast Court was unexpected. At this point, Jung turned to Dongpil and ordered him to stay with him. By rescuing the princess, Jong fulfilled his promise. He asked the white-haired man to take his sister and leave, as this was not the time for the Ice Court to interfere. However, he, holding Rin in his arms, refused and said that he would take her to a safe place and return. Jong didn't have time to answer before he started to jump forward. Goldie suddenly turned his head down, looking the other way. White Tiger, the master of the beastyard, began to purr, looking tired. He was covered in heavy boulders, and probably wouldn't even be able to move if he woke up. John asked Dongpil if he remembered the wolves from the Beast Court having powers comparable to martial artists. The White Tiger is even stronger. It is larger than an ordinary tiger, and its speed and endurance are amazing. The tiger is the culmination of Beast Court wizardry. All the magic was concentrated in his head, but when he touched it, Chong felt that it was carelessly done. He realized that he could fix it as easily as removing a blood parasite. The core of magic in his head is a lump of energy without a physical form, so it doesn't even need rare herbs like a blood parasite. This core is connected to the master of the Court of Beasts, who put his bloodlust into the tiger, causing it to go mad. Jung wondered if the tiger had been raised as a weapon, just like him. The tiger was raised in a cage where he was given leftover food. He was there with many children who were also treated horribly. The children crying behind the bars, asked to be released. The guard only listened as they said that their mother was waiting for them. They kept begging him to open the door, but he replied that their parents had sold them here. And he added that they no longer have a home. Children had to eat disgusting food to at least not die. The guards beat the person who asked to go home, forcing him to forget about his home, which no longer exists. The essence of sorcery was firmly rooted in the tiger's head, suppressing his instincts. He also lost himself, living as someone's slave. Chung could have killed him for all he had experienced, but decided to free him from the chains of control first. White Tiger could feel the heat spreading through his body, but it wasn't enough. Jung asked Dongpil if he had medicine for the internal injuries. Dongpil immediately gave him the pill and asked him to hold it. He also understood that if he had not received the gift he had before, everything would have been much worse. Jung understood that this huge tiger would not wake up for a long time, and asked Dongpil to concentrate his own energy. The last battle promised to be brutal. It will be much fiercer than anything that has happened before. Suddenly, a giant hand came out of the ground, scattering stones in all directions. The master of the beastyard survived and began to get out from under the stone rubble. Straining his body, he scattered the debris around him. His gaze was filled with rage and the desire to kill. Was it difficult to deal with all this? Jong asked, sitting directly in front of him on the rock. Miao asked him what he did with the white tiger, to which Chong replied that he just killed him. Isn't it obvious? That was your strongest weapon, of course I destroyed it. He said that to get Miao out of his mind and force him to act. Chong knew that this technique would give him a psychological advantage. He unleashed Heavenly Demon Lightning Fist to counter Miao's powerful strike. Chong put all his strength into this strike, but he noticed that the enemy did not even waver. He was certainly very strong. At least Miao couldn't use one arm now, it was broken. However, she suddenly recovered, which was a surprise. The bones grew together by themselves. His breathing was soft and echoed through his sharp teeth, adding to the fearsomeness. Miao now asked Chong if that was all he was capable of, mocking his earlier words. He seemed like a real monster. Meanwhile, Dongpil was also under rubble of stones. Observing the heavenly tiger, the lord of the beast court, he felt its incredible power. He asked himself if he would even be able to fight such an opponent who is on a completely different level. He was surprised that the heavenly tiger survived, because he couldn't believe that it would be easy to defeat him. At that moment, Jong asked Goldie to take care of the tiger, and he and Dongpil went to the cliff. Chong warned him that the master of the beast court would be much stronger. Frankly said that he needed his help. At the same time, he hinted that he would have to risk his life. Who knows, maybe by accomplishing something incredible, heaven will reward you, he said. It happened a few hours ago. Coming back to reality, Jong was standing in front of Miao explaining to him that all the people he brought with him were already dead. They are currently fighting the Tang clan, true battle fanatics. The Heavenly Tiger couldn't believe it, but the decision of trust was left to him alone. Jong motioned for him to look around and see what was happening right behind him. Miao turned to see. Right behind him came a powerful sword strike that cut through everything in its path. It was Dongpil who distracted Miao. At this moment, Jong took a chance and attacked Miao from the front with a punch. Miao flew back even more angry. Dongpil was ready to continue the fight. He swung his sword, striking the giant's leg. Blood gushed from the wound. While Jong had already taken off into the air, he swung his new blow straight at his opponent's head, sending him flying far back. Miao flew with such force that his body pierced the entire mountain. It seems to have worked, Dongpil said, but Jong warned him that nothing was done yet. Miao's silhouette appeared from under the pile of dust, his pumped-up body becoming visible, and he spoke a few words. He scoffed that they bastards thought such cheap tricks would work. He considered himself the strongest martial artist in the south, and effortlessly lifted the huge boulder. Jong was at a loss for words as he watched this monster. Meowth was practically invulnerable and possessed incredible strength. He could lift almost half of a small mountain. Chan had to dodge boulders flying down. Dongpil, barely wiping the dust from his eyes, suddenly realized that Miao was standing right behind him. Barely swiping his hand with little force, Miao punched him. A bell rang out as Dongpil's head hit, and he flew straight into the rock. He smashed the stones with his back and got stuck right there. Miao closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then he exhaled and said that he knew. He felt the energy of the white tiger. He realized that he was still alive when he saw the white tiger open his eyes. His body hadn't fully recovered yet, but he was slowly rising. The fox stood opposite him. They exchanged glances, preparing for a new confrontation. Jong wasn't going to drag out the fight and offered to end it right now. He understood that the situation could turn very dangerous. The Heavenly Tiger was ready to make the white tiger feast on his body for mocking him. With complete confidence that this would not happen, Jong charged in first. Miao responded, swinging his fist and assuring that the white tiger would not spare Chong even a bone. Jong knew that there would be no second chance, and he had to give his all now. If he can deflect this blow, Miao's internal energy will be exhausted. He used the ninefold technique of the springy calamity blade, the first form of the 6 consecutive hell winds. There was a loud explosion and stones flew into the air. The fire mushroom grew more and more. But Miao broke out from under this flame. He angrily shouted, "Is that all you're capable of? Then die!" Chong had no choice but to defend himself against this incredible blow. After that, only a trace remained on the ground. Miao was sure that Chong was lying in a pile of rocks after that blow, waiting for the white tiger. Despite being hit hard, Jong continued to taunt Miao, calling him a kitten and admitting that he was indeed strong. With only a third of his internal energy left, Chong realized that his only chance was to use the soul hiding in the heavens technique, concentrating all of his power. He knew that simply swinging a sword was not enough. The quality of internal energy was more important than its quantity. Meowth was skeptical, doubting that Chong would be able to control the sword on the brink of death. But suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. A sword was stuck into him. Dongpil, who got out from under the rubble, appeared behind Miao. However, Meowth simply turned around and kicked him away. Looking around, he noticed something else. Right behind him was the white tiger. Miao was happy, ordering Tigger to eat this tall boy. He ordered not to leave even bones from him. But something completely different happened. The white tiger began to attack. However, his target was not John, but Miao himself, and he sank his sharp fangs into the master's leg. "Looks like the cat has a lot of grudges," Jong said, observing the situation. While White Tiger held his leg, Chong sent several swords at Miao. Jong advised that fights are usually pointless, and spoke the sky-vanishing soul technique. His last words were the technique's call, and the swords pierced through Miao's body. Meowth had no chance of survival this time. Jong walked up to the battle site, feeling exhausted. The situation was extremely dangerous, and he was on the verge of death. But now the Heavenly Tiger found himself in a real trap. Dongpil walked over to John, and they started discussing how well the battle ended. However, Dongpil admitted that he slightly missed his chance. He was stuck at the Supreme Peak level, and Beast Court Master could be an opportunity for him to break out of this realm. But he decided not to explain it to Chong just yet, keeping his thoughts a mystery. Meow's severed hands lay under the stones. This bastard was extremely strong, but he still met his end. John and Dongpil looked around at the beasts. Fox and White Tiger were fine. It seems that the tiger attacked his master because of a deep grudge he had accumulated over time. Jong gave Tiger a chance to live his own life, even though he used to be a monster. Suddenly, they felt a demonic energy. Probably a squad of berserker demons approaching. Hongrian, standing on one knee behind them, declared that the divine teachings were indisputable and all the ladies would fall before them. As the commander of the berserker demon squad, she welcomed the third young lord. She reported on the situation. The Tang clan squad had been destroyed, as well as the forces of the Court of Beasts. The general and the rest of the team finished their work at the battle site. Jong praised her for her good work. Although he had felt a little uncomfortable with the demonic energy before, it now brought him comfort. He asked why she looked so unhappy. She explained that she was feeling a little down, and he asked her not to worry. Comparing him to what she had seen before, she recognized his strength. Last time he was strong as the leader of the Seven family, but now she called him a true monster, as he became incredibly powerful. At that moment, John, having lost all his strength, fell into her arms. In a weak voice, he asked her to become even stronger. Since she is the leader of the whole squad, she can't keep up. He was exhausted and could barely keep his eyes open as she helped him walk with an ominous foreboding. The problem was that there was one kitten that really wasn't cute at all. Despite his severed arm, Meowth got up off the ground. He jumped as fast as if nothing had happened. Hongrian, seeing this, realized how much danger they were in. John could barely stand on his feet and couldn't defend himself. Meow, screaming, flew straight at them with incredible speed. But his end came thanks to Dongpil, who chopped off his head. In the Heavenly Demon Divine Cult, in the Demon God Court, Li, standing with his back, asked about the results of the fight. He was informed that 3 of the Beast Court squads had suffered fatal losses. Most of the Tang clan's forces had also perished, and the Berserker Demon Squad and the 4th General had won an easy victory. Li asked about the Patriarch of the Tang clan, to which he was told that he had been captured but had not yet been sent here. Li agreed that leaving the Patriarch with the Master of the Poison Dragon Pavilion here would cause even more problems. He congratulated the Demon Lord because one of the problems of South Manchuria had been solved. However, Li replied that this is not the end. The organization is powerful and has existed for hundreds of years. They will not retreat just because of the loss of their leader and part of the elite. Still, Li admitted it was an incredible feat. He remarked that the Third Lord could have just made a deal, but instead he destroyed the head of the Beast Court and humiliated the Tang clan. At that moment, a man came to the Alliance leader with urgent news. The leader stood among the beautiful flowers and asked him to wait a little. Taking the flower that inspired him, he asked to send a letter to the abbot, wanting to cheer him up because he was fighting an illness. The righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance, Dam Sayun, was shocked to learn that the Southern King was dead. The leader revealed that the Southern King had died 2 weeks ago on Mount Ailao, and it was suspected that someone from the demonic cult was behind his death. He noted that this was bad because his death came at an inappropriate time. The speaker explained that the Beast Court's elite squad was fighting the Tang clan on the mountain. It was known that they had formed an alliance in secret, and it was interesting to see what could have destroyed it, although there were no details. Traces of the 7 stages powder, rain of blossoming pear needles from the Tang clan, and their needles were found. The leader knew that these substances could not be used without the permission of the Patriarch. He understood that the demonic cult knew about the meeting of these forces on the mountain, so he attacked. The mountain is important to them as well. The leader wondered why the Beast Court and the Tang clan were fighting. After that, they moved to a quieter place for further conversation. The speaker added that they are trying to contain the leak, but some people say they have seen the Patriarch near Yunnan. While they were pouring tea, a conversation arose about the Patriarch and the sentiment against him in the clan. The conversation continued on the topic that the Patriarch did not have enough power to destroy his enemies. The Alliance leader suggested that the poisonous herbs found on the mountain might have attracted someone like him. He understood that the mountain was attractive to both sides, and probably the Patriarch went there himself. If the Tang clan is withholding information, it is possible that the Patriarch is either dead or missing. It looked like the Tang clan was going through a crisis. The leader came to this conclusion. He asked who was leading the group against the Patriarch, and when he learned that it was Manhwa, he decided to arrange a meeting to instruct these rebels. At the same time, the leader decided to leave the demonic cult alone. He pointed out that starting a war is easy, but their safety is at risk if a war starts, so he doesn't want to take any chances without clarifying the situation with the invitees from beyond the walls. People from the demonic cult are a natural disaster that is difficult to deal with. The leader decided that for the time being, they could not perceive them as enemies for open war. He understood that victory was only possible if the leader of the demonic cult did not escape. Meanwhile, at Mount Ailao, Hongrion ordered the berserker demons to focus on healing the wounded. The others were to remain on guard until the young lord completed his restoration. Although Chong's internal wounds had yet to heal, his energy core was stable. If he practiced a traditional demonic art, he could recover quickly, but it doesn't always help level up. By avoiding traditional methods, he reached the level of a superior demon realm. However, now his condition mattered. After killing the leader of the Court of Beasts, he was aware that the righteous Heavenly Alliance would begin to act. Jian tried to understand how the righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance would act. It was hard to predict what a righteous leader would do because he is so unpredictable. But there are two things you can be sure of. First, it won't work against the demonic cult. He had already enlisted 3 courts to try to seize power in Jiaha. One of these courts, however, had just lost its leader, and the other an arm. Now he is powerless. Second, he would try to bring the Tang clan into the Righteous Heaven Alliance as they had become weaker. The righteous leader of the Heavenly Alliance is a greedy man. His greed knows no bounds, even when it comes to demonic martial artists. John recalled a conversation from his past life with the leader of the Alliance. Then, the leader spoke about a sword that you can't always wield when you want, and explained that in fact it is not just a sword. Chong was now certain that he had done the right thing by keeping Patriarch Tang alive. As he meditated, he told himself that he would break his sword when he tried to possess it. Some time passed and Ma Donpil stood among the huge trees. He closed his eyes and sank into thought. He asked himself how this was possible. At that moment, he realized that the sword dance enhanced the quality of the demonic energy. He was able to break through the wall that had held back his natural potential for so long. Ma Donpil felt that he had reached the peak of his potential, but his thoughts were interrupted by a question that came from the side about how he was feeling. It was Jong who came over to praise him for his breakthrough and ask how he was getting used to his new powers. Ma Donpil replied that over time, everything will fall into place. He explained that there is no need to hurry because he already has talent, and it is better to adapt gradually than in a hurry. Jong also thanked him for saving him. "My duty is to protect you. I only did what I had to do," Ma replied. Hearing this, Chong wondered how much Ma had changed. At first, he did not think highly of him, but now Ma has become his companion as well as his bodyguard. Comparing Ma from the past and present, it seemed like 2 different people. Chong emphasized that there will be an even more difficult road ahead, and it is important not to be satisfied with the present, but to continue to improve. A white tiger was also nearby. They stood facing each other with the fox. Jian, sitting next to them, asked them both to stop distracting him. Jong turned to the tiger, not understanding why it hadn't left yet. He asked if the tiger really wanted revenge and was still angry with his former master. "Your master is dead? You saw it yourself," Jong said, looking into his red eyes. "You are born king of the mountains. Live free. The spell that held you back is broken. Now you can live as you wish," he said. After these words, the tiger growled loudly. The growl was so loud that everyone around them shuddered. Chong was surprised that the beasts could run away from this noise. He also stopped the fox, which also seemed to want to roar, as if imitating the white tiger. The white tiger's rage wasn't Chong's problem anyway. Chong understood that the tiger had accumulated a lot of resentment. He wondered if he should give him a chance to get rid of it before starting a new life. "I already have so many people who annoy me, and now this cat too," he thought. But suddenly an interesting idea came to him. Sitting on a fox, he offered something unexpected. The tiger turned around and started walking into the forest. Ma Donpil asked with interest if the young master could really communicate with the Tiger King. Jung explained that he didn't fully understand him, but he could understand him because of his experience living with Goldie. Some of Chong's demonic energy remained in the white tiger as he removed the spell from it. This energy will be with the tiger until Jong chooses to remove it. Just as Goldie's spiritual energy brought them together, Cho's demonic energy allowed him to understand the tiger. Thanks to this, Chong was able to establish a connection with the Tiger King. Ma asked what Chong had said to make the tiger leave. Jong replied that he offered the tiger to stay with Goldie for a while, since he could not take him with him. Goldie now has a new friend, and he probably doesn't mind. Goldie was already resting, lying calmly next to him. He felt that he was remembered, and realized that he now had a subordinate. Later, Jong also spoke to the princess. She was grateful to him for saving her, and already realized that thanks to him, she was healthy again. Jung explained that her brother had asked for her rescue. The princess realized that thanks to Chong, she can now walk and has come back to life. The princess didn't know how to thank Chong, but he knew that she studied a unique martial art technique. He couldn't recognize it earlier because of the chaos around him, but he understood that the technique was incomplete. This knowledge was known only to those who studied the fighting techniques of the North Sea. The princess knew that even high masters would hardly recognize her secrets. She realized that Jong was not only strong, but also extremely perceptive. After the conversation, Jong returned to the house and asked them to rest, realizing that their energy core was weakened. The princess's brother agreed with him. The princess understood from this conversation that real chaos reigns in their palace. Her brother assured her that the best decision was to form an alliance with the heavenly demon divine cult. She asked him if he had told Chong about Liu Li's possible grand method. He answered in the negative. The princess advised that Jong should know the truth about this method, even though she trusted her brother's decision. She felt that Jong should know the whole truth about his ally. At that moment, the person in charge of the Hao sect entered Chong. A long-haired youth entered and asked if he wanted to see him. Chong approached him, saying that he had heard of the Hao sect's branch in Guangxi, and asked if it was safe there. Jong asked him if he would mind if someone was sent to check. The young man agreed, but noted that he needed to know who they were, their status, and how long they would be there, as well as take financial responsibility. Dong Pil did not like the way the young man spoke, and it made an unpleasant impression. Chong explained that this man was the patriarch of the Tang clan. The stay will be unlimited, a month, a year, and maybe even more. The young man apologized, realizing that accepting such a person is a big responsibility, because if the righteous heavenly union finds out about it, there will be serious consequences. He set his condition, noting that he would have to pay a large sum for it. John asked if he was afraid of the consequences. The young man replied that the sect grew up thanks to agreements and always fulfills its share of duties. After these words, Jong realized that the decision had already been made and assumed that the young man could not make such an important decision on his own, so he asked his name. "I am Gong Yachi," said the young man. He added that he was the heir of the Hao sect and the third leader of the sect. Hearing this, Chong asked if there was anyone else like him in Yunnan. Gong Yachi replied that he was usually in Sichuan, but had come to Yunnan 2 weeks ago on business. Jong was surprised. "Did you come here only because of me?" Yonggon's question was answered in the affirmative. He frankly said that he came here specifically to meet him. Jung suggested that they be honest with each other, and Gon agreed. Chong then brought up the topic of Guangdong being the only region where the Hao sect did not have a branch. Gong explained that they have several hidden outposts in the western part of Guangxi, but they cannot be called full-fledged branches. Gong decided to be direct, and admitted that the Hao sect also wanted to open branches in Guangxi and Guangdong. Ma Dongpil grabbed his sword, believing that Gon was crossing the line. Jong asked him to calm down, and Gonu told him that he had reached out to the right person. Gong hinted that Jung might have ambitions to become a cult leader. If the Righteous Heaven Alliance falls because of him, Jong will probably become his heir. This came as a surprise to Chong, and he was taken aback by this turn of conversation. Chong, not understanding how the Hao sect knew about his plans, asked about it when they got outside. Gon suggested that Jong had a conflict with the Righteous Heaven Alliance. Gong explained that the Hao sect had limited access to information in Zhongyuan, because the alliance controlled most of the information flows. Most of their information concerns Chong and his influence. Gong noted that Jung had been quite active over the past year. This surprised many, as the divine heavenly demon cult had not interfered in Zhang Hu's affairs for the past 30 years. Gong remembered that Chong had first shown himself in Hunan and Jiangxi, where he fought the members of the Beast Palace. In that battle, Chong killed Chong Ilren, an elder of the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. Zhang was shocked when Gon found out about this, as he had painstakingly destroyed all traces of that battle. Gong then revealed that Chong had gone to Hunan as a special inspector general to check on families related to the demonic sect, where he encountered the Sword Palace, and later the Beast Palace again. Gon also revealed that even the head of their sect was impressed by Chong's actions in those battles, and predicted that he would be a key candidate to be the cult's heir. Gon surmised that Chong must already know about the connection of the Beast Palace, Sword Palace, and Heavenly Dragon Palace to the Righteous Heavenly Alliance. Chong blocked 2 of their expansion attempts. This was because he killed Chong Ilren, a corrupt elder who had a secret deal with the successor of the Beast Palace. Zhang didn't have to kill him, knowing the consequences, but he did it anyway. Gon assumed it was either a coincidence or an order from the cult leader, but he doubted it, and Zhang asked why. Gozan explained that just as martial artists can sense energy, scouts can find connections. He added that he could understand many things with even a small piece of information. Gon paused at this point to announce something important. Gon said that it seems his guess was correct. Chong does despise the Righteous Heaven Alliance. This comment only confirmed Gon's astuteness, as he had gathered his intentions with only a few scraps of information. Gon knew how to use his strengths and didn't act arrogant. He gave his full name as Gong Yachi. At this point, Jung asked if Gon was really willing to help him become a cult leader in exchange for permission to open branches. Gong agreed and asked Jong to answer immediately. Gong also expressed his willingness to receive the patriarch of the Tang clan. When asked by Jaeon about the price, Gon replied that he was willing to pay with his life for his defiant attitude in this conversation, adding, "I'll see you again." Jung hadn't met someone as talented as Gon in a long time. The conversation ended, and it was already night outside. Jong had many thoughts that needed consideration. He reflected that his previous life had been much simpler. The princess's brother walked over, noticing that Jong looked worried, which was uncharacteristic of him. He invited Chona to have a drink together. The princess's brother explained that he had always thought of Chon as someone who acted faster than he thought. Jong smiled strangely, and the white-haired man apologized if his words were too direct. A conversation ensued between Jong and the white-haired, with Jong asking if he was going to return to the Ice Palace. The blonde answered in the affirmative. The white-haired man then asked if Jong remembered the deal they made. It was about his sister, the princess. It was about an old agreement according to which Chong was to take the princess as his wife. The white-haired man was willing to do whatever it took to support Chong in his quest to become a receiver. He also thanked Chong for all the help he had given. That was the end of the conversation. The white-haired man turned and started walking in his direction. Jung thought to himself that he had enough rest. However, the conversation still remained in his head, and he began to doubt whether he had really fallen in love. But his thoughts also returned to the fact that the first and second young lords were probably already waiting for him. You need to go back and look at their mundane faces. The guards were on guard, talking about the incredible power of the third young lord when Honrin appeared before them. She introduced herself to security and showed her badge. The head of security ordered one of his subordinates to report to his superiors. At this time, the third young lord was in a carriage nearby with a guest. Suddenly, the energy of the third lord hit so hard that the guards could barely stay on their feet. Jung apologized to them, explaining that he couldn't control his aura due to fatigue, and asked them to understand the situation. He was to meet with the demon lord, and asked to convey the message of his arrival. The young guard froze when he saw the third lord. When he left, the senior guard asked what he had been thinking about. The guard thought that the first young lord was not the only one who had reached the supreme demon realm. In the demon god palace of the heavenly demon divine cult, they began to gather information. The informant brought the leader a report with a brief overview of the events of the past 10 days. Lee was more interested in how things were going with the hidden pavilion, and he reported that they were fine. Lee then asked that they be directed to a non-cult task. However, the bespectacled man wanted to ask Lee something else. Lee thought it was time to ask that question. He wanted 90% of the members of the hidden pavilion to focus on non-cult powers. It was almost autumn, and Lee was sure that everyone would be busy preparing for the semi-annual certification. He thought receiver candidates would have more free time. Whether to arrange a test for them depended only on them. Those who succeed will earn their place. Those who fail will simply not survive the competition. "Shouldn't we try to do everything honestly?" asked the bespectacled man. Lee only replied, "Life isn't fair." Suddenly, a box fell in front of the bespectacled man, and he did not understand what was in it. The head explained that it is useful for overtiredness. The bespectacled man smiled, grateful for the care because the head was the only one who cared about him so much. The head only asked him to work even harder. A third young lord stood outside the door. Entering, he greeted the demon lord. The head ended the conversation with the glasses and was ready to talk with Chong. Glancing at the bespectacled man, Jong thought that he might be expecting a casual chat over a cup of tea from him. When the two of them were left alone, the master invited Chong to sit down. As he sat down, Chong noted that he almost died this time. Lee replied that it was the path that Chong had chosen for himself. John didn't even know what to say to that. He only noted that everything took longer than he expected. The conversation was about damage to internal organs, which were unusual and difficult to treat. Jong himself wasn't sure if everything was really that complicated with his injuries. The chief got up and offered Chona a drink. They moved to a larger hall. Lee poured him the best wine. But just as Jong raised the glass to his mouth, Lee stopped him. Before drinking, Lee asked him to heal his internal wounds so that he could enjoy the wine in full health. He added that this precious drink should not be drunk until it was in perfect order, and threatened to expel him if he could not take care of himself. Jong began to wonder what was really behind Lee's words. He was tormented by riddles that he could not solve. Meanwhile, the princess greeted the others, bringing some harmony back into the atmosphere. Hua looked at the princess in surprise, not understanding who she was. Ma Donpil explained to her that she was the hostage of the young master, implying that now they should prepare another portion of food. The princess introduced herself, giving her name, and said that she was glad to meet her. Meanwhile, Jong completely crushed the rock. He narrowly avoided being hit by the palm of the master of the Palace of Beasts. But it was a narrow miss that earned him an internal injury. To heal himself, he stabilized his third energy core, realizing that otherwise it would hinder his development. Thanks to this, his blood vessels are now normal. His energy core had also stabilized, but the internal trauma still remained. Apparently, the 9th profound demonic art technique had not worked. Why didn't the infinity technique help? In fact, using it only made the situation worse. Even being around Goldie didn't have the expected effect. Sitting across from Lee, Jong was completely focused. His concentration was impressive. Lee thought it was like a hired assassin pursuing his target. At the same time, he was aware that this excessive concentration could lead to Chan's death. Lee slammed the wine bottle on the table and remarked that the whole problem lies with Chan. John opened his eyes and looked at him, waiting for an explanation. Lee began to explain that Young should be able to heal his internal trauma easily, and that he has difficulty doing so is just ridiculous. He emphasized that it looks inappropriate, but for Chong, it was all he could fix, and he did his best. Lee reminded him of where he had started. He asked if Jong had forgotten his beginnings, leaving him in awe. John began to remember how it all began. He finally understood. He was no longer the assassin Jong Hajin. He is now a master of demonic martial arts. He realized that he should behave exactly like a master of demonic martial arts. The man argued that he probably forgot his interlocutor, where it all started. But he did not understand, and so asked. He wondered who was talking to him. "Is this my central dantian?" a man with long hair asked. The stranger replied that he was like a swordmaster who forgot how to control the sword. The stranger said that his internal injuries were not delayed due to mixing equipment. The man asked, "Is it about the skill of 9 depths? When using divine technology, the master uses the upper dantial, but when applying demonic, it attracts central dantial. The central dantian is under the control of 5 desires and 7 emotions. Strong emotional experiences are a catalyst for demonic techniques. They intensify emotions, and they, in turn, increase the strength of the warrior. This allows almost all swordsmen to be winners from any fight." He argued that he knew about it. The stranger said he used different techniques. He said it was the reason for the accumulation of spoiled energy around. The stranger argued that the man in half was a master of demonic technology. The man claimed that he could not mix the technique because he was inspired. The stranger poured the liquid into the plate, saying that it was necessary to be a simple mortal. The man said he could not even feel 5 desires and 7 emotions. He said that before getting a divine face, one must live a person's life. Then only a small drop of liquid got into the plate, complementing it. But the man could not throw away the thought that it was strange. He thought that what Chongsan was saying was reminiscent of the foundations of the art of ancient Murim. He understood that, apparently, Li Chongsan had already reached the level of exaltation. The man said he showed Chongsan not the best side, but he interrupted him. Brunette replied that he did not leave students who made more than one mistake. Then Li Chongsan asked his student to drink a strange liquid. The student claimed that his opponents were stronger than him, so he could fall into battle. Li Chongsan said he was able to overcome the Lord through the knowledge of demonic techniques. Then the teacher with black hair suddenly touched the cup. The teacher asked to tell the student about everything that happened in Nanman. And then, after a while, a voice came. The boy asked if it was strange. The teacher asked. The student said that the technique he used was like a demonic. He claimed that he had already met similar techniques before. But why is it all? The teacher asked if the boy considers it strange. He was surprised. The teacher claimed that this can be said about the techniques of the student. The teacher claimed that he absorbed the bamboo force in the grove. Brunette began to talk about the way of self-sacrifice. He claimed that he was slowly accumulating these in Dantian, turning it into energy. He said that if you ignore the norms of morality, he is not better than Bishop. The teacher said that the main thing is how often you develop abilities. The student thought that Brunetta knew more than others. He asked if there were similar techniques in culture. He said no one took up the training of this technique. He claimed that the absorption of essence was not the best technique. He mentioned that the techniques that take away energy are called demonic. The teacher said that smarter knowledge gained by sudden enlightenment. Chong said that it was necessary to gradually study for this. Demonic skill resists the main instincts and desires. Did Chonga said that the heir of the Icy Palace, apparently, had already left? He asked about the Tao sect. He said he heard that he made noise. Suddenly the boy said they would take patriarch clan Tang. And then the brunette swirled with light eyes and asked. The boy said that instead of Chong'an, he would be destroyed by the Heavenly Alliance. Brunette recalled that there are many people who want to destroy the Alliance, and then the teacher still asked what he thought. Brunette asked about the chance of becoming an heir. In response, the young man froze in place. And then Brunette continued to claim. He asked the student. Chongsun asked if he wanted to become his heir, and the boy thought that the teacher had never broken this topic before. The student replied that he did not want to become his successor, but the teacher seemed indifferent rather, answering the boy. But he continued to claim. The guy said he wanted to try. He emphasized that it was an opportunity to get more likely to destroy organizations. He said that is why he wanted to fight, but Brunette was indifferently answered. He just said he was clear. Chongsun said it was necessary to take the opportunity to achieve the goal. The teacher said that at the Mara festival, but instead he would name the name of the heir. The teacher said that his student should complete all his affairs before this day. Chongsun said that it should be done if he wants to destroy organizations. And then, Brunette said that he had already informed it to other successors. Chongsun's actions realized that he was not going to take into account the younger heirs. The boy understood that only they would fight for the right to inherit. And then the boy said that in that case, it is time to go. But then he stopped suddenly. The boy wanted to say something. He smiled, saying that he would return to the next lesson. But in response, the brunette was silent. He only squeezed his lips. The wind gently rushed the grass from which it swayed. Li Chonan murmured that the boy did not realize that he was soft with him due to damage. The teacher thought that his development of technology is not so fast. And then he smiled. The man muttered that he would return to the next lesson. The teacher said that he was such a daring attitude towards the teacher and the bishop of the cult. He grew up. Subsequently, the sunset slowly covered the roofs of the houses. The boy murmured that Li Chongsun does not need to make a decision now. He understood that there was a reason. It lies over the affairs of the cult. The boy thought that perhaps the teacher did it at the desire of the heart. The man understood that he needed to treat it seriously. But then the boy suddenly stopped, saying that he can come to him. And right away, a strange man came out of some dark lane. The boy turned. His eyes glittered with yellow light. Before him was the first successor of the bishop of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. The man turned his gaze to the red sky that flickered over them. Then the successor came closer and suggested that the boy drink tea. He replied that he did not see anything wrong, but the offer is too sudden. The successor said he dreamed of talking to him when he returned from her desert production. The boy said that a man should consider it a fee for an invitation to tea. And then the boy suggested beating, exposing his hand. The successor flicked, and then thought about the boy's thoughts. The successor asked if he wanted to spend a duel. The boy said he was sorry because he wanted to test one technique. The successor thought that the guy did not borrow. The boy asked. And then he realized that the successor clearly conceived something. The man asked if he was squeezing him. The boy replied that there was no point in giving up. The boy claimed that he hopes that the successor chose a good variety. He is very demanding. The man told the boy not to worry because he prepared the highest variety. And then later, the meat was fried on the cherry. The girl with red hair was fascinated with the taste of the dish and asked for a piece. But she was refused, because she is not a guest, but a young lord. The girl asked, but suddenly she was pushed by her husband. He told her to take a walk, and when she was taken out, the girl pushed her husband. Blondin said that the virgin was too arrogant, given her children's techniques. The girl said that the man is too confident in herself. And then the girl said that they never came together in an honest match. Blondine replied that he was always ready to fight. He got a sword. Meanwhile, the food was already cooking. The girl's efforts were in vain. Some blonde with blue eyes sighed in surprise, looking at the dish. The girl was surprised by a lot of food, and the maid hoped that the dishes were delicious. The blonde understood that one word of the gentleman would be turned to the hostage again, and she realized that she could not relax. But suddenly the girl went. The blondes liked the food, and she began to eat faster. The blue girl claimed that the meat is juicy and delicious. The blonde claimed that she had never seen a more refined cook than that maid. The girl smiled brightly in response and said she was glad. The blonde thought that everyone around the villains here, but everyone was friendly. She asked if the maid could be surprised because she had already eaten 5 plates. But the sun began to go beyond the horizon line. It gave way to the moon's place. The successor asked if the boy had heard something about the 5th lady. The man claimed that the lady would not go to the heir. The successor said that the lady always reached for the study of martial arts. The man said that the girl was the most talented, but he feared her. The successor said many people are sure that a woman could not take the place of the head. The man continued to claim that it was only a senseless thought. Everyone understood that cults value talent and did not share gender. The successor said that the gender is not important to God, so prejudice is not a place here. The man recalled that the fourth heavenly demon was a woman. The successor argued that when the union renounced the throne, he sighed with relief. The boy realized that the successor was talking about his plans to the head, and then the successor suddenly stopped, saying that he does not see the point of hiding. The man said that competition would not encourage him. The successor argued that he was glad the boys stay here, because he was his rival. The successor said the boy of the separation of natural talent, but was able to develop power. The boy replied that someone was studying and getting a life experience. He claimed that others find this valuable experience only on the threshold of death. The successor agreed and asked about the boy. He was surprised. The successor again asked the boy what way he was right for. The boy squeezed his fists, trying to hold back emotions. He replied that he was studying. The boy said he sees the chances of learning something everywhere. He argued that the thoughts of the pavilion force him to rise. In response, the successor raised his eyes. He looked dissatisfied. The man said that the boy was only worried about his own development. Then the first successor smiled, saying that it doesn't matter who his opponent. And then the boy thought, and realized that the successor had already made a decision. The man clearly wanted to kill the second heir to the head. The boy said it was interesting that the successor had prepared, but he could not risk. The heir claimed that he invited some other, but the successor did not mind. Then the man immediately asked who the boy called. A silhouette appeared behind. The boy claimed that he was wondering if he could contact the technique. Two men were the head of the criminal law hall. He was harsh. Then the boy said he was sure that they do not need to be represented. The successor argued that it was the wrong act to embarrass impartiality. Brunette replied that the tea party did not affect it, and the successor just thinks narrowly. The successor said it all depends on who you drink this tea with. Brunette argued that it is impossible to mix personal relationships with workers. The boy realized that he was right, calling the chairman of the criminal law hall. The successor said he did not expect to meet him, and the boy had frightened instincts. And then the look of the first successor changed. He frowned again. The successor said they postpone the tea for the next time. And then Brunette said that the third young gentleman should be careful. The head of the criminal hall claimed that although he was a dragon, but demonic. Brunette said he was confidently moving to the goal despite everything. But then Brunita added that the successor and the boy are similar in it. But still the man believed that the boy was not worth it near the successor. Brunette said that the successor of the devil is in the human likeness. But after a while, the successor just smiled insanely, mutilating the boy's words. The successor said he should follow the language when talking to his elders. The main character was not at home for so long that the return seemed extremely difficult to him. Standing in front of the main entrance, he sighed deeply. But as soon as the threshold was crossing, he finally felt relieved and thoughtfully said, "I'm home." The first thing that attracted his attention was loud sounds. The girl just fell on the floor. She and his friend could not determine the winner in sparring, but he insisted on continuing the fight to the end. Chan came closer and asked what was happening here. In response, he heard that they were just training. However, their conversation was interrupted by a girl who came from her back, suddenly wedged in a conversation. She turned to Chan, reporting that she needed to talk to him alone. After that, they went to another room together to discuss the case. Once there, John did not resist and asked what had happened. The girl hesitated, looking for the right words, but finally confessed that she wanted to be useful to the third young master. She started a conversation with cautiously asking what could do to help him become a successor to the divine cult. Jong was sincerely surprised by her intention to help him. "Our jar, more precisely my adventure brother, has an obligation to you. Because as a member of the Ice Tower, I have to help you," she explained. Kono liked her dedication, but he sincerely admitted that he did not need any help. "Good. Then please let me know if ever needed my help," she answered with a smile. However, one did not leave one thought. He wanted to learn more about the great method of Louis Li. It seemed that her brother had something important in thought, but was constantly hesitation before he voiced. The girl realized that if her brother was still silent, then she had no right to talk about it. However, after weighing all the and against, she decided to share what she knew. She said that the great method of Louis was created on the basis of the divine heretical path that arose during the great bloodshed in her yard. This technique is connected with both the yard of animals and the divine cult. This shocked the Chona because he did not have any idea of any connection between these organizations, except that both of them are powerful forces in the south. The girl continued asking, "Is there no martial art that is similar to the demonic technique of absorption of essence in the divine cult?" However, John denied it was not a demonic technique of absorption of essence. He had already met something like this before, and now the girl became interested in what he meant. He explained that he felt in the second young lordie a penny when he visited him. Then the internal energy of the Guan suddenly increased, and with it, the level of his combat skills. The girl explained that it could be the technique of fusion of two souls, and she was at a level much higher than the third. She added that it may not be quite the same as the technique of fusion of two souls, because it is part of the method of great potential. But if not only internal energy but also combat skills increased, it means that he has used this technique many times. John suddenly realized that he really killed his associate, even if at first doubted it. In such techniques of absorption of internal energy or life essence, there are equal skill. And the girl was convinced that the second young lord almost reached the peak of this skill. They came to the conclusion that her brother can complete the method of great potential and use it against it. The girl fully agreed with this and seemed ready for consequences. John, however, wanted to find out if she was upset from this perspective. She remained calm and decisive. It did not matter whether it will die, whether it will lose its internal energy. She even considered it the best option. She explained that in the technique of fusion of two souls, the most important is the harmony of yin and yang, and this is what makes it so special. 3. The girl also noted that the second young lord will quickly lose humanity and turn into a monster, worse than the lord of the creator of the animals. After the conversation, the Chona congratulated again on his return. Everyone already knew what success he achieved during his latest mission. His glory flew the yard, and no soul had doubted his achievements. However, one woman hinted that rumors that she did not like. The Chona was immediately interested in what gossip it was. They discussed it in more detail for a cup of tea. Chan did not like uncertainty. He sought clarity. The woman decided to tell everything as she heard. The Lord of Demons ordered her students to complete the war for continuity to the merry festival. She learned of it from ordinary rumors that surprised him. But it was not all. They said that John would kill the seventh young lady to start a war for continuity. He was confused and did not understand why he was killed. If there was a motif, it is more likely to be killed by a feather. The woman agreed with him, assuring that she did not believe in these gossip, because Chong was not the person who was capable of such cruelty. However, the rumors have already spread, and many began to believe in their truth. Most likely, someone deliberately launched these gossip, but it was difficult to say. Jong was aware that the one who dissolved these rumors could harm minds using the situation. He began to guess that all this stands a secret enemy, who seeks to sow discord and chaos. Then Jong remembered the moment when he saw a general strategist in the courtyard of the Bog Demo. He looked at him as if he invited to go for tea. This meant that the strategist already knew about all the rumors, and probably wanted to discuss them in person. The divine cult of the heavenly demon was known as the military agency, where the most important strategies were resolved. The John entered this house and was surprised. There were many books on the table, creating the impression of chaos. He has never seen such a mess in the strategist's office before. He was courteous to learn more about this chaos, and he did not restrain him to ask about it. The strategist smiled and explained that a mess could look chaotic for those who understand little. But for the sage, it is a systematic order. Jong smiled, acknowledging that it was the best nonsense he has heard lately. Meanwhile, the tea was already ready, and the conversation unnoticed to the purpose of the visit. Chan decided not to waste time, and directly asked if the strategist knew about the rumors that the yard has recently spread. Since the strategist had to maintain neutrality, he stated that he could not tell any details. But John was not going to retreat. He stood firmly on his own, insisting to find out what the strategist knew. The voltage increased. Jong rose from his chair. His voice became more decisive. He asked if the strategist intended to continue neutrality. The strategist was well aware of the unpredictability of Chan, especially when he was determined. He knew that John was a young tiger that would achieve its goals, despite any obstacles. Realizing that the dispute was inevitable, the strategist slowly rose from his place, ready for a serious conversation. John thanked the strategist, recognizing that he had come here for important information, but never received it. When he was about to go, the strategist suddenly stopped him. If you plan to arrange a stir in the residence of the first or second young lord, it is better to give up this idea, he said cold. You may not know, but the first young lord is not an ordinary person. If you go to the future, as with the fourth young lord, you can pay for this life. However, John only nodded, continuing to move forward, and thanked the strategy for warning. The strategist could not understand why Jong was so stubborn, and warned that one day his stubbornness could lead to a catastrophe. He did not consider Chan so foolish that he would not understand it. Jong did not find what to answer, so I just thanked for the wise words. He also asked the strategist to continue to do his best for the divine cult. On this, he completed the conversation, promising to return in 3 days and discuss everything for a stronger drink. Walking, John left a strategist with many questions. The main one was, why in 3 days? The strategist was convinced that John conceived something and had a carefully thoughtful plan. Meanwhile, a little girl named Mina stood with her eyes wide open, glowing with joy. Before her was a young master, whom she was unspeakably advised to see. She barely saw him. She smiled sincerely and rushed into the arms of Chon. The little Ming was overflowing with joy, and at the same time curiosity. She has accumulated many questions about Chon. Upon learning that she was free after the morning training, Jong offered her to take a walk together. She barely restrained the delight of his offer. Her eyes shone with happiness. Nearby was the eldest maid, who reminded that the second half of the day was scheduled for classes. However, John calmly assured that nothing wrong would happen if she missed one lesson. The maid strictly denied. She must adhere to the schedule. This is not discussed. John stood on his own, claiming that book knowledge was not the most important thing. If the maid is so worried, then let him go with them and see how he learns in practice. He took the girl in his arms, adding that true knowledge was acquired through life experience. In the room where they went on, there was a tense atmosphere. John kept a Ming for her ears so that she did not hear the loud cry of the hall. He demanded that all members of the divine cult come to him immediately. Little by little the door began to open, and people began to go to the hall. The first was the owner who asked if he had to raise such a noise. John resolutely replied that he was not used to weave intrigues behind his back, unlike some present. Obviously, this phrase was a hint of the owner, and he understood it well. Jong asked sharply, "Do you consider the right use of the younger ones as pawns in the struggle for inheritance?" In response, he leaned to him and whispered quietly, "Sometimes rumors sound more scary than it really is. To sacrifice the life of an innocent child for the sake of the heir? Who at all could dissolve such horrible gossip?" said John. Regardless of whether rumors were truthful, Jong realized that it was impossible to act in a hurry. You need to behave carefully so as not to attract the public. However, to ignore the rumors too, it can create an even greater problem. "Didn't the third young master come here with a young lady? Is this true?" people whispered, noticing him at the main entrance to the residence of the former. Jong realized that it was reasonable to act. He decided to walk around, knowing that rumors would disperse throughout the corners of the cult. He knew that with the help of lies alone, one could destroy someone's fate. It is such a force that the human mole is possessed. The first young master replied that he was not so petty, and of course not so stupid as to allow such boldness. Moreover, he insisted that he was not going to listen to this empty chatter, as he called it. He came from incredible energy when he emphasized that he was the first young master of the divine cult of Heavenly Demon, closest to the Lord. At this point, in the eyes of the audience, he seemed like a real embodiment of force. Jong realized that the first was trying to demonstrate his power before the gathered crowd. And we must admit, it was a successful course. His strength scared everyone. Even a little sister shuddered with fear. Jong realized that it was necessary to dispel this blind faith in Jin, and he had the idea to use his own techniques. Chon decided to try whether he would be able to dispel the illusion created by the first. Jin watched every movement of Chon without his eyes. Suddenly, John shouted loudly, "Break!" The energy that surrounded the former began to dissipate, as if a cloud of smoke under the gust of wind. All present felt a powerful flow of this energy, but the former remained calm and unwavering. Looking at him, everyone thought that he was absolutely indifferent to what was happening. Jong spoke openly. "I do not know what technique you use to obscure the mind to these people, but it will not work with me. They are not as stupid as you think." The first instantly realized that John used the Rav of the Shaolin tiger. But where does this guy come from such a rare technique? After that, he turned turns and ordered the Chon to follow him. He did not want to die in the possessions of a person capable of blocking such disgusting rumors. John directly stated that he disagreed with the conditions of the first. Therefore, he suggested going to Jamira to discuss everything without witnesses. On the way, the little Ming asked her brother, "Can people be so stupid to believe that you can harm me?" Jong explained to her that some people actually believe in it, even without evidence. However, Mina has another question that did not give her rest. Ming asked Chon with interest in why he decided to fight for the heir's place. He knew his knee in front of her, gently stroked the cheek, and explained that he had a dream he wanted to fulfill. Ming wanted to know more, but the John warned, if he tells it, it can scare it, because to fulfill the dream you need to become an heir. After that, she no longer asked any questions. It was rumored that one of the contenders decided to refuse to fight for the place of the heir. But the reason remained a mystery. because when she was asked if she did not want to become an heir, she replied, "I want." However, she agreed to become an heir only for the sake of Sudan. It was this person who did everything for her, sacrificing his own interests. But this goal was too far from her own dream. Jong was well aware that on the fragile shoulders of this little girl, there is a huge burden of responsibility, because she is one of the heirs of the Lord. After a while, a mustachioed man saw the third young owner and could not understand what brought him here. "You have not seen you for a long time. It seems so cozy. It seems that you have spent a lot of money on the environment. Prepare us a table, drink for two, and something delicious for the baby," said Jong. He barely said it to the whole building announced that everyone was careful, because the guests were approaching. And soon delicious food was served on the table. They sat down at the three of them, Mines, Jin, and Chen. The little Min immediately told the first that she was rescued by a third brother, who was a John. However, Jin asked, "Did our young mistress go to refuse to fight for the place of the heir?" He added, "If this is true, then it is better to go." Gin explained that only those who are allowed can climb such a top. If you are going to surrender at the beginning, you have already abandoned your status. "So go," he said sternly. These cold words struck the Mines, and tears appeared in her eyes. But John quietly said, "All is well. You can stay." He added with a smile, "If you go, who then helps me eat this delicious food?" Ming instantly cheered and agreed to stay, which was even more angry with Gina. Jin insisted that the younger ones should listen to the elders, and asked in a sharp tone, "Do you have hearing problems?" At this point, the John could not stand. With anger, threw the sticks for food on the table. He got up and asked, "Why do everyone like to cling to the baby so much?" Ming looked at him with admiration as if at her hero. Jong could not stay away when he saw such injustice. Jin was stunned and lost the gift of language. He did not understand how to respond to such a courage. Jong did not explain anything more, just said, "Let's finish on this." These words left Gina in even more surprise and gave rise to many questions. But John was determined. "Let's define the heir once and for all." Meanwhile, a terrible cold raged on the street. It was especially unbearable through the drain that penetrated to the bones. The guy soaked to the last thread, felt all the harshness of this weather. Standing in front of the building, he said quietly, "This is the last day when you can come and go as you please, the third young master. Now your turn has come." Inside the room, John directly accused the Jin of dissolving these rumors. He told him directly in his face, leaving no place for doubt. Jin just smiled and praised Chan for his care. He continued, "As soon as I heard these rumors, I immediately realized that you would come to me. But I didn't expect you to bring all the demonic followers as viewers. I was not so insightful to predict it, but I felt dangerous. It is striking that your instincts exceed common sense," Gin added. Ming listened carefully to this conversation, quietly tasting the food, while Jin assured his own that his combat skills were superior to his own. Suddenly, Gin asked sharply, "Are you ready to meet me face to face?" From this issue, Ming began to chew more slowly, carefully monitoring the development of events. Jong never retreated, even when he was not sure of his victory. However, he was tired of Gin's evasion, and he asked directly if he was ready to fight right now. Gin replied that, unlike Chan, he did not go into battle that he could lose. The real general first wins and then goes into battle, and the one who first is defeated and then tries to win, loses before the beginning, the Jin explained. Suddenly, John felt powerful energy in the air, something he had never felt before. This energy suddenly appeared at the door. Jong turned and saw a man with a mysterious aura came to the room. Ming immediately recognized him. It was her brother, who had just defeated the second student. Standing wet to the thread, Guan Pen said, "Did you call me brother?" His voice sounded cold and removed. But Gin felt a strange. The energy of the foam was completely different than usual. Jean turned to Guvan Pena, explaining that the third suggested to decide the heir right now. Given the past actions of Chon, it will be not a life, but to death. Guo Van Pen replied briefly, "I accept the call and not lose." Jin immediately realized that he appeared on the orders of the first, and did not hide his suspicions. "This trick will not work for me," Gu Van Pen replied coldly. He went to the mean receptions and began to blame Chan of demonstrating confidence, although he was not able to protect his own people. "Isn't it a shame?" he asked mockingly. Jong could not understand what the foam pens was and what he implies. It turned out that Guan Pen visited his native Chan. They arranged a real mess there, and without bloodshed. Now Guan Pen has blackmailed the life of his loved ones. He ruthlessly stole them, forcing them to suffer and act under coercion. Smalling sinfully, Jin continued to dictate his conditions. The real general wins first, and then goes into battle. I never fight where I can lose. Then John remembered the words of Afino. He does not regret anyone and nothing to achieve his goal. He is a real demon, devoid of any morality. John barely restrained himself from anger, feeling that a real devil was standing in front of him. Jin realized that the perfect moment came to ask a key question. Are you going to decide on the heir right now? Will you retreat forever? He asked cold. He did not limit himself to the choice between good and evil, and did not even hide it. Moreover, he equated himself with Chan, claiming that they both simply used different methods of achieving the goal. Now he suggested two options. The first, to give up the right to continuity. Then he will be able to see smiles on the faces of his people again. As for the second option, Jean was sure that John already guessed what he was. The only thing I want to be sure of is the safety of hostages, Chan said coldly. Gin replied that he may not worry about it. John thanked him and asked, How do I have a relationship with the head of the criminal department? Jin thoughtfully replied, I know a little about him. He is a confident scoundrel who likes to demonstrate the strength to the students of the cult leader. But when he faces you, he becomes a real beast. Gin was surprised why this information was conus, but he called it a simple curiosity. In fact, the feeling of anxiety did not give him rest. The second brother interfered with the conversation, advising Chan not to try to win time. John cast a cold look at him and said, It is better for the audience to close their mouths. He added, My brother said, He who gives up his right to continuity has no right to stand on stage. After these words, Gin saw the second brother with anger, but tried to hold back. Only after a strict order did he force himself to calm down and close his eyes to everything that was happening. Jin asked Chan not to provoke the other and forget about him, but instead answer the questions. The first of them was, Why is such a tension between us? John began to talk about the head of the criminal department. He seemed to know more than he seemed. Suddenly Gin felt a strange energy that filled the space. He truly tensed. This energy was not human. The earth under his feet trembled, as if under the weight of incredible strength. Jin was even afraid to imagine that it could be. To understand everything, it was enough to just look. He jumped outside and he was literally stunned. He could not utter a single word. Jin just asked himself, what is happening here? Before him were the most devoted warriors of the heavenly demon. Now John dictated the conditions. He addressed Gina. You taught me not to limit myself between good and evil. And I do not limit myself in battle. And that's right, right? It seems that John himself was not aware that he had done all this time until the Jin explained it. John explained that he simply conveyed information in television, reporting that two traitors were hiding on the upper floor of the purple fog pavilion. He called their names. To the surprised Gina, these were the names of the first and second accelerators. This was the power of their cult. When a serious incident happens, they first act and then ask questions. It was not the most beloved method of Chan, but now he served him perfectly. John looked at the first and asked, Do you like this scene I arranged? At this point, the little Ming flew into the air from a sudden blow of energy. Her nanny barely had time to pick her up without letting it fall. John threw her a brief order. Take her and leave here immediately. Now that everything was ready, John decided to start the fight. This could be described only in two words. The show begins. Without holding back himself, he rushed forward and grabbed the former. The next moment they pierced the wall and flew outside, as if balls, behind the long trace from their bodies that crashed into the ground. It was a battle in the territory of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. A real military spectacle. Meanwhile, the general strategy reported that the heavenly demon army arrived in the purple fog pavilion, where traitors were discovered. The secret pavilion was placed under a special mode. The strategist began to understand the plan of the third young owner. He wanted to blame the first in betrayal, but if it turns out that the accusations were false, it will have horrible consequences. The strategist understood that the only way to solve this situation is death. In the cold forest, the voice of the first came from the broken door left after the third and first flight. Do you blame me and your second brother in betrayal? What did you think about preparing this surprise? Jong replied coldly, I don't know what you promised the other, but he made a huge mistake by going to your side. Every day he loses his mind. He continued, the second young master is really going to betray. It was a surprise for the first. It was stunned. In the next moment, the truth was fully revealed. The second, proclaiming himself by the head of the cult, mercilessly killed the warriors in his way and exclaimed, How do you freaks dare to look at me so? He accused them of betrayal, claiming that they had attacked the army of the heavenly demon. The traitor sowed chaos. He also stated that his master, the first young master Gin Govan, is also a traitor because they act together. As the next leader of the cult of the divine heavenly demon, Jong was ready to execute traitors. Divine cult of heavenly demon, the noble of the god of demons. It was here that the demons were reported about the current situation and events that unfold around the inheritance. They also told about the main strategist. He remained in his office, like other executives, and sent an urgent request to a secret pavilion. But he has not reacted yet. It became clear that the strategist knew about the fake accusations of betrayal. If it were true, the secret pavilion would have already taken action. Lee suspected that Jong was cooking something grand, but did not expect it to be so dangerous. He began to think about the consequences. Then he remembered the words of Chan. I will make him a real traitor. Jong sought not only the accusations, but also the real consequences. And this determination struck Lee. Lee warned that if the John was spreading false information to win in the fight for inheritance, it would be an extremely serious crime. But the head explained, sometimes a lie becomes true. It must be kept in mind. He advised to calm down and restore strength to future events. These thoughts forced Lee to crush the vessel in her hand, from tension and anger. He felt mixed emotions. Something pleased him, and something was annoying. He was believed that if the Chan did not reach the desired result, he would destroy even those whom he once appreciated. Meanwhile, a real panic began in a cafe where John, Ming, and Nanny sat. John hinted at the nanny, as soon as everything goes out, take mines and run away from here. The nanny ran, not knowing whose side to choose in this crazy conflict to ensure a young lady's safety. Suddenly, the warriors who forced her to stop and reveal her personality became before her. She called her name and status, and behind the backs of the warriors there was another man, watching everything with a cold look. The little Min boldly went forward and also named its name. The man greeted the seventh young lady and expressed his hope that she understands their rudeness, given the difficult situation. After that, he ordered the soldiers to take the young lady and the nanny to a safe place, and the rest to surround the pavilion. The nanny felt that the third young lord is extremely dangerous. She thought it was necessary to keep a young lady away from him. But when she turned, she almost shouted from the fright. Ming disappeared. She was no longer around. At this time, the Jinn tried to prove his innocence, promising to attract the chorus to the yard of demons and to explain everything there. Jong replied coldly, "You are probably scared if you bark more than usual." These words brought Gina from herself, and he rushed. The first stroke was a stroke, strong and sharp. He aimed at the head of Chan. Jong acknowledged that it was an extremely powerful blow. Although Gina's power was impressive, the John remained calm and focused. However, Gin forgot who he is dealing with. Jong easily evaded the blow and was ready to counterattack immediately. The first blow of Chan hit the target, unlike the Jin attack. Gina was thrown back, and he barely rested on his feet, almost fell. He realized that the movement that just performed Jong was almost an unfamiliar. John stopped for a moment and said with a cold smile, "You are too self-confident." He reminded Gina his words that his fighting skills exceed Chan's skills. "It's just a pathetic self-confidence," the John added. Now Jin no longer looked so confident. Instead, he behaved like a real coward and began to slowly pull out the sword. Jong did not expect such a meanness and was surprised by his actions, the way Gin pulled the sword, as well as his intention to kill. All this was exactly as in the style of the master of the criminal law hall. Jong mentioned that there was a strange connection between Gina and the master and told him directly. Jean only mocked him a failure. However, John noticed how sharply and painfully the Jin was reacting to every mention of his connection with the master. Not wanting to continue the conversation, the Jin suddenly swung. It was a lightning and merciless attack, but John skillfully evaded, and the blade cut 2 trees behind him. John immediately realized that Jin was using the sword of an explosive bloody demon. Weapons are extremely dangerous and deadly. Without spending time, Jong bounced back, but had time to strike, which clearly hit the target. However, Gin continued to use his sword skillfully, trying to gain an advantage. But he did not expect that John would just come to the tip of the sword and began to make fun of his technique. And then John hit him sharply in his face. Gina rejected so much that he almost lost his shoes and landed far from the place where he stood earlier. John acknowledged that the achievements of Gin, who rose to a higher demonic level to 40 years, are truly worthy of praise. He called him the most powerful master of martial arts of the future. But this future master was now on his knees, completely humiliated. Chan coldly explained, "You do not have one important element. You are not the only one who has reached the high demonic kingdom." "What gives you such confidence?" he asked. Angry Gene shouted in a full voice, "Tang out!" His energy has suddenly changed, becoming much more and more dangerous. The rose wind was so powerful that it was difficult to stand on your feet. Jean began to use his strongest techniques, trying to prove that he could not doubt his skill. It was the technique of the demonic emperor. Even Gin confessed that he did not want to use it. Jong was stunned. He did not expect Jin to hide something like that. Did he learn this from the owner of the demons? It was an imperial, which was studied by all the former heads of the divine cult. Now it was clear where his confidence came from. But John also had something to show. He activated ninefold demonic art. Gin was shocked. He had never seen this technique before. Did you create it? Thoughts were chaotic in Gin's head, but there was no time for reflection. Jong did not die for a second and rushed to the attack. The little mint turned to Ma Dongpil, looking for it among the ruins. However, when she came to the place, no one was there. She saw only traces that testified that something terrible happened here. Turning her head to the left, she saw the sword lying among the debris. She was surprised. Why did the sword leave his sword? It doesn't look like him. Two men watched from the top of the hill. From the top of the hill. The old man explained the second young master that he had crossed the border that he had not to cross. Both belonged to the cult of the heavenly demon. The owner of the demons in the divine mantle, and the owner of the demons with an iron sword. The owner in the mantle noted that to sacrifice the army of heavenly demons, almost the same as to rebel. No matter how acute the fight for the throne is, the accusation of betrayal is quite different. Even the third young master will not be able to avoid it, he added. They discussed the third young owner and agreed that he should be responsible for his actions. Another man approached them, adding, "Yes, he has to be responsible for his actions." It was an elder of demon, known as a divine bloody hand. He noted that, despite everything, the heir is determined only by the cult leader. The elder acknowledged that the cult leader probably thinks in the same way as they. But if he decides to protect the heir, then everyone should obey this decision. The divine cult of the heavenly demon is only a representative of the passion, the leader of all demons under divine power, he added. But the sword pointed to one child when they looked in the direction of the yard, where something incredible should happen. The owner in the mantle recognized the girl. It was the same commander of the detachment of the Berdersky demon, which he had already seen before. He remembered what bravery she fought against him. Watching how she rapidly rushes below, they asked themselves, why does she swords? Looking at, they realized that it was a blade of 7 knights. Mantia recalled that a double meteor blade, a blade of 7 knights and 4 nameless swords, were an extremely valuable weapon of a third young master. The lord with the sword only added, as always it wanders the most dangerous places. At the same time, a blue ray broke out among the dense thickets. It was an energy wave that Jin left behind with a Chan. The battle became tougher. Gina's attacks were incredibly sharp and accurate, but in an instant, Gin suddenly disappeared. Jong realized that Jin was behind his back. It was a step in the dominance of the Emperor demons, a dangerous and almost elusive technique, and this smug smile Jin unbearably annoyed Chan. But what happened next was a smile from Gin's face. He was confused because Chan literally dissolved in the air. The next moment, the Jan appeared on the side, using the famous technique of movement of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, the step of dominance of the Emperor of demons, but made it even more skillful. Jan realized that the Jin, though mastered the steps of dominance, had not yet reached the level of the owner of the Emperor of demons. This meant that the elder had not yet recognized him as his successor. As they both studied with the same master, Chan decided to give a Jin a hint to understand his mistake. At that moment, the time seemed to have frozen. It seemed that the moment had stretched into eternity. But everything changed in the same second when Gin felt a devastating blow on his body. The blow was so powerful that the Gina rejected a few meters, knocking down the trees in her way. After that, John calmly asked, "Now you start to understand?"
How dare you to use the steps of the Emperor demons!
Gin shouted indignantly. Gin was burning from rage because he could not lose this fight. Did not the cult leader teach him the foundations of the management of these demons? But he had to understand the truth. Jong continued to give him clues, clearly stating, "This fight is already over. You will not be able to win." But suddenly, John felt the presence of another person. It was the presence that had the smell of blood. It was easy to guess who it was. It was a second brother, all covered with blood. He came here, crowded with despair and anger. In his chest, a fire of hatred burned. How could they start the battle for the throne without it? However, in its appearance it was impossible to understand what happened. All in the blood, he was surprised even in the first heir. The second explained briefly. He just dealt with those who stood in his way. members of a demonic cult in a bar and several soldiers of the army of heavenly demons. Jin did not appreciate his act and called him a thoughtless idiot who only called for the murder of a demonic cult. Jin continued to explain that the actions of the second only worsened the situation, giving a false accusation the sight of the truth. A traitor who kills his comrades in a sect, who will now believe in his innocence? However, when the Jin was constantly addressing him with the words, you, the second brother was convinced that he had to say we. As the John expected, Gin staged a demonstration scene, finally consolidating the status of a traitor. The second brother could no longer restrain the fierce, especially after Chan called his double-bodied demonic union with cheap imitation. Notwithstanding the insults, the second brother stream-headed at the attack, ready to break his Chona into pieces. However, it was easy to evade his disorderly blows. His aggression only harmed him, making his movements predictable. Jong quickly stopped him with one powerful blow to the head. He actually was about to kill him with this blow, but something went out of plan. The blow hit but did not crush his head as the John expected. On the contrary, the second brother smiled ominously and announced that his turn was now. It was a gross mistake on the part of Gin, who decided to attack from behind. But his blow hit the hand of his second brother. He shouted at pain, holding his shoulder from which the river flowed. Without exaggeration, it was a terrible sight. Even John looked at the Jin as a crazy, to attack his own partner in such a situation. But Gin no longer saw an ally in it. He coldly called his second brother-in-law and stated that he was simply punishing two criminals who were facing him. Gina's words did not matter. Jong felt his left hand about it. He understood that if he does not cancel the equipment right now, the hand will be broken. But it is better to break it than to lose forever. He used the explosion of the mountain explosion to gather all his strength and deal with his second brother. Having pierced his body, a loud explosion, which dispersed everything around. The blow hit the target, but the other brother was able to bounce and survive due to his extraordinary viability. Chan was not going to give his hand so simply. He clasped his teeth and prepared for the next step. At that moment, she appeared behind his back, the head of the Berdersky demon, running with swords in her hands. Chun was sincerely pleased that she had brought him a sword. Good work, Vin Hunrun, he praised her. Jin realized that he had completely failed his plan. Without wasting time, he used a parole to heaven to try to escape. However, Jong attacked him with a lightning shockwave. This attack destroyed everything in its path, including a Jin standing right in front of her. Only a deep funnel remained in that place. The second brother lay on the earth unconscious. He will not die, but in the near future he will definitely not come. He just had to be pulled away. He shouted loudly, and blood flowed from his nose. But the Jin, who was in the same pathetic state, called him an idiot and asked to calm down to win a little time to recover. However, John understood that Jin was no longer a single threat. The second brother found the strength to rise to his feet and went to Gin. He started talking bitterly in his voice. I believed you, trusted every word of yours, and you used me as a victim, stole my martial arts to climb a higher demon. And at the moment, you reached the highest demonic level. You yourself, he became a monster, using the same techniques that he taught me. You promised to show me the way to a higher demon, he whispered with sadness and hatred at the same time. These were the last words that the second brother said Gina before with the incredible fury to stir his chest with his fist. It was so shocking that even Chong was frozen in place, not believing in his eyes. And the girl who just came was frozen. She could not understand what could bring the other to such madness. Jong felt his body trembled. What to expect from this crazy now? He swallowed saliva. Looking at the second brother absorbs the heart of the first. Returning to Chan, he said coldly, and now your heart will be the next. The little Ming desperately reflected the attacks of enemies who tried to attack her. At this point, someone called the Union, and she quickly turned her head. The guard was in a terrible state, barely holding on his feet. The Ron Rom was asked to immediately go to the Spirit of the Blood Pavilion, as the situation became critical. But at the same moment she had a Ming with tears in her eyes. It will be fine with Hajin? The Union guessed that the seventh heir wanted to go with the boys into the forest. She sincerely reconciled her from this intention. Ron reminded that without the principles of harmony of yin-yang, laid in the last part of the method of great potential Louis Li, technique is becoming extremely dangerous. If the second young lord does not master it completely, he will quickly lose humanity and turn into a monster, worse than the owner of the yard of animals. And it happened just in their eyes. A soulless freak just ate the heart of the first young owner. The energy that began to come from it was incredible in its power. The Union could not believe that its demonic energy was growing at such speed. Chan tried to do something by attacking him, but his blow only scattered the aura of the highest blade without even injuring the enemy. It was just as during the battle with the owner of the Yard of the Beasts. It was defended by the big barrier, digesting internal energy. "Is the title of heir so valuable that he is ready to go with him to get it?" said John. After all, there were many who in the pursuit of power lost humanity and turned into monsters. If you want to become as powerful as it, you need to be better prepared, Chan thought, adjusting yourself to fight. In the meantime, they were pleased with the fact that the army of heavenly demons was almost nearby. They understood this by swords, who began to vibrate, feeling the presence of their owners. They knew. We had to end it faster. Now they had enough witnesses to make the cult. John asked to prepare to move him to the pavilion of the Spirit of Blood if he loses consciousness. He was confident in himself, and knew that this time he would not die. If Pen will depend on something like that, then he will never become a leader of the cult, not to mention the achievement of the higher demonic kingdom, John thought. It was a wrong way, and if he wants to end it, just here and now. The soul that is flying to heaven. This attack forced the earth to shudder, and all the swords aimed at the second heir were shaken. Suddenly a bright red glow exploded, which blinded everything around. At this point, Ma Dongpil rose sharply from the bed. He finally woke up. But in his room there was a master of the main right hall. "You need a little rest. Internal damage is very serious. You can take a sword again in your hands no earlier than 2 months if not more. Your demonic energy is too powerful." Hearing this, Ma Dongpil wanted to know what happened to others. In response, he heard, "Everyone is safe, and all this is only thanks to you. But first you should thank the 7th young lady," the master of the hall added, pointing to her presence. "The 7th young lady convinced the 5th young lady and the 6th young lord to find all of you," the master of the hall explained. Ma Dongpil thanked him for this information, feeling relief. "What about the 3rd young owner?" he asked with anxiety in his voice. "At this point, he is in the prison of the Center for Criminal Law," the master replied. The Hall of the Criminal Law of the Divine Cult of the Heavenly Demon was a place of strict sentences and severe punishments. Combat techniques that absorb vitality have serious side effects. The deeper you plunge into a demonic double form, the more you lose your mind, Chan said coldly. It happens no matter whether you want it or not. With such a weak psyche as a Pen, he could not avoid it. But he eventually chose this path himself. Standing in the shackles in front of the Shan, Pen asked, "Why didn't you kill me?" "Because you will die even without my help," Chan replied cold. "Betrayal is a crime that cannot be forgiven. There is only one thing awaiting you," he added, looking at the penalty with contempt. Meanwhile, in the court of God, the demons, the general strategist discussed the situation with the head of the cult who liked his work. "I have declared a ban on leaving the territory of the cult in accordance with your order, but honestly, I think it will lead to great losses," the strategist reported. The head replied coldly, "I will force the one who caused all this to take responsibility, and he will pay for it." "Did you see the 3rd young lord already?" asked the general strategist and the head of the cult. The head replied coldly, "I will see him and decide what to do. If he convinces me, nothing will change. But if not, this drink will be the last for him," the head said, watching a couple that was climbing from the bowl. And it was at the moment they discussed it that the 3rd young lord, Jong, appeared at the door. The head immediately allowed him to go, watching his every step. John entered, quietly walking on the red carpet that stretched to the throne. The strategist went aside, giving him the way. He was even going to get out, but the head ordered him to stay. "Stay here. It was the cause of the greatest political conflict in the history of the cult. You should hear its explanation and decide whether he deserves prison or worse," the head said, looking at Choni straight into his eyes. These words sounded so scary that Chan felt a cold sweat on his back for a moment. The head continued, "You made the biggest mistake, chose the way of betrayal to destroy your opponent. Most in the cult believe that you have done it, and it is a serious crime that cannot be forgiven under any circumstances," he said coldly. "You also proved that it is not strong enough to defeat everyone yourself. You lack skill," he added. "After all, it will be extremely difficult to convince me in another," the head summed up, studying Chan's face carefully. But instead of the words, John calmly got a postcard from his sleeve. He silently handed it to the head without drawing his eyes. When asked by the chapter, "What is it?" John calmly replied, "This is the confession of the 2nd young lord." Even on the face of the strategist, a cold sweat appeared on these words. Jong added, "He wrote it with his only hand to him." Lord started reading the letter very carefully without missing a word. The letter was written, "The skill of my combat brothers was so high that I was not sure of my victory if I had to fight them. Then the 1st young Lord Gin promised to open my way to the higher demonic kingdom. He also promised to create the position of vice leader of the cult and assign me to it. I had to train with him. But since we didn't know when your reign was completed, he said we should use a demonic double form to destroy you. When Lord read these lines, John added, at the end he wrote, the first young lord died, and I was put in prison for betraying the army of Heavenly. I ask for forgiveness. John continued. He understood that he was no longer a chance of inheritance, so he decided to reveal the truth before death. The strategist was amazed. He even enjoyed how skillfully Organ organized everything. And the most interesting thing was that John knew every word confession and put this perfect point in all history. The little miss was immediately asked to return, but she remained stubbornly. Suddenly, her older sister, the fifth young lady whose look was full of curiosity. She wanted to find out what she detained Little here for a long time. Ming immediately answered that she was waiting for a third brother to have lunch together when he finished his business. Only then did she realize that Senior was still talking to the head. To use such a serious thing as betrayal for your own benefit. This time the bishop will not leave it unattended, the fifth thought. She knew that if the third did not provide convincing explanations, he would not come out alive. After thinking about it, she suggested a little lunch together. Immediately after that, she suggested going to the Purple Fog Pavilion. In a moment, they were already there, enjoying the cozy atmosphere. Meanwhile, a letter was lying on the table, which before that he showed him a third. The head explained, when the prince went on the imperial throne, all his brothers were executed with the followers. Such is the nature of power. Rulers are always afraid of hidden threats, and those who seek power always plan to overthrow it. He was most impressed by the fact that John decided to spare his opponent, to forgive his brother, despite the brutal battle between them. It was only because the John made a promise to the second brother. Promise is the basis. No one can discuss important issues if he is unable to take responsibility for his actions. So Chan expressed his understanding of the meaning of the word. For the head, this seemed a reasonable explanation. However, the third immediately added that although the promises are important, in the first place it always benefits him. But this time everything was different. He is not so weak to break his promise only because the second is his opponent or a bad guy. These words again and again provoked a smile on the head of the head, strengthening his confidence that Chong considers himself truly strong. Chan jokingly called himself, at least not so weak that he could not cope with a fool that was tempted. The head asked, that is, you are confident in your ability to protect people? Yang calmly explained that Pen was looking for recognition. Pen himself confessed that he dreamed of becoming an absolute ruler, holding old age and living as if God. For him, the strongest is the one that everyone lends. His desire coincided with the ambitions of cult leaders, but their characters were sharply different. After these words, the head asked, what about the head of the military department? That cunning scoundrel. The strategist explained the situation without hesitation. He also added that raising fake anxiety in the sect is not just a betrayal, but a serious crime that may well lead to death. The biggest problem was that the third young master turned it into a real rebellion, undermining the authority of the cult leader. This meant that the cult leader would no longer be perceived as the impeccable god in the minds of future generations of demons. Chan understood perfectly. If they say these words, then this is a big mistake. It really caused a large-scale incident. The strategist continued. However, not that the cult leader is particularly concerned about such thoughts. Anxiety about future judgments only paralyzes them, he summed up, forcing Chan to think about the consequences. After all the discussions, the head stretched a cup of alcohol with alcohol and suggested drinking to the bottom. At least it was not the last sip that the third made in his life. However, because of this promise, the head could not forgive the traitor. Jong did not even object. The second will die as a result of your accusation of betrayal. If you want to save him, you have to declare it is not true. The last chance, the head warned. After these words, he asked if John really wanted it. He answered the decisive no. In this case, the consequences will be inevitable. The second must accept his fate, summed up the head. Drinking the drink to the last drop, Chan put an empty glass on the table, and then he reported that he needed to meet with the head of the criminal law hall. He remembered the first meeting with him. Then that had a stranger. It was at that moment that the John realized that there was a technique that could change the structure of bones. Hearing this, the head immediately suspected that John wanted to deceive the cult using personality replacement. I never cheated on you, the leader of the cult, said Chan calmly. The leader of the cult is the heavenly demon of the divine cult, and the cult itself is the leader, he continued. That is, if only the leader knows about it, then he is not a deception of the cult. The chapter mocked, calling it a game of words. But Jong denied. It is not just a game of words, but also true. And the one who taught me to think so is you, the leader. You are now in front of me. The cult leader asked, "Is this uprising so burdensome your soul?" Jong could not claim that he understood the soul of the cult leader himself. The head did not understand. Why should he at all satisfy the request of this guy? Jong thought deeply about this issue. Getting up, he asked, "Can I speak contemptuously? Only once?" Putting his hand to his chest, he exhaled, "Here's shit." And then directly in the face of the head stated, "You annoy me." The strategist almost exploded from such arrogance. All this game of words was incredibly exhausting, and its meaning was almost impossible to understand. Jong asked loudly, "Did you make a decision?" "More precisely, I know what you made. Why all this continue? Are you just interested in my reaction? Do you hesitate because of your shaky principles?" He asked further. "The leader of the cult is not you, isn't you? If you want something, if your heart seeks it, you always go away without a shadow of doubt. If you are interested in my reaction, I showed everything I could. It's my limit. And if this conversation is delayed, you will see how I lose patience and start to get angry." The head replied briefly to all these loud statements. "If you want to do it, do it. If not, no." And finally added, "Yes, the leader confessed, once I was the same as you." The strategist witnessed an extremely rare event that happened extremely infrequently. In this conversation, the leader called the third second. It was of particular importance. "You are not like others in the sect. The student is strongly influenced by the words and actions of his master. Sometimes a few words can determine the fate of life," the leader explained. It was this wisdom that he tried to convey Jong. Jong listened carefully, but the leader suddenly added, "However, I realized it can happen, and vice versa." He acknowledged, "You influenced me. Your actions, words, and actions are attracted. You always answer the pressure of something new. Even now it is, perhaps in your uniqueness. I found a new comfort among the monotony of worldly life," the leader added thoughtfully. He uttered these words, passing past a thoughtful Jong. Meanwhile, a vessel with wine standing on the table began to dissolve in the air. "I do not tolerate unclear conversations, so I decided to act just so," the leader said coldly. "I give my decree. The first young host Jean and the second young host of Pen will be executed as traitors. This decision is unchanged. But the rest depends on you and the head of the criminal law hall. If the chapter of the hall grants your request, I will not interfere, but if he refuses, Pen will be executed for betrayal, as planned. After completing all the cases, you will both come back here." After clear explanations, already approaching the exit, the leader added a few more words. He confessed that it was the only time he allowed himself to persuade. But Jong immediately replied, "Don't take it for granted, because if you need, I will convince you again." The leader just smiled noticeably. Before closing the door, he threw the last words, "If you think and think that you can. Action." After this conversation, he went to a romantic place where he was peace and peace, where the willow leaves fell quietly on the water, creating a sense of harmony. The leaves touched the water surface, causing light waves that diverged smoothly across the lake. He stood on the shore, looking at his reflection in the water, immersed in deep thoughts. Jong was able to convince the leader and, most importantly, survive after this dangerous conversation. However, the idea that Lee is still glad to see him has caused him a strange feeling of anxiety. At this point, Jong felt his central dantian activated, filling his body with energy. To focus strength in the central dantian is not just control over emotions, but sincerity over their own feelings. These two states cannot be mixed. However, even so, inside the Jong felt a strange void. Jin is dead. The second was overcome. Thus, he got rid of the main rivals and gained an advantage in the fight for the continuity of the head. But why is it so troubled in the soul? As soon as he decided to go to drink, as he suddenly felt someone's presence behind his back, the head of the criminal law hall greeted him. "Glad to see you, the third young mistress. What a good luck to meet you here." "I was about to talk to you," the head of the hall said. He confessed that their relationship is not so close, but once Jong wants to talk, then apparently it concerns administrative cases. The job confirmed that this is a personal conversation to address important administrative issues. The head of the hall suggested changing the situation. "Let's move the conversation to a more peaceful place," he suggested. They were where they were ordering and talking about the light soup that was preparing. They also discussed that they remained alive only thanks to the Dongpil's mistress. The girls tried to help everyone they could. People here were wonderful, and their communication was reminiscent of a real family. The most noticed Rin, because she was not local and watched everything from the outside. Subsequently, the conversation switched to the topic of a young mistress who took care of them. They talked about the third, calling it softly. Just as Rin heard a few words about the young mistress, she immediately rushed to the soup pan. She has an unrestrained desire to help and start cooking with them. It was only in a moment that she already tasted the soup to check its taste. At the same time, she thought about him. Even if you take into account only his combat skills, he can already be called the most outstanding in this place. But he uses his power only to solve problems, and never rely on it. However, there is one weapon that only the third is the ability to predict the situation. Despite its youth and inexperience, this ability already makes it most powerful in the cult. If an experienced strategist appeared near him, the conquest of the world would not seem unattainable. The brother has an alliance with such a dangerous person. But until this union is torn, we can be sure that the danger is not threatened, Rin said. All of these thoughts fell on her when she tasted the soup. Thinking, she almost forgot about the preparation of pudding. She had to focus on cooking. Meanwhile, the third went to talk to the head of the hall, and together they went to the tavern. He was surprised by one question. What money does it exist at all? However, the answer was shocking. The head of the hall finances taverna from his personal savings. It turned out that this place is associated with certain responsibilities, and that is why it continues to support the tavern. Old Can stood behind the bar, almost not sinking into sleep. His tired eyes barely fought with the darkness. Several times, visitors forced him to lift the crumpled eyelids, reminding that the old man could still open his eyes to the world. Arriving here, John thoughtfully asked himself, what really happens when he saw the old Can talking to the head of the hall? The essence was that Khan turned to the head of the hall, as if to a young child, using gentle words that made everyone smile. With a light smile, he asked about the money, to which the head of the hall confidently replied, "My companion will pay everything, do not worry." Then Khan opened his eyes wide and focused on the third young mistress, as if trying to solve his secrets. Soon the old man heard a few words that this young man is a student of Li, which only added the mystery of his image. Looking at him, Khan said with a smile that he was a real sympathy, although for the old concept of small had a completely different meaning. The old man looked extremely strange, and when the third went to the yard, he asked, "Who is this man?" In addition, he was confirmed that he always remained so, a person with a constant charisma that attracted everyone's attention. In the heart of the cult, to meet the old drunkard, as Can, was a rarity, which only reinforced his mysterious image. Pouring a drink, they began a live conversation, discussing how someone had recently made so much noise that everyone added a headache. Soon the third realized that all these chats were a hint, directed directly at him. But suddenly the head of the hall admitted, "I really envious of you," which only exacerbated the tension in the atmosphere. He added, "Look, but do not say that I am too self. Confident is not pride, but only a trick that does not relate to my situation in the cult." But the chapter of the hall acknowledged that he had envied Chan, and because of it, it was not at all like him, and every word of him was striking the third, opening the unexpected sides of his personality. "I am an ordinary man. When I see students of the cult, I would involuntarily end up in their place. I was happy about success and worried about failures. I have no gram uniqueness," the head of the hall sincerely admitted. John asked in surprise, "Did not the head of the cult appoint you as the head of the criminal law hall, recognizing your talent?" However, the chapter of the hall just smiled sadly. "My abilities are no different from the abilities of others. I just know how to restrain my emotions," and then added, "Do you know why I will envy you most? I tried to reach a high position, but I couldn't. That's why I turned away from myself." Jong never knew what place the head of the hall took in the cult before he became the chairman of the criminal law hall. He was the first martyr of the heavenly demon, a student of the previous head of the cult, a genius to lead the cult. His natural battle talent and insight identified him as the next heavenly demon and the head of the cult. By the age of majority, he has already mastered the technique of the owner of the demons, the former young ruler of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. This was the head of the hall, and that is what he sincerely told Chan during the conversation, opening his past. John, amazed at the herd, asked, "Why did the head of the cult give up you and why hid your past from all?" The answer was laconic, "Because of my origin." The chapter of the hall briefly explained, "I did not belong to Murim, and it was difficult to understand even myself." With these words, he began to get a sword, named John, a righteous sword. After getting the sword, Kohu began to talk about his story. He remembered how the teacher personally handed him in his little hands, though he almost did not remember his childhood. but that moment remained a bright memory that still lives in his heart. This sword, passed on by the teacher with a warm smile, has forever left in his memory as a symbol of love and trust. Lee Chong-san, passing the sword with such a sincere smile. He was the one who generously shared his love with the students. He began to understand Jong. The chapter of the hall looked carefully at the sword in his hands, remembering the words of Lee, which sounded on that commemorative day. "Kohu, listen carefully," said Lee. His voice sounded firmly and decisively. "You have to put this sword in a celestial demon and prove that this blade truly carries the spirit of righteousness." These words were buried with the previous head of the Alliance, as well as the title that does not exist now, the deputy head of the righteous heavenly alliance, a white sage, a burning Khan burning, was a teacher of a Kohu, the head of the hall. After he heard, he grasped the incredible truth. He realized that the current head of the hall, Kohu, was sent here by a righteous heavenly alliance in order to kill the head of the cult, and now he confessed to Kohu. But that was not all. Later, Kohu realized that he was only a pawn in a big game for the teacher. After all, if the teacher really took care of his student, he would not have sent an inexperienced young man who had milk on his lips not dried, one to the divine cult of heavenly demon. But the teacher did not even realize that this young man would be able to become a student of the heavenly demon himself. The most interesting question was, why did you decide to tell everything to the third young mistress? In spite of everything, you, the third young mistress, have a real chance to become the heir to the Lord. In any case, you would have learned about me. But if so, what is the point of telling it now, and even in this quiet tavern? John was surprised. You're right. Our relationships are not so close that I lead you to my favorite place and shared memories of the long-lasting days. Just I would like to find out something. I caught myself thinking. And suddenly the third young mistress was also exiled into the cult of the righteous heavenly alliance. Just like I, Jong felt a strange familiar feeling, realizing that his interlocutor was incredibly insightful. Suddenly, the old Khan appeared behind their backs, which brought them food. The taste will not be perfect, but still eat, even if you are salted, he advised them with a casual smile. But at that moment, the Kohu looked at him and asked, "What do you say, Khan?" The old man looked carefully at the third and replied quietly, "It's not him. It does not come from the stench inherent in the traffic jams. There is a bitter aroma that shows that it has chosen a demonic path. But this bitterness is special. It has something unique." Looking at Chun, Khan added, "But undoubtedly he is a true creator of problems." At this point, the third was even more confused in the thoughts. What's going on? Does this old man have the gift of seeing the hidden? After his surprised look, Khan suggested that Kohu had already told who he really was. This only increased the curiosity of Chan. Who really is this mysterious old one? Now it became obvious that Kohu brought the third here to find out if he was a spy of the righteous heavenly alliance. But this was not the only reason. Kohu also wanted to talk to the third young mistress. John felt somewhat Poland, but did not believe that talking to such an interlocutor was able to cheer him up. After these words, Kohu only sighed, as if regretting about something unspoken. They stretched each other with drinks and tied, thus fastening their deal. After that, Kohu went to the case and told about the problem. John asked him to take one of the prisoners in the dungeon and replace it with the peon's Juan, using the technique of changing the face. Kohu was more interested in whether the non received a permission from the head of the cult for such surgery. After the affirmative answer, he agreed, but put forward his oncoming condition. "Throughout the next year you will fight me in duels as soon as I ask for it." It was a rather strange requirement, but quite feasible. Jong agreed and added, "Don't thank you. I would rather call it a good deal." After that, Kohu asked the third to rise, preparing him for the next stage. "Once we have already agreed, let's spend the fight right now," he suggested without any hesitation. Even at the proposal to eat Ko, he answered with silence, tuned only to fight. As the agreement was concluded, the third agreed and rose, preparing for the duel. "The messenger of the righteous heavenly alliance. That's why I felt something in common with him," said John. Both were ready. The sky was clean, without any cloud, the perfect moment to start a fight. Of course, the third pre-agreed after the battle to drink a refreshing drink with him and, in the end, put a Kogu to sleep. He passed for a while, and already returning to the building, Jong corrected his wounded shoulder, which still hurt after the duel. In the yard, Rin was sweeping, and when she saw him, she said that after talking to Bishop, he returned and slept for 3 days. During the conversation, they discussed that Rin decided to call each other with his sisters. This was sincerely pleased with the Chona, because he knew that they had overcome many trials together and became truly relatives. At some point, Rin continued to sweep, but was strangely behaving as if she had hidden something. Meanwhile, a tense atmosphere prevailed in the pavilion of the blood of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. As soon as Dongpil saw the third young mistress, as he immediately began to get up, showing respect. But John literally forced him to lie down again, demonstrating his unwavering will. The third young host praised the Dongpil, but he felt guilt. Chan was ashamed because he understood that Dongpil had experienced all these difficulties because of him. He was inconvenient to even look into his eyes. The girls who were in the room heard that this war did not have to touch the Dongpil. Everything happened because of his own carelessness. They also heard the promise of Chan. In the future, he will do everything possible to prevent it again. After that, Dongpil asked permission to talk to the young mistress alone. Going outside, he told Chan that he listened to the conversation of doctors who confirmed he really saved the life of the second young mistress. After that, Dongpil warned Chan, "Be careful. Those who attacked us showed full devotion." But Dongpil suspected that all this was not due to loyalty to the owner, but for another hidden reason. He apologized and explained that there were people in the cult who covered the image on the third young mistress. It was noticeable that these attackers did not act on the orders of the first or second. They seemed to be tuned against themselves. If you do not grab them, they can try to find the second young mistress. However, John calmly explained that at the moment all the attackers are captured and thrown into a dungeon. Dongpil asked, "How many were there?" In response, he heard a brief answer. 7. But 25 people attacked us. 15 of them fell from my blade, Dongpil added, remembering the events of the battle. After that, it became clear that 3 more were hiding somewhere, remaining unattended. Jong promised that he would find them and deal with them. He realized that someone was hunching the image on him, and it was probably related to the old feud, which he did not even know about. At the same time, he said quietly, "What did you do?" Solving the confusing web of the past. The center of religious inner enlightenment enveloped peace, but it was struck by a request that was unexpectedly sounded. She was surprised, hearing a request to provide a list of all ancestors who were sent to the possession of the first and second young lord. Everything was exactly the way he asked for the third young host. However, he did not explain why he needed it. She understood that if he reveals the cause, their relationship would no longer remain the same as it is now. It can become either an ally or an enemy. If we become allies and know each other closer, I will be forced to accept your side, she said in a gentle but decisive voice. At the same time, she understood that if enemies became, the consequences would be inevitable. Jong summed up, "If that happens, you will lose the title of master." Grasping the warm peel of tea with her hands, she thought that the decision of the third would determine the fate of the Center for Religious Internal Enlightenment. After these words, she no longer saw the point in asking for the reasons for his request. John guessed that she was trying to say, "The Center of Religious Inner Enlightenment will become my enemy?" He asked calmly, but with hidden tension. The Center for Religious Enlightenment is one of those organizations that adhere to neutrality. That is why I cannot provide you forbidden information. You understand what to ask for, this is inappropriate. However, the third did not hide that he understood it. She knew well. Sometimes he was capable of reckless actions. She also knew that he was good for those who were dear to him. But even this did not make her fulfill his request. It was not easy to break the stubbornness of such a fundamental person. But Chan knew that Ionim could not be underestimated. Suddenly the words came from the door. "Can you go?" The door opened and it came out, Jacob. She dropped on one knee, saying the words of greetings politely. Jong did not understand why the caretaker called here. What did it mean? "Understand it as you want," Juan replied with a casual smile. She added that this girl would become the next master of the Center for Religious Enlightenment after her, and she asked, "Do you have any objections to this?" Rising, she said coldly that she was no longer going to listen to him, and warned, "I go, closing my ears and eyes on everything." "Going," she whispered quietly. "I forbid her promise to the third young mistress to fulfill his request. Although you can do it, consider it my farewell gift. This is the last thing I do for you." When she came out, the third thought, "When such conversations start in my presence, it is difficult to continue to pretend. Even the 9-tailed fox would have envy such a trick," Chan thought, looking after her. The old man stroked his beard, thinking thoughtfully. He has lived for over 70 years, but has not seen much in this world. And this young traveler before him, she saw so much at such a young age. "You are extremely good. You probably have no time on the journey. And I just wander the world because I do nothing more," she said with a light smile. The old man was silent, looking at Rin. He just got acquainted with her, but had already regretted the years who seemed to him. Suddenly, a third young host appeared behind his back and asked, "Who are you looking for?" The old man turned slowly, feeling the powerful energy of the third. Even his simple step was filled with the power of martial arts. Turning, the old man politely congratulated the third young mistress. However, the third saw him for the first time, so he asked, "Who are you?" The old man replied simply, "The ordinary old man who lives a peaceful life and plays chess. I don't even remember my name. The followers of the cult call me a mountain, the heavenly demon of the mountain." Although it is probably too loud, he admitted with a light smile. The third respectfully called his name, bowed and added, "For me honor to meet you." Very loud words. I appreciate your respect, but I consider myself to be those who do not deserve such recognition. The old, a little embarrassed with praise. "But are you not one of the greatest heroes of the cult?" asked the third, because that's exactly how he saw him. After that, John wondered, "Do you like to drink?" The old man just smiled. "You understand the tastes of old people well. I will not give up a good drink." Meanwhile, a little elsewhere, where the Berserkov's head trained tirelessly, preparing for future battles. With every swing of her sword, she smashed a giant stone, demonstrating incredible strength and skill. But at one point, she turned her head sharply, feeling someone's presence. Behind her back he stood, a steel blade of the divine cult of the heavenly demon. Watching it silently, she even became wondering how he learned that she was training here, to which he calmly replied, "He just learned." She immediately asked, "What are you doing here? Do you have anything about me?" She was even frightened for a moment, thinking that he came to read it, but it turned out to be wrong. "Beheaded by a detachment or a simple groom, I have no right to interfere with choosing your life path," he said calmly. "But you waste your life in vain," he added, looking at her with a piercing look. After these words, he asked, "Do you remember our first meeting?" He recalled the moment that happened 10 years ago when she was still in the detachment of newcomers. Then he showed her the flow of her vital energy and remembered her strange but sincere reaction. The old man, instead of criticizing the abilities of others, "Go better and polish your sword again," she threw boldly then. Now she was ashamed of the words she said in her childhood. He remembered a few more points from that conversation and added, "If I had not intervened then, you would have long been punished for violation of the rules of communication with teachers." "Mistress, I am really pleased to see you again after so many years. But I am very busy, even cut a dream for training. Why did you come?" she asked, hiding surprise. At this point, the ringing sound of the metal came. The old man grabbed his sword from the vagina and immediately directed him in her direction. She was confused without understanding what was happening and what the technique is. 10 faces of the dragon's blade are the art of possession of a sword that combines the ancient foundations of martial arts with modern techniques created by my vision, he explained. These 10 faces of the dragon's blade reminded her of her two-handed sword, a ghostly beast. Once again, having directed the flow of energy on it, he accused it that she stole his equipment. But she confidently denied, saying that the technique came to her. "Yes, you really created it yourself. But you would never have achieved it if I hadn't pointed you on the correct flow of your vital energy." And only now did she realize that without even realizing it, she took over his technique. But what does he want from her now? Is it that she extends his hand? He did not deny this option, but only asked, "Do you agree?" She replied, "Not at your own request. Both we know that I have no choice." He perceived her answer as a refusal. She confirmed it, adding, "Even if you cut off my hand, I will not get into the corner and not shut up. If I lose my hand, then at least I will have time to tear your eyes." Her candid and cheeky words caused him a smile under his gray mustache. He lowered the sword, and the dust rising around them began to settle slowly. At this point, she heard from him a proposal to become his student. Meanwhile, elsewhere, another old man was sitting at a table with a third young hostess, talking about drinking. The old man started from afar, gently bringing to the main theme, as if checking the intentions of the third. After a few cautious phrases, he suggested going to a calmer place. They became opposite each other. The views crossed, creating tension in the air. The third held the sword in his hand and asked impatiently, "Let's start already." The glorious times of matches with peers and other adventures have long gone. The real power of the cult of 9 heavenly demons under the leadership of Li Chongsan. I have repeatedly imagined a meeting with a heavenly demon, and here it became a reality, the old man thought. The third was also delighted, because he finally reached the level he dreamed of. He stood in a stable, but doubted whether it was to be attacked first. The old man began to blush from the glow that came from the third. It was a force that went beyond the ordinary, But the old man did not even move when the third made his first powerful blow. It seemed to the third extremely strange and incomprehensible. He was convinced that he wounded the old man, but suddenly felt his palm near his body. When the old fist tightened, the body of the third flew back at incredible speed. He flew with such a force that crashed into the fences, lifting a cloud of dust. Swinging several times, he fell to his knees, slowly sliding his back on the destroyed fence. But despite the pain and defeat, the smile did not disappear from his face. The old man approached him, reaching out, and in his eyes there was something more than just a victory. After that, they gathered for 4 and went to the statue of the Passion. Once there was a sanctuary for a lower-ranked Sirit and ordinary followers of the cult. It was in this place that strange events took place. And most importantly, the statue was damaged. We noted that the second never trained with daggers. Ordering 100 daggers on a monthly basis is clearly a bust. She tried to find out where the daggers went, but even at the center of religious enlightenment there were limits. Gogu warned that they could conclude that demons who hunt the third owner supplied weapons to the first and second to fight for the place of the heir. This sanctuary could be the point of transmission of daggers. Most likely they have defiled the statue. Of course, the third considered it his personal business, and if the situation worse, problems will arise in the heavenly demons. Those elders with the title of celestial demons could not close their eyes and stay away. It just pleased the third. He unexpectedly found new allies. The 5th young mistress, the 6th young owner, and the 7th young mistress, the third, asked to monitor whether suspicious things were coming into the possession of these persons. Of course, the girl understood how difficult the task was, but the third asked her to understand why he was entrusted with her. Well, thinking everything, the girl agreed to accomplish the task. He asked all other John to return to his possessions. He promised to contact each individual. If everything goes according to the plan, they will be able to take action in 2 days. The divine cult of the heavenly demon is the criminal law hall. Some thought about the third young owner. Did the head of the hall have such suspicions? But the answer was clear. The third only wants to protect himself and gradually move to the goal, although it may not be easy. Then he dared to ask what he dreamed of. Without hesitation, the third replied what he said before: to destroy the righteous heavenly alliance. He was wondering how John would fight for those who hunt him. There is no need to think here. Just find and destroy. What to do next, he has not yet had any plan. After that, he suggested a stroll. Going outside, the head of the hall had several more questions to him. He was aware that he was now talking to the main candidate for the place of the new head of the cult. It was John that he became the head. Would destroy the righteous heavenly alliance that he would inevitably involve the cult into the war. He asked, does the John really want to solve everything in this way? He tried to persuade him in any way to think about everything, realizing that everyone puts his interests above everything. This is correct, but all the decisions he will make as a leader of the organization must be carefully considered. It was difficult to disagree with this, especially after the Kohu cited such an argument that the third thought seriously. The third understood this in his own way. To be a leader, not necessarily to be perfect, it is enough to maintain his dignity. The young master changed significantly. The chapter of the hall saw it, as did his actions were unpredictable, although he closely followed the situation. After that, they said goodbye. The face with the scar, when he came to this place, noticed that there was someone here. He saw tracks near the statue and decided to report on everything to the master. The dark heavenly demon is wet. 2 generations therefore he was the lord of the divine heavenly cult, known as the Great Master of Martial Arts. However, Manhwa was overthrown and expelled from the cult because of his desire to become the strongest, developing prohibited combat equipment. To achieve his goal, he used forbidden technique, blood absorption technique. It is one of the most dangerous techniques in demonic martial arts. In 9 out of 10 cases, it causes serious damage to Dantian, but gives incredible strength. Because of this, the followers began to be afraid that the wet would become a mad demon and immerse the cult in chaos. In the end, he was imprisoned, sealed, and expelled from the cult. However, the problem did not end there. Manhwa created his own clan, became the father of many children, and after decades, his descendants became followers of the cult. In the past life, it became known that the members of the IOC clan, who are followers of the cult, are in fact the descendants of Manhwa. In an effort to master the technique, Sorjan not only pursued their descendants, but also hesitated them to torture. He stole members of their families, demanding to pass the secrets of equipment, and eventually destroyed the whole city. This is what the third now read in a postcard. This information was conveyed to him by a strategist. After learning this, the third asked the strategist to postpone the day of execution of the second. He explained that he had already agreed with the head of the criminal law hall to replace the second convicted person with the help of the technique of changing the face. The strategist was aware of this plan. The third explained everything to him in detail. The plan sounded surprisingly simple. The strategist had to extend these rumors throughout the cult. Going outside, Jong wondered why they sought to destroy him so much. At such a young age, blinded by the thirst for power, he exterminated the whole clan, not sparing even children, much younger than him, not to mention women and men. It was not just a crazy, but a true embodiment of a disaster that rose from the depths of hell. Once now, this body belongs to him. He would lie, saying that it did not affect him. It is no longer possible to avoid responsibility for the committed. From these thoughts the head split. Meanwhile, in the tavern of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, there, during lunch, they discussed the problems of strife in the cult sects. Someone has already prepared the latest products, hoping that they would taste like. He looked at them, thanking for these products, and then he said a sinister voice, smiling mysteriously. Turning, he asked, "How is your name?" The guy was named IOCBI. He was the head of the food hall. However, his smile hid many secrets. It is announced that Guven Pen, as a student of the cult leader, practiced the forbidden art of blood absorption and committed a serious crime. Such a crime is punished in the form of death due to injury, but given his past merits and the status of a student leader, the punishment will be a cut of the head. He kneel, but under this face mask hid a completely different man. A few days after death, shocking rumors spread. The rumors quickly flew that the head of the criminal law hall is actually the first student of the cult leader and a real heir. The strategist ordered these rumors. The military unit made an official statement, but the rumors simply did not subscribe. The source of rumors was unknown, but their influence was too great to ignore. The fear of a new struggle for the heir to sow chaos in the hearts of followers. These rumors seemed extremely attractive, especially for those who weave intrigue in the shade. The puppets did not need a lot of time to start acting. The cult of the divine demon is the criminal law hall. The head of the hall sat behind a dim candle. Suddenly, he heard that someone was approaching. The man entered and immediately said that his senses were extremely acute. As soon as he dropped the hood, there was a face covered with scars. Only a moment ago did he use the technique of secrecy. The chapter of the hall immediately realized who before him. His arrogant arrival alarmed the head, especially given the use of hidden techniques. He explained his visit to heard an interesting rumor and immediately came to check it. The head of the criminal law hall is a cog, the former chief heir and the first student of the cult leader. This is how the guest asked him, then asked the question. He asked if he wanted to become the Ko who would sit on the throne. He started a conversation about the past, they say, why he headed the criminal law hall, but doubts that his ambitions had disappeared completely. If this desire still lives, he suggested that Kohu to go with him. He reminded Ko of the times when he was a pupil of the cult leader, and asked if he was unfortunate. He also hinted whether it would be unfortunate now if the Ko gave up power. From these words, Kohu realized that this man manipulated both the second and the first heir. But suddenly he asked a question that shocked the interlocutor. Where did all the daggers go? Did you use them in your martial arts? He replied with a smile. You also understood it? It seems like this stupid second heir opened everything before his death, but that does not mean that he deserved on the throne. After these words, Kohu only insisted that he answered the question, but the guest said that Kohu learned the truth later. He continued, emphasizing that Kohu is different from the second and first heirs in that it gives fear of the cult of cult. Now that he became aware of his past as the first student of the leader, he has every right to power. Immediately afterwards, the abomination felt the whole force of the impact in his fist of the Kohu, and flew a few steps back. But at the same moment, the third heir appeared. He appeared with a question to this freak with scars, calling him a slippery rat. Haven't seen you for a long time, yes? He threw it cold. It turned out that the whole performance was arranged only to lure it. Now he realized that the rumors were specially dissolved to get it into a trap. You freak! Now you will tell me everything you know! Immediately after these words, loud screams. The cries did not subside for a long time until they were mercilessly beat this abomination. He confessed that the group that hated the third heir operated within the grain processing center. Their purpose was to manipulate other heirs to destroy the third. He kept anger because the third destroyed everything he had. However, he justified, explaining that he had suffered a strict punishment, and even the incident with the maid was only the execution of the order. However, he still didn't understand who he was talking to. Sudden unbearable pain pierced him when the third grabbed him by his ear. He clenched his fists, holding back the cry. It was necessary to answer correctly. That is what he ordered him to do. The main thing is to answer the question, what does he plan to do with all these daggers? And also, where did he hide them? Suddenly, his face became blue. In his eyes, a crazy joy in the anticipation of the destruction of the third. All over his body began to blow the areas of clothing. Acute daggers began to erupt from under them. The curse escaped from his mouth. "Dange with me!" And in a moment he shouted in the whole voice, until his body with a disgusting sound began to get out of daggers. Lee stood in front of a giant crowd gathered in front of him in full silence. He gathered everyone to say an important word that thousands were waiting. At first he ordered everyone to lift his heads and look directly at him. He explained that at first he wanted to wait for the beginning of the festival, but now there is no need for this. The chosen successor already proved his dignity. The era of his reign gradually went back to the past, though he planned to keep power until he permits power, and he understood perfectly. The people are looking forward to a new ruler of the cult. He did not even hide that the successor may surpass him. Then he appealed to the main guard to call the one who continues his path. "May the height of the divine cult of the heaven demon be facing the people," said solemnly. Once these words were proclaimed, the massive gates began to dissolve slowly behind their backs. Because of the huge gates, a guy with a look full of confidence and peace came out. He was ready to inherit and move the road that Lee once started. At this point, a wave of all-consuming emotions covered it. Thousands of views focused only on it. In his past life, he hid in the shadow, and now went through so much to appear before everyone. Among the crowd was Anadium, the first one he saw after waking up in the walls of the cult. It is thanks to her boundless care and support that he managed to survive. The look of the young housewife lingered on Honrian, the one that was always nearby. Her facial expression, calm and decent, finally fully corresponded to her inner will. Together, they went through everything. And it was thanks to her that he was able to fly to such height. Donpil went right in front of him, not stopping for a moment. Adamant, like a stone, he always remained side by side, as a faithful companion and unbreakable support. At this point, John thought that if he had a brother, he would look like Donpil. And so, without stopping, the young little lord climbed to the throne, on which Lee himself sat. "Lord, this is an honor for me. Accept my deepest respect." Lee looked at him closely and nodded, recognizing his words. After that, he solemnly proclaimed, "He is the perfect candidate for the title of a new head of the cult." In the silence that has come, Lee asked, "Is he ready to devote all his life to the good of cult and caring for his people?" With a firm and clear look, Jong listened carefully to the words of the Lord. The crowd stopped in tension. Everyone was waiting for his answers. "I will give myself completely, without residue." And then the applause broke out. The loud, sincere, full of the joys of those who have long been waiting for this moment. Ants ran from the third young hostess on the body. This moment was so strong. Deep in the heart, everyone sincerely welcomed him on a new way. Donpil was ready and continued to stay side by side, watching him with faithfulness. Suddenly, something amazing appeared in the hall that made everyone look around. What came before them was incomprehensible to the ordinary human eye. These were two spiritual beasts, a huge tiger and fox filled with magical aura. At first, their unexpected appearance made people shudder from fear. Huge sizes and a formidable posture only exacerbated the first impression. Although he said nothing aloud, he was no less happy in his soul, and maybe even more. After all, they have not seen themselves with the young hostess for a long time, and this meeting was special. He stroked the fox with warmth in his eyes. He was grateful that he came at that moment, and even more glad because the golden fox understood with Howen. Power Lee watched carefully for everything that happened before his eyes, and deeply in his heart, he acknowledged the sermon was really growing up. He again impressed him, just as always. That's how he grew a baby from the Beast Palace, a true heir to power. The young lord was genuinely glad that these creatures shared this solemn moment with him. Suddenly, the air pierced a mighty river. The tiger's voice struck over the whole crowd. He was answered even more loudly ovations in honor of the new ruler. These applause was heard for him, a new lord who gained power capable of resisting the worst enemy. But his path did not end. On the contrary, everything just started. The Ninethalist has blossomed again, but from 10 seeds sown only 5. The head of the righteous heavenly alliance, Dan Sayan, watched it with surprise. He considered it a strange symbol. And at the same moment, a man with urgent news appeared behind his back. He reported, the head of the Hua clan broke into the rain hall. He was too strong, and no one was able to stop it. For this, it became a sign. They began to lose their former confidence. The flower in his hand began to slowly crumble on the petals. Returning to the messenger, he asked coldly, "How does he usually solve problems?" And he added, "If this is repeated, everyone will have to say goodbye to their own lives." At the same time, a worrying question was heard in the hall. Where is the head? Why didn't he still appear? In front of them was Hong Sanjia, a formidable head of the Hua clan. The accompanying people only tried to calm his passion. It was at this moment that Dan was already approaching the threshold. Hong demanded explanation as they were still interpreted as their clan under nails. Dan quietly asked everyone to leave them alone. Then he invited Han to sit down, and reminded that they are now in a place where he was forbidden to raise his voice. Instead, Han was even harder on the table, refusing to restrain himself. The blow was so strong that the tea from the cup splashed over the edge. Hona fury broke out because the escort agency of the song was allowed to conclude a deal with Junin without the knowledge of the clan. Lifting the cup, Dan asked him not to disgrace his master and master himself. He heard the breath, but he was silent, squeezing his fists. Dan continued, "Even your ruler has never raised his voice in the Hall of Glory." And then, the colder tone, he warned, "Repeated bundle, and he will personally deprive Han the title of the Alliance." Han shook these words. The power that came from Dana was felt physically. The view that did not suffer, Dan explained. "Here you should behave more calm." He recalled that escort agency exists to protect people and values while traveling. The Song Agency founded a native of Hua Mountain, but despite this, the Khan concluded a contract with a competing sect of Junan, which violated the regional equilibrium. Dan knew that 9 sect students manage escort agencies and trade unions, giving part of the profit back to sects. Then Han realized that Dan was informed much more than it seemed. Dan added, "Agency master complained that recently clients have become smaller." Hong believed that a new escort agency was guilty of which the Junin sect opened in Bishan. Although the charter allowed the sects to establish such services, its indignation did not subside. Dan had his own arguments and understood why Chan did this way. Hong specified whether a master of the agency said to the side of the Junin sect. "If," Dan replied, "he only wants to break the contract with Hua Mount." The very fact of the agreement meant a purely business partnership. CHN, an independent force, not a branch of Hua. After all, the Hua Mountain demanded an excessive fee from them. This is the reason for dissatisfaction. But even these arguments did not remove the feeling that Dan was looking at their clan from above. Dan did not try to deny it. The angry Hong rose and crushed the table with a blow to the palm. Dan calmly screwed tea as if nothing had happened. He explained in a quiet voice, "Inflammatory luck is not suitable for a leading position." "Sect leader," he said. "Want me to entrust your role to another? You only hug her for 3 years." Confirming the words, given by the force of these GI, honor to the table. Then he asked cold, what will happen when small sects and clans find out about his oppression? He then set the condition that he either declares all the profits from CNO and divides the contract with Django, or immediately goes to prison for corruption. "Remember," warned Dan, "your choice. Humiliation or prison." Late at night, John visited a young man who had just won the title. He congratulated the position, though he did not hide the disappointment. He was also a contender. 6th young lord, Chanran, is a man who just can't lie. Bishop wondered what prompted him to ask for a private conversation. The young man replied, "If my family commit a grave sin against the cult, will you forgive it at least once?" He immediately specified that he did not ask for a leveling. Punishment should correspond to the gravity of the crime. He swore allegiance and asked, if the family is wrong, let him punish him instead of loved ones. He assured that he would fulfill any command of the Lord, even if they are already waiting for a member of the cult. He apologized, confessing that he did not know how to accurately formulate a request. Bishop realized that such a young man assumes the burden of the head of the kind, not just a relative by blood. This courage caused him pride. The determination of the boy impressed, and he did not doubt the firmness of his words. To discharge the tension, the Lord asked if he was hungry. Then he suggested that he snack together, translating the conversation into a friendly direction. "Do I dare?" The young man was embarrassed, but the bishop asked to call him just by his name. Soon the glasses rolled into the glasses, mixing laughter and aroma of steam. The owner of the evening treated everyone with his own cooking, in which he put his soul, generously pouring a strong drink, maintaining a high mood. Heavenly beasts also devoured, satisfied with their tails. The guy thought that he was not drunk for a long time, and felt a pleasant relaxation. To freshen up, he went out to a quiet night street. Then he left Goldie, putting a warm paw on his shoulder. They remembered how long ago they did not celebrate such a joyous event together. The King of Tigers stood nearby, protecting this peaceful moment. Before that, the King of Tigers with one rugged roar was scared of Anva well. The sky this evening shone especially bright, as if designed for a real holiday. But despite the beauty of the moment, it was necessary to decide what to do next. He mentioned a recent conversation. The young man said a simple truth. A deep contemplation was needed to prosper the cult. After all, the title of a young leader first means difficult responsibility. It is difficult, but now he decided to simply pour a sip of hop to order thoughts. Night silence prevailed in the military department of the divine cult of heaven. The scientist in the glasses was surprised to see the young leader so late. He went to drink and probably it's time to come back, the guest threw, looking at the office. The eyepiece did not argue. He quietly invited him, adding, "You are just at the right time." This restrained piece even embarrassed a young leader. Together they came to a table littered with spreading cards. The young man did not suspect the existence of this hall. The scientist explained that he was his personal planning hall, where he did not go. Pointing to one of the cards, he noted, "The most detailed and probably the most accurate of all three." The young leader was ready to listen to what the scientist wants to talk about. He began with the last events in the righteous heavenly alliance. There broke out a real stir. However, before revealing the details, the scientist clarified another, direct question. "When you said that you wiped the righteous alliance in the fortress of Steel Blood, you were in mind the complete destruction or only removal of the top?" The leader replied, "First, leaders and elite. If you cannot erase the strength at all, at least deprive them of their leaders." After these words, the scientist reached for a sealed letter, lying away. The letter was sent directly from the pavilion of the military office. It referred to the new steps of the Hua Mountain sects. The eyepiece explained that for Orthodox Murim it is unprecedented. The leader of Mount Hua, once destroyed by the righteous heavenly alliance, is preparing a real revolution. The bones are thrown. What does the young leader plan to do? The answer was laconic. "I go to talk to the demon of the demons." The Lord immediately allowed the young man to be allowed into the throne hall. "I, Sauce Ryan, young leader, I congratulate the Lord of Demons," he solemnly proclaimed, crossing the threshold. On the table was a treat. Not a drink of 6 heavenly spirits, but an emerald bamboo liqueur with a thin, fresh aroma. The Lord was filled with a glass of greenish nectar. He praised CO for a speech at the ceremony, although he noted that it was not enough to dedicate it. CO replied, "Success is the merit of the people." He only modestly played his role. Then he went to the main thing. As soon as he returned from the housing of the military department, let it be bored there, but the matter is important. There, the eyepiece showed a letter with extremely interesting information. The Lord nodded. Hua Mountain complicates the situation again. He emphasized that they always acted similarly. More precisely, he added, is all the pranks of the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance. He recalled, "You dreamed of erasing the righteous alliance and the fortress of Steel Blood from the face of the earth." Now, already a young leader, CO asked for permission to express his opinion about enemies and their lifestyle. 30 years ago, when I became more passive for external forces, 10 sects and 5 large clans were extremely powerful. The Lord began to slowly. Its history flowed under the bells of the glasses and the aroma of the emerald liqueur, which flicked in the half-dark halls. Time passed, and these powerful forces were no longer the one that once. The exchange of martial arts made them stronger, but broke the strong bonds that united them earlier. The young leader tried to understand how it happened, and what role the head of the righteous heavenly alliance played. The Lord explained, he, like a poisonous viper, evil, like Muhi, and cunning, like 9-tailed fox, cut out the heads of clans, symbols of cooperation. He released weapons, 100 times more powerful than magic, and 10 times more ruthless than demonic techniques. The young man was surprised that such weapons exist in general. The Lord called it simply greed. He broke their mind, forced to bow and kiss his legs to completely conquer the sects and clans. He gave them to taste true greed and power, as if poisoning into a pure source. The young leader sought to find out not why, but how. How possible? The Lord, barely smiling, told one simple method. "Throw a piece of meat into a pond, and watch," he said figuratively. The name of this method is competition. The fish that rushed to the prey became a visual illustration. Competition strengthens the organization with a clear system, but destroys the one where there is no order. So the alliance leader sowed the grain of greed and split his own camp. The sects were immersed in the shadow business without hesitation to gain an advantage. Some even hired the killers to get rid of opponents. Dan Sayan's mediator became a puppet. The clans pulled him to his side, and he bowed his head, or knew as soon as they wanted. When they realized that everything was going wrong, it was too late for repentance and back. The heads of the clans were mistaken, thinking that they themselves manipulate the head of the alliance. In fact, the leader of the righteous heavenly alliance kept all their sins in his fist and took possession of full control. Having gained power, resources, and information, he easily got the most rare elixirs, although the young man understood that the potions themselves did not make the art of battle invincible. The Lord explained that healing drugs only facilitate self-improvement through training. In his opinion, the technique is not inferior to the ability of 10 great masters. He was certain. Dan exceeds not only the leader, but also the elders of even a demonic faction. After listening to everything, the young leader was silent, waiting for the final explanations. The Lord tried to see the true intentions in his view. Whether it was a thirst to kill Dana or the young man had already become a true demonic master. But he did not get rid of the old habits. But in the end, it doesn't matter. He should be able to maintain dignity even in the worst circumstances, no doubt. The Lord realized the young man came because he cannot put up with what is happening in Jong. He noticed in his gaze frankness. The young man calmly replied to the remark, "I am a young leader. Otherwise it cannot be." In it, the Lord saw a part of himself. He really sought not so much, so the gesture invited the young man to follow him. "You need symbols to prove. You are my student," he said. "No matter, you are arranging a surprise in or outside the Jiangwan." They entered the amazing land, an illusory kingdom created in the likeness of a solitary bamboo grove. Sensitive Bamboo Grove is a mysterious forest that existed before the cult. All sorts of mythical creatures live here. The book Classic Mountains and Sea describes this place. Only some creatures do exist. The young leader realized that several of these creatures are real. Among them is one of his faithful companions, Gold. It is an extremely rare mythical creature whose influence on the world cannot be compared to any other creature. The legend says that when the jackal steps on these lands, the war broke out. People considered him a harbinger of death, because everywhere there were unspeakable disasters after him. Unlike the spirits of these, or yokaiev, its very presence is able to change the course of history. It has so much that it interferes with the fate itself. It all starts and ends, the Lord explained. Jackal embodies death and revival at the same time. The young leader has now realized how amazing and dangerous Goldie is. But despite surprise, he sought to understand. Why were they brought here right now? Stepping on, the Lord spoke of the demonic art of 9 depths. "It is really impressive," he admitted, leaning the young man with a piercing look. He already knew. You combined the basic demonic art with Buddhist techniques, creating a holistic harmony, a masterpiece that has not lost any unique feature. But even a masterpiece has a shadow. It has a spot of shame. The demonic art of 9 depths is completed and seemingly perfect, but hides one serious flaw. "Do you know what she is?" asked the Lord. "In his origin," the young man replied without delay. "That's right. You created it one, so holistic that it is difficult to believe that it is a job of only one person. But even this is not enough," he summed up, "because you are a young leader, and your ambitions have to reach even higher. This art is proof that the young leader is a true heir to Li. In order to lead the divine cult, he must master this technique. So the Lord decided to teach him a demonic imperial. The young man wanted to know for a long time whether the master of the demon emperor Jin Guanzhong passed. Li began with the fact that he was his first student, a spy, exiled by the righteous Heavenly Alliance. Let him not compare with Sia's or Fifth Younger, but he has a lot of talent, and he may get the level of Heavenly Demon. Li confessed that he was never attached to the students, but this guy is an exception. The first student so struck him that his heart shuddered. He loved him not for his talent, but for bravery and direct look. The past does not matter. Therefore, Li did not kill him, but summoning a corpse due to the illusion of a demonic court pavilion, outstanding enemies. He showed the body to several important people, and the case was closed. The underground prison of the criminal law hall, the labyrinth structure of the Lord's palace, and the intensified formations of the judicial pavilion are the fruit of his hard work. However, this man does not recognize his greatest gift, so he desperately holds on his own techniques. The young man realized that this is the reason. He remembered the conversation when he once wanted to ask him one important question. The Lord continued. After the incident, he did not want to take new students, but did not do without the heir. So he put these demonic emperor on the first student, hoping that he was adding it on its own. Now everything is different. Li cannot afford to collapse the transmission of the strongest cult technique for the 3rd time. He did not know if the young man could master her because she could conflict with the technique of 9 demons. But the Lord would not serve the meat to those who are not able to chew it. At the same moment, blankets fell from heaven like a steel staring. In addition to the blade of 7 knights, 3 more swords are so strong that even the most experienced masters would spend years. Li forged them himself, melting steel himself. The arms of 4 swords turned into ashes. It was the technique of burning sky flames, a manifestation of these demonic emperor. Li directed the spontaneous energy directly in front of him, into the heart of hot steel. The spectacle seemed incredible to the human eye. Boiling liquid steel rolled right in the air. It seemed that this force came from the deepest hellish abyss, but its heat and destructiveness were at a completely different level. The flames absorbed all around, rising higher with every breath. There is a moment of final movements, a few accurate gestures with your hands. No showy jewelry is only pure, unrestrained power. Suddenly, the sword fell, pushing into the ground just in front of the young leader. Li poured these demonic emperor into the blade and seal it. Every time the young man feels stagnation, should release this energy and listen to the sword's breath. So he not only awoke the blade, but also breathed into it the power that goes beyond human opportunities. A true transcendent creation. The young leader felt a strange, unfamiliar vibration in space. There has been no such resonance since their previous training. He suggested that the wizard refused, but from now on the training of demonic imperial ones begins. Even for such a master it will take at least 3 days and 3 nights without rest. So he ordered to focus and not spray the spirit. The young man forgot for a moment what the figure stands in front of him. The clay vessel on the table crumbled into small shards. Li's hand trembled noticeably. Looking at her, the master realized how far he went. Over 20 years have passed since he reached the pinnacle of demonic art and looked into the unknown kingdom. The world calls it the Kingdom of Transcendence, although it is difficult for him to give an accurate name. A foggy boundary, where everything becomes uncertain. A person must be immersed in deeper until he or she feels the desire to take off. When you enter into transcendence, and even higher, into the demonic sphere, your expansion is expanding like an endless ocean. It is a condition in which the universe is contained inside the body. You can play the very basics of being, guided by boundless energy, and the depleted human body is not able to reveal the true mobility of God. Someone asked if the changes occurred in it. The answer was hiding in the silent depth of view. In addition to Gogu, Li never attached to any of the students. So why did he do it all? Perhaps with pure curiosity, and maybe because he still believes in humanity, whether this faith has long died. 30 years of isolation he survived how God puts an end to chaos. This is what Li thought about, gathering a drink, and whether so far a yoke could withstand. Now that everything happened, Li expected, Ryan will fly as high as his wings will allow. And he believed it. Military unit of the cult of Heavenly Demon. The sword was attached to the back of the young leader. When the eyepiece asked, he answered briefly. The story of the blade was so stunned by the scientist that he spread his mouth. The sword was killed by the master. The strategist was far from martial arts and could not understand whether it is possible. However, he guessed that the young man inherited these emperor demons. In general, the general strategist is extremely acute. The young leader himself acknowledged that all the subtleties did not grasp. He mastered only the principles. The technician was so much that the brain was about to explode. But the strategist noted that for 3-day training, it is a brilliant result. Most people do not master these arts in their entire lives, and he understood them in 3 days. Subsequently, behind a cup of tea, the strategist cautiously joked, "They say, such a skill in battles may not fit the future of the cult leader." The young leader changed so rapidly that it was even a little frightened by others. The strategist launched a detailed card of Shenzi, which marked even the shortest routes through the border provinces. It is this card that will need a young man to fulfill a future mission. No other knows Yangtze better than him. The strategist noted that this operation has one serious problem. Due to the special purpose of the mission, there is no noticeable escort. The territory north of Yangtze belongs to the Alliance of the Righteous Sky. If they notice a group of demonic cults, they will immediately take measures. And if you send too many guards, the situation will only be complicated. However, if there are too little, and the enemy's reconnaissance will recognize the young leader, the troops will immediately sow. They will not act ill-advised, but they will not leave it alone. After all of the said, the strategy expected the answer. What exactly does he plan to do? I do not think it is worth complicating the situation, the young man said calmly. The main thing is that I get to shinny freely, he added. He already had a plan. Some people who were formerly considered hostages were called guests, and one of them still lived in a residence. She was just ashamed. She may have to give her a chance to feel that she is useful. At this point, the blonde sneezed sharply. She was incredibly cold. She was standing in the open and talking with a needle. She was more interested in finding out how they came to this plan. But the young leader did not consider it something special or brilliant. It is simple to get to Sheni. It is enough to declare that the daughter of the head of the Ice Two went on a journey of Junjuan and themselves, in the role of its guards. For her, It seemed rather unusual and even doubtful for the reputation of the cult, but the leader explained. The dignity of a man is not in the title, but in words and actions. She also asked to keep in mind that if they were caught, it would threaten not only their safety, but all the demonic Murim. The consequences can even get the master of the demons, but the leader immediately reassured. The Lord has already given permission, so now you just need to act. And that is why he is now here, prepares a strong conduct. Then he added something that she took her breath. Thank you for your care, but this is not your business to comment on this choice. She just sighed. He did not change at all. And he replied simply, I was born that. Subsequently, a rare artifact appeared in his hands, a cherished shadow steel tissue. Although he did not know what she was made of, it was thought that even the aura of the master of the Peak Kingdom was forbidden. He advised the girl to wear her over the linen. As for the bracelet he puts on her hand is a bracelet. In a sense, it is more valuable than the fabric. It protects from most of the fatal poisons. And yet, the mantle from the blood of heavenly silkworm. It will not even break the cannon projectile. She was curious. Does the leader feel better simply because he gave her these things after planning everything, not asking her thoughts? The voice that was already louder, she stressed that it was necessary to discuss it with her at least. After that, someone asked who they were still traveling. The leader replied that Donpil would go, not to attract extra attention. The girl asked to bring Ankva with her, but the leader categorically refused. It is too dangerous. But she had a significant argument. What does it look like? The daughter of the owner of an ice yard travels with 2 men without a maid. Makes sense? I didn't think about it. I may not be involved in Anva. It may be too risky. And is there a maid with the same internal energy and sensation of the atmosphere in the whole cult of all the cult? She asked. And then the young leader acknowledged. Lady Law. Anadium trains these carefully, and no doubt has the strongest internal energy among all servants. Lady insisted. This is a great opportunity for the maid. Let Anadu exercise in the martial arts, and she will explain the right thing. In a moment, the girl was already approaching Ankva, preparing to put out the whole big mission. Meanwhile, on the roof of the residence of the Master of Demons, sitting right under the sky, the Lord asked how the courts of the Guardians now work. The answer was calm. No problems. The first leader is perfect. Everything is well established and constantly improving. So he, Lee Gunson, said the Lord. They say, talented. Are you ready to make it my successor? Of course, he is coming. A firm answer came. Okay, bring it to me. After that, the Lord stretched the guest with a bowl and offered to drink together. Suddenly his chest shook a dry cough. Are you feeling bad? The interlocutor worried. Even if he wanted to get sick, the body would not allow, the Lord cut off. I do not neglect until alive. But seeing surprise, he explained. After the first breakthrough, he spent the entire stock, so it looks tired. Then he asked the first keeper whether he knew how he managed to become a lord. I won the throne with a sword. At that time, the struggle was much more violent. Deceptions, hostages, internal rebellions. Everything was allowed. The keeper heard. It is worse to imagine. The former head of the cult did not have sufficient power. Several candidates, in particular, exceeded him in possession of chi. The real problem was in character. Without receiving the title of Heavenly Demon, the predecessor of the gap in the complexes and a slice into tyranny. The masters were scattered, the top corrupted, and some left the cult. None of the candidates was a student of the former leader. There were children of nobles and ordinary demonic masters. But the status did not weigh anything. The future was at stake. The main thing is to act as those who have been entrusted to come generations. At that time, there were only 13 young masters with proper thinking and sufficient force. Former young masters founded a secret organization, the Divine Demon Society, and secretly captured all combat equipment and miraculous elixirs. Only 5 years later, they were able to reach the final decision. They decided to fight to death. Although no one recognized them with decent candidates, they walked forward. Only when half of them died in that ruthless battle, the cult finally recognized them. It was a scene of hell where they had to kill even friends to prove its value. They did not feel hostility to the opponents, even in death moments. Each of them believed, if the opponent is better, he will be able to return the cult on the right path. This struggle has not yet been completed. The Lord confessed that he wanted to put an end to her as soon as possible. Then he asked, was it interesting to the keeper, as he practically stopped the activity of the non-guns 30 years ago? However, everyone looked only at the consequences of this decision. Standing water decays over time, and the invisible enemy, like a bone in the throat, interferes, but when you get used to, stops frightening. As a sleeping volcano is a threat that they forgot. Those who are not afraid are more often interested in the enemy than they are afraid of it. Isn't it the perfect time to invade now? The keeper began to guess that the world is increasingly given to the authority of the demonic path. The Lord continued. He now has a decent successor. The next day, the carriage was already moving forward. Donpil sat in the place of Kushar, leading a confident hand. Inside, the young leader was talking to the girls. His gaze inadvertently lingered on Ankov. She was delighted with the landscapes outside the window. She didn't even hear what she was talking about. What they were going right to Shenya. Lady dreamed of seeing tourist cities, but the young leader firmly reminded, it is not a journey, but a mission. The blonde, winning Ankvi wondered whether it is not time to stop and turn the road into a small excursion. Anadu has only clung, still fascinated by the landscapes, so she could not even answer. Soon, the head of the sect of Hao, Gonichi, with the title of the heir of the divine cult. Friends did not see all the eternity, and their meeting was sincerely warm, despite turbulent times. Gon confessed that he had been looking for an opportunity for a long time, and finally such an opportunity happened. He posted 3 paths to Shenzi, 2 aquatic and 1 land, given the cumbersome carriage. Water routes demanded to load a carriage on the barge, so there was a land version through Hunan. In order to get Hubi, you will still have to cross the wide river. Gon advised to enlist the support of the river fortress, which keeps under the control of the crossing. There are mountain and water bandits there. When they are united, they compare with the whole combat sect, and small clans will not resist. But with a gang, a clear contract should be concluded, because their credo is a perfect execution of contracts. Gon assured that there would be no surprises under such conditions. The very threat can bring a completely different factor. Steel Blood Reconnaissance reported. The Silent Wind Squad moved from the northern east of Zhejiang. The point of their collection is Changsha, Hunan Province. They are already discussing why more than 300 well-trained warriors have moved on a hike. This is only the personal assumption of a luxurious lady who controls the fortress. She still enjoys a cloudless day, drinking spring tea on the terrace. Gon voiced the version. The detachment seeks to steal the lover of the Lord of Steel Blood. Beauty is called Co Hien, and it can be a key figure in the whole campaign. Cho was walking through the streets, dreaming of building a small castle here. The thoughts were spinning. Would the head of the fortress make something like it? The man insisted on her to return because the doctor forbade her to be in cold air. She, without paying attention, asked if he respected it. The answer was sharp. Of course no. After which she reminded who he really was. However, he asked not to forget that they were in the middle of the market, where it is full of outsiders. You are a guard. Isn't your work always be near? She said. She tried to convey, regardless of the circumstances, he should take care of her. At this point, a carriage familiar to us approached the square. The woman continued to stand on her own. She wanted to look around, at least. And just then, a carriage swept past them, lifting the wind. She hides behind the back of the guard. She was scared of the reckless behavior of the riders in a crowded place. At the same time, she was delighted. Even in the fortress, she did not see such a gorgeous carriage. Arrival point is a Long Dawn pavilion. Finally, there was an opportunity to wash and relax. It was there that the young leader with satellites stopped. Knowing a lot about this place, he caused the girls to be surprised. They began to ask him where such awareness came from. At this point, the waiter reported that their dish was ready. They were given a stunningly refined table. Everything looked gorgeous. Nevertheless, Lady was most interested. When they are going to go on. The answer tomorrow upset the girls a little. Too fast, as for such a trip. Donpil generally proposed to go right now, immediately north. The young leader understood that staying in one region is not the best idea, especially before arrival in Shensa. Moreover, it is extremely difficult to hide the demonic energy. Although it is unlikely if they come across a silent wind detachment. Ma Donpil will definitely attract their attention. And now, thinking of all this, the leader felt more anxiety. Especially for Lena, whose safety also caused him anxiety. Therefore, he suggested that she work a little later. He wanted to check her boundaries. But suddenly someone whose presence made everyone alert. A detachment of 50 elite guards came in, apparently accompanied by a very important guest. Behind them, under the defense of the spin, a mistress of the leader of the fortress included. Her unexpected appearance surprised everyone in the hall. I apologize that I invaded so roughly, I'm just very interesting, she said with a slight tilt of her head. But there was no hint in her voice. Donpil politely asked not to waste their time, though he did not understand who she was. And she, without paying attention, was driving hobbies. The carriage, she said, was a real masterpiece. In this carriage, nobility and dignity, Dasha said, clarifying what struck her. But, contrary to the words, she added that even the best masterpiece is worth nothing if its owner does not understand his values. And in this, we should admit, there was a little wisdom. Donpil stood on his own, although he did not deny the correctness of her words. And in the meantime, the woman has already started to hint she would very much like to become the owner of the same carriage. Lena intervened in the conversation, asking what the lady meant. Tai flashed. She did not expect to talk to her in a third person. I repeat, what do you lead to? Without raising the tone, Lin said. For the first time looking at the red, the woman was silent. She did not imagine that there were such beautiful men in the world, but immediately she cut off about herself. Well, what is he good? How dare me to interfere? I decided to go to the case. Sell the carriage, give any cost. Linus calmly denied. You don't even know what a carriage is. Sell her just because she likes it? The lady raised her voice, again claiming the masterpiece and her high status. The status of Lena did not impress. She was not going to sell. With the eyes that have already suffered images, the woman repeated, Do you at least know who I am? The guard whispered softly behind her, which is dangerous to open the face. Meanwhile, Donpil evaluated the guard. Awkward in appearance, but the master boy, at least equal to him, and maybe stronger. If these people are really hostile to the steel fortress, the lady may be at risk, Donpil thought. The security guard whispered to leave the hall, but the woman stood stubbornly. Lin Loud noticed, It is necessary to be very inosabactory to behave so uneducated. And she added with a sigh, I thought from her cry I will have a stomach. The lover began to shake off the insult. She reversed her tone unexpectedly. She apologized for having interrupted the meal of such sophisticated and cultural people. As a sign of forgiveness, she asked permission to treat them with the most expensive local dish, and Lena politely refused. Not worth it. Please accept, I insisted. When still a young lady, the future wife of the owner of the steel fortress, would you earn such an honor? Timidly hints at his own person. The line gracefully put her fingers to her mouth and whispered with a barely visible smile. A true enemy, and not otherwise. The lover and the guard had froze as if the earth had disappeared from under his feet. Oh, sorry, forget it. I didn't even notice what she said aloud, Linux flirtatiously. The angry lady came close. Are you aware that you were afraid? I have already apologized. Lynch shrugged slightly. The voltage in the air was thickening every moment. Then the guard spoke to the lady, apologizing and pleasing her guilt. However, his fingers were already lying on the sword's hand. He could not remain silent when the owner of the fortress was offended. Lin realized that she had overtaken, or just made. The young leader quietly reassured her. You spoke, but did not give anyone. The guard, struck, finally noticed the figure that he just got up. Only now has he realized. He has not even noticed his presence. Grasping his eyes, I understood. A master of extraordinary level before him. The young leader turned to Donpil. Take those who are hiding above. Not paying attention to the guard, Donpil disappeared on the roof with one jump. The guard tried to grab a sword, and suddenly he could not move the steel on his hair. The invisible power was clamped by the blade. He could not even imagine that the leader used the capture of the void. Realizing that the opponent was not on his teeth, he just turned. Madam, run immediately! But the young leader just flashed his eyes. No enemy will leave the hall without his permission. He invisibly found herself behind her back and easy to touch the lady instantly. For the guard, it was uninvited, a blow to honor. He rushed to a young leader with a naked sword, and in vain. The leader repulsed the attack with his bare hand. An incredible sight. Quickly shouting technique, straight line, and 3 vectors of the attack. The student of the 3rd sword of the Shine Spirit? The leader asked calmly. The security guard is ill. Where does the young man know such details? All you have to do is look at how you walk and keep the weapon, the leader explained. Then he broke the blade with one hand and reproached that he had neglected the workout. He sent the guard to the flight with a light blow. He made a few dozen revolutions before you fall. The leader looked around, looking for Donpil. Almost graduated. 50 guards, and no demonic chi, he thought with pleasure. Donpil went out of the roof and stood nearby. How much will they sleep? At least 2 hours, maybe 4, Donpil replied. Lin was worried. A woman, a mistress of the owner of the fortress. It is impossible to harm her. What to do with her? She is still unconscious, Lin whispered. The young leader decided. They will go right away without waiting for the sunset. Ordered to collect things. You need to get to the nearest permanent yard, he added. And he smiled. He had a new interesting plan. The goal is Huba's Red Slopes, where the deputy head of the HA sect lives. The night wrapped the streets, and the red rocks of Hubei glowed under the moonlight. Gon heard that they had seized the lover of the owner of the steel fortress and its guard. The young leader only shrugged. Nothing fatal. Both just fainted. And with a cheerful brick smile, he remembered what kind of annoying the young lady was. But he arrived to ask Gon to pass a letter to MANHWA with the sect of the Hao sect. The message says, "The mistress of the owner of the steel fortress in us. Come to the Ekna if you want to return a valuable gift." In fact, Ryan was not going to negotiate. Then why the letter? Gon was surprised. Without drying his head, Ryan waved. His plan is simple. A small bait to grab big fish. These two must lure the head of the Hua Mountain. 3 alarming days have passed. In the steel fortress, the deputy detachment Pacific Wind Huan Sun ragnoted. Warda was able to lose both the mistress and its guard. Moreover, the carriage that they were watching out has disappeared somewhere. The commander of the Pacific Wind Moon Hunga entered the hall and asked if everyone was failed for more than half a day. Once the 50 soldiers were posted, the enemy at least a master of the highest level, said the moon aloud. The guard of the mid-level is almost on top, so the culprit is somewhere on the verge of evolutionary sphere. Or there were several. He was given testimonies collected in the permanent yard. There, the commander first read the details about mysterious travelers in a luxurious carriage. The main thing, Madame herself approached them. So, the abduction was not planned. She grew up in poverty, but bathed in luxuries for 3 years. So it is logical that the light-hearted beauty wanted their carriage. The commander asked what Union sect, except for the Blue Snake's house, the closest. They answered, a divine cult. He ordered the letter to be sent immediately so that all the sects and clans of South Chanshu would start searches. Then we go north, he announced dry. The carriage came from the south. If the criminals were moving to the east or west, they would have passed, so they most likely went north. Then he ordered the vice leader to inform the fortress of the disappearance of the hostess. The perpetrators were ordered to punish strictly. And here he burned the chief of guard just in the eyes of all. The lover to find in 2 weeks, he thundered. If they fail, the whole detachment with him will meet the sword of the fortress commander himself. A few days later, on the red rocks of Huba, line came to the young leader. When will the HUA sect appear? He just shrugged. I think half a day, he said. Lena could not believe. He really was going to take the hostages of the head of MANHWA, Hua Mountain, one of the 9 sects. In possession, the sword is equalized with Udan. To take their leader much more seriously than a mistress of a steel fortress, he explained. Lin sat down and asked once again whether he was aware of the consequences. I know. Earlier I created a lot of hassle, but this time I thought everything, he replied calmly. He called the idea a small business and asked her not to panic. It seems that only he is able to call such an adventure insignificant. Taking advantage of a moment of rest and a plunger of water, he suggested that the line train a little. The master of the highest demonic level offered her her own accompaniment in training, as if she had to fall down and thank her for such an honor. Sofa, on the contrary, would be a good idea to get in a boat with updated forces. Line believed. When a hail is poured out of you, it is difficult to talk about rest. But at his request to attack the first, she went to the case without hesitation. He just warned, it did not happen lightly. The first jerk, and the air flexed rapid blow. Wow, such technique hid, said Song. He realized, the line skillfully possesses the melee. Even her brother does not compare with this explosive combination. These are not sophisticated, but creativity and reaction are striking. Therefore, I decided to add speed and strength. Just threw his fist. Lin already slid sideways. Wow! She pushed her feet from the vertical rock and went on a counterattack from above. So, Ryan acknowledged, she was much more skillful than he thought, especially after the next reception. It released the icy wave of these. The moist couple around the moment turned into hoarfrost. Even on the strands of the leader, ice crystals were pinning. This is probably what he had affected his self-love. He decided to hit more seriously. Lin instantly created a transparent icy barrier. Song Ryan raised his hand. Enough. Let's stop here. After the pause, he wondered why she hid such skills. Where did you master this style? This is the top of the shock skill, he exclaimed, sincerely impressed. And then, from the most interesting thing, he wondered how it was able to grasp the people from the yard of animals. Lin replied that these were just the small combinations she studied. There's nothing strange here. But in fact, it is not possible for the common man. He causes strokes confidently, without the shadow of hesitation. Particularly striking was the technique of hands she used, being under hypnosis. A real sight. After that, the girl wanted to relax, and he, instead, wanted to teach her basic self-defense. Why do I have your lessons if you are my security guard? Said Lin with a sly smile. You have not to train me. but to protect me," she added in a gentle voice. After that, she laughed suddenly and ran away, apparently in the direction of rest. The next day, the young leader, along with his Gon, stood near the river. They rose a majestic fortress that dominated the entire shore. They sent the best group they could. For this, the leader thanked the pursuit. A vice leader appeared next to whom they have not seen themselves for a long time. In front of them, the Lord of Rivers, the leader of the water fortress, the flying water ghost Yang Wei. He immediately looked at the guests with a close look. It was a young leader and his companions. His experience allowed us to instantly evaluate each of those present. Particularly fell into the eye of white-haired girl. So beautiful that her beauty could serve as a weapon. Then he hinted with the owner of the citadel, who was standing before him. After all, Yang still did not know who he had to accept. He only heard that they were very important guests. Gon previously wrote in the letter that their persons should be classified, but Jan changed his mind. "Sorry, but I have been in this case for 32 years. And at first glance I see who is the brawler here, and who not," he said. The young leader smiled quietly, hearing these words. Yang did not understand what seemed funny. "If you can't take up work, so say," Ryan calmly threw. "Why ask who we are? So there is only one question, do or not." Jan explained that he wanted to be courtesy, but if guests insist, there is no choice. "All right," Ryan said. "How long can you hold your breath?" The question was amazing, but its value was opened instantly. All just had time to glance, and Yang was already lying face in river water. Gon looked in surprise. Why did Ryan do so with the person he persuaded for a long time? However, for the leader, Jan remained a regular bandit. "They may not go into battle," Gon explained, "but they will try to block the crossing because of their influence." "Let them try," Ryan cut off. "Then they will deal not only with an ice yard, but also with the cult of Heavenly Demon." Gon sighed. Everything looked as if Ryan deliberately complicated the situation, but one view of the leader forced him to be silent. Gon immediately apologized for excessive questions. Ryan acknowledged that when it is necessary, you can punch the tail, and do it unnecessarily. Nothing. The question is always whether it is really necessary. "Action here in circumstances," he summed up. "And I rarely happen to people of your grade. He is going. Remember, if you support us, give not well, but best. The purpose is simple. First, to capture the head of the Hua Mountain. Then, confrontation with the righteous Heavenly Alliance. There is no time for little things. I proved my level, becoming a young leader," he added confidently. Gon understood that now his turn to provide the way to the Kachan and support the guests to the full. "I recognize the mistake. I will take care of everything and you will rest." He bowed. This is what Ryan was waiting for. A short, clear promise. An aide came to them. "Those two in the carriage have already woke up." Ryan nodded. He was worried about it almost. After all, soon, valuable guests will hear why they were so carefully taken to Red Rocks. The young leader stood just over the woman, looking from the top with cold indifference, no drop of pity in his eyes. He was really surprised that the two had sleeping for 4 days. He did not expect that. Behind his back, the guard murmured something about boldness, they say, as he dared to look at her with his worthless eyes. But then the appeal to the woman became even rough, humiliating. He called it as it was to talk about women of easy behavior, neglect and rude. Not even hiding the contempt, he killed her image. He called the animal. She could not believe that someone dared to turn to her in such a humiliating tone. But he was not interested in her status or emotions. He just warned. "Once again, you raised his voice. I will break the meat from your bones, understand?" The woman, blushing and swallowing the snot, could not contain his emotions. Then her face was blue, and she just fainted. At this point, Chaz behind the back of the leader pleaded to release them. Otherwise, they would earn their enemy in the steel shrimp of blood. But the young leader did not pay attention to his words. He was silent, as if he had not heard. He only explained dry. They head to meet with the leader of the Hua Mountain sect, and it is then that he will hand it into his hands. Because the Heavenly Alliance is terrifying even on the shield of steel blood. In view of the circumstances, the leader wondered, "How do you think it will be with you if you both capture the leader of the Hua sect?" Not having to answer, he just muttered something fuzzy. They say he does not understand what he is doing. However, one significant argument still had. He asked if the Wasec's transmission would not lead to war. Although no one gave guarantees, it was possible to be certain. The risk of the war would increase significantly. He understood all this, but only now realized the main thing. He faces not just an opponent, but a representative of a real demonic cult. The conversation ended. The young leader came out, slamming the door loudly, but before through, "Be patient. The path will be very long." Meanwhile, in the north, in the direction of the province of Hunan, the commander of the detachment Pacific Wind, Hunting, listened to the report. It was established. The crew they were looking for left traces near the Red Rock. Witnesses and markers indicate that they are about 2 days from here. The whole estimated that they are within 100 kilometers, and it was glad that the distance still allows them to catch up. It was decided to go half an hour. There will be no time on vacation, so everyone has to restore strength. The commander was also ordered to connect with the fortress on the river. If they really move to the Red Rock, then they probably float with a boat or ship north or west. It was necessary to convey. The persecuted found, and the fortress on the river should do the business. Otherwise, they would have to face steel blood anger. The Bun did not hesitate. He was ready to personally go to the pursuit and lead his people, no matter what. Meanwhile, a young leader appeared in front of the young leader, and behind him was Yang. Now Gon was ready to swear himself by the god of the river, who would fulfill the contract and would finish the case. And the next moment, they went on the road, leaving everything behind. Their ship sailed slowly along the incredibly picturesque Yangtze River, which glittered under the sun. The young leader once crossed this river, then as the legendary king of the killers. But even now it seemed to him that the water in the river became more than it was before. A lady with a light smile appeared behind him. It seemed that she was going on plan, but at heart she doubted. Can the two in this state be left? After all, they had not eaten or drank anything for the 5th day, although they were able to voluntarily refuse. She was stolen more than once. She lived in the palace of the beast, and in the divine court of the heavenly demon, knew how to behave in captivity. However, it seemed to the leader that she just loves to eat too much. At this point, a bird flew over the ship with a majestic wave of wings. One of the crew members paid attention, a bright hachak on his head. A message was tied to the bird's paw, clearly urgent. Jan studied the content carefully, trying to understand what they wanted to report. The reading struck him so much that his eyes expanded. He did not expect that. Within a few minutes, the entire crew, armed with his teeth, surrounded the young leader and his companions. Jan, with a trembling in his voice, asked if he was really a guard commander, as he previously said. The leader nodded, confirmed it, and then quietly clarified whether there was a problem. The fated Jan whispered, forced to terminate the contract. There is no other way out. The young leader just smiled. He expected this, because everything was better than planning. Jan explained the reason. He was ordered from the top to find 2 men and 2 women traveling with a luxurious carriage. But the Kraja calmly intervened, explaining, in their group 3 men and 3 women, and therefore is a mistake. Yang suggested that the passenger of that magnificent carriage was the favorite of the owner of the Fortress of Steel Blood, and the man near her standing her personal shield. The young leader was coldly reminded of the oath. No contract is more important than the order. So where did your promised devotion, Jan? What is a mess, he said, but within it, sooner or later, this conflict would still explode. Jan put forward his conditions, trying to save the skin and keep at least a crumb of control over the situation. The leader answered simply, you should get a Chan. He definitely needs this team. There is no other way. He did not ask, but ordered. Every view squeezed people like invisible chains. His fierce aura lifted his sickles and swords in a fighting rack. The rattling of steel confirmed the seriousness of the threat. Yang was certain that even the most masterful fighter did not overcome the whole guard on a ship flies. After all, the fight on the deck is different. Water techniques give preference. The river itself becomes an ally. This confidence flew when the next moment turned calm into pure horror. The sudden explosion shook the ship, throwing tons of foamy water high into the sky. Feed was torn. Wooden beams cracked like bones under the pressure of waves. All this was arranged by a young leader, proving that his threats were not an empty sound, but a sentence. Where the elements struck the most stood the most ardent sailors. Now they were washed away with a frantic flip. Without unnecessary explanations, the leader threw, run the ship immediately, or the fate of the tails will crush everyone. Meanwhile, in the military department of the divine cult of the heavenly demon, a stringent strategic council, the main strategist discussed the same carriage from the lady she handed over to the young leader. They weighed the risks. Will the gift be a trap if it falls into the enemy's hands? And will pay extra attention. The strategist mentioned Hon Sanja. His fragile ego can crack from the slightest hint of defeat. It is said that his arrogance goes crazy. But when he faces reality, even the highest towers fall with a loud roar. Choosing such a self-righteous type means only one leader. The previous head of the Walnut sect had a catastrophic sensation for people. If the new head is really the same as the strategist says, then there are no differences between 10 large sects and 5 clans. All of them are clones. She seriously believed that the Lord of Demons was able to crush each of these organizations with one careless movement of the leg. But the strategist noted that her look slides on the surface without noticing the true order of things hidden under the glitter of power. He asked, "Will the tiger turn into a king of the jungle? Or the first to escape from the huts that dream of dreaming of heaven and freedom? Or maybe the hungry beasts will disappear and the forests are emptied, because the patient will turn the green home into a poisonous wasteland." She realized that the demon intentionally restrained the external expansion so that the world does not shudder in advance. But the young leader had already stepped into Muse, dropping the shackles of silence and exploding like a lightning flash. Now everyone is wondering what colors will get the future when this fire will ignite full. Suddenly the door sounded. The urgent message from a branch in Hunan province. The strategist immediately unfolded the letter. Running the lines, he is gloomy. The situation of Junu Juju is shaky, like an ice floe in the spring. Cracks on all sides. But the next paragraph forced him to deviate. He felt how he had underestimating the young leader. The strategist thought the young man would be kept at first, but he immediately raised the storm and forced the world to curl. The letter wrote, "He stole the mistress of the owner of the fortress of Steel Blood and forced the head of the Hua mountain sect to go to Ichan." The strategist was fascinated by such bold tactics. The young leader plays on the verge of a loud and does so with impressive elegance. Meanwhile, the leader himself commanded the deck, forcing the crew to immediately launch a ship against a stormy current. Watching, Jan realized. Before him, a master of the highest level, the top, which is made of legends. But despite the fear, Jan was not exposed. Without these sailors, they would not break through the insidious waters to Ichan. The river is twisted by sharp loops. The stream is tearing the vessel from the inside. The stubble here is equivalent to the mortal sentence. The leader smiled calmly and said, "There are ways to make the ship fly forward without a single drop of blood." The young leader understood. He had even more terrible methods, but he did not sought to take such extreme measures as launching demonic curse. And at the same moment, a thicker lightning broke out next to the vessel, lifting a water column and forcing the deck to shudder. He addressed Jan's hoarse smile. "Well, what kind of card will you put now?" As if the sky itself showed that Igor was gone. Having overestimated forces, Jan reached the absurd. To order his people to attack a leader, although it was reminiscent of pure suicide. However, the guard hesitated. The swords trembled in their hands, fear burdened every step and struck hearts with doubt in the logic of the captain's decision. Even the demonic ruler could not understand how Jan guessed to throw people to battle that he was doomed to failure from the first minute. But Karmazin aura around the leader squeezed the space. Under her pressure, even breathing turned into a nervous, fragile wheezing. The leader has a cold, recognized choice. He respects freedom, even if he leads to abyss and despair. He picked up Jan with an invisible force and attracted a baby toy on a rope. Squeezing the throat, whispered, "Do not die right now, or maybe it is better to help our flight to Ichan." The blade of voice has compacted his proposal. Choice is simple. Death here or a life that is still able to change the course of affairs in Ishan. Yang, in pain and pale, he was choking but nodded. Every breath seemed more valuable to him than pride. Satisfied, the leader squeezed his fingers. In the air, a sharp smell of fear and river moisture. Then he addressed the Donip. "I filled their bodies with demonic energy. They are puppet and unable to act on their own. Therefore, none of the crew will be moved by a sword or a step without his consent all day. The leader has instructed the pre-supervision to monitor the captives more closely than the compass at the storm." Donpil carefully asked, "Are you sure that everything will pass without complications?" The Yangtze River does not even forgive a moment of self-confidence. The answer was icy. The leader plans to erase the quiet wind from the face of the earth to finally remove the traces. Meanwhile, a deceptive silence prevailed on the holy mountain of Hua, in the Shenet's pavilion. A light mountain wind only swaying lights. It all shifted as Han San, the lord of Mount Hua, unfolded a letter about the abduction of a mistress of a fortress of Steel Blood. Silence cracked like an ice floe under 5. The two of them weighed whether they could trust the letter, or it is only a sophisticated hint that leads them to a trap. The sect of the Hao stood on the seal. Hong considered them a flock of scum, and recognized, intellectually, they were not inferior to the lower sect. He realized, to those who pulls him up to Ichan, it is not clearly beneficial to the righteous heavenly alliance. There is another power behind the scenes. The advisor carefully suggested that maybe a demonic cult or the Steel Blood itself. Hong did not argue. The first wife could hire killer. because no woman wanted to see a young beauty lover near her husband. Deciding that today, Chan ordered to call the Sword of Flowering Plum. "It is time to get heavy artillery," he whispered with an excited smile. "The mistress of the owner of the Fortress of Steelblood. I feel the heart beats faster. For you, it can be a brilliant chance, or a jump in the abyss," he added, throwing a long-term look. Ahead of the 3 armored jonks cut the waves, like a wedge, rushed against the stream of Yangtze. The flagship stood Munhun, did not look away from the trace of the young leader as a prey hunter. This ship belonged to the 3rd most powerful citadel, a dragon's clique, which was ruled by a formidable Saguk. The fighters on the deck looked exhausted. They traveled for several days without rest and hoped to rest at least south. But an urgent letter came. A branch with Hubie reported that a detachment of demons of a steel sword had landed under Ichan. At that moment, the whole noticed ahead of a bizarre purple fire that flicked through the fog. The purple energy was approaching uncontrollably, pulsing like a living heart of the flame. Suddenly, the blow of the element flipped John, spreading the waves and spreading people like leaves in a storm. Moonhomen did not delay. A detachment of a quiet wind to battle was heard over the roar of water. But no one could guess where the deadly attack actually came from. Looking down, the hole was stuck. The water surrounded the water, as if the river itself had breathtaking. And the owner of this red energy was already standing on the shore, contemplating chaos with an ice-callous smile. The fracture and no idea had who really stands before him, the Anisqualika not suspecting the real power and glory of the stranger. But we, the observers of this saga, are already well aware of the name of the Shadow Avenger and the storm that he carries behind his shoulders. When the bun carefully asked his name, the young leader just smiled. "Why do you know if you become ashes in a moment?" Washing his hand, he added coldly, "Want the title? Let it be a gloomy harvest with an indomitable braid." And he roared into the attack. The bun man managed to grasp the sword. The steel sang in the air, reflecting the first rapid blow to the enemy. 2 blades came together. The power of blows seemed flat, and the shelter of the blade dazzled even experienced sailors around. But the balance lasted the moment. The collision caused a humble explosion, which dislocated the wave, shaking the deck and air. When the smoke dispelled, the young leader had already stood close to the crew, like a judge who was inspecting mortals, and his gaze sliding his eyes coldly. In front of him, almost 600 soldiers, 300 quiet wind, and as many pirates collected in a random but formidable legion. The bun was confused for a moment, realizing that the stranger knew the exact number of forces, as if he had read his reports. And then it was heard. The whole detachment of the quiet wind on board, no one is hidden. And the whole realized that they had been exposed for a long time. He noticed 2 more ships that kept the shadow on both sides. It was not just a persecution, but a dense ring of hundreds of fighters. But more of him was different. Through the fog he felt a thick demonic aura. "Are you from a demonic cult?" he voiced. He understood everything. A moment the enemy released dark energy, activating the technique of Blade of Disaster. In front of him stands the leader of the detachment, Quiet Wind. The sailors opened their mouths, whispering horrible legends about the cult, human sacrifices, eating hearts, horns, and before them stood a normal young man. "The stereotype of your stupidity is not lied," he smiled. "You really voice every delusion that is floating in your head." Here, the conversation crashed. A dirty servant of the cult stood the second wife of my suzerain. Boiling the rage, he stepped forward. "A worthless freak would sit in his hole like a grassy rat," he roared. "How dare you to touch our earth?" However, he did not have time. The word broke off the frantic flash of steel, which was enlightened between us, and the bloody drops splashed on the boards. In a moment, the leader of the citadel felt emptiness. His right hand had already fallen on the deck, turning the curses on bloody snow. "Too many chats from a worthless pirate," the leader muttered with a smile, erasing blood residues from the blade. The angry detachment commander gave the order, "Everyone into battle." And the soldiers rushed forward like a flock of crazy wolves. Fearlessly, even recklessly, they rushed forward, bringing the swords, without thinking about the consequences. However, it was a wonderful, meaningless solution. An attack on someone who has just in a moment destroyed the leader. They lost their lives before they set the second step. They were silently falling, without even shouting. The movements of the young leader were incredible. The speed of the legs exceeded everything he saw in his life. The Silent Wind Squad understood. To act alone is suicide. They united and started the attack together. It already looked much more serious. Coordinated actions and determination made the attack dangerous. Despite the risk of injuring the allies in the narrow space of the deck, every blow was purposefully flew into it. The next moment is an explosion on board, and the water around again becomes a bloody tint. This was what it was worth expecting from the elite detachment of the Fortress of Steel Blood. The attack was accurate and ruthless. The young leader even praised them. Not bad, he said with a light smile, as if playing. But at the same moment he smashed a naked Aura with a blade. The leader of the detachment did not even have time to react. Meanwhile, One-Handed continued to volatile, calling him a fanatic worse than a wild beast. He screamed that he was using dark shamanic spells and demonic magic. But according to these words, it went inevitable. A dirty head was followed by a dirty hand that rolled across the deck. The young leader now looked completely different. In his look, there was only curiosity and a thirst for entertainment. On Jan's ship, his people with anxiety watched this spectacle from a safe distance. Donpil suddenly heard a movement next to him. Instantly put the sword to the side from where Yang was approaching. "If you do something, we will all be in danger," he said calmly, without taking the blade. Yang raised his hands up, assuring that he was not going to fight. He only asked for permission to ask one question. He stubbornly repeated the question. "Who are you really, if the bosses have released real demonic energy without hesitation?" With a look, a sharp knife, John Rizanonude. "Do you sometimes not belong to the divine cult of heavenly demons?" Donpil only asked calmly. "Do not pull more than allowed to live. Some answers will bite you from the inside." After this veiled refusal, Jan understood everything without words. The puzzles formed in a terrible picture that the cold ran down the spine. The most terrible organization of Jonggu, which has not come out of darkness for 30 years, again put a shadow on Muse. The demonic cult, whose power is not equal, opened the gate of hell and emerged here as if a call to a bloody orgy. The young leader did not hide the delight. In his eyes the sparks of crazy fun danced, as if chaos played on the sophisticated strings of the soul. Some flew over the board, cutting the waves, some fell dead just on the deck, painting the boards in a spooky purple. The whole could not put in this mind. Before him probably, the master of evolutionary level. More than 80% of his detachment was already homeless. He quickly realized that if the battle continues, there would be no living, and Yangtze is immersed in their blood without witnesses. The defeat is inevitable. So he thundered at the vice committee, "Give the gun!" And he was going to jump on an enemy ship to drive the freak into the corner. At the same moment, the young leader had already pierced another opponent. As if death had accelerated the pace of her bloody dance. There were about 50 enemies on the deck. The internal energy of the slogan. So it was necessary to finish the massacre as soon as possible. Suddenly the blade broke out behind the cursed commander of the Quiet Wind, crashed like a shadow, and swung from behind his back. The leader had to turn around instantly, tossing a stroke with a sparkling arch of his sword, curbing a crazy pressure. This sudden resistance even entertained him. A spark of interest and hunting excitement flashed in the corners of the mouth. His technique really impressed. It was thought that it would be a pity to lose such a talented warrior. A valuable ally would come out of him. Despite the lack of water skills, the commander kept balance. The waves were rocking the deck, but it remained adamant. It was then that, standing closer to the feed, the young leader took a step in an unknown direction, thinking a new, dangerous maneuver. The whole could not stand, broke to the cry, "Fire!" beat on the stern, and the guns thundered, tearing the air. A huge wave rose to the young leader, flooding half a plow. A real wall of water with a roar struck down. Taking advantage of the moment, the whole gathered power and rushed into the attack. It seemed that he first acted with full removal. The blow was powerful. He released almost the entire reserve of his energy, putting the last chance on the map. But behind the falling wave, the silhouette of a guy who not only resisted, he was not even knocked down. The young leader was standing in place as if the river itself was holding his body, preventing it from falling. For a hose did it look incredible. How can someone stand such a blow and not lose even balance? It was their last attack. They even sacrificed allies, but did not leave any scratches on it. Is he the one who is not defeated, or hundreds of river warriors? And then the whole asked the only logical question. "Are you a heavenly demon?" "Heavenly demon? Not yet," he replied with a smile that made her soul tremble. In these words, there was more threat than thousands of attacks. It was a promise to turn into a real nightmare. And then he continued, without unnecessary words. First, a lightning blow killed a hole. It was the end of his earthly existence. Without pathos, quickly, like a threat of fate. And only then, as if responding to the void, "Let us. I am a pit." Meanwhile, in the pavilion of the Divine River, in the Achansky district of Hubei, the fire has not yet extinguished. The young leader learned with interest how everything went. He wanted to know every detail. He was informed that all demons of the Steel Sword were destroyed, together with 150 out of 200 fighters of the Yard of the Ghostly Valley. However, one was suspicious. 50 surviving suddenly moved south instead of pursuing the target. And it was at this point that an urgent message arrived. The secret logo fortress of Steel Blood was revealed. The rest of the 50 warriors of the Ghostly Valley split. Half moved to the cities of the Hubi Center, the rest to the south, and enemies from Steel Blood are already rushing after both points. Everyone thought, who was able to reveal such a secret from Tishko right now, when even shadows are afraid of their own rustle? At that moment, Gon realized. The ingot was intentionally made to turn secret shelters into a trap, where the reckless pursuers will be lured. The information is sharper than the sword, he murmured. The demonic cult threw data to drag attention from the storming of the fortress of Steel Blood. The intellectual power of the cult is scared. One thread outweighs 1,000 blades and is able to turn the balance of strength into Django. Gon commanded 70% of spies aimed at the fortress to transfer to the righteous Heavenly Union. Let them suffocate from suspicion. In the headquarters, the strategist rubs his ear. It is scratching. Probably someone will make a wise word, he smiled, catching barely audible gossip. With a second later, he was reported. The young leader had already arrived in the pavilion of the Divine River in Ichan, like a storm that broke out of the chain. Wonderful work, the strategist nodded. So far, everything goes exactly behind the notes of their secret symphony. He acknowledged, the Gon of Yachi, the invaluable genius of the house sect, turned out to be much more cunning and skillful than he was to hope for even optimists. Fake routes, misinformation, and dense web of agents have created armor around the leader, confusing even the meticulous Heavenly Union. At least 2 weeks will take in Union to cut off the fiction from the truth, and to understand which threads lead to the abyss, and which to the real threat. To put such a plan into practice is a true act of genius, worth the legends and envy of the most outstanding Muram tactics. Even the strategist, capable of bizarre intrigues, confessed mentally, it is not sure that he could repeat this sophisticated chaos. On that day, the fog was especially thick, like a gray cloak that swallowed outlines and dissolved the world in a milk emptiness. It was not necessary to see the milestone ahead of the deck. The waves whispered alarming fairy tales about invisible dangers. Suddenly, the ship came across a spooky find. Dead bodies were swinging overboard, as if the river had taken them to eternal rest. Who could do such a massacre? It seemed that people laid not a beast, but a cold-blooded hand of a master of death. The sailors whispered, it is a matter of the most fierce demon, born of the ferocious god of war and a dragon shawl that came out of revenge. The rumors of the pit decorated with a dragon spread like a flame. Every translation added fear, and even the night became darker. 3 days have passed, and the pavilion of the Divine River in Ikan enveloped the quiet dawn. The fog is clinging over the water, and in the yard swells the murmur of transparent streams. Little Anado stretched sweetly after bedtime, like a fragile lotus, catching the first sunlight that gently touched her cheeks. Suddenly the girl's gaze came into an unusual picture. Ahead, through the silver air, something extraordinary emerged. Just a few steps, the young leader was sitting in a deep meditation, as if the river itself pours calm in his fixed figure. He trained so early, the thought went. Anadium decided not to interfere and moved back, intending to go quietly, but a soft but powerful voice came behind his back. You do not have to run, Ankvo. The leader with a gesture invited her closer, suggesting sitting next to his motionless piece. Turning her gentle palm, he felt the pulse, listening to a uniform flow of internal energy. Feeling a strong and pure rhythm, he nodded. You develop right. Continue in the same spirit. In his gaze, recognition broke out. Such a stream of force he had already seen. The girl was truly born for the combat journey. So he asked if she wanted to thoroughly grasp the art of battle by lifting the talent to a new, unprecedented level. Anade was worried that she was not the precious teacher's precious time, because he has more important things. The leader assured that the training will not take many hours, and she should not worry about such little things. He explained that there may be a moment when he cannot protect her, and then he will need his own skills. It is rather a need than a choice. The girl felt the heart harder. She wanted to study all the nature to be useful and boldly to look at the danger in the eye. At the same time, she sought for power. The greatest fear is to become Arbuza, a passive burden for others. The fire of determination burned in her eyes. She wanted to become a support, to help, not to stand aside with empty hands. If you want to learn for the sake of self-defense, I will teach. But if you want to help me, no, I do not put such a burden on you, he said. Anadium was confused, with only the timid, swinging, and the cheeks had a gentle blush. The leader smiled. You have already done much more for me than you think. Your support is invaluable, though I have not told it before. Nevertheless, do not forget your role, said the leader. You are not Don Pill. His mission is a shield near me, and your task is different. Stay within the duty, and do not break the order. The organization is strong only when everyone holds their link of the chain, and honestly fulfills tries, not seeking another's place. If someone crosses the border, a crack will appear in the structure that sooner or later split it like spring water. Anadium understood this, but the heart squeezed. Uninvited tears trembled on eyelashes, though she tried to hide them. And yet, proudly lifting her chin, she said, If it is comforted, I will do exactly as you do. I will give all my efforts, the girl added, that you will never be worried about my safety. The leader only nodded with gratitude. Thank you for understanding, you do wisely. The next morning, the beauty woke up and was surprised to see the open door. She saw a young leader who taught Anhwa and Donpil in the yard with graceful movements and concentrating chi. Together with Donpil, the beauty watched as the leader conveys the girl's subtleties of martial arts. The strip of light slid on the sword. The yin technique was read. She hoped that it was something good. And Donpil whispered, It's not just good. It is a demonic art of moon yin, is one of the 10 majestic secrets of our cult, he said. The beauty looked more closely. Despite the transformation of Chi Ankfa into a dark moon yin, her energy remained clean and stable. This is proof. The girl conscientiously and consistently cultivated inner strength without burning potential. Don Pil only established himself in the thought. There are many talents in the world, and there were no casual people next to the leader. Now he has seen the true value of everyone around them in the way. In half a day, the chariot was rushing forward on the road, which swept along the green hills. The girls wondered at the leader, as he thinks the head of the Hao sect at the invitation. He replied, Any real Orthodox sect would either give up or at least felt ashamed. If he arrives, he will have to pay tribute. The beauty noted that if he appeared not on her own, but with help, then no reversals should be done. The leader was interested in the main thing. How many people will he bring? More than his intentions, it shows this number. If only 2 or 3 are accompanied, then the new moon is still able to think of the consequences, even with stupidity in the pocket. And if he removes the whole army under the flags, the better. No reproaches will remain when it is time to act. And the leader smiled, staring at the distance. Let him choose whether to come with the sword or with the oil. The consequences will be written equally.